Jiang Cheng's head throbbed as he slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his temples to ease the dull ache. The first thing he noticed was the vast, empty landscape surrounding him, an eerie, desolate expanse stretching as far as the eye could see. "Where am I?" he muttered, his voice hoarse with confusion. His last memory was of lying in bed, ready to drift into sleep. Yet now he found himself standing in an unknown place, a strange chill running down his spine. Before he could process his predicament further, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Welcome to Lord Continent. Here, every lord will be randomly assigned a type of soldier and exclusive buildings to plunder resources and expand their power. This world is filled with both crises and opportunities. Countless races exist, and you will lead your people in a grand battle for supremacy. Troops and buildings are now being generated." Jiang Cheng exhaled sharply. "Lord Continent soldiers' buildings. I've been transported into another world." His thoughts reeled, but his experience as a novel enthusiast quickly helped him accept the bizarre situation. He had read enough transmigration stories to recognize the signs. If anything, he was oddly excited. Just then, the voice sounded again. "Ding! Your troops and buildings have been generated. As a novice lord, your territory will be protected for 7 days. During this period, external forces cannot enter your domain. However, once the protection ends, the abyssal fog will descend, bringing hordes of abyssal monsters that will attack your territory relentlessly. Only by surviving can you truly begin your conquest among the lords."
Jiang Cheng's heart tightened. 7 days.
He tilted his head back and saw a shimmering protective barrier arching over his territory. It gave a false sense of security, one that would be stripped away soon enough. A suffocating pressure settled over him. First things first, I need to check my troops and buildings. His survival depended on how strong he could become within this short grace period. Dusting off his clothes, he turned to inspect the newly generated structures behind him. However, what he saw made his breath hitch.
A castle.
But not just any castle, it was ominous, eerie, and entirely unsettling. The dilapidated structure stood tall, its scarlet walls weathered and cracked. The massive doors hung slightly open, revealing only inky darkness within. A chilling aura radiated from the building, making Jiang Cheng's skin crawl.
He swallowed hard.
Despite the unease creeping into his bones, he forced himself forward. This was his domain now. No matter how sinister it seemed, it belonged to him. Just as he crossed the threshold, a soft, seductive voice whispered from behind him.
"Master." Jiang Cheng froze.
His blood turned cold. Every hair on his body stood on end.
A ghost. Panic gripped him.
His bravado about watching horror movies evaporated instantly. He was the kind of person who peeked through the gaps in his fingers while watching ghost films, and now he was living one. He turned around hesitantly, heart pounding in his chest. His breath caught in his throat. A woman stood before him, a breathtaking vision of beauty tinged with danger. She had deep wine-red hair cascading down her back, and her delicate face exuded an irresistible charm. A black and red gauzy dress clung to her curvaceous figure, giving her an ethereal yet alluring presence. But what struck Jiang Cheng the most was the way she carried herself, an air of supreme dominance, as if the entire world was meant to kneel at her feet.
"Greetings, master."
She bowed respectfully, her piercing gaze locked onto him with unwavering intensity. A glowing blue panel materialized before Jiang Cheng's eyes. Blood Queen. Affiliated with the Vampire Temple. Current status, Remnant Soul. Strength level, 4 stars, Loyalty, 100 growth potential, Supreme God Emperor. Note, the Blood Queen does not classify as a standard troop but is a companion bound to the Vampire Temple. Within the territory, she manifests in physical form, but outside, she exists as a soul. Her soul will gradually dissipate over time unless the Vampire Temple reaches level 9, allowing her full autonomy beyond the territory. Jiang Cheng blinked, momentarily at a loss for words.
A companion?
Did every lord have one, or was this a stroke of immense luck? "Do you have a name?" he asked after a moment.
The Blood Queen shook her head. "No, master."
"Please bestow one upon me." Jiang Cheng rubbed his chin, racking his brain. He wasn't exactly skilled at naming things.
"Then, how about Anna?"
A radiant smile graced her lips.
"Thank you, master. I shall be called Anna."
Her voice was soft yet carried an unshakable reverence. Still trying to process everything, Jiang Cheng moved toward the Vampire Temple's throne. The moment he touched it, an influx of information rushed into his mind. Several interface options appeared before him. Personal information. World channel. Marketplace. Friends list. Inventory. Curious, He clicked on his personal information. Lord Jiang Cheng, strength, sporadic, weak as an ant, troops, Undead Blood Clan weapons, none items, none. The empty sections dampened his excitement. Clearly, he had a long way to go. Switching to the World Channel, he was met with a chaotic stream of messages. It seemed he wasn't the only one trying to make sense of things.
What the hell?
I was in the middle of taking a dump, and suddenly, I'm here. And my toilet paper didn't come with me.
Damn it.
I just saved up for 2 months to buy an inflatable girlfriend, and now I can't even get my delivery.
Haha.
I have finally become a time traveler. From today onwards, I, Long Outyen, shall dominate this world.
Humph.
Yifan refuses to accept this fate. Xiao Yan declares, all of you are trash. Is there a big brother to protect me? I'm scared being alone. Jiang Cheng chuckled at the absurdity of it all before quickly typing a message. Does every lord have a companion remnant soul? His message was soon buried under the flood of texts, but a few people noticed and started questioning him in return. Seeing no definitive answers, Jiang Cheng silently cleared his friend requests and leaned back. If no one else had a companion like Anna, then he had truly struck gold. But if they did, then things were about to get much more complicated. Jiang Cheng turned his attention to the marketplace once again. The items displayed were luxurious and tempting, yet without any lord coins in his possession, all he could do was admire them from afar. However, one feature stood out: the marketplace allowed lords to trade surplus resources and items amongst themselves. This function could prove invaluable in the future. Just as he exited the panel, a notification echoed in his mind. Daily Draw is now available. Would you like to summon a vampire warrior?
Summon.
Jiang Cheng commanded without hesitation. A bright white light flashed in the great hall, and 10 warriors clad in black armor materialized before him. They looked remarkably similar to humans, except for one distinct feature: their glowing crimson eyes.
Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Queen.
The 10 vampire warriors knelt on one knee, saluting Jiang Cheng, who sat on the throne, and Anna, who stood beside him. No need for formalities, Jiang Cheng said as he motioned them to rise. As he did, a blue information panel appeared in his vision, displaying details about his newly acquired warriors. Blood Warrior, strength level 1 star, status, normal in combat, strength increases significantly.
Loyalty, 100.
Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He wanted to test the combat abilities of these warriors. Just beyond the protective barrier surrounding his territory, wild beasts lurked, feral creatures with piercing black fur and menacing snarls. They glared at Jiang Cheng's domain, seemingly unwilling to leave their territory so easily. This is a good opportunity to test their strength, Jiang Cheng muttered. Let's go and clear out those beasts.
Yes, Lord.
The vampire warriors swiftly formed ranks, following closely behind Jiang Cheng and Anna. Their movements were disciplined, their muscles taut with anticipation. If any danger arose, they were prepared to deploy a defensive formation to shield their lord. The group stopped at the edge of the protective barrier. Outside, a pack of massive wolves prowled, each one bearing sharp fangs and exuding a savage aura. A bunch of mere beasts dare to challenge the Lord's authority, one vampire warrior scoffed. Lord, just give the order, and we will annihilate them, another added. Jiang Cheng raised his hand.
Do it.
Leave no survivors.
Yes.
As soon as Jiang Cheng issued the command, the warriors' red eyes burned even brighter. Their bodies tensed, and with a bestial roar, they entered combat mode. Their fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws, their black armor gleaming under the dim light. From their backs, crimson wings burst forth, revealing their true vampire nature. Laughing maniacally, they charged beyond the barrier, launching themselves at the wolf pack with terrifying speed. The wolves, despite their ferocity, were no match for the vampires. The battle was over in moments. The creatures howled in agony before falling lifeless to the ground, including their pack leader. Yet the blood warriors did not immediately return. Instead, they knelt beside the fallen wolves and drove their claws into their carcasses. The bodies withered and shrank as the vampires absorbed the blood essence. Jiang Cheng watched without flinching. He understood, this was survival. The weak perished, and the strong thrived.
Ding.
Blood Warrior A gains plus 10 experience.
Ding.
Blood Warrior B gains plus 10 experience.
Ding.
Blood Warrior C gains plus 10 experience.
Congratulations.
You have obtained Wolf Fur plus 19, Wood plus 1900, or plus 1900. Would you like to collect these resources? Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng confirmed the collection. Instantly, the corpses disintegrated, merging with the soil, while the gathered materials were stored in his lord's warehouse. Moments later, the blood warriors returned to the protective barrier. Jiang Cheng could sense it, their strength had increased. It wouldn't be long before they evolved to the next level. So you gain power by absorbing blood? He asked curiously. One of the warriors stepped forward.
Yes, Lord.
This is the unique cultivation method of our blood race.
Jiang Cheng turned to Anna.
As the Blood Queen, even in her weakened state, she already possessed a 4-star strength level. If she could fully restore herself, she would become an unstoppable force. Anna, can you also regain strength this way? He asked.
She shook her head. No, Lord.
In my current remnant soul state, I cannot absorb blood. Even if I could, the essence of low-level creatures would do little for me. Her golden eyes shimmered with solemnity. The only way to restore my power is to upgrade the Blood Clan temple. Through its divine energy, my soul will gradually recover. When the temple reaches a sufficient level, I will be able to reconstruct my physical form. At that point, I will regain at least half of my peak strength. Jiang Cheng shifted his gaze toward the Blood Clan temple, a new objective forming in his mind. Blood Clan temple, level 1, summons 10 vampire warriors per day. Summoning rates: bronze level vampire, 20%, silver level vampire, 5%, gold level vampire, 0.1%. Next upgrade requirements: wood, 5,000 ore, 5,000 first-tier beast cores, x10, drop rate, 30%. Note: each upgrade unlocks new structures and provides unexpected rewards. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes.
This was a clear path forward.
He turned back to the 10 blood warriors, noting their differing ranks. The 2 at the forefront wore copper helmets, signifying a higher level than the rest, who wore standard black iron helmets. Their blood wings also differed. The veins of the leading warriors glowed faintly with a copper hue. For now, your priority is to level up by hunting weaker creatures, Jiang Cheng ordered. Avoid battles against stronger foes. This is a crucial time for our territory, and I can't afford to lose any of you. The warriors, touched by his concern, bowed respectfully. Understood, Lord, declared the 2 bronze-ranked warriors. Then, before Jiang Cheng's astonished eyes, they suddenly sliced their own arms with their claws. What are you doing? Jiang Cheng exclaimed, but he stopped mid-sentence as he witnessed an incredible sight. Their wounds wriggled and healed within seconds, fresh, unblemished flesh replacing the gashes as if they had never existed. Lord, we vampires possess rapid regeneration. Even severed limbs can reattach within a short period. One of them explained calmly. Jiang Cheng let out a slow breath, a smile creeping onto his lips. The potential of his vampire army was beyond anything he had imagined. And with this power, he would carve his path to dominance in the Lord continent.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Anna stood aside and explained. When the strength of vampire warriors increases greatly in the future, they may even be able to be reborn by a drop of blood. Unless the opponent has the fire attribute and evaporates the blood instantly, it is impossible to completely kill the Blood Clan warriors. Jiang Cheng was surprised. It seems that his Blood Clan warriors should be ranked among the top among the lords. Judging from the chat page, there are definitely tens of millions of people who come to this world to become lords. It is still difficult to stand out from them and make a good living. Jiang Cheng named the 2 bronze-level Blood Clan warriors Atuo and Yeli, and appointed them as the captain and deputy captain of the team to lead the team to sweep the small wild monsters around the territory. Strive to improve strength in a short period of time. At the same time, collect the materials needed to upgrade the Blood Clan temple. These are the 2 most important tasks at present. After upgrading the temple, not only can the territory be expanded, but also upgrade rewards can be obtained. Moreover, the level of the temple is closely related to the number and quality of Blood Clan warriors drawn every day. The most important thing is that the higher the level of the temple, Anna's strength is stronger. Jiang Cheng is more confident to survive the abyss fog 7 days later. Blood Clan warrior kills grizzly bear, experience +8. The vampire warrior kills the tree spirit, experience +10. Blood Clan warrior kills 1-star wild monster giant stone beast, experience +20, obtains level 1 beast core *1. The reminder sound in his mind kept ringing. The corpses of wild monsters outside the protective cover were also piled up like a mountain. But soon, they disappeared and turned into materials and stored in Jiang Cheng's warehouse. The wood and ore have reached the standard, but the beast core has only exploded from the giant stone beast so far. The Blood Clan team only wandered around the periphery of the territory. Jiang Cheng didn't let them go too far, for fear of encountering troubles that could not be solved. Master, you can actually let them challenge 2-star monsters. Vampire warriors are born to fight. Moreover, with their own talents and powerful fighting skills, it is not difficult to deal with 2-star wild monsters. At worst, they can use their blood wings to escape from the battle. Lead the monsters to the territory. I can kill wild monsters outside through the protective shield. Anna took out some cakes from the Blood Clan temple and placed them in front of Jiang Cheng. From her words, Jiang Cheng could hear a hint of pride. Or maybe Anna herself was a very proud woman. Okay, you know more about this than I do, so you will be my military advisor and maid. Yes, master. Anna nodded. She didn't mind these two identities. On the contrary, she felt a little happy. After all, she was not the supreme queen of the Blood Clan. She was just an ordinary woman in Jiang Cheng's territory. She was naturally happy to be able to help the lord. The Blood Clan team once again came back with prey. This time, Anna assigned them combat tasks and explained some skills and essentials in combat. The Blood Clan warriors were very serious. The queen explained to them personally, and there was no regret in this life. Soon, the Blood Clan team set off again. Jiang Cheng also took this time to open the world channel. Lords, what kind of soldiers do you have? I have archers. I just went out to hunt wild monsters. I lost 5 of my 20 archers. Now I dare not let them go out. I am even worse off than you. My army is a shaggy dog, which is hairy and has little killing power. I have to go out in person to catch a pheasant. Haha, rubbish. My unit is the top unit, Titan. Humph, my soldiers, Xiaoyan, are also not bad. They are giant fire dragons? Wait until I reach the later stage, and see who can compete with me. In the world channel, some lord's soldiers are very weak, while others are extremely powerful. After observing for a while, Jiang Cheng found that the number of powerful soldiers he summoned was very small. Those with ordinary strength can summon dozens or hundreds of soldiers at a time. In a sense, it can be regarded as fair. But he summoned 10 Blood Clan warriors at a time. Is this considered average? Anna, which side is stronger, the vampire warriors or the titans or the dragons? Jiang Cheng turned to look at Anna. In terms of single combat capability in the early stage, the dragon and the titan are definitely more powerful. But vampire warriors usually fight in groups, and through formations and the like, they can burst out extremely strong strength, which is no less than that of dragons and titans. As for the later, as long as you reach the demon level, you can easily crush creatures such as dragons and titans. After all, the blood race is a higher order creature, while dragons and titans are just simple-minded animals with only brute strength. A trace of disdain flashed in Anna's eyes. Dragons and titans are only worthy of being food for their blood race? Formation. Anna, can you come up with a formation now? Jiang Cheng was very curious about what formation could increase the strength of the Blood Clan warriors so much that they could compete with titans and dragons. Anna shook her head slightly. Now I only have a rough impression in my mind, and this kind of formation requires a lot of practice. It is impossible to learn it overnight. Sorry, master. It's okay. Seeing Anna's guilty expression, Jiang Cheng's hand somehow reached out to her head and rubbed her head, trying to comfort her. When such a beautiful woman showed a guilty expression, any man would want to comfort her. Jiang Cheng was no exception. It was just that this hand was inexplicably placed on someone's head. Jiang Cheng, who was a little embarrassed at first, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Anna did not resist, and rubbed her twice before taking his hand away. Master, I'll get some more food. The Blood Clan temple is where they live temporarily. There is a lot of food stored in it. Some of it is from the temple itself, and some of it is the spoils that the Blood Clan team just brought back. Jiang Cheng is the only one in the whole castle who needs to eat. Looking at Anna's back as she quickly escaped, Jiang Cheng smiled and felt that the current Blood Clan queen was very cute, like a pure girl who had just entered society. I just don't know if she will still be like this after repairing her residual soul. Looking at the leisurely white clouds in the sky, Jiang Cheng felt very emotional. Everything that happened to him felt very magical. But since he has come, he must find a way to survive in this world. When the vampire team comes back, we will see if we can catch a local creature and ask him about the location of this area. Ask again which ones are easy to mess with and which ones are not. Just then, the sound of fighting came from the forest in the distance. Roar. 2 roars came from the dense jungle. A 2-headed serpent monster with black scales all over its body and an inverted triangle head came out. The 2 huge heads stared at the Blood Clan team below. The scarlet snake tongue kept spitting out, making a hissing sound, and the dark yellow pupils also focused at this time, shrinking into pinholes. Looking at the 2-headed serpent monster in front of them, the Blood Clan team formed a battle formation. The blood wings behind them spread out and soared into the air. The level of the 2-headed serpent monster reached 2 stars. The strength is many times stronger than that of the 1-star ones. Especially the opponent has 2 heads and can do all-round defense. Therefore, the Blood Clan team can only rely on their own advantages as much as possible to defeat the opponent. Yale, you lead half of the warriors to contain the enemy at low altitude, and I will lead the other half to launch a surprise attack at high altitude. Yato roared, leading 4 vampire warriors to soar into the air and attack one of the 2-headed snake monsters. Good. Yale was not far behind, leading 4 vampire warriors to attack, with each warrior occupying a corner, waiting for an opportunity to move. He was responsible for restraining the other head of the 2-headed snake monster. The 2 of them each restrained a snake head. The other 8 team members were responsible for harassment. This tactic made the two-headed snake monster very angry, and it kept roaring, leaving claw marks on its body. Roar! The two-headed serpent roared, deafening the 10 Blood Clan warriors beside it. Then it raised its huge snake tail and slammed it heavily on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. It slammed 4 times in a row. When the Blood Clan warriors came to their senses, they found that the air around them was filled with cocky dust. Their vision was blocked, and they didn't know where the two-headed serpent was at this time. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged into the hearts of Achuo and Yali. A huge snake tail rushed out of the smoke and dust, sweeping towards them. Although they had tried their best to fly backwards, the two were still caught in the snake tail and dragged into the smoke and dust. Team leader, deputy captain. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other 8 Blood Clan warriors could not care less and flew into the smoke with their claws open. They did not abandon their companions. They were born with great pride and would never surrender to any race. Even if they fought to the last drop of blood, they would not be afraid at all. The experience of Achuo and Yale aroused the anger in the hearts of the Blood Clan warriors. In the field, Achuo Yale's situation was not very good. The huge snake body kept twisting, wrapping them layer by layer with its body, and constantly squeezing the two people in the middle. The two-headed snake monster looked at Achuo Yale and the two, and its dark yellow eyes were full of anger. A group of one-star creatures dared to break into its territory? The two-headed snake monster opened its bloody mouth, and its 2 heads bit Achuo Yale's back respectively. In its eyes, only Achuo Yale was relatively strong. As long as they dealt with the 2 of them, the remaining 8 Blood Clan warriors would not be a concern. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could retreat calmly. The snake's fangs quickly penetrated Achuo Yale's blood wings and the armor on their bodies. Achuo Yale felt pain, his eyes glowed red, and he screamed. Then the 2 of them seemed to have lost their minds, opened their mouths wide, revealing 4 sharp fangs, and bit the exposed belly of the two-headed snake. The screams of the 2 seemed to resonate. The 8 Blood Clan warriors also screamed, spread their wings to the extreme, revealing 4 sharp fangs, and pounced on the two-headed snake monster like crazy. Laugh. The teeth penetrated the snake's scales and skin, oozing out blood that exuded an alluring scent. The body produced an extremely thirsty instinct, and the vampire warrior sucked in big gulps as if he hadn't drunk water for days. Anna, did something happen to Achuo and Yali? Jiang Cheng, who was far away in the territory, also heard the scream. He was very worried. He was afraid that something might happen to these Blood Clan warriors. After all, it was 1 star against 2 stars. If they were silver or gold Blood Clan warriors, they might be able to complete the cross-border battle. But Achuo and his men were just ordinary black iron and bronze levels. There were casualties on the first day alone. This was something Jiang Cheng absolutely did not want to see. Don't worry, master. Nothing will happen to them. They just need to rest when they come back. They probably won't be able to go out and kill wild monsters for the rest of the time. Anna shook her head, and her face didn't show much emotion. Really? But their screams just now sounded angry, a little sad, and a little excited. The sound just now made Jiang Cheng feel that it was made by a group of monsters. But his Blood Clan warriors were clearly an elite force with strict discipline and serious expressions. Anna chuckled, and the arc of her mouth was as perfect as a crescent moon. That's just them releasing the nature of the vampires. At the beginning of the vampire race, we were actually a group of monsters that could only suck blood. We hunted all kinds of wild monsters and sucked their blood. But there is a disadvantage to this, that is, the blood we absorb is too mixed. Over time, it will greatly reduce our strength and lifespan, and even our realm will be delayed. Fortunately, God has mercy on us and allowed us to evolve our claws. Through our claws, we can evolve the blood and turn it into pure energy that enters our bodies. After that, the vampires restrained themselves and used their claws to suck the food. The screams of Achuo Yali and the others just now only exposed their long-suppressed nature. When they come back, it will probably take half a day to expel the impurities in their bodies. After hearing the explanation of the expert, Jiang Cheng felt relaxed and looked forward to the return of the Blood Warriors. The Blood Warrior Achuo has been promoted to 2 stars. The Blood Warrior Yali has been promoted to 2 stars. Blood Warrior. Inside the field, the smoke and dust dissipated. The 10 Blood Clan warriors continued to suck fresh blood, which made them look intoxicated. The same was true for Achuo and Yali, who were wrapped in layers of snake bodies. The two-headed snake had lost its strength, and its body quickly shrank. The snake fangs that had pierced into Achuo and Yali's bodies also slowly detached. The loss of a large amount of blood made both snakeheads dizzy and soon fell to the ground. The sucking process was still going on. The wounds on Achuo and Yali's backs were still being repaired. The blood wings were already intact, and the copper-colored lines on the blood wings were deepening, and they looked more and more obvious. Not only that, the bodies of the two were also constantly expanding, and soon reached a height of 2 meters. The other 8 Blood Clan warriors were the same. However, their blood wings did not change, and they were still scarlet. Feeling that their own strength had become stronger by more than 1 level, the 10 Blood Clan warriors smiled. Suddenly, their eyes focused and looked in a direction of the forest. Who, come out. 2 vampire warriors flew into the air and pulled out a green humanoid creature from the bushes. The humanoid creature was short, hunched over, had a pair of long pointed ears, a hooked nose and goldfish eyes, and looked very sinister and cunning. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The 2 hands were grabbed by the vampire warrior. The green humanoid creature immediately screamed, struggling with his limbs, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. Shut up and behave yourself. The blood warrior put his claws on the green creature's neck. He was so scared that his body stiffened immediately and he dared not move at all. Just now, he was hiding in the bushes, but he witnessed with his own eyes that this group of guys in armor and with blood wings cut the scales of the two-headed snake monster. If it was his own neck, wouldn't it be a light wipe? Thinking of this, the green creature swallowed his saliva in fear and became more honest. Captain Yechuo, Deputy Captain Yale, what should we do with this green creature? Should we kill it on the spot? Yechuo thought for a while, waved his hand and said, this guy can talk. I suggest taking him back to the territory and getting information about this forest from him. Yale also had this idea. Moreover, the equipment this guy is equipped with means that he has accomplices. I suggest that we torture him and make him tell us about his accomplices so that we can catch them all in one fell swoop. The two of them agreed immediately. Then, the Blood Clan team collected the leather armor and long hair on the green creature. They took him and the body of the two-headed snake monster back to the territory. Looking at the creature lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this a goblin? Goblin. Native creatures of the Lord Continent. Strength level, 1 star, relatively weak combat power. Personality, greedy, cunning, good at deception. Hey, stop pretending to be dead. Ali kicked the goblin lightly with his foot. The goblin saw that he couldn't pretend anymore, so he stood up and looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile. My lord, I have no ill intentions. I am just a patrolman who accidentally ran into you. Nonsense. Soon after the battle began, I noticed someone was spying on us. But at that time we were fully focused on dealing with the two-headed snake monster and didn't take a closer look. In this dense forest, they may be hunters, but they will also be targeted by other creatures and become prey. Therefore, Yedo Yale and others are always on guard. They will focus their attention on the slightest movement. This. The goblin's eyes were full of panic, and he didn't know how to argue for a moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng chuckled. As expected of a goblin, he lied easily. Okay, I'll ask you a few questions. After you finish, I'll keep you alive, otherwise your fate will be even worse than that snake. Jiang Cheng pointed to the shrunken two-headed snake monster. This lord, you ask. After being frightened like this, the goblin became much more honest. I ask you, what is the name of this forest? Also, what forces are there nearby? How many are they and how strong are they? And the specific situation of your goblin tribe. The series of questions made the goblin stunned, and then he looked at Jiang Cheng in horror. Aren't you creatures from the Vaslo forest? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just answer the lord's question honestly. Do you still want to live? Yalai flicked the back of the goblin's smooth head with his hand. Okay, you have answered the first question. There are 2 more questions. As long as you answer them, I will swear to you as a lord to protect your life. Jiang Cheng silently memorized the name of Vaslo Forest. Later, he can ask in the public screen to see if there are any lords in the same area as him, and write down their positions. When the territory grows stronger in the future, he will launch a surprise attack and kill all those lords. The lords are also in a hostile state. They can attack each other. And after conquering the other party, not only can he obtain all the supplies he has accumulated, but also get extra rewards. I don't really know what forces are around here. I'm just a patrol officer. I only know that there is a wolf habitat 50 miles to the north, and a stone man tribe 30 miles to the west, with a population of about 100 to 200. As for strength, the goblin seemed to have thought of something, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Their strength is not strong, the highest is the chief of their tribe, who has only 2 stars of strength. With the power under the lord, it is easy to wipe out their tribe. In the eyes of the goblin, Jiang Cheng and Anna are ordinary humans who are powerless. At least he did not feel oppression from the 2 of them. On the contrary, these 10 guys with scarlet eyes look very dangerous and very strong, but their strength is only 2 stars. The chief of the Stoneman tribe has the strength of 3 stars. When the time comes, these guys with scarlet eyes will die there, and he will sneakily kill the lord and the woman. Not only will he escape, but he will also win a piece of land for the tribe. I believe the chief will reward him well. The goblin looked at the vampire temple not far away, his eyes were full of greed, and he was very eager to take that beautiful building for himself. After a brief absence of consciousness, the goblin began to talk about the situation of his tribe. Our tribe has a large number of people, more than 300 people, 14 of whom are 2-star goblin warriors, and the tribe leader is a 3-star goblin leader. At this point, the goblin's voice suddenly rose. It seemed that he was showing Jiang Cheng and others the background behind him. Yelai wanted to teach this ugly and cunning guy a lesson, but Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Well, your answer satisfies me. Now I will take you to a place where you will be very safe. Well, thank you, Lord. If you let me go back, I can also let our tribe leader bring people to help you to annihilate the Stoneman tribe, the goblin said with a smile. Of course, he would not be so kind. He planned to tempt Jiang Cheng to let him go back. When he returned to the tribe, he would let the tribe leader bring people over to thank the Lord. Really? That's really good. Jiang Cheng smiled, but this smile looked very cunning. He winked at Achuo Yale. The 2 of them understood and quickly stepped forward to press the goblin to the ground. What are you doing? Didn't you agree not to kill me? You swore an oath. As a lord you must keep your word. Jiang Cheng slowly walked out of the territory's protective shield. He took a deep breath of the outside air. Looking at the goblin struggling on the ground but to no avail, he smiled and said, "Who said I want to kill you? I just want to take you to a good place." Jiang Cheng put his hand on the goblin's head. The goblin, who was originally pressed to the ground, disappeared instantly and appeared in his lord's warehouse in the blink of an eye. This move made Atuo Yali and others stunned. Even Anna in the protective shield slightly opened her red mouth. "My lord, what is this method? Can you teach us? Want to learn?" Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "If you want to learn, then kill monsters and level up. When you are strong enough, I will naturally not be stingy with such means. This method is even easier for me than eating and drinking. I can do it with just a thought." Yato, Yali, and others were very excited. They were very enthusiastic about this method. At the same time, they also showed extreme admiration for the performer Jiang Cheng. "That, Lord, I will go to the outer part of the temple to digest the energy in my body first." Yali bowed and hurried to improve his strength. "My lord, I went there too. I am coming too." In a blink of an eye, the Blood Clan warriors ran to the outer edge of the temple and sat cross-legged. A scarlet energy emerged around them, enveloping their bodies. "Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining two-headed snake scales 20, can be used to make leather armor, wood plus 2000, or plus 2000, and level 2 beast core 2. Note, the two-headed snake monster core is condensed in the head, and the two heads each produce a beast core. Do you want to collect it? Level 2 beast core, or 2? Jiang Cheng was delighted and said silently in his heart, "Gather." The Blood Clan warriors had already obtained more than 4,000 pieces of wood and ore. Now there are 2,000 more, which has reached the requirements for upgrading the Blood Clan temple. The only problem is that the number of beast cores is insufficient. Jiang Cheng tentatively clicked on the second-level beast core in the warehouse. A window of decomposition and fusion immediately popped up in the lower right corner. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. I checked the decomposition rules. A level 2 beast core can be decomposed into 10 level 1 beast cores. A level 1 beast core needs 12 to fuse into a level 2 beast core. Alas, it's full of tricks and exploitation. Although he said so, Jiang Cheng still chose to decompose a level 2 beast core. After the decomposition was successful, Jiang Cheng had 6,400 wood, 6,400 ore, 11 level 1 beast cores, and 1 level 2 beast core. The conditions for upgrading the Blood Clan temple have been met. Do you want to upgrade the Blood Clan temple? Upgrade. Suddenly, a dazzling white light enveloped the Blood Clan temple. After the white light disappeared, the entire Blood Clan temple underwent a drastic change. The originally slightly shabby Blood Clan temple now became brand new. The height was also doubled to 50 meters. There were 2 additional side halls next to the main hall. Blood Clan warriors could go inside to recuperate. No longer need to sit outside. Blood Clan temple, level 2. 20 vampire warriors can be drawn every day. The probability of drawing a bronze-level vampire warrior is 40%, the probability of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 10%, and the probability of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 5%. The next upgrade requires 10,000 wood, 10,000 ore, and 20 level 2 beast cores. Level 2 beast cores are produced by level 2 creatures, with a burst rate of 40%. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of bursting a beast core. Note, every time you upgrade the temple, you will unlock new buildings and get unexpected rewards. Looking at the changes brought about by upgrading the Blood Clan temple, Jiang Cheng's heart was in turmoil and it was difficult to calm down. 20 Blood Clan warriors can be drawn every day. The chance of drawing a silver level is greatly increased, and there is even a chance to draw a gold level. Maybe one day my luck will explode. Jiang Cheng was a little excited. He thought his luck was not particularly good. But now the probability is here. A 5% chance of drawing 20 Blood Clan warriors is still very hopeful. Congratulations, Lord, the Blood Clan temple has been successfully upgraded. The territory coverage area has doubled. Rewards, 1 residential house, 1 Blood Clan barracks, formation, Blood Sky formation. The territory has doubled. The initial coverage of the territory was about 1 kilometer in radius. Now that it has doubled, it means that many creatures are shrouded in the territory protection shield. However, Jiang Cheng did not let the Blood Clan team set off immediately, but continued to watch. He originally wanted Anna to take action, but thinking of Anna's current state of residual soul, although Anna's strength has increased after the upgrade of the Blood Clan temple, Jiang Cheng is still worried about what will go wrong. If it causes irreversible consequences, he will blame himself very much. So he decided to let the Blood Clan team clean up the wild monsters in the territory. By the way, they can get some experience and strive to break through to 3 stars tomorrow. What is the function of this vampire barracks? Bloodline barracks, level 1. The Blood Clan barracks can be used by Blood Clan warriors to practice, speeding up their practice and helping digest the mottled blood in their bodies. Currently can accommodate 500 vampire warriors. Construction conditions, none. Upgrade conditions, 2,000 wood, 2,000 ore, 10 first-level beast cores. Seeing this effect, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. He found an open space nearby. He silently chanted in his heart to use it. A white light flashed, and a blood-red parade ground rose from the ground. There were rows of flags planted around the parade ground. The flags were painted with the pattern of the Blood Clan temple, and a big Jiang was written on the back. As for the residential houses, there are 50 very ordinary small houses, which are almost useless. The Blood Clan warriors can completely relieve the fatigue of the day through practice. As for the last reward, the Blood Clan formation, it is a functional prop. Blood Clan formation, exclusive formation for Blood Clan warriors. Application, disposable consumables. After using it, the vampire warriors drawn by the Lord will automatically think of the purpose of the Blood Sky Array and how to use it. The purpose and method of using the Blood Sky formation will also appear in the minds of the vampire warriors who have not been extracted at the moment they are extracted. Damn. So, apart from receiving and using this Blood Sky formation, it has nothing to do with me. Jiang Cheng was speechless and chose to use it. Then a mark appeared next to the personal information of the Blood Clan warriors, indicating that they had fully comprehended the Blood Sky formation. Achuoyeli and others outside the Blood Clan temple removed the scarlet energy wrapped around them, stood up suddenly, and ran towards Jiang Cheng with excitement. Just now, the Blood Clan temple input a message into their minds. At the end, it told them that this was a gift from the Lord. When they reacted, they realized that they had received a great opportunity. Thank you, Lord. 10 vampire warriors knelt on one knee, their loyalty evident on their faces. Tip, the loyalty of the Blood Clan warriors is off the charts, and they will never betray their lords? Jiang Cheng quickly understood. It seemed that the Blood Clan warriors regarded the Blood Sky formation as a reward from him. This time, Jiang Cheng's injured heart recovered a lot. Get up, you deserve this. Let's go to the parade ground next to us and take a look. By the way, show me the power of the Blood Sky formation. Yes. The Blood Clan warriors were in high spirits. The training ground was built completely in the style of the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan warriors walked in with ease. Jiang Cheng and Anna walked to the stage one after the other. This training ground is very suitable for the Blood Clan warriors to train. At the same time, I feel that the environment here is very friendly to the Blood Clan and can speed up the Blood Clan's training. Anna soon felt that the environment here was different. That's right, after killing wild monsters, the Blood Clan warriors can come back here to practice. Then Jiang Cheng made a gesture to Achuo and Yeli below. The two understood and said something to the 8 Blood Clan warriors behind them. 10 people entered the combat state and formed a formation. The Captain Achuo was in the front, followed by the Deputy Captain Yeli and an ordinary Blood Clan warrior. 3 Blood Clan warriors stood behind the 2. 4 people stood at the back. The blood wings spread out, and the 4 people at the back took the lead to take off and reached a certain height. Under the puzzled eyes of Jiang Cheng and Anna, the 4 people turned 180 degrees in the air, with their feet facing up and their heads down. Then 3 Blood Clan warriors took off and imitated the 4 people and turned over in the air, until the 10 Blood Clan team formed an inverted triangle in the air. The highlight of the Blood Sky Array really began at this time. The Blood Clan warrior at the top transmitted the scarlet energy to the Blood Clan warriors below. 3 people, the 3 people below transmitted the energy to the 2 people below. At this time, Yale and the Blood Clan warrior had begun to appear to be unable to do what they wanted. Their whole bodies were shaking. However, in order to demonstrate the power of the Blood Sky formation, they still gritted their teeth and persevered. 2 huge energies were transmitted to Achuo at the bottom. Achuo had already made preparations. So when the energy was transmitted, the expression on his face was extremely calm. He silently recited a spell in his heart. Achuo's whole body began to swell, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. Spikes grew on the joints of the blood wings behind him. The expansion continued until Achuo's body reached 5 meters. The sum of the wingspans of the 2 wings behind him reached 8 meters. Achuo flapped his blood wings, covering the sky and the sun, and the whole person flew in front of the general's platform to show his changes to Jiang Cheng and Anna. At present, Yachuo's strength is probably very close to 4 stars, only 1 step away from 4 stars, but the gap between 4 stars and 3 stars is not so easy to make up. If Yachuo can improve his physique, he might be able to make up for this shortcoming. Anna looked at Yachuo and analyzed. Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Yachuo jumped directly from 2 stars to the peak of 3 stars. This improvement was too great. And now there are only 10 Blood Clan warriors. If there are 100 or 1000 in the future, the combined strength will be too terrifying. Now I have the confidence to destroy the Goblin tribe and the Stoneman tribe. Jiang Cheng would not believe the Goblin so easily. That guy was a treacherous creature full of lies. If he believed him casually, he would die without knowing how. Anna's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the Blood Sky formation. She quickly analyzed the drawbacks and said, the Blood Sky Array can transfer the energy of several or even dozens of Blood Clan warriors to one person. But for the vampire warriors who have to bear this power, this is a very severe test. If you are not careful, you will be injured by the violent energy in your body, or even burst by this energy in serious cases. Don't worry about the first point. The blood race's self-repairability is very strong, but the latter point. After thinking for a while, Anna came up with a solution. In the future, the lower part of the Blood Sky Array can be composed of silver-level vampire warriors and gold-level vampire warriors. Their physical fitness is stronger than Achuo Yeli, especially the gold level, so it is no problem for them to withstand the energy transfer of 100 people. Jiang Cheng also agreed with this. You are right. The core of the future will definitely be the gold-level vampire warriors and the silver-level vampire warriors. I just don't know if there is any way to improve the bloodline of vampire warriors. Yato Yali and the others are all very good seedlings. If they can be promoted to gold-level vampire warriors, their early efforts will not be in vain. Improving blood is possible, but this needs to wait until I get rid of the residual soul state, or a purple gold-level Blood Clan warrior appears. It's okay, we have a long way to go, so there's no need to rush. Jiang Cheng chuckled and rubbed Anna's head twice. Then Anna's neck and ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that the two people on the stage had observed almost everything and started flirting, Yachuo roared and condensed a huge and scarlet energy ball in his hand. Drink. The energy ball smashed into the pile of wood piles in the corner of the training ground. Boom! The exploding energy ball blew hundreds of wood piles into pieces, and the shock wave that spread out knocked down a lot of objects. It is hard to imagine what the scene would be like if it were replaced by an ordinary creature. All the energy in the body was released. Yale lay on the ground gasping for breath, and the discomfort in his body made it difficult for him to breathe. Yale and others who were supplying energy to him also fell down. They were pale and looked exhausted. But there was no pain on their faces. Instead, they looked at Achuo with envy. They were very envious of the way he had just transformed, and they all wanted to try the feeling of becoming stronger. Meet the Lord, meet the Empress. Greetings, Lord, Empress. Seeing Jiang Cheng and Anna coming over, the Blood Clan warriors saluted one after another, including Achuo who was lying on the ground and struggled to get up. The Blood Clan warrior's self-healing ability was fully demonstrated at this time. No gift required. Yato, you're great. Jiang Cheng patted Yato's chest. After upgrading to 2 stars, Yato was already 2.5 meters tall. Jiang Cheng had to stand on tiptoe to pat his shoulder. Hehe, Lord, thank you for the compliment. Yato smiled innocently. Hehe. Jiang Cheng, who was originally smiling, immediately became gnashing his teeth. You go clean up all those wooden stakes over there for me. It hasn't been long, and you've messed up half of the training ground. Just now, Yachuo could have thrown the energy ball to the open space outside the training ground, or to the sky. But in order to show off, this guy threw the energy ball to the wooden stake very casually. That will be used for future training. Although it is of little use, Jiang Cheng feels distressed. It's like the feeling of a younger brother kicking over a trash can to show off. Forehead. Yachuo scratched his head in embarrassment, while Yale and the others had already begun to gloat over their misfortune and laughed loudly. Okay, let's go. There are barracks in the training grounds. You can each choose one to practice in. Yachuo will be responsible for cleaning the training grounds. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and led Anna to the temple. After enjoying the dinner made by Anna, Jiang Cheng sat in the hall and turned on the world channel to see what the lords who came with him were talking about. Is there any big guy who can sell me some food at a low price? My pig monster army is too greedy, so I didn't get a single bite of food today. Alas, why are my troops so rubbish? I killed more than a dozen of them when I killed a 1-star wild monster. The most important thing is that I let the 1-star wild monster escape. I can only pray for tomorrow's recruitment. Now I have to kill small monsters to develop. Killing 1-star monsters consumes too much of the troops. I read some messages sent by the lords. Their situation does not seem optimistic. Just killing a few 1-star monsters has exhausted the troops under their command and they can't continue to fight. It seems that the decision to let the Blood Clan team kill the 2nd-level wild monsters was correct. Otherwise, you will be in the same predicament as these lords. Either you just kill the low-level monsters and try to upgrade your troops to level 2. Or you can try your luck and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle to go and kill level 2 monsters. However, killing level 2 monsters is too risky and almost no lord would choose to do so. Even a top-level soldier like the Blood Clan warrior was forced to use his last trump card to deal with the 2-headed snake monster. If it were other soldiers, most of them would be killed or injured, causing great damage to their vitality. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared on the public screen again. Ha 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 ha, you can't do that. My fire dragon killed 12 1-star wild monsters today, and 4 level 1 beast cores were dropped. The level of 3 fire dragons even broke through to 2 stars. If the dragon hadn't consumed too much energy by breathing fire, they could have continued to kill. I guess I can upgrade the castle to level 2 tomorrow, and be ahead of all the lords. This person is Xiao Yan, who hangs out in the world channel all day. With the top-level troop, the Flame Dragon, he has a lot of presence on the public screen, and at the same time, he has collected several younger brothers who cling to him. Some male lords even disguised themselves as female lords to add Xiaoyan as their friend, ready to have a wave of online love with him, which is unique to the Lord continent. Now this Xiaoyan has popped up again. Almost every time Jiang Cheng watches the world chat, this guy appears. He is either showing off to other lords or on the way to showing off. Jiang Cheng wanted to hit him several times, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He didn't want to expose his strength in advance. He wanted to develop secretly and then surprise everyone. Let Xiaoyan jump first and let him attract the attention of other top lords. Open the trading area in the mall. Many lords have put their unwanted items on it for barter. Jiang Cheng also has unwanted items. That is the goblin he locked up in the lord's warehouse. You can trade anything in the trading area, which is great. When the time comes, after we take down the goblin tribe and the stone man tribe, we will sell all the low-level ones and make a fortune. Moreover, this trading area can choose to be anonymous, or to take a fake name, which is really considerate. Jiang Cheng directly named himself Goblin Lord to hide his identity. Killing a 1-star wild monster can get 1,000 ores and 1,000 woods, and Jiang Cheng also marked the price accordingly. There are many lords wandering in the trading area. After all, apart from chatting, this is the most interesting thing. You can see the new things that other lords have obtained. At the same time, you can also find a lot of cheap treasures. Jiang Cheng's goblin was soon bought by someone, but this incident caused a lot of sympathy in the world channel. Oh my god, what did I see in the trading area? There is a goblin lord selling his own troops. Finally I saw a brother who is even worse off than me. He is so poor that he has to sell his own army. Brother, if you can't make it, add me as a friend, I can do my best to help you. Alas, that goblin lord may not survive for 7 days. Many lords in trouble in the world channel expressed their sympathy to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was moved by their words and took a bite of the steak that Anna had just grilled. With tears in his eyes, he accepted the 1,000 pieces of wood and ore obtained from the transaction. There are still many good people in this world. The soft glass light diffused throughout the hall, with a slightly hazy feeling. My lord, are you going to bed? Anna came over with a lamp in her hand, and changed into a loose nightgown. She had already agreed to be the lord's maid. Naturally, she had to serve him well. Cough cough. Anna, what are you doing? I'm tired and I'll go rest by myself. Looking at Anna in her nightgown, Jiang Cheng's face turned red. With Anna's figure and appearance, wearing this slightly mature nightgown made it difficult for him to stand. But didn't the lord ask me to work part-time as a maid during the day? Shouldn't the little maid take care of everything? Sleeping is also included. I will tell you a story and then coax you to sleep. I will leave after you fall asleep. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was just coaxing him to sleep. It seems that he was overthinking. In that case, then you can tell me a story. Jiang Cheng was quite looking forward to the bedtime story Anna told him, but he didn't know how it would compare to the one on Earth. Jiang Cheng's bedroom was moved to a side hall. He randomly picked a room on the first floor. His room was not big before he crossed over, so he was not used to sleeping in a big room all of a sudden. He was more comfortable sleeping in a small room. After washing up, Jiang Cheng lay on the bed. Anna moved a chair to sit beside the bed and began to tell her story. Once upon a time there was a little girl. Anna tells the story of a little girl who went through all kinds of hardships, and finally crushed all opponents with an invincible attitude, and finally sat on the throne of the tribe. Jiang Cheng realized at the beginning that this was what happened to Anna. The protagonist of the story might be herself. So he listened to her patiently. Unknowingly, it was late at night, and there were only a few minutes left until the next day. Anna talked very deeply and completely immersed herself in it. When the story was finished, I found that it was so late, and I suddenly felt a little guilty. Anna, go and have some rest. I'm ready for bed, good night. Good master. In the temple, when there were only 2 people, Anna still liked to respectfully address Jiang Cheng as the master. After bowing, Anna closed the door and left the room. Jiang Cheng wanted to keep Anna for a while. But just now, an announcement was issued in the World Channel. The announcement said that a Lord ranking list would appear after 12 o'clock. Players on the list will be able to receive generous rewards. Lay a solid foundation for the next few days. And not only today, but also in the next 7 days. For a time, the Lords of the World Channel began to boil. They all hoped that they could occupy a place on the list. There is actually a ranking list, then the first place must belong to me, Xiaoyan, haha. The most active Xiaoyan jumped out first. He was followed by a large number of his followers. One by one, I praised Xiaoyan to the sky. This group of people even formed a Flame Dragon Alliance. The alliance's ostensible purpose is to help each other and keep each other warm. But in fact, this group of people gathered together to bully other lords, threatening those small and medium lords in the comment area, asking them to hand over the supplies in their hands. If they don't obey, they will cause trouble for them when they meet them in the future. Under pressure, a small number of lords compromised with them. More expressed their disgust for the Flame Dragon Alliance. The first day ranking of lords is officially open. This ranking is based on the comprehensive strength of the lord's territory. At 12 o'clock, a cold mechanical sound rang in the mind of every lord. Every lord sat upright at this time. Jiang Cheng also sat up from the bed. A golden scroll appeared in the World Channel and soon covered it all. A line of words appeared on the scroll. The first day of the 7-day leaderboard. In order to protect the privacy of the lord, the ranking list is replaced by the name of the military type. 100th, Skeleton Corps. No 99, Mammoth Corps. No 98, Flame Tiger Corps. No 97, Dwarf Gunner. 96, Rock Bear Legion. No 95, Iron-Blooded Knights. 94, Whale Shark Tribe. Looking at the arms on the leaderboard, tens of thousands of players sighed. There were only 100 arms on the leaderboard, and those who appeared on it were all top arms. They had no chance of being on the list, but that didn't stop them from continuing to look. They also wanted to see what the reward would be after being on the list. No 54, Crystal Scorpion. No 53, Polar Bear Tribe. No 52, Falcon Corps. No 51, Golden Griffin. The ranking of the bottom 50 lords has been completed, and rewards are now being distributed. The 50 lords in the bottom of the lord ranking list will receive 1,000 lord coins, 10,000 wood, 10,000 ore, a random 3-star weapon, and 100 points of luck. Note, luck value is related to the future fortune of the Lord. It is extremely important. Lords can seize luck value by destroying each other. For a moment, all the lords were boiling with excitement. Damn, is the reward so generous? Why are my troops so weak? It's not fair. Alas, how can this be absolutely fair? The only thing that can make us feel better is that we have more troops, so if we work harder, we still have a chance to be on the list. I am the Lord of the Golden Griffin Army. I am feeling a little upset now. Is there any girl who wants to add me to chat? Me. Boss, I'm a girl. Oh, little brother, come add me. The Lord of the Golden Griffin was only one step away from a higher level of reward. After he sent this message, countless cute girls began to apply to be his friends. The chat channel instantly became a mess. After a 2-minute pause, the rankings continued to operate. No 50, Liuxiang Clan. 49th, Death Knights. 48th, Zombie Army. 47th place, Dream Beast Tribe. 46th, Forest Tribe. 23rd place, Qingluan Tribe. 22nd place, Flame Dragon. No 21, Flower Fairy. The lords ranked 50 to 21 have been counted and rewards are now distributed. The lords ranked 50 to 21st on the lord ranking list will receive 2,000 lord coins, 20,000 wood, 20,000 ore, a random 3-star weapon, 3-star armor, and 200 luck points. At this time, most of the lords' eyes were fixed on the 22nd on the list. After checking, they confirmed that this was Xiao Yan, who danced the most happily during the day. Seeing him dancing so happily, everyone thought he was one of the super bosses. Unexpectedly, he was only the 22nd. Haha, this Xiao Yan made me laugh to death. He was so arrogant during the day and I thought he was very powerful. I didn't expect him to be ranked only 22nd, not even in the top 20. Indeed, I thought I was invincible because I had obtained a top-level soldier, but I didn't expect that there are always people better than me, and I ended up being a clown. The real bosses are very low-key. People like Xiao Yan are probably just a joke in the eyes of those bosses. The big guys are busy developing their territories. When they are tired, they can watch Xiao Yan's clown performance. Hey, isn't this Xiao Yan, the boss who claimed to be the number one? Why is there no sound now? Could it be that he wants to take care of his health and has fallen asleep? During the day, those lords who were unhappy with Xiao Yan stood up and loudly ridiculed him in the World Channel. Especially those lords who were forced to pay protection fees to the Flame Dragon Alliance. Now they all want to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin? The members of the Flame Dragon Alliance who caused public outrage did not dare to say a word, and could only watch hundreds of lords on the public screen greet their families. Impossible, there is definitely something wrong with this ranking. My Fire Dragon is a top-level soldier. How could it be ranked only 22nd, not even as good as a Flower Fairy? It's definitely a shady deal. In the Flame Dragon's lair, a young man stood in the center of the lair. It is detected that the Fire Dragon Lord has objections to this ranking, so the Lord Challenge function is opened. As long as you defeat the opponent in the challenge space, you can get the opponent's ranking. Note, death will not occur in the challenge space, and the damage received will be instantly repaired when leaving. Each lord has only one challenge opportunity per day. Lord of the Fire Dragon, do you want to choose your opponent? The young man looked at the content on the screen, his eyes lit up, and he laughed. Ha 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 ha, I am indeed the son of luck. But even if I succeed in the challenge, the reward will not change. Never mind, let me severely punish the Flower Fairy Lord who ranks above me first. Shut up those gossiping trash on the World Channel. The young man was Xiao Yan, who was mocked by countless lords. At this time, he had already chosen his opponent. It was the Flower Fairy Lord who ranked 21st. The other lords also saw this message, and they could choose to watch the battle. The lords who were originally drowsy immediately became energetic, staring at the content above like chicken blood, to see if the Flower Fairy Lord would accept Xiao Yan's challenge. There is actually this function. If my ranking doesn't look good later, I will challenge the people above me. Jiang Cheng was also among the crowd watching the show. He was quite confident about his ranking. Xiao Yan had previously revealed that he had killed more than a dozen 1-star wild monsters, and that 3 dragons had been upgraded to 2 stars. If he could be ranked 22nd, then wouldn't he, Jiang Cheng, be in the top 10? The crowd in the World Channel was swiping the screen like crazy. Let the Flower Fairy Lord accept the challenge. Damn it, this Xiao Yan, I'll beat you to death. In the main hall of Huaxian Castle, a cute little girl stumped her feet and angrily chose to accept. Flower Fairy Lord has accepted the challenge. Flame Dragon Lord vs Flower Fairy Lord. After the prompt sounded, a spectator button appeared behind the Flame Dragon and Flower Fairy on the leaderboard. Just click this to enter the spectator mode. The lords naturally would not miss this opportunity. They all entered the spectator mode. Soon, the scene changed, and everyone came to a deserted flat ground. Not only that, their perspective is the first-person perspective. You can switch the viewing position at will. You can even switch to the perspective of the soldiers on the field. It's just that both sides are still preparing and discussing tactics. And this challenge space is designed very considerately. The spectator lord can send barrage in the lower left corner. I wonder who will win this time. Then the Flower Fairy Lord will definitely win. Didn't you see that the Flower Fairy is above Xiao Yan in the ranking list? That's not necessarily true. Fire beats grass. The ranking is only based on comprehensive strength, which does not mean that the Flower Fairy can defeat Xiaoyan regardless of restraint. I just don't know if the Flower Fairy looks good. If it looks good and gets burned, I will be very sad. Beauty is justice. Come on, Flower Fairy, defeat Xiaoyan. That's right, as long as the Flower Fairy Lord can abuse Xiaoyan severely once, then I will be your dog. Damn, the guy upstairs is so awesome. I guess he was oppressed by the Flame Dragon Alliance. Amid heated discussions in the barrage, the battle began. On the left side of the plain were 5 huge, crimson dragons. One could tell without even looking that they were the flame dragons under Xiaoyan. On the right side of the plain were 8 dainty little girls. Their average height was only about 1.2 meters, with flowers of different colors on their heads. They were glaring at the dragons in the distance with chubby faces. Seeing this scene, the lords who were cheering for the Flower Fairy suddenly lost some momentum, and those members of the Flame Dragon Alliance who had been lurking for a long time stood up and shouted wildly, showing off their power to the lords who supported the Flower Fairy in the barrage. This Flower Fairy seems a little unusual. Jiang Cheng observed the 8 little Flower Fairies and saw that they remained calm in the face of danger, holding hands, as if they were brewing some big moves. Facing the giant dragon that was dozens of times larger than them, their round eyes were full of contempt, as if they were looking at 5 big fools. Xiaoyan, who was watching the battle, was delighted when he saw this scene. Ha ha ha, how can 8 little girls fight my dragon? I can crush them all with one kick. The giant flame dragons had the same idea as Xiaoyan. They roared excitedly, flapped their wings, soared into the air, and looked down at the little Flower Fairies. Humph, sisters, take action. Yes, big sister. The Flower Fairy with a little red flower on her head took the lead and knelt on one knee, pressing her tender little hand on the ground. A green vitality spread from her hand. It instantly spread all over her body and spread at a very fast speed. The other 7 little Flower Fairies ran in different directions. Flowers and vines grew on the ground wherever they went, and they were also spreading rapidly around. The character of the Dragon Clan has always been arrogant. Seeing the little Flower Fairies running around on the ground, they did not take action, but watched them quietly. Dragons must abide by martial ethics. They cannot do things like sneak attacks. Damn, what are these 5 idiots doing? Come on. Such a good opportunity. Wouldn't it be over if I swooped down from the sky and kicked them one by one? Xiaoyan, who was watching the battle, waved his fist angrily, wishing he could drag these dragons back and beat them up one by one. Unfortunately, the flame dragon couldn't hear what he was saying. He could only watch the little Flower Fairy arrange her big move. Humph, what a stupid dragon. Seeing that the other little Flower Fairies had arrived at the designated location, the little red Flower Fairy shouted, "Rise." Suddenly, the flowers and vines on the ground grew at 100 times the speed, covering the sky and the earth, and countless vines rushed towards the giant dragon in the sky. The flowers on the ground also bloomed collectively. 8 colors of pollen floated freely in the air. This wave of operations made all the lords watching the battle brighten their eyes. Even top lords like Jiang Cheng couldn't sit still, staring at the battlefield, not missing any details. After all, they may become opponents in the future. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. Roar. Feeling the coming of the crisis, the fire dragon roared and spit flames at the vines below. But how could the vines created by the top-level Flower Fairy be so easily burned? The 5 dragons scattered, frantically avoiding the harassment of the vines, and fighting back with flames from time to time. The little red Flower Fairy is the important core that controls everything. Green and red light surged in his hands. Soon, all the vines concentrated on the 2 one-star fire dragons. The 2 dragons frantically burned the vines with flames. Unfortunately, they were unable to resist the large number of them, and were entangled into 2 dragon dumplings and fell into the flowers. So beautiful, come on, little Flower Fairy. These 8 little Flower Fairies are much stronger than my boar knight. I am so ashamed. Looking at the 2 giant dragons falling to the ground, I wonder how Xiaoyan felt when he saw this scene. Humph, you guys shouldn't be so complacent. Didn't you see that those 8 little Flower Fairies' faces turned pale? When their energy is exhausted, it will be the time for the Flame Dragon to strike back. A member of the Flame Dragon Alliance has been observing the little Flower Fairies and directly pointed out the key to the problem. When everyone looked at it, it was indeed the case. The 8 little Flower Fairies have already shown signs of decline due to excessive energy consumption. Especially the leading little red Flower Fairy. Her face was pale and her body was even more shaky. Just when the lord who supported the Flower Fairies was in a low mood, the battle situation in the field changed. The flame dragons that were originally flying in the sky and avoiding the vines were like being drugged, listless, and fell from the sky one by one. The change in the battle situation surprised many people. The barrage was also full of surprises or questions. Jiang Cheng saw clearly that it was the effect of the pollen. The vines were just a cover to attract attention in front, and the real killer was the pollen floating in the air. As long as you inhale it into the body, you will be hit. He didn't know what the specific effect was, but in short, you must guard against this in the future. There is nothing to watch after that. The 5 dragons were hung upside down by the vines. The little Flower Fairies punched and kicked the dragons' heads, and some of them were beaten with thorny vines. Although the dragons were thick-skinned and could not feel any pain at all, but this feeling of humiliation made them want to dig a hole and bury themselves. Xiaoyan surrendered crazily and asked to end the challenge. But the Flower Fairy Lord would never agree. The challenge space needs the consent of both lords to open, and the same is true for the end. Under the onlookers of countless lords, his dragon was hung up and beaten by 8 little flower fairies. Xiaoyan felt that he had lost face. I am afraid that he will not be able to appear in the World Channel for some time in the future. The ranking list outside continued to update while they were watching the game, and it did not stop because of this. The people from 20 to 11 have come out. Their rewards are 5,000 lord coins, 50,000 wood, 50,000 ore, a random 4-star weapon, and 500 luck points. Glancing at the list above, it's not me. It seems the result is the same as I thought. I am in the top 10. The following is the list of the 10th to 6th place on the first day of the Lord rankings. 10th, White Tiger Tribe. 9. Suzaku Clan. 8. Soul Clan. 7th place, Purple Winged Dragon Clan. 6. Eastern Dragon Clan. The above 5 lords will receive 10,000 lord coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, a random 4-star weapon, 4-star armor, and a luck value of 1,000. The real big guys have begun to surface. Seeing the 7th and 6th arms, everyone realized that this is the real Dragon Clan. Xiaoyan's Fire Dragon is purely a miscellaneous brand. Moreover, 4 of the 6th to 10th lords are beasts, which shows that beasts still play a very important role in the early stage. Jiang Cheng looked at this list, feeling extremely nervous and a little excited. There are no blood clans from the 6th to the 10th place. It means that his ranking has to move forward. Every time the top 5 move up 1 place, the rewards they get are very different. 5th place, Kylin Tribe. 4. Angel. The 4th and 5th place lords will receive 20,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, a random 4-star weapon, 4-star armor, a random building card, and 1,500 luck points. The rewards have not doubled again. It seems that the rewards for wood, ore, and weapons have reached their limit. If they are upgraded, the other lords will almost despair. After all, the upgrade is so large that the hope of the lords behind them will be completely cut off. How can they compete for supremacy? The first place will directly take the first place of all the rankings. Lord ranking number 3, Demon. Obtain 50,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, 3 random 4-star weapons, 4-star armor, 1 random building card, 1 bloodline enhancement pill, and 2,000 luck points. Jiang Cheng began to get nervous. He was still not third. His ranking couldn't be what he thought it was. Second place in the Lord ranking, Void Zerg. Get 100,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ores, 5 random 4-star weapons, 4-star armor, 2 random building cards, 5 bloodline enhancement pills, and a luck value of 5,000. The melon-eating lords in the World Channel were in an uproar. This reward was so good that they were jealous. If these rewards were given to them, the comprehensive strength of their territory would increase several times in an instant, especially the bloodline enhancement pill. It can allow their ordinary soldiers to eat top-level soldiers. From then on, they will enter the ranks of top lords. It's a pity that fantasy is beautiful, and reality is cruel. At this moment, I don't know how many lords sighed for this. Lord ranking number 1, Blood Clan. Obtain 150,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, a random 5-star weapon, 5 random building cards, 10 bloodline enhancement pills, and 10,000 luck points. Note, level 5 weapons are very powerful, and cannot be used if the troop level does not reach 5 stars. Cannot be used if it does not reach 5 stars? Now those jealous lords showed gloating expressions. Originally, they were already disappointed when they saw the level 5 weapons. After all, the improvement brought by upgrading the level of weapons is a world of difference. In this way, it is extremely difficult to surpass this Blood Clan and sit on the throne of the first place. But I didn't expect this to happen now. Level 5 weapons cannot be used, but their level 3 and level 4 can be used. A group of top lords were as happy as if it was the new year. They directly called the troops under their command and asked them to arrange supper and celebrate. Some even ran directly to the public screen to laugh at Jiang Cheng. But Jiang Cheng didn't care about them. He received an invitation to challenge the space, and the initiator was the Demon Lord ranked 3rd. Oh, you are taking advantage of me. But it's okay, let me see how strong the so-called top-level demons are. Besides, I also want to test the power of the Blood Sky formation in actual combat. Jiang Cheng did not hesitate and chose to accept the challenge. A white light enveloped his body. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Cheng had already arrived in the challenge space. There were also the Blood Clan team and Enna. Their location was covered by a transparent cover. Presumably this was the place where the lords and the troops discussed tactics, shielding the sight of other lords watching the battle. Greetings to the Lord, Queen, Master. Enna and the Blood Clan team bowed to Jiang Cheng. Then they looked around. Ahem. Jiang Cheng coughed lightly, attracting their attention, and explained. This space is a virtual battlefield. I have selected several strong opponents for you. You will not die in it, and the damage you receive will be instantly restored when you leave it. So this is a great opportunity for you to improve your strength. When you get inside, you can fight the enemy with all your might. After half a day of training, the Blood Clan team has recovered to its peak. They have also trained the Blood Sky formation several times. Now they are quite proficient, and all they need is a battle to test themselves. However, considering that Jiang Cheng had already rested, they did not choose to disturb him, but continued to practice. They did not expect that they would be given such an opportunity now. They can fight the enemy with all their might. They don't have to worry about getting hurt or dying. Thinking of this, the Blood Clan team's fighting spirit reached a peak, and their morale soared unprecedentedly. Master, what about me? Seeing that Jiang Cheng did not assign her any tasks, Anna asked softly, Anna, can you fight? Of course, in this space, I can fight without reservation, without considering the consequences. After the upgrade of the Blood Clan temple, my strength has reached 5 stars. Anna clenched her fists, wanting to challenge the so-called powerful enemy with the Blood Clan team. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up when he heard that. In this case, he was more relieved. Even if the Blood Clan team lost this round and he lost the first place, he could still use the challenge opportunity to get the first place back. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered, and an extremely confident smile bloomed on his face. With Anna here, who among tens of millions of lords can compete with him? At least these rewards in the early stage, no one can shake it. Anna, just stay here with me and watch the game. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to play later. Today's opponents are specially used for Adoyali and the others to practice. Okay. Anna nodded obediently and walked behind Jiang Cheng. A white light enveloped the members of the Blood Clan team. In an instant, they appeared in the center of the plain. At the same time, their opponent, the demon, appeared on the opposite side. The 3 demons had stern faces, a pair of horns on their heads, and black feather wings behind them flapping constantly, making their bodies pause in the air, exuding an evil and cold aura. The Blood Clan team was not to be outdone, spreading their blood wings and floating in the air in an inverted triangle. One side of the plain was full of evil and coldness. The other side was full of murder and blood. The lords who were watching the battle shuddered. Why do I feel like I'm in hell? Tisk tisk, both sides have extremely evil troops. This is going to be interesting. However, the vampires seemed to be weaker in momentum. Not only that, they had 10 soldiers, while the other side had only 3 demons. This showed that the demons had won in terms of the quality of their soldiers. It's not that we have won, it's that we can't compete at all. A top lord stood up. The demon lord is my friend. As far as I know, his demonic power is extremely powerful. He can create a dark field and has a series of skills such as teleportation. This vampire lord probably got the first place by relying on the advantage in the number of troops. He was just lucky. Alas, the vampire lord is still too young. If it were me, I would definitely reject the challenge and just hide myself first. Haha, he probably saw that he won the first place and thought that he was really invincible, so he accepted the challenge without thinking, and he lost the first place directly. In the field, 3 demons looked at the Blood Clan team. Feeling that the Blood Clan team's body was made of flesh and blood, they snorted with disdain for a long time. The opponents are just a group of low-level creatures. Resolve the battle as quickly as possible and don't keep the master waiting for too long. Haha, in less than a minute, I can make the opponents fall into the abyss. Be careful, don't be careless. After saying that, the 3 of them raised the demon swords in their hands. In an instant, the area in the air was shrouded in black fog, and the naked eye could not see the scene inside clearly. Prepare for battle. Yato roared, and the Blood Clan team entered the battle state one after another. The scarlet eyes flickered, but unfortunately they still could not see through the scene in the black fog. The unknown things made the Blood Clan team feel a little more solemn. An unprecedented pressure swept over them. They could clearly feel that the opponent's single combat power was stronger than theirs. Not only that, the opponent was also better than them in realm, and had reached the middle stage of the 2nd star. Be careful. Achuo Yale yelled and looked in one direction. The space there was distorted, and a demon appeared out of thin air, holding a demon sword, and stabbed at a member of the Blood Clan team. Fortunately, with Achuo Yale's reminder and the tense nerves, the member of the Blood Clan team quickly reacted. Laugh. The evil energy of the demon sword directly cut off the Blood Clan warrior's claws, pierced through the armor, and left a wound on the skin. Hehe, not bad. The demon appeared, wiping his demon sword, with a playful look in his eyes, looking at the members of the Blood Clan team as if he was sizing up prey. At the same time, bad news came from the other 2 directions. What makes people angry is that the demon retreats after a sneak attack, without giving you time to react. Their rules are also chaotic. It depends entirely on their mood, and they will sneak attack whoever they want. Yale calmly analyzed the situation. At present, the situation can still be reversed. Although the demons give them a sword from time to time, the Blood Clan has a strong physique, and their self-repair ability is beyond the reach of other races. Because it is a sneak attack, the damage caused by the demon is not painful and can be repaired quickly. But this is not a solution. Alas, the vampires are probably going to be defeated. They have no way of fighting back. Humph, this group of demons is really annoying. They attack him by surprise and taunt him at the same time. The key is that they can't do anything to him. It seems that the first place will fall into the hands of the demon lord. With both wealth and strength, the first place should not belong to the vampire lord. That is, since the lord system has created this challenge space, it means that only capable people are worthy of the first place reward. In the audience barrage, some lords who were not on the list were gloating. Seeing that Jiang Cheng's first place was about to be taken away, they also felt a lot more satisfied with the loneliness of not being on the list. Angel Castle. The bright moonlight shines on the angel statue. A tall woman sits on the angel throne and waves to an angel beside her. If you meet a demon, what are your chances of winning? Humph, heretics like demons will be instantly reduced to ashes under the illumination of the holy light of our Lord. The moment they say the Lord, they will abandon their filthy bodies, kneel before the Lord, pray for his forgiveness, and repent of the sins they have committed. They will kneel and pray before the angel statue day and night. The Lord said, "Let there be light in the world." The woman felt dizzy after hearing this. Okay, I'm not that powerful. When they see me, they won't be afraid. Instead, they will rush over and tear me to pieces. Seriously, if you fight against the devil, what are your chances of winning? Oh. The angel pursed his lips and said seriously, if we are at the same level, and the opponent doesn't send out special demons, we have a 50% chance of winning. Of course, the moment they see our Lord, they will lose their fighting spirit. Is it 50-50? Okay, go and have some rest. Unable to bear the angel's nagging, the woman drove her back to her room. There is only a 5-point chance of winning. It seems that it will be difficult for me to get the first place. The woman is the angel lord who ranks 4th in the lord ranking. After seeing the powerful strength of the demons, she does not think that Jiang Cheng can keep the first place. Not only her, but other top lords are also observing the battle. In their minds, Jiang Cheng's defeat is already a foregone conclusion. Ambitious lords are observing the weaknesses of the demons and speculating the gap in strength between the two sides. Some top lords are already ready to fight. They are ready to challenge Jiang Cheng when he falls to 3rd place. Challenge space. The demons' sneak attacks again and again have achieved considerable success. The Blood Clan team is unable to take care of both ends and is exhausted from defending. Stinky Bat, if you have the guts, come out and fight your grandfather Yali head on. Yali, who was irritable, roared. He was the worst hit by the sneak attack and became the focus of attention. The armor on his body was already torn and the beggars wandering on the street were better dressed than him. There were 7 lumps on his face, and he looked bloated. You stinking brute, let me show you the strength of higher creatures. Among the demons, the one who liked to sneak attack and taunt the most jumped out. They were proud and looked down on creatures with flesh and blood. Especially creatures like vampires and beastmen who relied on brute force. Yale, who was beaten the worst, pointed at his nose and cursed. The demon was very angry and wanted to teach him a lesson. Humph, come on. The two of them affected the entire battle situation. The vampires and demons stopped fighting and watched the head-on collision between Yale and the demon. The demon put away the demon's sword in his hand, and an extremely evil power was wrapped around his fist. Yale also clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and a scarlet energy emerged. Ha! Both sides roared and soon collided with each other. But at this moment, Yale grinned and turned sideways, passing by the demon. At this time, the demon was facing Yale sideways, revealing most of his body. The demon's heart sank, thinking that it was bad. Yale would naturally not miss this opportunity. He had been brewing this plan in his mind for countless times. For this reason, he did not hesitate to act the most stupidly and let those demons target him crazily. The pain from the wound on his body turned into motivation. Yale grabbed the demon's wings with his 2 sturdy hands and pulled him to stop. Then he kicked his back with his feet, and his arms were bulging with veins, as if he wanted to tear the demon to pieces. Ah! The screams soon echoed throughout the plain. The other 2 demons saw their companion being hit, and they didn't care about rescuing him. They flapped their black wings and shot out. Yechuo and the others would not let them go so easily. They flashed and blocked the demons directly. The demons and the Blood Clan team instantly fought. Ha ha ha, Stinky Bat. You sneak attacked your grandfather Yale, and you were the one who hit me with your fist just now. This guy was the most arrogant. Seeing that Yale was the most stupid, he gave up using the sword and used his fist instead. No one knew how angry Yale was at that time. Fortunately, his tolerance was not in vain. Whether it is a demon or an angel, wings are their biggest weakness. Under the huge force, the demon's wings were soon torn off. The black blood unique to the demon flowed out. Smelling this smell, Yale directly revealed the most primitive nature of the Blood Clan. His eyes showed scarlet eyes, and his mouth couldn't help but make a low roar. This smell is really too tempting. The inner desire is greater than the willpower, so Yale bites the demon's neck directly. Ah! The demon felt his neck pierced by 4 sharp teeth, his pupils dilated, and he could no longer make any sound. Yale had never drunk such delicious blood. This demon tasted tens of thousands of times better than the 2-headed snake monster in the afternoon. Lester, I will fight you. Seeing their companion's neck bitten through, the 2 demons were furious. They ignored the attacks of other Blood Clan warriors and rushed towards Yale like crazy. It was a terrible thing for a demon to go crazy. Even if their arms were pierced by Blood Clan warriors, the 2 demons still rushed in that direction. Like crazy demons. Hehe, I'll give it back to you. Yale threw the mummy Lester back like throwing away garbage. Looking at Lester, who was skin and bones, as if he had been drained hundreds of times by the succubus, the 2 demons were furious. But now they were seriously injured. In addition, the long-term teleportation had consumed a lot of energy, and they could not fight anymore. The 10 blood-red tall guys on the opposite side were simply monsters. The demon's sword had obviously stabbed into the heart, but they could still give them a claw before losing their combat effectiveness. This was not the most excessive. The excessive thing was that the guy who was stabbed in the heart actually stood up, still maintaining a good combat effectiveness. looking at the 10 blood clans on the opposite side who seemed embarrassed but still had a certain combat effectiveness. The demons wanted to give up in their hearts. This was the most difficult opponent they had ever encountered. It was okay to be physically tired, but the most important thing was that they were mentally tired. We admit defeat. The leading demon sighed and said this reluctantly. The demon lord admits defeat. Does the blood lord agree? The demon lord knew what his own army meant by the shape of his mouth, and he was also a straightforward person, so he immediately announced his defeat. The audience outside the venue was in an uproar. The barrage was full of dazzling exclamations. They didn't expect that the demons would lose in the end. How could this be possible? Why would the devil admit defeat? Can't we continue fighting? I can't wait to see more. You can beat them with a hammer. The vampires are just 10 tough and rude men. Don't you see that the wounds on their bodies are almost healed? They are too tough. With such strong self-repair ability, which type of soldiers can defeat them? Angels should be able to do it. Angels have angelic holy light, which is specially used to purify this kind of evil spirits. Vampires like them will definitely not last for a quarter of an hour under the angelic holy light. The appraisal is completed. You big idiot above, angels can use angel holy light, so they are still ranked 4th. Alas, what a pity, that demon was too stupid, and was caught by someone, causing his teammates to lose their fighting power in order to save him. The vampires are so strong, they deserve the number 1 spot. Haha, I knew the vampires could turn the situation around. I just don't know if the Blood Clan Lord will accept the opponent's surrender, and not be like the little flower fairy next door, who is still using a cane to beat Xiao Yan's fire dragon. Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't choose to agree. Can you come and go as you please in the challenge space? Since you have chosen to challenge him, you must be mentally prepared to accept his revenge. Refuse to surrender. Keep fighting. Seeing Jiang Cheng's choice, the onlookers showed their eyes of watching a good show. Today's ranking is really interesting. The big guys are biting each other. I don't know how many top lords have made enemies because of this. Let's not talk about the lords ranked behind. There are 4 lords fighting in the top 10. The Eastern Dragon Lord and the Phoenix Lord fought. The Blood Lord and the Demon Lord fought. The remaining lords are not easy to deal with. It is estimated that there will be more good shows next. In addition to Jiang Cheng and the Demon Lord, the most eye-catching is the second-ranked Void Zerg. The 2 words void alone fill the gap. At first glance, it is a ridiculously strong army. The spectators in the comment area speculated when the Void Zerg would come out to compete for the ranking. Damn it! The Blood Lord actually rejected our surrender. Is he trying to humiliate us? When the 3 demons heard Jiang Cheng's refusal, they were all furious. They wanted to find Jiang Cheng and swallow him up. Hehe, my lord is foresighted. It's time to humiliate those bats on the opposite side. Not only that. Yali rubbed his chin, with a silly smile on his face, staring at the 2 healthy demons opposite him, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hehehe. The other Blood Clan warriors also laughed evilly. They had malicious intentions on their faces. Some of them even drooled. Although they didn't drink the devil's blood just now, they smelled the smell. The Blood Clan warriors were itching in their hearts. They wanted to eat the 2 healthy devils alive? You don't come over here. The 2 demons panicked and wanted to escape. But they had no idea how many wounds they had from rescuing Lester just now. Now they have no fighting power at all. After using teleportation 3 or 4 times, the 2 demons were pinned to the ground and allowed to be slaughtered by the Blood Clan warriors. Screams came one after another. The scene was so beautiful that some female lords even covered their eyes. In short, at the end of the challenge space, the Blood Clan warriors were all vigorous, as if they had taken a tonic. The demons looked like they had been hollowed out. Their eyes were empty, leaving an indelible shadow in their hearts. This shadow will accompany them for the rest of their lives. It may even affect their future. Leaving the challenge space and returning to reality, Jiang Cheng dressed and came to the hall. Anna and the Blood Clan team were already waiting there. Feeling the increased strength in their bodies and the completely healed wounds on their bodies, the Blood Clan team was excited. Lord, is that challenge space still available? Can we go there again? Yes, if we could go there a few more times, we would directly break through 3 stars to show you. Those bats have the nerve to call themselves demons. Their bodies are not as tall as ours, and their blood is not durable to suck. How boring. Demon blood is extremely precious. After all, they are the descendants of the ancient demon gods, and their blood flows in their bodies. Although it is pitifully thin, it is still tens of thousands of levels stronger than the wild monsters outside. Oh, it's not that easy to let you drink. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng's face froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. What is this? Is it a gift? A challenge invitation appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. The initiator was the 7th-ranked purple-winged brilliant dragon lord. Quick, go get the water tanks in the castle, all the water tanks. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng hurriedly called on the Blood Clan team to take action. Although they didn't know what happened, the Blood Clan team immediately took action. What's more, Anna moved 2 brand new bathtubs in the castle. Seeing that everyone was ready, Jiang Cheng chose to accept it. This time the Blood Clan team did not hold back. The moment they entered the challenge space, they used the Blood Sky Array to make Achuo's body as big as the purple-winged brilliant dragon, and his realm was infinitely close to 4 stars. How could 3 2-star purple-clothed dragons beat Achuo, who was infinitely close to 4 stars? After just 3 punches, the 3 purple-clothed dragons collapsed to the ground unconscious. Only then did the Blood Clan team understand that the Lord. Why did they bring water tanks? I saw 10 Blood Clansmen inserted their claws into the body of the purple-clothed dragon and began to absorb the dragon blood. When they could not absorb more, they put the dragon blood into the water tank and the bathtub to avoid any waste. Within just half an hour, 3 huge, noble-looking, and majestic purple-winged dragons had fallen to the ground and turned into 3 dried dragon meats. This is not the most excessive. The most excessive thing is that the Blood Clan Lord seems to have tasted the sweetness. After this round of challenges, he used his own challenge opportunity to challenge the purple-winged dragon. So, under the sympathetic eyes of tens of millions of lords, the 3 purple-winged dragons once again turned into dried dragon meat. It's so cruel. Is this what it takes to be number 1 on the list? Let's see which villain dares to challenge the majesty of the number 1 on the list again. I really want to know what the boss's name is so I can add him as a friend and ask him to sign an autograph for me. The boss is awesome, and the vampire warriors are mighty. Ha ha ha, those 3 pieces of dragon jerky are so funny. I was an art student before I came here. Tomorrow, the Lord's trading area will sell portraits of dragon jerky. First come, first served. Wow, that's awesome. I'll give you 1,000 pieces of wood. 1,000 pieces of wood are nothing. I'll give you 1,001. What's the point of just bidding? I'm not talented. I've been single for 36 years. Who wants to challenge my hand speed? The challenges between the top lords are still going on. The Angel Lord found the Demon Lord. The Eastern Dragon Lord found the purple-winged Brilliant Dragon Lord. The troops of these 2 lords were severely ravaged by the Blood Clan, leaving an indelible psychological shadow, fighting each other in the battle space. In their minds, they always unconsciously think of being beaten into jerky in this place just now. The result is that they lost to the opponent. When all the lords have completed the challenge, the rewards on the leaderboard are also distributed according to the ranking. While receiving the rewards, the top 100 lords on the list also gathered a large number of younger brothers who wanted to follow them. They wanted to cling to their thighs in order to survive in the Lord continent. Looking at the nearly 10 million messages requesting friends, Jiang Cheng directly chose to clear all. If I accept a younger brother, there will be countless people who want to be my younger brother. Let's not talk about whether these guys will obey my orders. Just letting them survive and develop in the Lord's continent will cost countless energy, material resources, and manpower. These nearly 10 million friend requests are not a good thing in Jiang Cheng's eyes. On the contrary, it is a bad thing. If he wants to accept them, he should accept those who can provide him with help, absolutely loyal to him, and stand with him in the face of adversity. Ranking rewards have been received. Please check, Blood Clan Lord. A mechanical reminder sounded in his mind. Jiang Cheng's account had an extra 150,000 system coins. Originally, there were only more than 2,000 wood and ore. Suddenly, it became 102,000. There was an extra treasure chest with a random 5-star weapon in the warehouse, waiting for Jiang Cheng to open it. There were also 2 random building blueprints, 10 bloodline enhancement pills. The most important thing is the 10,000 luck value. This luck value can only be possessed by the Lord and cannot be allocated to the arms. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would definitely allocate it to the arms under his command. Let them go out for a few rounds, maybe they can pick up a few high-level beast cores. This 5-star weapon cannot be used by other lords. But it doesn't mean I can't. Anna, I have something good for you. Jiang Cheng called Anna, who was standing beside him. The Blood Clan team was building an indoor swimming pool at the training ground, preparing to put the dragon blood in it. Open the treasure chest in the warehouse. A ring floated out from it. Purple gold glazed ring. Weapon level, 5 stars. Active skill, generates a transparent barrier that can be used as a protective shield and can also cover enemies. Passive skill, increases the wearer's energy attack by 20%, reduces the wearer's energy consumption by 20%. Jiang Cheng took the purple gold glass ring and felt the heavy weight on it. After trying it on, an invisible force repelled him. Anna, this is for you. Since I can't use it myself, I'll give it to Anna. It just so happens that her level has reached 5 stars, so she can bring out the power of this ring. Anna blushed slightly when she took the purple gold glazed ring handed over by Jiang Cheng. Okay, it's getting late. I'm going to take a rest. When the vampire team finishes repairing the indoor swimming pool, let them go out to hunt wild monsters. Jiang Cheng was so sleepy that he yawned. He planned to deal with the rest tomorrow morning. Anna responded softly and put the purple gold glass ring on the ring finger of her right hand. On the second day of the Lord's life, Jiang Cheng got up from his bed early in the morning. His biological clock made him wake up naturally at this time. In addition, he had to extract new vampire warriors and a series of other things that made him not want to stay in bed any longer. After washing up, Jiang Cheng came to the main hall and enjoyed the breakfast made by Anna with fresh ingredients. Lord, we are back. Yato Yali and his companions ran back from outside the territory, feeling their increased height and the aura on their bodies. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. You have broken through to 3 stars. That's right. Not only that, now that we are using the Blood Sky formation, Yachuo's strength can reach the middle stage of the 4th stage. Yale was excited. Lord, this is what we got this morning. Yachuo showed the captain's calmness, suppressing his joy in his heart. Looking at the 4 level 2 beast cores on the table, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Well, your performance exceeded my expectations. Go and have a rest first. I will leave 2 things for you to do later. Yes. After breakfast, Jiang Cheng decomposed the prey captured by the Blood Clan team outside the temple into 13,000 pieces of wood, ore, and various strange materials. These materials were very messy. There were fur, fangs, claws, and internal organs of wild monsters. I will go to the public screen and ask if there are any soldiers with talent for refining weapons, so that they can build a brand new set of armor for the Blood Clan team. After doing this, Jiang Cheng returned to the hall. Do you want to draw today's vampire warriors? Extract. As soon as the words fell, 20 white balls of light appeared in the vampire temple. The 16 rays of light slowly faded away, revealing 16 new-looking vampire warriors. Among them, there were 10 iron-level vampire warriors and 6 bronze-level vampire warriors. There were still 4 white lights remaining. Anna also appeared beside Jiang Cheng at some point. She opened her red lips and said, Master, I feel that the level of these 4 vampire warriors is above the bronze level. The aura they carry is stronger than that of a bronze-level Blood Clan warrior. Jiang Cheng also felt the same way. As the master of the Blood Clan temple, he had a slight sense of control over everything inside. Perhaps it was because he was level 0. The 3 white lights retreated first, revealing a brand new Blood Clan warrior. With faces that were no different from humans, blood-red long hair, and silver-white wings, the most surprising thing was that they were born with a 2-star level. It's a 2-star Blood Clan warrior. All these things made Jiang Cheng very excited. He had 10 bloodline enhancement pills in his hand. In his eyes, these 3 silver-level Blood Clan warriors were living gold ingots. Then, Jiang Cheng looked at the last Blood Clan warrior wrapped in the light ball. This one has been accumulating power for so long, I don't know what level it is. But looking at the rising momentum, it should be gold level. After about an incense stick of time, the light turned from white to light gold. A petite Blood Clan Loli came out from it. She was wearing a golden princess dress, bare feet, looking at the Blood Clan temple with a silly face, like a newborn baby, full of curiosity about everything in the world. When her eyes met Jiang Cheng and Anna, she smiled and saluted greetings to the Lord, Queen. The other Blood Clan warriors followed the little Blood Clan Lolita to salute. They lined up neatly, paying extreme attention to the dignity of blood, and all stood behind the little Lolita. A gold-level vampire warrior. It's still a larva? Great. Anna said happily, her eyes seemed full of light. What does larval body mean? Jiang Cheng was puzzled and asked. Larva refers to a young vampire warrior. Among our Blood Clan, gold-level Blood Clan warriors are the top class. But gold levels can also be divided into good and bad. For example, a purple gold level vampire warrior is several times stronger than a red gold level vampire warrior. This involves a sacrificial ritual in our Blood Clan. On the day of the sacrifice, all the young Blood Clan members who have reached the gold level must be present, and then the power of the Blood God Ancestor will be mobilized to open up their bloodline. Under the mobilization of the Ancestor's blood, their blood will be enhanced again. The lowest level is red gold, the highest is purple gold, and the bloodline levels above that are. At this point, Anna paused and looked at Jiang Cheng. I am the only one in the entire Blood Clan who has reached the next level, and I can be called the first person after the Ancestor. This is also the reason why I can become the queen of the Blood Clan. As for the adult vampire warriors, their bloodline is fixed. Even if they can mobilize the bloodline of their ancestors, their achievements will be limited. Unless you have a panacea or a treasure from heaven and earth, maybe you have a chance. Larvae are different. They are like newborn babies, and there is still a lot of potential to be explored in the future. After hearing this, Jiang Cheng understood a lot, and at the same time he became more curious about Anna's strength in her prime. Master, let me take care of this little vampire girl and make her my apprentice. After all, the other vampire warriors are all male, so it is not appropriate for this little girl to live with them. Anna thought about taking in a disciple. She didn't have much to do in the territory. Taking in a little disciple would just kill time. Okay, Jiang Cheng agreed without thinking. After all, he had planned to let Anna take care of it at first. The young gold-level little Lolita can be said to be the future pillar of the territory. She must not be raised like Yato Yali and others. He called the little girl over and named her Lily. Then Jiang Cheng named 3 silver-level Blood Clan warriors, Jack, Jiro, and Jace, forming a 3-brother lineup. They are adult silver-level Blood Clan warriors, so their initial level is 2 stars. As for the little girl, she is still a juvenile. The level remains at the initial state. Then he gave the newly recruited Blood Clan warriors a name, called Yali over, and took them to the newly built indoor swimming pool to absorb the blood of the purple-winged dragon. The little girl also went with him. She needed to lay a very solid foundation in the early stage. Bathing in dragon blood is of great benefit to her. Then Jiang Cheng opened the chat panel. Are there any lords whose troops have talent for refining weapons? Perhaps we can cooperate with each other. As soon as the news was released, the world channel exploded instantly. Oh my god, the ultimate boss finally appeared. Haha, I've been waiting since last night, and finally the boss shows up. Boss, I want to be your little brother. Get out of the way, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly as he looked at the enthusiastic lords on the world channel. There was very little useful information. Useless information was overwhelming. He couldn't find it at all. In the end, Jiang Cheng could only introduce himself in the public screen area, and then let the lords with the talent of refining add him as a friend for cooperation. Looking at millions of application messages, Jiang Cheng used the screening function. After blocking those players who wanted to cling to him, there were more than 100 lords left. After asking them one by one, 90% of them did not have the talent for refining. They just wanted to get a friend position and cling to Jiang Cheng's thigh, or they just wanted to cheat him of resources. People are so evil, there are so many old liars. After complaining in his heart, Jiang Cheng began to ask these real lords if they were interested in cooperating. Lord Jiang Cheng, we can cooperate, but you need to pay me a deposit of 10,000 wood and 10,000 ore, and each transaction must be paid with system coins. You are really an old immortal fart, extraordinary. After saying this, Jiang Cheng deleted him, and silently remembered this person. If there is a chance in the future, he must take over his territory and let his soldiers work for him. Do you really think he is a sucker? Such shameless conditions can actually be offered, only a fool will agree. He just wants to find a lord who refines weapons in case of emergency. It's not that weapons and armor are really scarce. After that, he asked 3 more lords, and they all asked for exorbitant prices. After realizing that something was wrong, Jiang Cheng discovered the key to the matter. These guys are just here to disgust him. Last night, the leading super lords posted a message on the public screen, saying that they were forming a lord alliance, and threw out a tempting olive branch. It said that if the alliance members encounter a crisis in the future, the top leaders of the alliance will not abandon them. They will go to rescue at all costs. In order to show sincerity, those super lords did not hesitate to spend 1,000 system coins to buy the teleportation array in the mall. Now, those small and medium-sized lords could not resist this temptation and rushed to join the alliance. Several super lords even offered generous rewards. Let those lords with special skills join the alliance. This includes refining equipment. In addition to Jiang Cheng, there are only the Voidzerg Lord and the Angel Lord. The other 7 top 10 super lords have established alliances and attracted a large number of 10 to 100 top lords and small and medium-sized lords. Now their size is very large. Nearly half of the lords ran to join them. There are also the vast majority of lords who have this idea, but they are afraid of missing out on something and are in a wait-and-see state. As for why they did not invite Jiang Cheng, the Void Lord and the Angel Lord, naturally it is because they invited the 3 of them. The position of the boss of these super lords will be lost, and the alliance will be divided because of this. Phew, it seems that all the lords with talent for refining weapons have been poached. I am one step too late. But it doesn't matter, just dig them away. At worst, I can use the lord's coins to buy better equipment for Achuo Yeli and the others. I'm not short of money now. As for forming an alliance, a group of people with different thoughts huddled together. They are nothing but chickens and dogs, and they are vulnerable in front of my Blood Clan army. In Jiang Cheng's eyes, the so-called alliance is not solid at all. Let's not talk about whether the top lords will be willing to be inferior to others. It is difficult to do it just to help with all your strengths when there are difficulties. 7 days later, the Abyss Fog will come. Top lords and super lords defend their own territories while supporting thousands of small and medium lords. You want to eat shit. Jiang Cheng estimated that after the Abyss mist, those alliances would collapse. As for him, he had no intention of establishing an alliance. If he wanted to establish one, he had to wait until the Abyss mist passed. After making a plan in his mind, Jiang Cheng took out the reward he got last night, Bloodline Upgrade Pill. He planned to upgrade Achuo Yale's grade to Gold grade. The same was true for the 3 brothers Jack. Came to the indoor swimming pool of the school field. This swimming pool has not been used since it was built. It is simply used to hold the blood of the purple-winged brilliant dragon. But today the swimming pool welcomed its first guest, the little vampire Lily. As a golden legend with noble blood, Achuo Yale and other vampire warriors gathered around the swimming pool to protect Lily. Anna even gave instructions personally. She taught the little Lily how to absorb the blood into her body. Soaked in the dragon blood, Lily began to absorb the blood of the purple-winged brilliant dragon according to the method taught by Anna. The larvae absorbed the blood of top creatures. Such treatment made the vampire warriors envious. But no one complained. After all, she is a gold-level vampire junior, a pillar of the future. The gold-level vampire warriors have made an indelible contribution to the Blood Clan's ability to occupy a place among the top creatures. Meet the Lord. No gift required. Yato Yale, and the 3 brothers Jack, come with me. He led the 5 people to the next room. Jiang Cheng took out the 7 bloodline enhancement pills in his hand and gave 2 to Yato Yale and 1 to each of the 3 brothers Jack. This pill can raise your bloodline to the gold level. Take it quickly. You will have tasks to do later. The 5 people who were about to take the pills were stunned. A pill that improves blood. Such a precious item was given to them like this? My lord, this thing is too precious, we can't take it. Yes, lord. Our bloodline is only at the bronze level, how can we take this kind of precious medicine? Yato Yale felt that it was a waste of resources for him to take this kind of medicine. In the Blood Clan, bronze level Blood Clan warriors are just minions. They are the first to die and consume the enemy's combat power. Only 1 in 10 can survive a battle. Such a low status made them take this kind of precious medicine that can improve bloodline, and the 2 of them refused for a while. In their minds, this kind of medicine should be reserved for silver level and gold level Blood Clan warriors, instead of bronze level ones like them. Only in this way can the combat power of the Blood Clan be maximized. Just eat it if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I can get these 7, can't I get 10 or 20 more? And I have a mission for you. Do you think these pills are for you to satisfy your cravings? Jiang Cheng pretended to be angry. He knew that the Blood Clan attached great importance to the hierarchy of blood, so he deliberately said such a thing. After hearing his words, Achuoyeli felt better. He grinned and swallowed 2 pills the size of pigeon eggs. The 3 brothers Jack did the same. Then the 5 of them sat cross-legged and began to digest the medicinal power in their bodies. Seeing the changes in the 5 people, Jiang Cheng nodded and found 2 Blood Clan warriors to protect them outside so that no one would disturb them. Then Jiang Cheng came to the open space and opened the 2 random building cards in the warehouse. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 4 intermediate defense towers. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining an observation tower. What is this? Looking at these 5 drawings, Jiang Cheng was confused. Click on the introduction page. Intermediate defense tower. Function 1, provides real vision for the territory. All creatures within a 1 kilometer radius of the defense tower will be exposed. Function 2, launches an attack on all creatures except the creatures in the territory. The attack range is 800 meters. Each damage caused can kill a 3-star creature. Construction conditions, none. Upgrade conditions, 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, 10 level 4 beast cores. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly at the upgrade conditions. Fortunately, this intermediate defense tower is enough for the current stage. Try to upgrade it to a high level before the abyss fog descends. Then Jiang Cheng clicked on the observation tower. Observation tower. Effect 1, observe the situation around the territory, with a radius of 10 kilometers. Effect 2, predicting earthquakes and other natural disasters in advance. Construction conditions, open and flat area. Upgrade conditions, 50,000 wood, 50,000 ore. Compared with the defense tower, this observation tower is much more useless. The field of view provided by the defense tower is real field of view. That is to say, if you hide behind a rock, the opponent will be exposed. And this observation tower is like a telescope. But it is also a building. Just use it to support the scene. Came to an open space near the school field. Jiang Cheng took out the blueprint of the observation tower. He silently said to use it. A building that towers into the sky rose from the ground. Wow, it looks interesting. Jiang Cheng walked in with curiosity. There is an observation room on the first floor of the observation tower. Through the small windows in the observation room, you can observe the information from the outside world. The principle is similar to the periscope in a submarine. Hey, those guys are. Haha, interesting. You lost your companion and are here to look for him, right? I will send you to reunite with him right away. Through the observation tower, Jiang Cheng found that in the distant forest, a group of green creatures holding spears were cautiously groping towards the territory step by step. The green creatures were goblins. When they went back yesterday, the goblin tribe found that one of their companions was missing. The leader of the tribe was furious and immediately ordered the tribe members to set out to look for him the next day. Following the traces of the battle in the forest, a group of goblins groped towards the territory. But their progress was very slow. It seemed that they were afraid of something. The level of this group of goblins was very weak. There were about 15 of them, and the strongest was only 2 stars. Just right for the new vampire warriors to practice with. By the way, let's test the power of the defense tower. After leaving the observation tower, many vampire warriors have gathered outside, looking at the building curiously. This must be the work of the Lord again. In the entire territory, only the Lord can create a building out of thin air. Really? A newly selected vampire warrior couldn't believe it. Hey, you new guy, would I lie to you? The Lord can not only conjure up buildings, but can also make green creatures disappear out of thin air without leaving any trace. I happened to see that scene yesterday. Wow, you really are an old hand, you have so much knowledge. Of course. Jiang Cheng was very pleased to see the vampire warriors getting along so well. Meet the Lord. Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, then looked towards the training ground. The other Blood Clan warriors also looked over. 5 dazzling golden lights flashed in the air. After staying for a while, the golden light flew towards the observation tower. Meet the Lord. The golden light was Achuo and others. The blood wings on their bodies had turned golden. There were also obvious changes on their bodies. The first were Achuo and Yeli. After absorbing the blood of the purple-winged dragon and going out hunting for half a day, they had already advanced to 3 stars. Now the quality of their bloodline has been improved to gold level. This result directly led to their sister reaching the middle stage of 3 stars, and she will soon be able to break through to the late stage of 3 stars. The 3 Jack brothers also had significant changes. The realm jumped from 2 stars to the early stage of 3 stars. Seeing the changes in them, a group of Blood Clan warriors cast envious glances. They stared at the golden blood wings on their bodies. Jiang Cheng noticed the change in the Blood Clan warriors' eyes. He chuckled and said, "Don't be envious. Everyone has the opportunity to improve their bloodline. As long as everyone obeys my orders and does their best to kill wild monsters, within half a month, I guarantee that everyone here can upgrade their bloodline to the gold level." As soon as the words came out, the vampire warriors present opened their eyes wide, with excited expressions on their faces. Then they all knelt on one knee. The momentum was overwhelming. Obey the Lord's orders. Good. Now, everyone, follow me to destroy the invading enemies. Yes. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and led the Blood Clan warriors to kill in the direction of the goblin team. Captain, did you hear any noise? In the forest, a short goblin shrank his neck and moved closer to the tall goblin in the middle. There seems to be some sound. That's not the direction of the Stoneman tribe. Let's go and take a look. The leading goblin let go of his guard and ran with his team. The other goblins followed closely. When they arrived at an open area, they looked at several exquisite, majestic, and solemn buildings in the distance. The goblins were shocked. Then they showed greedy eyes. Captain, those houses are so beautiful, let's occupy them. Don't act rashly. The leading goblin suppressed his greed and shook his head. This building was built in a short period of time. When we explored here a month ago, it was still a wolf habitat, but now it has changed into this. This means that a new force has entered this area. Ordinary goblins may not be aware of the tribe's recent actions. But as a level 2 goblin, he does know that the leader is secretly carrying out an operation recently, and he is in frequent contact with the tribe above. At this time, a strange force suddenly appeared. The goblin captain breathed quickly and felt his shoulders suddenly become heavy, as if some heavy burden was on him. He must go back and report to the leader. You guys stay here and I'll go back and report to the leader. You are not allowed to act rashly before the army arrives. Okay. The deep voice of the man behind him made the goblin captain shudder. This was not the voice of a goblin. When he wanted to turn around and look, the goblin captain found that he could not move. Two big hands pressed on his shoulders. No wonder something seemed to be pressing on his shoulders just now. Very strong. The goblin captain was disheartened. The other party was definitely a strong man who was not weaker than the leader. Otherwise, how could he appear behind him without anyone noticing? So terrifying? A young and handsome man appeared in the goblin's eyes, looking at him with a smile. His fiery eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. Not bad, not bad. This goblin is strong. It should be able to sell for a good price. After Jiang Cheng estimated the price in his mind, he looked at the goblin captain and asked, I asked you a question. You'd better answer honestly, otherwise this will be your fate. A tall and strong man with golden blood wings came over, carrying a member of his team. Seeing the member's body shriveled and hollowed out, the goblin captain swallowed and nodded quickly. Well, I like smart guys like you. Don't lie like that goblin yesterday, otherwise. Jiang Cheng put his hand on the goblin in Yale's hand. In an instant, the goblin disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, the goblin captain was so scared that he trembled all over and stuttered when he spoke. Sir, you said. Do you have any mission here? Yes, looking for a missing goblin. After confirming that there was no other purpose, Jiang Cheng nodded. Jack and Jace, who were holding down the goblin captain, understood and searched him. After finding a map and some dry food on him, there were no other items. The map on the goblin captain was much clearer than the goblin yesterday. It marked out the wild monsters in the surrounding area, the beast tribes and habitats, and the local forces of all sizes. There is more than one goblin tribe around here, and these tribes are small tribes, under the jurisdiction of medium-sized goblin tribes. It is equivalent to villages and towns in human society. A small goblin tribe is equivalent to a village. A medium-sized one is equivalent to a town. There may be even larger goblin tribes above. However, this goblin captain is a country goblin and has never been to the city. With this map, Jiang Cheng will be much more convenient in the future. After waving his hands, Jack knocked the goblin captain unconscious and let the newly joined Blood Clan warriors absorb him. After squeezing out almost enough, Jiang Cheng put this guy in the Lord's warehouse, ready to sell the stolen goods together when he conquered the goblin tribe. Lord, will you come with us? Of course I'll go. There must be a lot of supplies waiting for them to move after the goblin tribe. And the goblin tribes have ways to contact each other. By that time, other things have not been transported away. The enemy's reinforcements have arrived first. If he goes, he only needs to load the things into the Lord's space and then retreat calmly. No, Lord, what if something unexpected happens if you go with us? Yes, the Queen will definitely skin us alive when the time comes. Jiang Cheng was very pleased, but he really wanted to go out for a walk. What do you think of me? I'm also very strong, okay. The strongest of the goblin tribe is only level 3. With Adoyali protecting me, the rest of us can attack. How can there be any danger? Seeing this, Yechuo and the others had no choice but to agree to let Jiang Cheng go with them. A group of burly men surrounded him. This scene was strange no matter how you looked at it. They did not go directly to the goblin tribe, but went to the Stone Man tribe first. The Stone Man and the goblin tribe are sworn enemies. The two forces are in the same area, and conflict is inevitable. So Jiang Cheng thought about leaving some clues about the Stone Man at the scene after destroying the goblin tribe, so as to divert the trouble and let the two forces fight to the death. The Stone Man tribe is located on a grassland. Hundreds of gray-white stones lie quietly on the ground, and they are unmoved even if birds stand on them to defecate. Lord, are these the so-called stone monsters? Jack looked at them curiously. Yeah. Jiang Cheng nodded and then sighed. Kill them all. Huh. The Blood Clan warriors were stunned. Didn't they agree to divert the trouble to someone else? The Blood Clan warriors who had always relied on strength to win were very much looking forward to winning with their brains. They wanted to experience the feeling of playing with the enemy in the palm of their hands. Don't you see they are lying on the ground without moving? How could this group of lazy guys go all the way to attack the goblin tribe? Jiang Cheng gave them a blank look. The Blood Clan warriors also reacted. Then they quietly dispersed and slowly surrounded it in a fan shape. It was not until the Blood Clan warriors touched the stone monster's face that they revealed a pair of black eyes. After a quiet look, the Blood Clan warriors were quick to kill it. Moo. Only after 1/3 of the stone monsters were killed did the leader of the stone monsters stand up and wake up the sleeping tribe members. Brothers, take action. Jack roared, and took the lead to confront the leader of the stone monsters. With the gold-level bloodline and 3-star strength, Jack almost crushed the leader of the stone monsters, punching him from the ground into the mud. The stones on his body were also broken into powder. Not to mention the other stone monsters, it was almost a one-sided massacre. The rout often only took a moment. After seeing the leader's miserable end, nearly 100 stone monsters fled in all directions. The Blood Clan warriors naturally beat the fallen dogs. Spreading the blood wings, relying on the advantage of speed, they chased the defeated stone monsters relentlessly. About half an hour later, Jack and his party cleared the stone monster tribe. Not a single one was let go. Low-level stone monsters can't build houses, let alone speak. They swallowed all their treasured items into their stomachs. And they themselves evolved from a kind of ore. Ordinary stone monsters are all kinds of things. The tribal leader has a lot of good things. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 35,000 ore, 3,000 wood, 500 fluorite, 500 clay, and metal blocks. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 51 first-level beast cores, 6 second-level beast cores, and 1 third-level beast core. Ignore the miscellaneous items for now. This beast core alone makes Jiang Cheng excited. With so many beast cores, it is no problem to upgrade the Blood Clan temple to a 3rd-level building. But it is too early to go back now. He still has to find trouble with the goblin tribe. Pack up and get ready to go. Although there was no blood on the stone monsters, as soldiers under Jiang Cheng, they could also gain rich experience by killing wild monsters. They gained a lot from this battle. The 16 new black iron level and bronze level Blood Clan warriors broke through to 2 stars. The Blood Clan team members also gained a lot of experience, 1 step closer to 4 stars. As for the 3 brothers Jack, they spent more time protecting the new members and did not invest too much in the battle. Otherwise, if the 3-star gold-level Blood Clan warriors joined the battle, the other Blood Clan warriors would have nothing to drink. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng took out the weapons and equipment that he had stripped from the goblins before. These things were broken into pieces and scattered around the stone monster tribe. This laid the groundwork for blaming the goblins. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng also set a fire nearby. The ground nearby was moist and surrounded by streams, so the forest would not be affected. But the billowing smoke will definitely attract the attention of nearby forces, and I believe it will spread to other stone man tribes soon. The Goblin tribe is located in a valley. It is a beautiful place with green mountains and clear waters. It is a great place to live. Unfortunately, it was occupied by these greedy green creatures. They have such a beautiful place but they still want my house. These guys are really greedy. What is that? On the hillside opposite the valley, Jiang Cheng and his group lay on the ground, secretly observing the situation of the Goblin tribe. As for the patrol soldiers, they had been beaten into jerky and were thrown into the Lord's warehouse. The Goblin tribe opposite was green and full of goblins. On the stage, a goblin holding a mace and with a face full of flesh was looking at a thin goblin on the main seat with a flattering look. His words were full of humble gestures. Hey, envoy, we are trying our best to mine the energy crystal mine, but the terrain there is dangerous and cannot accommodate so many people at once. At the same time, we had to keep the news consistent from top to bottom, so the progress was a bit slow. The goblin leader rubbed his hands, looking embarrassed. Humph, waste. I've been waiting here for many days, and you haven't mined it yet. The king's birthday is coming up in half a month, and the leader wants to take this batch of energy crystals as a birthday gift to his majesty. If you delay, your tribe will no longer exist. Although the skinny goblin is only a 2-star strength, he dares to show off in front of the 3-star goblin leader. The reason is simple. The skinny goblin is an envoy sent by the intermediate goblin tribe and often shows up in front of the intermediate goblin leader. If they don't please him and let him gossip a few words, the result will definitely be bad luck for them. Well, I won't make it difficult for you. I will call over several nearby goblin leaders and their capable subordinates to help you mine. You should not be idle, take the 2-star goblins to the mines yourself. The messenger was arrogant and condescending. In fact, he was just a guy who served foot-washing water in front of the mid-level leader. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered, and he soon had an idea. He kept Jack Jess and asked the two to keep an eye on the situation of the goblin tribe. When the goblin leaders of other tribes arrived, they would come back to report to him. The conversation between the goblin leader and the short goblin disrupted Jiang Cheng's original plan. But it's okay this way. Just think of it as eradicating all the low-level goblin tribes in the surrounding area in advance. As long as those goblins who came from afar are wiped out. Later, just send a few Blood Clan warriors to take over their tribes and take away the resources inside. After returning to the territory, Jiang Cheng built defense towers around the territory. Lily has come out of the blood pool. The whole pool of dragon blood was completely absorbed by her. It can be seen that the little girl has an amazing appetite. At the same time, she was upgraded from 1 star to 2 stars and possessed a certain combat capability. She can train alone near the territory. After decomposing the 3rd-level beast core, Jiang Cheng obtained 22nd-level beast cores. Do you want to upgrade the Blood Clan temple? Upgrade. He silently said in his heart. the Blood Clan temple was raised again. In addition, a statue of the Blood God appeared in front of the temple. It was filled with a majesty that made people worship. The Blood Clan warriors around had begun to worship the Blood Clan temple. In their hearts, the importance of the Blood Clan temple was equal to that of Anna and Jiang Cheng. It was a belief-like existence. Blood Clan temple, level 3. 30 vampires can be drawn every day. The chance of drawing a bronze vampire is 60%, the chance of drawing a silver vampire is 20%, and the chance of drawing a gold vampire is 10%. The next upgrade requires 50,000 wood, 50,000 ore, 30 level 3 beast cores. Level 3 beast cores are produced by level 3 creatures, with a burst rate of 50%. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of bursting a beast core. 30 Blood Clan warriors can be drawn every day. This is undoubtedly great news for Jiang Cheng. And the probability of each item has also increased a lot. After that, there will be fewer and fewer Black Iron Blood Clan warriors, until there are none, and most of them are above bronze level. This means that the quality of individual soldiers in the future territory will be higher and higher. The Blood Clan temple has been upgraded successfully. The territory coverage area has doubled. Rewards, Blood Clan altar, 2 blood pools, advanced formation, rage. Click on the altar information introduction. Blood Clan altar, primary. Each time, 1 gold level vampire member can perform blood awakening. Bloodline awakening conditions, no awakening record, a drop of blood close to the ancestor's bloodline. Upgrade conditions, 1 million pieces of wood, 1 million pieces of ore, 10 9th level beast cores, 10,000 pieces of energy stones, and 10,000 pieces of cosmic iron. Jiang Cheng chose to close the page just by seeing this upgrade condition. He would not use this kind of blueprint in the short term. After all, it is useless even if it is made. It is just in the way if it is placed there. Then he clicked on the introduction of the blood pool. This is very ordinary, specially used to store blood. Like the swimming pool that Yato Yali and others built in the lounge of the school field, putting blood in it will cause the soil to be soaked in the blood and cause loss. But this blood pool will not. Not only that, there are also special space formations engraved in it. A blood pool can store the blood of about 100 purple-winged dragons, and 2 blood pools can store 200, which should be enough for a short period of time. As for the last formation, it is very powerful. It is a functional formation, which is equivalent to being born with a functional buff. Advanced formation, rage. Function 1, increase the user's strength by 30% in a short period of time. Function 2, increase the user's speed by 30% in a short period of time. Note, it can be used up to 3 times a day. After 3 times, the body will fall into fatigue. After the Blood Clan warriors enter the combat state, the combat power can be doubled. If this violent formation is used again later, the combat power will reach a very terrifying value. This is the same as the effect of the Blood Sky formation. After using it, all Blood Clan warriors can automatically learn it. The Blood Clan warriors who have not been drawn will also automatically understand it the moment they are drawn. The Blood Clan warriors who have finished worshipping in the field naturally sensed this. They ran over and worshipped Jiang Cheng again. The loyalty instantly reached the state of being a die-hard fan. The state of never betraying. After the blood pool was built, Jiang Cheng returned to the main hall. Anna took Lily to the side hall to teach, and he was the only one in the whole hall. Oh, we are all busy, it is better to be busy. The lonely old man Jiang Cheng sighed, opened the trading area, and sold all the harvest of the day, including a dozen goblins that were squeezed dry and only had 1 breath left. But he didn't expect that the world chat would explode again because of this matter. The great goblin lord is selling his troops in the trading area again. This time he sold more than a dozen. I just clicked on the purchase button and it said the item was sold out. Oh, how difficult is it for this goblin lord? I sold 1 yesterday and more than 10 today. This is the only lord who sells his own troops. It's so pitiful that I want to ask the members of the alliance to donate some supplies to him. Goblin Lord, can you see my message? I am a member of the Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance. I invite you to join our alliance. All the members are kind people and will give you supplies for free. The enthusiastic action of this member caused the melon-eating lords on the World Channel to applaud. But then the situation changed. A lord who bought Jiang Cheng Goblin jumped out. Fake businessman. Goblin Lord, what the hell are you selling? Why is this a 2-star goblin so skinny? After I took it out of the warehouse, he lay on the ground groaning the whole time and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Brother, you are lucky. I spent twice as much as you, but I only got a 1-star goblin. The goblin's symptoms were worse than yours. After he was released from the warehouse, he hugged my legs and refused to let go, saying that he wanted to die with me. I suspect there is a succubus den near the Goblin Lord's territory. He is burning with desire and wants to capture a succubus. Who would have thought that he would lose not only his wife but also his army, and all his goblins were squeezed dry by the succubus. All kinds of speculations emerged in the World Channel. Some angrily accused Jiang Cheng of being a profiteer. Others wanted to add him as a friend and discuss with him the plan to capture the succubus. Jiang Cheng didn't care about these at all. The Goblin Lord was just a vest of his. These people can curse as much as they want. The quality of the goblins in the future must be improved, otherwise it will be difficult to continue the business. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to clear the friend application record as usual, he found 2 interesting people. One was the Angel Lord who kicked the demon to the 4th place yesterday and snatched the 3rd place in the ranking. The other was the Void Zerg Lord, who was a little transparent throughout the whole process and did nothing. Both of them applied to add him as a friend. Hello, Lord Jiang Cheng. I have something to discuss with you. I want to create an alliance and invite you to join. After that, I will be the leader and you will be the deputy leader. We will work together to achieve our goal. If you want to be the leader, that's fine. Jiang Cheng first agreed to the Angel Lord's friend request. This person came straight to the point. And from the words between the lines, Jiang Cheng felt a different flavor, as if he was chatting with a girl. Probably not. To get the third place, she must be a ruthless person. Girls should not like fighting and killing. Jiang Cheng also watched the game between angels and demons last night. The scene can only be described as miserable. The demons who were psychologically traumatized by the Blood Warriors were no match for the angels. They didn't last long before being knocked to the ground. In front of tens of millions of lords, they humiliated the demons severely. They called them heretics one by one and angrily scolded them. One of the little angels even wanted to purify the 3 demons into believers and let them pray for the blessings of the angel lords at home every day. How about it, Lord Jiang Cheng, would you consider it? He is obviously the 3rd-ranked super lord. But now he is humble and flattering Jiang Cheng. There is nothing he can do about it. The demon lord created an alliance before her and gathered a large number of lackeys to work for him. If she does not take action, how can she compete with him in the future? Angels and demons are natural enemies. Reconciliation is impossible. The only way to break the deadlock is for her to create an alliance as well. Compete with the Demon Lord's alliance and make the other party dare not attack her? But the current situation is a bit difficult. She sent several messages on the World Channel. There were very few responses received. Only a few hundred people were willing to join the alliance. The rest of the people basically relied on other alliances, or wanted to follow Jiang Cheng and always stick to their neutral identity. In desperation, she could only find Jiang Cheng. As long as Jiang Cheng was willing to join her alliance, everything would be fine. Sorry, I don't want to join any faction yet. At this stage, I don't even want to form a so-called alliance, so I'm sorry. Jiang Cheng doesn't want to be tied to anything yet. He just wants to be a carefree lord. He moved his fingers, but in the end he didn't choose to delete the friend, but he didn't reply. Then he agreed to the friend request of the Void Zerg Lord. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see this guy send him a message. Is there something wrong? Never mind, I'll watch it tonight. Damn it, this guy actually ignored me. Tonight. In the Angel Castle, Angel Lord Yunxi sat on the main seat in the main hall, gritting her teeth in anger. She originally wanted to challenge Jiang Cheng at night and teach him a lesson. But after waking up, she found that she might not be able to beat him. It might even cause her cute little angels to be beaten into jerky. Thinking of that scene, Yunxi shuddered and reluctantly closed the chat interface. After letting the little angels gather, the group went out to hunt wild monsters. My lord. Black smoke is rising 10 kilometers outside the territory. It's a signal from Jack and his men. Jiang Cheng has handed over the observation tower to the vampire warriors. There are always people inside to observe the situation around the territory. When leaving the goblin tribe, Jiang Cheng told Jack and Jace that after the goblins from other tribes arrived, they should run to the territory 10 kilometers away and set a fire. Good. Notify all vampire warriors to assemble. We have to prepare for a tough battle. Jiang Cheng stood up from his seat with great enthusiasm. After the order was passed down, the entire territory was quickly mobilized. 2 minutes later, all the Blood Clan warriors gathered in front of the Blood Clan temple, ready to fight at any time. The solemn expressions and the soaring morale. It is definitely a tiger and wolf army. After a mobilization, Jiang Cheng lay on Jiro's back. Prepare to fight with the Blood Clan warriors. They plan to reach the goblin tribe as quickly as possible. Wait a moment. Anna walked out of the side hall with Lily. Take Lily with you, let her experience the feeling of fighting, just as a training. Okay, I'll send someone to protect her later. Jiang Cheng nodded without refusing. Before leaving, he looked back at Anna. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Jiang Cheng chuckled and shouted, "Let's go." Soon, the team arrived at the hilltop opposite the goblin tribe. Looking down from a high place, the valley was densely packed with goblins, and the number had reached nearly 600. Lord. Jack and Jess came over and reported the situation to Jiang Cheng. There are 5 goblin tribe leaders with their people here. Not only did they bring their 2-star goblins, they also brought some 1-star goblins as followers. Now most of them are gathered here. As for the leaders, they all went to the caves at the back of the valley. This means that the people below are a group of minions, and this is the best time for us to attack. After listening to Jack's report, Jiang Cheng quickly made a decision. Achuo Yeli and his 8 3-star Blood Clan warriors led the vanguard and cleared the way in front. Jack Jess was the main force, leading the remaining Blood Clan warriors to attack and protect the little girl Lily. The remaining Jiro was responsible for protecting Jiang Cheng's safety. After the combat mission was assigned, the Blood Clan team took the lead in launching the attack. Spread the blood wings directly and dive down from the mountain. It may be that the golden blood wings are too dazzling. The goblins in the valley soon discovered the enemy on the other side of the mountain, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Because the leader and the captain were not present, the goblin tribes were like ants on a hot pot, in a mess. They squeezed madly in the direction of their own team. Seeing this scene, Achuo Yeli grinned and smashed towards the most densely populated area of the goblins. Achuo Yeli, who was thick-skinned and fleshy, was fine. But the goblins were indeed dead or injured. And seeing that the Blood Clan warriors were all 3 stars, they were all extremely brave, like gods descending from heaven. In this situation, the goblins were scared to death, so how could they resist, and they ran into the valley without looking back. Humph, these guys are too cowardly, they didn't even resist, how boring. Yale knocked out 2 goblins and threw them aside. Jiang Cheng ordered that it would be better not to kill the 1-star goblins, as he wanted to sell them for money. It seemed that the vampire warriors were extremely brave, but in fact, they killed only a few goblins, all of which were accidentally injured. Roar. Who are you? How dare you invade my territory? A burst of furious voices rang out. 6 tall goblin leaders ran out angrily, followed by a large number of 2-star goblins. Such strength can definitely sweep across an area and make the surrounding forces wary. But when the Blood Clan warriors saw them, their eyes turned red and they rushed over with excitement. It seemed that in their eyes, these goblin leaders were some rare treasures. The reaction of the Blood Clan warriors made the goblin leader confused. What was going on? Shouldn't ordinary creatures run away in fear when they saw them? Why did they look at him like a virgin now? Trash, stop them for me. The short goblin messenger was carried out in a sedan chair surrounded by goblins. He lay lazily on the sedan chair, eating fruit leisurely and enjoying the feeling of commanding the goblins to fight. With the appearance of the goblin leader, the scattered goblins quickly adjusted their team, picked up their weapons, and faced the Blood Clan warriors. Hehe, I finally stopped running. I'll give you something delicious to eat. Yale flew in the air, gathering strength in his hands, condensing a ball of scarlet energy, and smashed it like a cannonball at the dense group of goblins. Other Blood Clan teams followed suit. The roar continued, and the goblins in the valley were killed and injured. Fortunately, the goblin leaders rushed out and used their bodies to withstand the energy ball. Otherwise, at least half of the goblins in the valley would have died in this wave. Damn, that's all money. How can I sell it for money if it's blown to ashes? The goblins I sold before have already made me a dishonest businessman. Now I have to sell broken arms and legs. I won't be able to do business in the future. Jiang Cheng beat his chest and stamped his feet. He looked at the valley with a distressed face. Trash, all trash. Hurry up and get on top of it. We must not let these monsters come in. On the sedan chair, the short goblin's sharp voice kept ringing. Seeing the scene just now, he was so scared that he almost peed on the spot. He thought there were only 30 enemies. He should be able to suppress them quickly. But he didn't expect that the combat effectiveness of these 30 people was the same as that of 3,000 people. It was like a ferocious hungry wolf entering a flock of sheep, as if entering an empty space. Several goblin leaders rushed out. But the Blood Clan warriors were all violent at this time, and the combat state doubled their combat effectiveness. They pressed the goblin leader to the ground and rubbed him. Not to mention the 2-star and 1-star goblins, just the aftermath of the battle could hurt them. If it weren't for Lily and others behind them who wanted to brush experience, these 2-star and 1-star goblins couldn't even withstand the aftermath. With the fall of the goblin leader, the joint army of several major goblin tribes officially declared failure. After eliminating some stubborn elements, the remaining goblins laid down their weapons and surrendered. What are you doing? No surrender, absolutely no surrender. Hurry up and pick up your weapons and continue fighting, or I will report to the king and ask him to send his guards to execute you guys. The short goblin kicked the goblin next to him. Unfortunately, they were indifferent. Just as he was about to run away, a pair of big hands grabbed his collar and lifted him up. There's nothing special about it except that it's a little short. Why don't you dare to talk back? Yale's scarlet eyes looked at the goblins who surrendered around him. Sir, this guy is an envoy sent from above, we dare not touch him. If we make him angry, the higher UPS will send people to punish us. An old goblin stood up. Did you hear that, big guy? I am the military advisor of the mid-level goblin leader, and I often help him with strategies. If anything happens to me, my leader will definitely not let you go. When the army arrives, it will be your turn to be defeated. Even in this situation, the short goblin was still arrogant, relying on the background behind him, and was not afraid at all. Pa! Yale slapped him in the face. Humph, you deserve to be killed for what you just said. The short goblin's head was buzzing. Half of his face was burning with pain. Facing Yale's cannibalistic eyes, he was so scared that he dared not say a word. Humph. Seeing the short goblin was obedient, Yale grabbed him in his hand and exerted a little force, making a crackling sound. Then he flew into the air and flew backwards. All the goblins gathered together. There was only about 1/6 of the previous number. Lord, this guy is an envoy sent by the goblin superiors. He should know something. Looking at the short goblin lying on the ground and wailing, Yale laughed and said, this guy is a bit stubborn, so I kindly advised him, and now he is much more honest than before. Jiang Cheng nodded and said with satisfaction, well done. This goblin tribe should have a lot of good stuff. Take your people to search and take away all the valuable things. Yes. After Yale left, Jiang Cheng gave a look to Jiro beside him. The latter understood and took off everything from the goblin. After making sure there was no dangerous object, he pressed it to the ground. Ouch, it hurts so much. Sir, please tell your men to be gentle. I am the envoy of the intermediate goblin tribe. Perhaps we can make a deal. As long as you let me go, my leader will give you a generous gift, which will definitely satisfy you. Jiang Cheng laughed. The goblin's tricks are all the same. I'm afraid that if I let this guy go, a large number of goblins will come to attack in the next 2 days. What is this? There was an ancient ring on the goblin's hand. Jiang Cheng pretended to take it off. No, you can't touch it. The short goblin immediately struggled when he found something wrong, making a sharp and piercing cry. Jiro's eyes were stern, and he stepped on the back of the goblin's hand. He took off the ring on his finger, wiped it clean, and handed it to Jiang Cheng. Storage ring. Effect: 50 cubic meters of storage space. A line of information appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. He felt the lines on it. He sighed, what a good thing. Now I don't have to carry the spoils myself. Inside the ring was a pile of crystal-like stones, but they didn't look like crystals. There was nothing else. He took out one of the stones. After looking at it in the sun, Jiang Cheng leaned over to look at the short goblin and asked, what is this thing? I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise you will be like this stone. The big liar Jiang Cheng used his disappearing technique again. Seeing this scene, the short goblin was shocked. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This is an energy stone. It is the main currency in circulation on the Lord's continent and is extremely precious. Energy stone. Jiang Cheng remembered that one of the conditions for upgrading the Blood Clan altar was 10,000 energy stones. In his joy, he found that the energy stone in his hand was slowly melting and soon turned into a pool of powder. A prompt also appeared in his mind. Congratulations! The Lord has reached 1 star. Upgraded? Jiang Cheng has been looking for ways to upgrade his star. For this reason, he even asked Anna. But the other party had no way. Now that he has finally gotten rid of the identity of a small weak chicken, Jiang Cheng is a little excited. At the same time, he has also found a way to make money. There is a pile of energy stones in the storage ring, about 500 yuan. If these energy stones are sold to top lords, let them trade with second-level beast cores. That will be a huge profit. The short goblin was sweating profusely when he saw this scene. Trembling, he warned, I advise you to return these energy stones to me. This is a gift that our lord promised to pay tribute to the king. If the king does not receive it in half a month, you will be in trouble then. The king will definitely send a large army to conquer you. Our king has the strength of 7 stars, you'd better think about it yourself. The short goblin said weakly, because he knew that his future would be miserable. He said this with his last hope. Interesting. He actually has the strength of 7 stars. Jiang Cheng pondered for a while, and asked Jiro to carry the goblin and follow. When they came to the group of surrendered goblins, Jiang Cheng glanced around and said loudly, I may not kill you, but you must tell me the location of your tribe. I will give each of you some food later. You guys run towards the intermediate tribe, got it? The goblins were stunned. They thought they were dead, but they didn't expect that they still had a chance to survive. In this situation, anyone who is not a fool would know what to choose. After receiving a portion of dry food, the goblins gathered together and ran out of the valley. Lord, why did you let them go? Yale scratched his head, puzzled. Do you understand the meaning of draining the pond to catch all the fish? After these guys go to the intermediate tribe, they will definitely tell the details of what happened. Later, when the leader of that mid-level tribe brings his men here, won't we be able to reap another huge profit? Great. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the Blood Clan warriors' eyes lit up. They began to look forward to it. The short goblin listened to their words and kept muttering words like madman. Jiang Cheng would naturally not forget him. Let the Blood Clan warriors who didn't grab many heads kill him. This time the Blood Clan warriors gained a lot. Everyone gained a lot of experience. Especially the Blood Clan team as the vanguard. Their level is about to reach the peak of 3 stars and is about to break through to 4 stars. The rest of the Blood Clan warriors have also reached the middle stage of 2 stars. After all, the experience of more than 500 goblins, including 2-star and 3-star goblins. A lot of experience is distributed to each Blood Clan warrior, making their level soar straight up. After putting the energy crystal in the storage ring into the Lord's warehouse, Jiang Cheng threw the ring to Achuo. You lead the Blood Clan team to take down the 5 surrounding goblin tribes, and put the spoils in this ring. I will bring people over later. The 5 surrounding goblin tribes did not have much fighting power at this time, and the remaining strength could not resist the attack of the Blood Clan team. It was like he had it in his pocket. In order to prevent it from being swallowed up by other forces, Jiang Cheng asked Yechuo and others to rush over immediately. Lord, come and see, we have discovered a mysterious mine. The little girl Lily stumbled out with a shovel in her hand, her pretty face covered with dust. Why are you running so fast? Wiping the dust off the little girl's nose, Jiang Cheng led the remaining Blood Clan warriors to the depths of the valley. If he guessed correctly, there was an energy stone mine in there, and the batch just now was the product of the mine. When they arrived at the mine, the road here was narrow and rugged, only accommodating 2 people to move forward side by side, and the air inside was very humid. Staying for a long time would cause discomfort to the human body. After moving forward about 300 meters, a glowing stone attracted Jiang Cheng's attention. This stone is the so-called energy stone. And now only the tip of the iceberg is exposed. There must be more behind. The Blood Clan warriors inside did not receive Jiang Cheng's order, so they did not dare to act rashly. Lord, this stone seems to emit a faint energy. If I absorb it, I will definitely be able to break through to 3 stars. Help the Lord do more things. The little girl Lily smiled sweetly. Jiang Cheng rubbed her little head. Don't worry, you are Anna's apprentice, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Then Jiang Cheng called the three brothers Jack and asked them to use their claws to mine the energy stones. Due to the backwardness of the tools, the goblins have mined hundreds of them during this period. But the Blood Clan warriors are different. The claws on their hands are their natural advantages. The sound of stone breaking rang out continuously. As the insignificant rocks fell off, a large area of dazzling energy stones was revealed behind. Wow! Lily's pure eyes were full of light. She was a real money grubber. In order to speed up the mining process, the other Blood Clan warriors widened the mountain road and all invested in the mining. Jiang Cheng also left the mine with the little girl at this time and went outside to check the spoils of this battle. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 80,000 stone ore, 50,000 wood, 248 first-level beast cores, 68 second-level beast cores, and 6 third-level beast cores. That's all the main things. The rest are some insignificant items. Goblins don't lie down like stone monsters. They need to eat meat. They often go out to kill wild monsters. So they have several times more beast cores than the stone monster tribe. Time passed. A large number of irregular energy stones were transported out. Because they were not polished, the appearance of these energy stones was not as good as the batch in the goblin ring before. It was not until the sunset that all the energy stones in this mine were mined. Even the debris on the ground was not spared and brought out. Looking at the mountains of energy stones, Jiang Cheng estimated, if they were polished into blocks, there should be no less than 20,000 pieces. Of course, polishing will cause wear. Naturally, it is more cost-effective to directly absorb the energy inside. Put all the energy stones into the Lord's warehouse. Jiang Cheng led his men to the remaining 5 goblin tribes according to the map. These 5 goblin tribes have been occupied by the Blood Clan team. The goblins inside either escaped or turned into experience. After taking away the spoils of the last goblin tribe, the Blood Clan warriors sat on the ground collectively. Because they were in a hurry, they wanted to rush back before it got dark. So Jiang Cheng and his team hurried on. When they arrived at the last goblin tribe, the Blood Clan warriors were so tired that they couldn't even fly. The blood wings were trembling slightly. Everyone has worked hard. After returning, everyone will have energy stones, which will be provided until the realm is broken through. Seeing the soldiers so tired, Jiang Cheng felt a little distressed. Especially the little girl Lily. She also flew along. Jiang Cheng wanted her to go back first. But the little girl shook her head stubbornly, saying that she wanted to stay by Jiang Cheng's side to protect him. Good. Long live the Lord. The Blood Clan warriors shouted loudly. Especially the members of the Blood Clan team. After conquering the 5 remaining goblin tribes, their level has reached the peak of 3 stars. They can break through 4 stars in a blink of an eye, walking ahead of everyone in the territory. They can do more for Jiang Cheng. From the 5 tribes, Jiang Cheng obtained a total of 840 first-level beast cores, 270 second-level beast cores, and no third-level beast cores. The rest were a lot of miscellaneous things. There were countless wood and ores, in addition to the previous harvest. Such a huge number made Jiang Cheng see the appearance of the 4th-level Blood Clan temple. The temple must be upgraded today. I will walk in front of all the lords. After secretly swearing in his heart, Jiang Cheng called the Blood Clan warriors together and prepared to return to the territory. The Vaslo forest is very dangerous at night. Some powerful wild monsters like to appear at night to look for prey. Especially when there are so many of them, it is easy to attract the attention of those wild monsters. Ha ha ha. Just as they were about to leave, a loud laugh came from the woods next to them. A tall, strong, dark-skinned man came out surrounded by a group of orcs. After seeing the vampire warrior, he guessed Jiang Cheng's identity. I wonder who is it that has the ability to wipe out the 3-star goblin tribe. It turns out to be Lord Jiang Cheng who ranks first on the list. Nice to meet you. The tall man came over and bowed to Jiang Cheng from a distance. Greetings, Lord Jiang Cheng. My name is Yang Wei. I have long heard of Lord Jiang Cheng's name, and I admire him greatly. After the polite words, the tall man got down to business. Lord Jiang Cheng, you and I are so destined to be together. Besides, our territories should not be far from each other. Why don't we cooperate and expand this forest together? What do you think? The tall man looked at Jiang Cheng with enthusiasm and admiration, just like a little fan who saw his idol. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a chilling smile. Lord Yale beside him looked over. As long as Jiang Cheng gave the order, he would lead his men to rush over without hesitation and capture the man opposite. It seemed that he had discovered this scene. Yang Wei's face turned pale and he quickly lowered his posture. Lord Jiang Cheng, I have no ill intentions. I just want to discuss common development with you, nothing else. If you don't want to, I will take my people away now. Jiang Cheng waved his hands at Yale and said angrily, Yale, you need to change your temper. Didn't you hear that the other party knew my name? He is my kind, and we will do great things together in the future. Yale knows he was wrong. Please punish me, Lord. Hearing this, Ale lowered his head. Oh, forget it. You take some people to cook. We may have to camp here tonight. After sending him away, Jiang Cheng proposed to sit on the ground with Yang Wei to discuss the future. Yang Wei was naturally very happy and ran over with a smile. The two found an open space in the middle area between the two forces and sat down. Looking carefully at Jiang Cheng's young and handsome face, Yang Wei laughed more and more happily, as if he had won a lottery of 5 million. Lord Jiang Cheng, these vampire warriors behind you seem to have been exhausted. It must have taken a lot of effort to conquer this goblin tribe, right? Yes, not only that, 7 of my vampire warriors were seriously injured and 5 died. Jiang Cheng pointed at Jack, who was looking confused not far away. Don't be fooled by the guy's lively appearance. He actually suffered serious internal injuries. If it weren't for the loss of face, he would be lying somewhere and wailing in secret. It's so serious. Yang Wei was shocked, but he couldn't close his mouth. He could only turn his back and pretend to cough. SHH. Yang Wei felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, wailing and rolling on the ground. Lord Jiang Cheng, why? We are both lords, shouldn't we cooperate with each other? Why are you trying to kill me? The moment Jiang Cheng made his move, Jack rushed over with his men. The soldiers under Yang Wei did the same, but at the moment they moved, they heard shouts of killing from behind. It was Yale who led half of his men to surround them, forming a double-sided trap. After most of the orcs were killed or injured, the remaining orcs dropped their weapons one after another. Their loyalty dropped below 60 in an instant. They were ready to betray at any time. Oh, why should I kill you? Isn't this fucking nonsense? You treated me like a big treasure, especially when I mentioned the heavy casualties of my vampire warriors. Did you almost burst out laughing? Even so, I am still cooperating with you. It is obvious that you have bad intentions and want to take advantage of me. Since you are like this, I can only sneak attack you without any martial ethics. Yang Wei's face turned pale and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. But I've already put on armor. How could you possibly pierce my delicate leather armor with your thin arms and legs? Jiang Cheng cut open his clothes with a knife. The more he looked at the leather armor underneath, the more familiar it became. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. This thing you are talking about, I sewed this with some animal skins this morning. It is not some kind of exquisite leather armor. I just named it exquisite leather armor so that I can sell it. And my strength has reached 1 star. If I can't even break this, doesn't it prove that I'm just a fake with a superficial level of cultivation? You. Cough cough. Yang Wei's blood rushed up and he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He asked tentatively, "Are you the goblin lord in the lord trading zone?" "That's right." Jiang Cheng nodded. He didn't expect that this person was his big client. If he had known, he should have reminded him to be careful when he stabbed him. Swindler. What a profiteer. Not only were the pieces of animal skin sewn together and claimed to be fine leather armor, but they also sold them at such a high price that I mistook them for armor that looked plain but had extremely strong defensive power. But I didn't expect it to be just a piece of garbage. Yang Wei was so angry that he vomited blood. Alas, there is no way. If I sell it cheap, you will definitely think it is not a good thing, but I do the opposite and sell the most shabby things at the most expensive price, then you will wonder if there is any mystery in it. And the trading zone lords are so fast. You will only hesitate before placing an order. This can only be regarded as a sales method. Jiang Cheng said these words without blushing, and he felt no guilt for selling defective products to other lords. I am a member of the Demon League. If you kill me, they won't let you go. Stupid, you've already come here to be the lord, why are you still thinking about these things? Just do it. Jiang Cheng said, and sent Yang Wei to the west with a knife. A white light enveloped his body. He dissipated in this world. At this moment, the loyalty of the surrendered orcs in front of him to Yang Wei dropped to 0. They didn't dare to resist at all. First blood achievement. Lord Jiang Cheng killed Lord Yang Wei, achieved the first blood achievement, and was rewarded with 1,000 energy stones, 50 residential buildings, and 300 supporting populations. A prompt sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind. There are achievements. He gave me energy stones, a house, and ordinary vampires. Jiang Cheng was quite satisfied with this reward. After all, it was an unexpected gain, equivalent to a surprise. Moreover, a territory with people is a real territory. Just a few dozen vampire warriors seems very desolate. I hope the days ahead will be better and better. The next process is the same. Draw blood, put it in the warehouse, and wait for sale. The surrendered orcs were dealt with in this way. Although the combat effectiveness of these guys is very weak, but at least they are ranked as intermediate troops, which is very close to advanced troops, and there is still a certain market in the Lord's trading area. The old profiteer will never miss any opportunity to make money. After a short rest, the group headed towards Yang Wei's territory. With the death of the Lord, the territory was in name only, and the protective shield outside naturally dissipated, and everything inside belonged to Jiang Cheng. Really poor, a lot of miscellaneous things. There aren't many useful things. In Yang Wei's territory, Jiang Cheng found a total of 31st level beast cores and 8 second level beast cores. Wood and ore are worth 30,000 each. These things are not worth mentioning to him who has a rich family background. Is this the financial strength of my customers? It's too shabby. Should we reclaim the orcs' territory? Recycle. Successful recycling. Obtained 20,000 ore, 20,000 wood, 300 energy stones. What Jiang Cheng didn't expect was that he could also recycle the defeated's territory. And he could also get energy stones from it. This was a big discovery. Then, see if there are any other lords around, call him out to discuss cooperation, and then attack him unexpectedly, making a fortune in silence. Not long after the territory was recovered, the orc territory returned to a barren open space. It seemed that the territory just now had never appeared. Jiang Cheng had already returned with the vampire team, ready to go back to eat the dinner Anna prepared for him. At the same time, he counted the harvest today. The vampire Lord Jiang Cheng killed the Orc Lord Yingwei. Achieved the first blood achievement. A very conspicuous announcement appeared in the center of the world channel. The lords who were bragging about their achievements stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the announcement. It took them a long time to digest the content. What's going on? Why has Jiang Cheng already started killing? Shit, could this be a mistake? Isn't there a protective shield outside the territory that prevents any force from entering? How did Jiang Cheng do it? Yes, this is not scientific. Could it be that Jiang Cheng already has the strength to shatter the protective shield? Humph, this guy Jiang Cheng must have used some conspiracy to trick Yang Wei out, and then killed him unexpectedly. Yes, that's definitely the case. Yang Wei is a person I know well. He is innocent and simple. If Jiang Cheng promises to cooperate with him and work together for the great cause, Yang Wei will definitely run away. A group of members of the Demon Alliance ran out. They slandered Jiang Cheng crazily. Little did they know that their slander was very close to the truth. You bunch of haters, stop slandering Boss Jiang Cheng like this. That's right, Boss Jiang Cheng must have used his strength as the number one on the list to defeat Yang Wei. The lackeys of the Demon Alliance are getting more and more annoying. I wonder when Jiang Cheng will create an alliance so that we can join and make these lackeys shut up. The World Channel is arguing. The Demon Alliance is also arguing. Lord Alliance Leader, we must demand an explanation from Jiang Cheng. That's right, Yang Wei is a member of our Vaslo branch, and his death cannot be in vain. Jiang Cheng must hand over Yang Wei's inheritance and give our branch a certain amount of compensation. If Jiang Cheng doesn't agree, then once the fog of the abyss passes, we will march in force and destroy his Blood Clan territory in one fell swoop. In order to facilitate governance, the Demon Alliance asked its members to figure out their location and region. Then the lords in the same region formed a sub-alliance. They stick together and advance and retreat together. In order to better integrate into the group, Yang Wei naturally figured out his position and joined the Demon Alliance's Vaslo branch. Therefore, Jiang Cheng's position has now spread in the Demon Alliance and spread to the outside. The people of the Vaslo branch were nervous and a little excited. After all, they were in the same region as Jiang Cheng. They had to be vigilant at all times to see if he brought the Blood Clan army to kill them. It was like a sword hanging over their heads. But this also represents an opportunity. Jiang Cheng is just one person. But they are a sub-alliance with a total of 800 members. The coalition of 800 lords attacked Jiang Cheng's territory together, and he couldn't escape even if he had wings. At that time, the types of troops in Jiang Cheng's hands, the resources, and wealth in the territory. Thinking of this, the members of the Vaslo branch were very excited. They wished they could send troops to Jiang Cheng's territory right now. Okay, since everyone agrees, I will ask Jiang Cheng why he killed the members of our alliance. If he doesn't give us an explanation today, apologize publicly, and compensate us. When the abyss fog passes, I will purchase a territory teleportation array and bring the lords of the 100,000 mountains to the Vasaluo forest to ask Jiang Cheng for an explanation. The words of the leader of the Demon Alliance made his members excited, and they almost floated to the sky. It was so good to make the Blood Clan Lord who ranked first among tens of millions of lords bow his head and apologize to them publicly. Then the members of the Demon Alliance began to make trouble on the World Channel, tagging Jiang Cheng, asking him to apologize publicly and compensate for the losses of their alliance. After the brothers had enough trouble, the Demon Lord stood up. Lord Jiang Cheng, you and I have super soldiers, and we have received generous rewards on the leaderboard. Logically speaking, they should lead those lords with weak military forces to develop together and target the local forces of the Lord's continent. But now you are bullying the weak, relying on the extremely powerful blood warriors in your hands to brutally kill Lord Yang Wei. You really disappoint me and bring shame to us super lords. The Demon Lord suddenly occupied the moral high ground. Coupled with the instigation of his subordinates, Jiang Cheng became an extremely vicious person in his mouth. Jiang Cheng, who had just returned to the territory to eat a bite of beef noodles, saw this scene and ate 2 mouthfuls of noodles calmly. Then he spent 100 Lord coins to make the World Channel silent for 30 minutes. I mean, are you a person who defies heaven? He is obviously a demon lord, but he acts like a demon saint, acting like a whore and pretending to be a saint. The Lord's continent is a place where people fight for supremacy and kill each other. Is it wrong for me to kill him? Is there anything in the rules that I can't do? I don't believe that you, the demon lord, and your subordinates will not destroy other lords after the protective shield disappears. You are pretending to be so good here that people who don't know you would think you are a group of good people. Everyone, please remember how many members those alliances have now, and how many members there are behind the abyss mist. Doesn't it state in their declaration that they will not abandon any member? Then I will wait and see how these alliance leaders show their power and protect their alliance members. I don't think they have any intention of protecting the alliance, but they do have great ambitions to make a fortune in the name of the alliance. I'm sorry. I took off your hypocritical masks and stepped on them a few times. Don't take it to heart. You should learn to tolerate me, forgive me, and pardon me. After all, you are saints and kind people. That Bat Lord, tell your soldiers to wash their necks clean at night. Don't let them stink and stain the claws of my vampire warriors. In addition, morality is to restrain oneself, not to kidnap others, so do less of this kind of thing in the future. To join the so-called alliance of those super lords, you have to pay a certain membership fee, and it is not free to join. A super lord, together with a dozen top lords, charges the newbies who have just joined the alliance 500 to 1,000 timber and ore. Don't underestimate this resource. As far as Jiang Cheng knows, the total number of members of the Demon Alliance has reached 300,000. 300,000 people each pay so much supplies. Even if there are a dozen people to share, it is enough for them to eat their fill. It is enough for them to squander in the Lord trading area. Buy all kinds of resources to expand their territory. As for the Abyss Fog 5 days later, haha, they don't care about the lives of their subordinates. They wish those little lords were dead. Then rush over as soon as possible and take away all the assets they left behind. Thinking of the faces of these people, Jiang Cheng felt sick. When the half-hour ban was about to end, Jiang Cheng opened the World Channel again. If you want to survive in the Lord's continent, it is useless to rely on others. Instead of spending so much time chatting, why not find a way to improve your own abilities? I have something called Energy Stone in my hand. After absorbing it, it can enhance the strength of the troops. The Lord himself can also absorb it. The quantity is limited, first come first served. Lords without financial strength should not meddle. If you want to buy the half-orc troops in Yingwei's hands, you can also contact me. The price is cheap. I will give it to brothers in difficult conditions for free. After saying these words, Jiang Cheng drank the noodles in one gulp. After running around outside all day today, he was exhausted and wanted to fall asleep directly. Unfortunately, there was still work to do. Today's harvest plus yesterday's surplus. Jiang Cheng has a total of 640,000 wood and ore, 1,170 first-level beast cores, 356 second-level beast cores, 6 third-level beast cores. If all the first-level and second-level beast cores are synthesized into third-level beast cores, only 18 can be made. Add the original 6. That is not enough to upgrade the Blood Clan temple once. Fortunately, I still have a lot of miscellaneous items on hand, which should be able to make up the difference if I sell them. Energy stones can also be used to trap those top lords. They have collected so much membership fee, they should be fat. This is not good, they must lose weight, it will be bad if they get obesity. As soon as he said it, Jiang Cheng put a large number of stolen goods on the Lord trading area. Only Yingwei's legacy was left. Jiang Cheng's friend application column has been filled up, with tens of millions of friend applications. After a screening, only hundreds of thousands of lords who want to buy Yingwei's legacy are left. There are also dozens of top lords who can buy energy stones. Helplessly, Jiang Cheng can only send a message to the World Channel. He said that he would sell Yingwei's legacy anonymously in the trading area. The price is fair, first come first served. There is no other way. If it is not anonymous, the seller will be displayed as a goblin lord. When people find out that the big profiteer is him, Jiang Cheng, it will be difficult to deal with it, and his reputation will definitely plummet. After doing this, Jiang Cheng set up a group chat. Pull in those top lords who are willing to buy energy stones, let them bid against each other, the highest bidder wins, and stipulate that only beast cores can be used for trading. What a joke, how can such a precious thing as a beast core be traded? A top lord was not convinced. He was sent away by Jiang Cheng with a plane ticket. Okay, now that the idlers have been cleared, everyone bid. The starting price is 1 level 2 beast core. 1 level 2 beast core. Some top lords lost interest in the so-called energy stones. Although they are rich, they also need to develop, right? Who knows if your energy stones, Jiang Cheng, are reliable? What if you spend a few beast cores and get a piece of garbage? Almost all the top lords have this thought. The enthusiasm for energy stones has also dropped. Jiang Cheng is not in a hurry, and he will wait until they regret it. The regretful mood will make them go crazy all of a sudden, and the subsequent bidding will be extremely fierce. In the end, the first energy stone was bought by the Polar Bear Lord at the price of 4 level 2 beast cores. The two sides traded in the form of sending red envelopes to friends. After selling the first energy stone, Jiang Cheng said that he had to leave for 5 minutes because of something. This was also to allow the Polar Bear Lord to absorb the energy stone and actively participate in the subsequent auctions. Seeing this situation, other lords would surely be jealous and think of all the wonderful things about energy stones. In this way, the price of his energy stones would definitely be hyped up to a sky-high price. I hope this stone will be discovered by other lords later, otherwise I won't be able to sell it for a good price. After going to the training ground, Jiang Cheng took out nearly 90% of the energy stones from the warehouse and let the Blood Clan warriors distribute them by themselves. The Blood Clan warriors with good style naturally would not rush up excitedly to grab them. Instead, they lined up in an orderly manner to receive them. They did not take too much. After taking enough energy stones for their breakthrough, they quietly found a place to absorb energy. After returning, the group chat was still dead silent. These top lords did not talk to each other. Of course, even if they did, they would only communicate quietly in private. The second energy stone was auctioned. A strange phenomenon appeared on the field. No matter who bid, the Polar Bear Lord would bid right after, and each time he raised the price by 2 second-level beast cores. He looked like he was rich and powerful and was bound to take the energy stone. A group of top lords soon guessed that the effect of this energy stone in improving strength was true, and this effect was extraordinary. Otherwise, the Polar Bear Lord would not have such a reaction. Thinking of this, these top lords breathed quickly and rushed to raise the price one by one. At the same time, he began to regret that he had let the polar bear lord take the picture so easily. I offer 8 level 2 beast cores. I'll give you 10. Please give me a favor and give me this energy stone. I will not be involved in the next energy stones. And you can always contact me if you need me in the future. Who are you? I'll give you 12. In the end, the energy stone was auctioned off at the price of 20 level 2 beast cores. The lord who got the energy stone felt his heart bleed. However, as he felt the pure energy of the energy stone flowing into his body, he smiled with joy. Jiang Cheng planned to auction off only 10. After all, things are precious because they are rare. He wanted to whet the appetites of these lords and ask them to prepare more beast cores tomorrow. The auction went very smoothly. Except for the first energy stone, the energy stones that followed were all auctioned off at the price of more than 20 level 2 beast cores. The last energy stone was even auctioned off at the sky-high price of 30 level 2 beast cores. It almost caused the two top lords to be shocked. A great battle between the lords. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng stepped forward to save the situation in time. He said that he would take out another energy stone. With tears in his eyes, he accepted 30 level 2 beast cores from each of them. This matter soon spread to the ears of other top lords. After all, they were not like Jiang Cheng who directly cleared all friend requests. Instead, they carefully selected and screened out those lords who had top level and advanced troops. They made friends with these people and temporarily formed a small circle of the upper class. The demon lord and the group of senior lords under him heard that Jiang Cheng had energy stones, which were good things that could improve the troops and their own strength. They were so jealous that their eyes turned red. Lord, what should we do now? Should we ask someone to buy some energy stones from Jiang Cheng? Didn't those guys at the auction say it was gone? Humph, can you believe what those guys say? And this Jiang Cheng must have a lot of energy stones, and he plans to use hunger marketing to rip us off. Now we have completely torn our relationship with Jiang Cheng. What he said on the public screen just now has directly caused chaos within our organization. In just half an hour, nearly 10,000 people have left the alliance, and they want us to return the membership fee. They have already squandered the membership fee. How can they afford so much more? The demon lord stood up. Okay, leave the alliance matters to you guys. I will go and ask Jiang Cheng myself if he can sell us some energy stones. If he agrees, fine. If he refuses, once the abyss fog passes, we will lead our men to kill him, destroy his territory, and plunder the energy stone from him. Blood Clan Temple. Jiang Cheng came to the outside of the temple. Looking at this magnificent temple, he felt indescribable joy. Just now, he synthesized all the second-level beast cores he got from the auction into third-level beast cores. There were exactly 9. Now he has a total of 33 third-level beast cores, and countless wood and ores. The requirements for upgrading the Blood Clan Temple have been met. Upgrading twice a day. I guess there is no lord as powerful as him? Do you want to upgrade the Blood Clan Temple? Upgrade. After the words fell, the Blood Clan Temple changed. This time the change was greater than before. The Blood Clan Temple, which was originally a single building, began to expand in all directions, forming a series of subsidiary buildings. Finally, it was frozen at this moment. At this time, the Blood Clan Temple looked very much like a medieval castle in the west, and the statue standing in front of it also became lifelike, as if it had been given life. Blood Temple, Level 4. 50 vampires can be drawn every day. The chance of drawing a bronze vampire is 70%, the chance of drawing a silver vampire is 30%, and the chance of drawing a gold vampire is 15%. The next upgrade requires 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, and 40 level 4 beast cores. Level 4 beast cores are produced by level 4 creatures, with a burst rate of 60%. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of bursting a beast core. After checking this information, Jiang Cheng began to check the rewards for this upgrade. Territory upgrade successful. The territory coverage area has doubled. Rewards: 1. City wall building card, 300 residential buildings, 1,000 vampires, 20 city defense cannons, defense formation, iron wall. The houses and the people. This is good, there will be more labor to serve the vampire warriors, and they can also promote the construction of the territory. The Blood Clan warriors are so strong, the Blood Clan common people should not be any worse, with a little training they can fight. I am very satisfied with this reward. I will find a vacant lot and place them there. The city wall building card, as the name implies, is to build a city wall around the territory. The city defense cannon is a weapon that matches the city wall. It looks very ordinary, but I don't know how powerful it is. After it is built, find an unlucky person to test it. This defensive formation is interesting. Defense array, iron wall. Effect 1, a transparent protective shield rises around the territory, which lasts for half an hour and cannot be broken by anyone other than a level 9 warrior. Effect 2, put a protective shield on everyone in the territory, providing 20% damage reduction. Note, effects 1 and 2 can only be used once a day, more than once will be ineffective. With this defensive formation, plus the previous rewards, Jiang Cheng was full of confidence in the safety of his territory. Even if there was a deep fog 5 days later, he was not afraid of it anymore, and even began to look forward to the vast amount of experience it would bring him. Arriving at an open space, Jiang Cheng took out the houses he had just obtained and the houses he had obtained through achievements. He had not received these things until now. Along with him were 1,300 vampires. They were obviously not used to this strange place, but when they saw Jiang Cheng, they all knelt down. Meet the Lord. Everyone, please get up quickly. We will all live together from now on. There is no need to pay such a big respect to me. It doesn't matter if you don't say hello. Jiang Cheng was flattered. He hadn't adapted to being an ordinary person yet. Seeing so many people kneeling on the ground at once made him a little panic. Jiang Cheng's actions touched the hearts of the vampires, and their loyalty increased a lot. Then Jiang Cheng arranged for them to live in the residential houses at the back. The residential houses were built in a very humane way. 3 rooms plus a small courtyard were considered a set. More than 1,300 vampires could squeeze in and make do. Tomorrow they could mobilize their strength to build more, and spend tonight first. Anna, who noticed the movement, walked out of the training ground. She first looked at the vampire temple that had undergone tremendous changes not far away, and then walked towards Jiang Cheng. Master, are these all the people of the Blood Clan? Anna said softly. After the Blood Clan temple was upgraded, her level was also improved. Especially the aura that was there and not there. Noble and elegant, people dare not blaspheme. Yes, they are all young and strong vampire men and women, and they will be a great help to the future development of the territory. Their role will not be less than that of Achuoyeli and others. Anna nodded and said, maybe I can take care of them for the master and let them speed up the development of the territory. Would this be too much work? How about we take care of it together? Anyway, there is nothing important that needs my personal attention in the next few days. I can create our homeland with you. Jiang Cheng didn't know how good Anna's governance was, but he wanted to integrate his modern ideas into the development of the territory. Anna's pretty face blushed slightly, which was considered as acquiescence. He arranged the follow-up matters. Jiang Cheng and Anna came to the training place in the school field one after another. The Blood Clan warriors basically practiced here. Lily practiced alone in the area next to it. Achuoyeli and the 3 brothers Jack had broken through to the 4th level, but these guys were still absorbing the energy from the energy stone. They all looked hard and serious. It seemed that they were secretly competing. The other Blood Clan warriors were a little slower, but they had reached the edge of a breakthrough. I believe they will be able to break through before 12 o'clock in the morning, and they will have enough time to consolidate their own realm. Lily was the most serious one among them. With her eyes closed, she practiced with all her heart. Jiang Cheng found that her way of practicing seemed to be different from that of ordinary Blood Clan warriors. The fluctuations of energy around her body were delicate and soft, and the speed was much faster than Achuo and others. It seemed that she saw Jiang Cheng's confusion. Anna explained, this is a way of practice I created before. Only women are suitable for practice. Thanks to the Lord, I can recover so many memories. It seems like she is hiding something. Anna always has a sad look between her eyebrows. Jiang Cheng discovered this. But seeing how Anna tried to hide it, it seemed that she didn't want him to know. After understanding this, he stopped asking. Anyway, he and Anna are now bound together, and sooner or later, she will know what is hidden in her heart. If it is a good thing, everyone will be happy. If it is a bad thing, then he will definitely not stay out of it. After returning to the temple, Jiang Cheng washed up and lay down on the bed. He opened his friend list. Many top lords sent him messages, asking if he had any energy stones. They would buy them at a high price, and they wanted a lot. Forget it, I still have a lot anyway. I'll sell it to you for a few dozen dollars. I'm not here for these few $100 of level 2 beast cores. After the deal was concluded, Jiang Cheng exchanged 30 energy stones for 750 level 2 beast cores. After that, there were several more large orders. His not very wealthy pockets immediately bulged. Hey, what a rare guest. How dare this guy add me as a friend? Is he trying to threaten me? In the friend request column, the 4 characters Demon Lord were very conspicuous. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng chose to agree. The other party was probably here to buy energy stones. In this case, if Jiang Cheng didn't make him bleed a little, how could he deserve the name of a profiteer? Buy energy stones. Jiang Cheng got straight to the point without saying a word. Yes. Seeing Jiang Cheng's attitude, the Demon Lord did not choose to be polite. After all, being polite to someone he hated would only make him miserable. One price, 30 level 2 beast cores. If you can't afford it, leave. I still have to pick up pretty girls. I don't have time to argue with you. Jiang Cheng found that the Angel Lord had sent him a message. Although he didn't know the other party's gender, he just wanted to stimulate this Demon Lord. Damn it! Doesn't this Jiang Cheng fear the power behind me at all? Isn't he afraid that I will send troops to attack him? By then he won't even know how he died. Is this guy pretending to be stupid, or is he really fearless? The Demon Lord was so angry. He was talking to him and he was complaining that he was wasting time. He is a big customer. Can't he be nicer? The Demon Lord wanted to delete this guy, out of sight, out of mind. But in this case, other top lords have energy stones. But he doesn't. This is not the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing is that he heard that those super lords have purchased dozens of energy stones from Jiang Cheng through various channels. If he doesn't hurry up, his ranking may plummet tonight. Not only that, the lords in the alliance who are hesitant about whether to leave will definitely leave without hesitation when they see his ranking drop. Even the top lords will look for better jobs. By then, he really can't turn things around. Okay, I'll give you 30 level 2 beast cores. I will take all the energy stones you have. Jiang Cheng didn't waste any words and quickly reached a deal with him. There was no difference in treatment, and it was still 30 pieces. However, his 30 pieces were basically scraps and debris, but the weight was definitely the same as the complete 30 pieces. I just don't know how effective this is. What the hell did you give me? The demon lord was so angry that his face turned green after getting the energy stone. Can this be called an energy stone? It's just a pile of energy dregs. If it wasn't for the pure energy that could be felt when touching it, the demon lord might have broken through his defense. You came so late, who can you blame? I only have this pile of crumbs in my hand. Do you want it? If not, give it back to me. Jiang Cheng is also an old rogue. He forced the demon lord to swallow this loss. After that, the demon lord directly deleted Jiang Cheng and took a note of the incident in a small notebook, intending to find an opportunity to take revenge on Jiang Cheng in the future. Haha, these guys are really rich. Jiang Cheng's pockets suddenly became rich, and he planned to trade frequently with this group of top lords and super lords in the future. The profit from trading with them once could exceed all his income in the lord trading area. Later, the angel lord also came to Jiang Cheng to buy energy stones. This was also a lord who was not short of money. Thinking that he might have to cooperate with the other party in the future, Jiang Cheng gave her a discount, selling each energy stone for only 10 level 2 beast cores. Lord Jiang Cheng, how can this be possible? Energy stones are such precious items, if you sell them to me at such a low price, you will lose a lot. The favor was too great, Yunshi couldn't bear it. There is nothing precious about it. It's just that the price is high, so you mistakenly think it's precious. In fact, I still have more than 1,000 in my lord's warehouse, and several thousand outside the territory. Moreover, this thing works well in the early stage, but if you use it in the later stage, you can't break through the realm without hundreds or thousands of pieces. Jiang Cheng told her the inside story. Seeing these words, Yunshi covered her mouth in surprise, and then laughed unconsciously in the hall. The sound was crisp and pleasant. She didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so funny. He cheated all those top lords and super lords, making them empty their pockets and become the scapegoats. Is this too bad, making those people have a desire for revenge? Lord Jiang Cheng, what if they realize that you have tricked them and collectively target you? What are you afraid of? Just target me if you want to. Jiang Cheng looked indifferent. Anyway, the enemy is destined to be your enemy. No matter how you operate, you will eventually face off. If that's the case, why bother with so much? Now, any money I can get from them is a good one. Besides, the wealth of these people is beyond your imagination. Taking out these second-level beast cores will only delay their development a little bit. Then Jiang Cheng reached a deal with the Angel Lord. When he was about to close the chat page, Jiang Cheng asked the other party's name and gender. My name is Yungzi, I am a girl. After that, both of them were silent for a while. They ended the conversation hastily. Phew, I didn't expect that the Angel Lord is actually a girl. I really didn't expect that. I thought he was a super hunk. Jiang Cheng, who was lying on the bed, sighed. Then he saw a friend in the friend request flashing, which was a message prompt. More than one friend sent him messages. He wanted to get closer to him, but the name of this friend made Jiang Cheng pay special attention. The person who sent the message was the second-ranked Void Zerg Lord. I don't know what this guy is doing. He didn't reply to his message until now. Is there anything you want? I have a lot of them here. I can trade with you. The premise is that you have to use energy stones to settle the bill. The Void Zerg Lord didn't beat around the bush. He pointed directly at the energy stone in Jiang Cheng's hand. What do you have? This guy is so arrogant. Jiang Cheng also became curious for a moment. The Void Zerg Lord directly sent a red envelope. Jiang Cheng clicked to receive it, and a broken longsword appeared in his warehouse. The longsword was shining, and the sword seemed to contain vast energy. Blue Luan Sword. Level, 7 stars. Current status, damaged, only 1/10 of its power is left. Active skill, summon the mythical beast Qingluan, which can increase the user's attack power by 30%. Passive skill, can switch to long-range attack mode, inject energy into the Qingluan sword, and release sword energy to attack. Note, only 7-star experts are allowed to use it, otherwise they will be attacked by the Blue Luan sword, and the consequences will be disastrous. 7-star weapon? Oh my goodness. Jiang Cheng's breathing became heavy. But what the Void Zerg Lord said next made him feel uncomfortable. I have a lot of treasures like this in my territory, some of which are stronger than this one. Do you want them? If you want, please give me some energy stones. Also, consider that sword as my gift to you. Huh. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng felt that his emotions had calmed down a little. He really wanted to know why. Why did this guy have so many treasures in his hand? He casually took out a 7-star weapon. And this weapon also had the power of Qingluan, which looked very powerful. But this was just what the opponent took out casually. There are a lot of weapons like this. It turns out that he is the lucky one. I'm so envious of this luck. Void Wormhole. It is a special space that exists on the edge of a black hole. It is not affected by the outside world. Everything seems to be on a land plane. But if you leave this space, you will encounter void cracks and the suction of the black hole, which will draw you into the endless depths. A girl with a gray face that makes it difficult to see her appearance is picking up a pile of scrap copper and iron behind her with her hands on her waist. Oh, why is this Star Destroyer so heavy? The girl was surprisingly strong, dragging the Star Destroyer, which was dozens of times larger than her body, all the way to the simple camp behind. She wiped the sweat off her face with her sleeve, revealing half of her tender and rosy face. Finally finished it, so tired. I have to move all this junk every day, and there's no one to chat with me or talk to me. I want to go home. Snap. A black bug as big as a wash basin emerged from the space beside the girl and crawled towards her at an extremely fast speed. You stinky guy, what did you bring back again? The girl frowned slightly, her face was already a little angry. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After a few flattering calls, a deep wormhole appeared above the black bug. An ancient tree fell out of it. This is the innate ability of the bug, which can put everything that can be put into its own wormhole space. The ancient tree is full of fruits, each of which is large and plump, exuding smoothness, and looks extremely tempting. Not only that, it is full of fragrant spiritual energy. Eating a bite will definitely be of great benefit to the body. The girl can have such great strength, which is also due to the credit of these fruits. But when she saw it, she was not happy, but vented her anger on the black bug. It's this kind of broken fruit again. Can you bring back some barbecued meat and chicken? The girl knocked on the shell on the back of the black bug. Forget it, go call Dehe and Urhe back. Don't bring any weird things when you come back, or I'll beat you to death and drive you out of the territory. As if to show that she had this ability, the girl kicked the armor that was in the way at her feet more than 10 meters away, and the black bug was so scared that it quickly burrowed into a hole and left. After it left, the girl squatted on the ground, covering her feet, and tears flowed from her eyes due to the pain. What a broken armor. After complaining, the girl picked a few fruits from the tree and walked towards the camp. She was ready to reply to the vampire lord who had been left out for a while. Sorry, my soldiers just now were ignorant and brought back some scrap metal. Fine. Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched. The so-called scrap metal in the other party's mouth might be some kind of precious treasure. By the way, let me give you a taste of this fruit. Although the taste is not very good, it will have a very wonderful effect. In addition, do you have any roasted chicken or roasted meat? Anyway, give me some meat. I haven't had a hot meal for 2 days. The Void Zerg Lord sent a fruit. Looking at the message she sent, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but wonder what this guy is like now. He didn't even have basic hot food. While chewing the fruit, he walked towards the back kitchen. The fruit has a soft texture with a hint of sweetness. It's not too delicious, but the taste is acceptable. Because there is no light in the temple, Jiang Cheng didn't look at the fruit carefully. He just took it in his hand and started to bite it. He took some marinated meat from the cabinet, the steak and roast chicken that he didn't finish eating at night, and the cookies made by Anna. He closed the cabinet door casually. But what happened next scared Jiang Cheng. Bang! The cabinet door slammed shut with a loud crash. The porcelain bowl inside shattered into pieces. What's going on? Jiang Cheng was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back. He just closed the door casually. How could it make such a big noise? When he retreated to the door of the back kitchen, he pressed his hand on the door. The solid and heavy wooden door was dented by him. My power. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists and felt that his arms were full of strength. No, it should be that his whole body was full of strength. This feeling gave him confidence to wrestle with Yale now. Thinking of the fruit just now and what the Void Zerg Lord said, that fruit can enhance a person's strength. Not only that, I feel my mind has become much more agile, and it has made a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't care less and quickly contacted the Void Zerg Lord. He sent the food to her and asked if there was any more of that fruit. Of course, Xiaohe and his friends would often bring back these trees with their roots, which were full of these fruits. If you want, I can sell it to you. 1,000 energy stones, no, 2,000 energy stones. Deal. Jiang Cheng could still afford 2,000 energy stones. In exchange for a tree that could bear this kind of fruit, he would be willing to pay 10,000 energy stones. He hurried to the training ground. He took 1,000 energy stones from here, plus Jiang Cheng already had more than 1,000 energy stones. He made up 2,000 and sent them directly to the other party. The Void Zerg Lord was also very happy and sent the tree directly. Looking at the ancient tree with most of its leaves withered in the Lord's warehouse, Jiang Cheng didn't think there was anything special about it. The only special thing was that the fruit on it looked very good. Very tempting. He wanted to eat another one. However, the Void Zerg Lord said that each person could only eat one, and the second one would be invalid. Achuo and others had already withdrawn from the state of cultivation. Meet the Lord. Looking at the 3-star and 4-star auras emanating from them, Jiang Cheng was very satisfied. It was worth spending so many energy stones. Everyone is here. I'll give you something good later. Jiang Cheng turned his back and waved his hand at the empty space in front of him. An ancient tree appeared out of thin air. It seemed to be sensing something. The roots of the ancient tree twisted rapidly, drilling madly into the soil below, absorbing the energy under the soil. Pieces of yellow leaves fell. The buds on the treetops grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a lush and vibrant ancient tree appeared in front of everyone. Yato, go pick the fruits from above. Yes. Yato came to his senses and flew into the air. The ancient tree flapped its leaves twice, as if it was a little reluctant, but in the end it obediently let Yato pick the plump fruits on it. After 5 rounds, Yato picked all the fruits on it. After counting the number, there were about 120. Jiang Cheng distributed the fruits to each vampire warrior. After eating this fruit, you can strengthen your body and strength, and at the same time make your thinking a qualitative leap. Digest it now. After 12 o'clock, there will be a fierce battle for you. Yale and other first batch of Blood Clan warriors have already told the newly joined Blood Clan team that they will challenge the powerful enemy at night. Therefore, no one hesitated. They swallowed the fruit directly and sat cross-legged on the ground to digest it. Jiang Cheng looked at the ancient tree. He said silently in his heart, check the information. Query failed. This species does not belong to the Lord's continent. Temporarily unavailable for viewing. Jiang Cheng had a series of question marks in his mind. It does not belong to the Lord continent. Where did the Voidzerg Lord come from? This guy is not in the so-called higher plane, right? But that is not right. How could the higher plane be so destitute that it can't even eat? Could it be in the void? That is not right either. How can a place like the void build a territory and survive? What Jiang Cheng did not know was that the void worms had no fighting power. Their innate skill is to build nests in the void, and at the same time they have a huge storage space in their bodies. Their hobby is to carry all kinds of treasures back to their nests. Therefore, most of them like to build nests next to black holes. There are treasures that are attracted by the suction of the black hole. They will take action to grab the treasures, then happily move them back to their nests. He took a fruit and gave it to Lily. Anna was giving her a theoretical lesson. Jiang Cheng also took this opportunity to ask Anna if she knew the name of the tree that bears this kind of fruit. I have an impression, but I can't remember. Forget it if you can't remember it. Let's just call it the strengthening fruit for now. Give this to Lily. She might be able to shine in the evening. Lily sniffed the fruit handed over by Jiang Cheng. Lily smiled sweetly. Thank you, Lord. After Lily ate the fruit, Jiang Cheng stayed beside her. By the way, he asked the Voidzerg Lord if he had suitable armor and weapons. I don't want too many armors and weapons. As long as you can afford the price, I can give you any amount you want, and you can even choose the color. But you probably can't use it now, because all the equipment I have are 6 stars or above. I threw away all the ones below 6 stars, because I don't have enough space to store them. Okay, you're awesome. Jiang Cheng gave this guy a thumbs up. It's pretty good that he didn't sell such a good thing, but threw it away directly. It seems that he knows Jiang Cheng's thoughts. The girl sent a message. The main reason is that those guys don't have anything I like, so selling it to them is a huge loss. Not only that, but they will also target me. I feel pretty good about my current status as a nobody. After chatting for a while, the two ended their chat. It was already late at night, and the ranking list would be opened at 12 o'clock. During this time, Jiang Cheng used the city wall construction card to build a barrier around the territory. At the same time, he installed 20 city defense cannons. Yali, stand over there. Looking at Yali, who had already digested the fruit and was showing off his strength not far away, Jiang Cheng decided to let him be the unlucky one. Test the power of the city defense cannon. My lord. Well, Yali, you stand here and don't move. Then Jiang Cheng climbed up the city wall. He adjusted the muzzle of the gun and aimed it at Yali, who was confused below. The other Blood Clan warriors followed. With the help of the bright moonlight, they found that a thick wall was built around the territory. They had never seen this wall before, but it looked very thick. It should have good defensive power. Thinking that this was another method of the Lord, the Blood Clan warriors were excited. Looking at the deep gun holes on the city wall, Yali's heart jumped, and a sense of crisis came over him. He subconsciously held his head with both hands, and at the same time, the golden blood wings spread out, also protecting him in front of him. Bang! A flash of fire ignited from the muzzle of the city defense cannon. A shell was fired at Yali. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose where Yali was. A deep pit was formed. The grass on the ground also turned into a charred ground at the moment of the explosion. Ahem, Lord, you are not kind. They're totally using me as a test subject. Yali walked out of the thick smoke and looked at Jiang Cheng with a face full of resentment. That look gave Jiang Cheng goosebumps. He didn't have a big wound on his body. It was just a little skin break. His body was covered with a layer of black ash, which made him look quite funny, as if he had just been dug out of a coal mine. Although he said this, Yali didn't have any resentment in his heart. Haha, I just want to see your current strength. How powerful is the cannonball just now? Jiang Cheng smiled and patted the dust off Yali's body. Very strong. If it was a 3-star goblin, one shot could probably seriously injure it. Even I am a little scared of this kind of shells. If I hadn't eaten that fruit and made my mind more agile, I might not have been able to react the moment the shell was fired. In that case, I might not even be able to protect my blood wings in front, and I would be directly wounded by the shrapnel of the shells. Today's Yale is no longer that bronze-level Blood Clan trash. He is now a real gold-level bloodline, and the level has reached 4 stars. With the blessing of the fruit just now, his defense is now dozens of times stronger than at the beginning. With such a strong defense, he may still not be able to react and get injured. Besides, this is just one city defense cannon. What if 20 city defense cannons are fired at the same time? By then, the invading enemy may not even climb up the city wall and have been reduced to ashes. The defense of the territory is not only the city wall and the city defense cannon. There are also defense towers, defense formations, and Jiang Cheng's last trump card, Anna. These means can make Jiang Cheng's territory impregnable, offensive or defensive. Just as Jiang Cheng was sighing, 12 o'clock arrived. A familiar mechanical sound came from his mind. The second day ranking of Overlord is officially open. This ranking is based on the comprehensive strength of the Lord's territory. A golden scroll appeared on the World Channel. Jiang Cheng hurried back to the temple. The Blood Clan team followed closely. Anna and Lily also noticed the time and finished a day's class. 100th place, Iron Blood Knights. No 99, Rock Bear Legion. No 98, Flame Tiger Corps. No 97, Dwarf Gunner. No 96, Mammoth Corps. 95th place, Skeleton Corps. The lords at the bottom basically did not change. They just changed one position. Jiang Cheng did not pay much attention to it. These top lords could not threaten him at all. Looking down, Jiang Cheng found Xiaoyan. This guy jumped directly from the 22nd place to the 15th place, which surprised many people. After all, his giant flame dragon was hung on a tree and whipped with canes by a group of delicate little flower fairies under the eyes of tens of millions of people. Such a scene made all the lords subconsciously underestimate him. Ha ha ha, you guys didn't expect this. My efforts throughout the day to improve the strength of my troops have paid off. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Little flower fairy, I will repay you 1,000-fold for the shame you brought upon me. Xiaoyan's domineering aura made the lords feel dazed. It seemed that through these sonorous and powerful words, they could see Xiaoyan's domineering and majestic figure. At this moment, a top lord of the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance stood up. He was the 12th ranked boss on the list. Everyone still had some impression of him. Hey, isn't this Xiaoyan who accepted the leader as his apprentice and godson? He called him godfather all the time, so affectionately. Those who don't know would think he is the leader's biological son. After the top lord's revelation, everyone learned that Xiaoyan relied on his identity as a member of the Flame Dragon clan to establish a relationship with the leader of the purple-winged dragon. And he publicly recognized the other party as his master. This was not enough, he also forcibly pulled the leader of the purple-winged dragon and refused to let him go. He had to make it a closer relationship and recognized the other party as his godfather. Someone called him dad. The leader of the purple-winged dragon was so happy that he waved his hand and directly appointed his godson Xiaoyan as the deputy leader, and obtained a large number of resources. Let the strength of his territory increase dramatically in a short period of time. This move naturally caused dissatisfaction among other top lords, including the leader ranked 12th. Seeing Xiaoyan jumping so happily, he kicked him in the back. The other top lords of the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance also stood up. They started to ridicule Xiaoyan's behavior of recognizing a godfather. After all, the resources Xiaoyan took were taken from them. No one stood up at the beginning, but now someone has become the first to speak out, and the top lords behind will naturally add fuel to the fire. Seeing that the situation is getting more and more serious, the leader of the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance had to stand up. He cut off his relationship with Xiaoyan and appeased the top lords. The lords ranked from 100th to 11th have been announced. Their rewards have not changed, and are still the same as yesterday. Next is the top 10 that everyone is looking forward to. 10th place, Soul Clan. 9. Kailin Clan. 8. White Tiger Tribe. 7. Suzaku. 6. Angel. The above 5 lords will receive 10,000 lord coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, 5,000 energy stones, and 1,000 luck points. The general rewards have not changed, but these 5,000 energy stones have made countless lords jealous. After a series of operations by Jiang Cheng, most of the lords know the benefits of energy stones. They can improve the strength of the troops. They can even absorb them themselves and improve their own strength. They are well-deserved treasures. Some top lords would rather delay their own development and take out some beast cores to buy energy stones from Jiang Cheng. And according to gossip, the victim demon lord even bought energy stones at the unit price of 32nd level beast cores. 32nd level beast cores. For those middle level lords, this is almost all their belongings. For low level lords, this is their goal. But such energy stones have now become rewards. And it is a one-time reward of 5,000. The world channel seems to be still at this point in time. Countless lords seem to be able to hear the sound of vomiting blood, shouting, and wailing of regret. Damn it! I worked so hard to save up the beast cores. In order to buy those broken energy stones, I didn't upgrade my territory today, so my ranking dropped by 17 places. What a profiteer! I thought it was some rare item, but I didn't expect such a large amount of it to be rewarded directly. It's a pity that I had to spend so many beast cores to buy it. Lord Jiang Cheng, I hope you will return my beast core. That's right, return the money. One after another, the top lords appeared. They shouted for Jiang Cheng to return the money. Unfortunately, they shouted for a long time, but Jiang Cheng didn't even pay attention to them, as if he didn't exist. I'm unwilling to let such a villain get the first place. The reward he will get will definitely be more generous, and we will fall behind by a large margin. This guy is so cunning, just like the goblin lord who sells military units in the trading area. Humph, he has to retreat today, or we will let the leader put pressure on him and make him spit out the beast core he has eaten. Several super lords are also victims. They also spent a high price to buy energy stones from Jiang Cheng, especially the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord and the demon lord. The price Jiang Cheng offered to these two guys was simply sky-high. But now the ranking of these two has been confirmed in the top 5, and they are about to get a large batch of energy stones. But even so, they are still not happy. Their faces are as ugly as if they had eaten shit. 5th place, Purple-Robed Dragon Clan. 4. Demon Lord. The above 2 lords will receive 20,000 lord coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, 10,000 energy stones, and 1,000 luck points. The two brothers in distress were now in a row. Since Jiang Cheng ignored the lords in the world channel, their voices gradually weakened. After eating these melons, the lords found that the Angel Lord, who ranked 3rd yesterday, had dropped to 6th place. The Demon Lord remained in his original position without any change. The purple-winged Brilliant Dragon Lord moved up 2 places. Except for the worst Xiao Yan, these two super lords were taught a lesson more than twice. The former was severely ravaged by Jiang Cheng, and then pressed to the ground by the Angel Lord, and his soldiers were beaten psychologically. The latter, the so-called emperor among the dragons, was sucked into dragon meat jerky. Then he was pressed to the ground and beaten by the Eastern Dragon, and his wings and limbs were torn off by the dragon. If it weren't for the challenge space, the Demon Lord and the purple-winged Brilliant Dragon Lord would have become commanders without troops. But now the rankings of the two have not retreated, and there is even a trend of further improvement. Thinking of what Jiang Cheng posted on the public screen, a group of ordinary lords condemned the two. I don't know how much blood these two guys have sucked from the alliance members, but they can still maintain this position. That's right, the purple-winged Brilliant Dragon climbed up 2 levels in a row. Look at the Angel Lord, pure and innocent. He doesn't do these blood-sucking things, although his ranking has dropped, but he relies entirely on his own ability. The one I admire most is Lord Jiang Cheng. Countless people urged him to form an alliance, but he refused in order not to associate with these vampires. Not only that, he also used the energy stone to severely trick a group of vampires, forcing them to spit out most of the stolen goods that they had obtained through shameless means. This group of top lords are so shameless. It's bad enough that they reap huge profits through shameless means, but they even have the nerve to stand up and denounce Lord Jiang Cheng. Calling them vampires is nice, they should be called leeches and borers. Jiang Cheng and Yunshi's image became taller in the hearts of the lords. As for the other top lords and super lords, they have been devalued by them. With the appearance of the 3rd place in the ranking list, the leader of the Eastern Dragon Alliance was also dragged into the object of criticism. Of course, few people mentioned the little transparent void insect lord. Even if someone remembered it, it was quickly drowned in the wave of condemnation. There is no way, this guy's presence is too low. Except for showing up on the ranking list, she can't be seen anywhere else. 3rd place in the Lord's ranking, Eastern Dragon Clan. Obtain 50,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, 30,000 energy stones, a bloodline enhancement pill, and 2,000 luck points. 2nd place in the Lord ranking, Void Zerg. Obtain 100,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, 50,000 energy stones, 5 bloodline enhancement pills, and 5,000 luck points. Lord ranking number 1, Blood Clan. Obtain 150,000 system coins, 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, 100,000 energy stones, 10 bloodline enhancement pills, and 10,000 luck value. The list of the lords on the 2nd day has been displayed to the public. As expected, Jiang Cheng won the 1st place again. The Void Zerg Lord is still in 2nd place. Although her troops do not have much combat power, but she has a lot of weapons, such as star destroyers and god-killing guns. These things can directly shatter the challenge space. As for why Jiang Cheng can sit firmly in the 1st place, the biggest contributor is Anna. Even though she is in the state of a residual soul now, she was an extremely powerful person in her lifetime. When it comes to life and death, the power she unleashes is quite terrifying. Like the star destroyer cannon and the god-killing gun, she can kill instantly from a distance while it is still charging. But by doing so, she is also very likely to end up in an irreparable situation. The ranking list doesn't care about these things. As long as your comprehensive strength is above others, you are the first. After the ranking is determined, the main event will begin. The Demon Lord directly challenged Jiang Cheng. There is no way, I really can't stand it. I was beaten half to death by Jiang Cheng yesterday. I became a laughingstock for countless people in their spare time. Today, Jiang Cheng used energy stones to make a lot of money. The alliance that allowed him to continue to harvest and suck blood also fell apart because of Jiang Cheng. The top and the bottom are not of the same mind. Everyone has his own little calculations. The most annoying thing is the abuse just now. He was demoted to a vampire and a leech. All these frustrations made the Demon Lord want to eat Jiang Cheng alive. He knew that his troops might not be Jiang Cheng's opponent. After all, he had seen the strength of the Blood Clan warriors yesterday. They were thick-skinned and had strong self-repairing abilities. If they were not killed instantly, there would be no chance of winning. But he was not without improvement. This morning he drew a special demon, and poured countless resources into this demon. The level has even surpassed the original 3 demons. Not to mention the combat effectiveness, it is simply a crushing existence. The original demon could not last more than 3 rounds at the hands of this demon and was defeated. The Demon Lord believed that he would eventually lose. But Jiang Cheng must pay a high price to win. If the opponent wins miserably, he can save some face. At least he can shut up some people. Let them curse less. Why is this guy so impatient to be beaten? In the hall, Jiang Cheng looked at the challenge invitation and chose to accept it. It was still the same plane as yesterday. Feeling the change in the environment, the Blood Clan team and the new batch of Blood Clan warriors all smiled. They had been waiting for a long time and finally waited for this moment. My lord, let us go first this time. The brothers haven't been active during the day. Jack and his men came over. Jack had been craving for the so-called demon blood mentioned by Yale. Let us do the dirty work. You are still young, just stand aside and watch. Yale used his huge body to push Jack aside. Stop arguing. Pushing and shoving, how disgraceful. You are the most elite warriors of the vampire clan, not a bunch of fools laughing and playing. The Lord is usually polite to you and puts down his attitude to get along with you peacefully, but it does not mean that you can cross the line. Seeing this scene, Anna's face suddenly turned cold. The majesty of the Empress oppressed Ale and Jack, making them pale and lower their heads. Snort. I'll go back and apologize to the Lord myself. Anna turned to Jiang Cheng and bowed. Anna's reaction just now also shocked him. He didn't expect that the gentle and lovely Anna would have such a side. Lord, please let Lily go first. I have taught the little girl so much, I must give her a chance to perform. A vampire warrior under the umbrella of protection cannot grow up, even if she is a little girl. Looking at the little girl is full of fighting spirit and is not afraid of the enemy she is about to face. Okay, let her go first. Still a little worried, Jiang Cheng spent 1,000 Lord coins to buy a set of 4-star armor in the mall. After giving the little girl a few words like an old father, all the Blood Clan warriors were on standby. They came to the central battle area. The figure of the opposite demon also appeared. The leader was a tall demon with a cold breath and magic patterns on his face and arms. He was equipped with exquisite 4-star armor. It has the function of increasing speed and resistance. The aura of the 3-star peak on his body was revealed. It was many times stronger than the demons behind him. In order to cultivate this trump card, the demon lord spent a lot of blood. The gloomy eyes swept over Atuo and others, feeling their powerful strength. The demon nodded. Who of you 5 dares to fight me? In the eyes of this demon, only the gold-level vampire warriors can fight him. Others are simply not. Lord Yasir, the strength of the other 5 people should not be underestimated. We are no match for them in a head-on confrontation. It is recommended that we fight collectively, first wear down their manpower, and then launch a fatal attack. We must not take it lightly. Lewis kindly reminded. Humph, are you teaching me how to do things? Yasir looked down on him with arrogance on his face, looking down on this demon who was 1 day older than him. The arrogant demon was the leader among the 7 demons. Yasir was a demon who believed in the arrogant demon. Therefore, he was extremely arrogant in his every move. He looked down on any of the 7 demons behind him. The magic pattern on Yasir's body represented the nobility of his status. Lewis lowered his head unconsciously. He had already advised kindly, and if he suffered a loss next, the Lord would not blame him. On the side of the Blood Clan, the little girl Lily stood up. She was wearing heavy armor and walked out a little clumsily. She stood at the front of the team. What is going on? Why did Jiang Cheng send out a little girl from the vampire clan? This is too arrogant. This little girl is so petite, I'm afraid she has never even had a fight. I heard from the Demon Alliance that the demon with the magic pattern is a special demon with special abilities. Ordinary demons can't last more than 3 rounds in his hands. Not only that, the level of this demon has reached the peak of 3 stars, and it is equipped with a 4-star battle armor, which has the ability to kill higher level monsters. Hiss, it's so strong? Is this the strength of the 4th place on the list? The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Humph, they just sent a little kid to fool me. I have to show you some color. Let's start with this little girl. Seeing that the other party was a little girl to deal with him, Yasir was so angry that his face turned blue. The aura on his body became extremely dark and cruel. At the same time, he did not forget to ridicule Lewis and the other 2. You 3 guys, watch out for me and see how I teach the other side a lesson. If it weren't for you 3 idiots, the other party wouldn't have sent a little girl to deal with us. An idiot who is always causing trouble but can't do anything good. I really want to send you down to see the Demon Lord. A black shadow flashed over. It was so fast that people couldn't see the face of the black shadow. Lily closed her eyes, the golden wings behind her spread out, and the scarlet energy in her hand condensed into a long sword. There were countless red light spots floating irregularly around. It seemed to form a layer of protection. These methods are not possessed by vampire warriors. They are all the most basic skills that Anna taught Lily. After some improvements, the heavy armor on her body will no longer hinder the little girl's movements. With her feet off the ground, the little girl paused in the air, her dark eyebrows slightly frowned, and the golden wings behind her slowly flapped, making her look extremely heroic. The black shadow also took off and kept approaching Lily. Below, Atuoyeli and others were ready to go. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng reminded that the little girl must not be injured too seriously, and must be rescued at all costs in critical moments. Hehe, a little kid doesn't stay back and watch, but has to run up to die. Let me teach you a lesson today, so that you can neither live nor die. Yasir's cold voice sounded around Lily. The shadow had come to the little girl from several feet away. The little girl didn't actually participate too much in today's battle. Jiang Cheng took too much care of her. So if there was a slightly dangerous enemy, Jack Jess, who was responsible for protecting her, would attack instantly. So this battle is her first battle, and the most important battle? After taking a deep breath, Lily focused her attention to the maximum. Putting aside the complicated things in her mind, she focused on dealing with this powerful enemy. Feeling the fluctuations of the red energy around her, Lily took a step forward and swung her sword. The clanging sound of the 2 swords colliding rang out. Stand up. Yasir's figure emerged from the black fog. Lily took 3 steps back. Yasser took more than 10 steps back. He covered his right shoulder with one hand, his expression was very painful, and his right hand holding the sword was shaking violently. The first round of the collision between the two, the winner was immediately decided. The lords watching the battle were boiling. Wasn't it said that this demon was very strong? He was a 3-star peak, and his combat power was comparable to that of a 4-star. How could he become like this after just one touch? Could it be that the demon lord spent a lot of resources to give this demon drugs in order to show off, and accidentally turned him into a big fake with a superficial realm? Not only the audience, even the demon lord himself stood up from the ground. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I poured so many resources into Yasser and gave him most of the wild monsters, all for the purpose of raising his level. Why are you so weak now? How can I play after taking this little girl's sword? The demon lord felt a dull pain in his chest. It felt like saving up money for half a lifetime to buy a house, and looking forward to it for a long time, but the result was an unfinished building. After being irritated by Jiang Cheng for so many times, the demon lord's psychological endurance became much stronger. He soon recovered. Fortunately, Yasser has a trump card, which should be able to defeat this little girl. If my strongest general can't even beat a little girl under Jiang Cheng, how can I compete with him and settle accounts with him in the future? The demon lord's face twisted. Hiss. What did you eat to grow up, little girl? How can you be so strong? After adjusting his dislocated right shoulder, Yasser couldn't help asking. The huge force from the little girl's sword directly dislocated his shoulder. The demon's sword in his hand almost flew out. She is obviously a simple, cute, delicate little girl, but she has such great strength in her hands. This is just the strength of one arm. This strength is not inferior to that of a dragon. My lord gave me a fruit and my strength increased. Well, if you want one, you can ask your lord to buy one. It only costs 100,000 energy stones. My lord is honest in doing business. Lily promoted seriously. Jiang Cheng laughed at this scene. He must avoid her in the future and not lead the child astray. The demon lord covered his chest again. He felt that he would get sick soon. The tens of millions of lords who were watching the battle were also amused by the little girl's words. While agreeing, they did not forget to continue to mock the top lords who had spent money at Jiang Cheng's hands. The powerful strength and cute appearance also made many lords like this little girl. They turned into fans to cheer her up. Humph, you've learned to lie at such a young age. Didn't your lord teach you that you can't lie as a child? After a cold snort, Yasser disappeared into the black fog again. He was too proud to allow himself to talk to such a flesh and blood creature. But he had just injured his right shoulder, so he had to talk to the little girl. If the little girl had continued to chase him, he might not be able to fight back and fall into danger. But the other party was simple-minded and didn't know the dangers of the world. She actually chatted with him and lied. This naughty little girl must fall into depravity. The black shadow flickered again. This time the speed was a few points faster than before. It had reached Yasser's limit. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lily, facing her. The little girl subconsciously swung her sword, but the sword suddenly stopped in the air halfway through the swing. The magic patterns on Yasser's face and arms emitted a dark light, and an evil and corrupt aura permeated his body. His eyes bloomed, and magic patterns flowed in his eyes. Let the little girl stare at him motionlessly. Fall into depravity. There is nothing sweeter and more romantic than death. Sleep peacefully in the graves outside that dirty world. The devil's whispers rang in the little girl's ears. Yasser's innate skill was activated. Anyone who looked at him would fall into endless decadence, their inner desires would be infinitely magnified, and they would fall into the illusion of self-hypnosis. Seeing that the little girl was controlled by him, Yasser smiled grimly, and slowly raised the devil's sword in his hand, ready to pierce Lily's heart. Below, after seeing this scene, Atuoyeli and all the Blood Clan warriors behind him no longer restrained their breath, and all rushed into the sky, trying to stop Yasser. The demon camp looked at the Blood Clan warriors who covered the sky. Cold sweat flowed down their heads. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many level 4s on the opposite side? Weren't they level 2 yesterday? Even those who took drugs can't be so fast. Although they were very scared, the demons did not dare not to support. Restraining the fear in their hearts, the 7 demons flew over at an extremely fast speed. Humph, a bunch of guys who don't follow martial ethics. Yasser spat, not intending to play anymore, and prepared to stab in. Although the creatures in this space will not die, a stab into the heart also means the loss of combat effectiveness. Yachuo and the others were furious. They had already vowed to tear this demon to pieces. Looking at their expressions, Yasser smiled playfully. Ha ha ha, you can't save this little girl at this speed. Just when he was feeling proud, a sword sounded. Swish. Yasser's eyes suddenly bulged, he clenched his teeth, and the playful smile in his eyes turned into endless pain. The piercing wail resounded throughout the entire battle area. It echoed across the plain. The vampire warriors and demons in the field looked over at the same time. The audience stared at Yasser. Some timid lords even covered their eyes. The right half of Yasser's body was intact, but the left half, from the waist to Yasser's ear, along with the left arm, was all cut open, a bloody mess, and even the internal organs could be seen. The scarlet sword absorbed the blood on it. An arm and a small half of the body fell powerlessly from the air to the ground. Yasser's face lost color. He stared at the little girl in front of him with a dull look. Lily's eyes were scarlet, and the expression on her face was changing from crazy to calm. Yasir's innate skills can radiate the inner desires of others to the maximum. But Lily is a little girl. Carefree, not worried about anything. There is nothing at all. Desire. The only desire is to defeat Yasir. At the same time, the Blood Clan's eyes have a pupil technique that can weaken Yasir's innate skills. But the little girl is young after all. After breaking away from the illusion, the desire to defeat the opponent in her heart has not diminished at all. Seeing her opponent standing in front of her defenselessly, the little girl's inner desire was magnified to the extreme. Without hesitation, the sword in her hand slashed directly. The speed was so fast that half of Yasir's body was perfectly cut before he could react. With the severe pain from the body, Yasir also cancelled his innate skills, and a strong sense of dizziness came over him, causing him to fall from the air powerlessly. Seeing this scene, the demon that paused in the air was frightened and flew back. Ado Yale naturally would not miss this opportunity. He quickly led people to chase and kill them. The Blood Clan warriors will never give up until they are drained dry today. Lily, how do you feel? The three Jack brothers came behind Lily and asked with concern. My head feels a little dizzy, but otherwise I'm fine. Uncle Jack, was I scary just now? Thinking of the crazy thoughts in her mind, the little girl was frightened. No, Lily looked very handsome just now. Seeing that the little girl was fine, Jack and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened, the usually peaceful lord might be angry. After a while, Yale and others came back with 7 fainted demons. These guys had nowhere to hide under the lock of the 4-star Blood Clan warriors. Even if they used their unique skills, teleportation, it was useless. Jiang Cheng's storage ring had been handed over to Achuo. He had a lord's warehouse with a larger space and did not need this little thing. He took out a few jars from the ring. Then the Blood Clan warriors began their work. Jiang Cheng accepted the surrender of the demon lord only after the group of demons were squeezed out of nothing. So far, those super lords who were ready to challenge Jiang Cheng have restrained their thoughts. Just kidding. A little girl took care of the strongest demon under the demon lord. Even a minor is so fierce. Not to mention the 20 standing behind several adult vampire warriors who were huge and looked very difficult to mess with. While they were afraid, they also had a hint of joy in their hearts. Fortunately, this silly demon lord helped them test the waters first. Otherwise, it would be their soldiers who would become jerky. They were directly traumatized. The most typical example is Lewis and his 3 men, who simply put down their arrogant demon postures and turned around and ran away. Not only that, after this battle, the demon lord will definitely become a laughingstock of the public again, and his demon alliance of 300,000 people will also fall apart and become a mess. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. These super lords immediately thought of poaching. They were ready to attract members of the demon alliance to their own alliances to strengthen themselves. On the surface, the major alliances seemed to be harmonious, saying that they would develop together and not interfere with each other. But in fact, they had their own thoughts. Once any of them collapsed, the first to pounce would definitely be the other major alliances. Oh, that's boring. I had hoped that the demon lord would be able to fight back, but the strongest demon under his command was beaten to death by Jiang Cheng's little girl, and he withdrew from the alliance. There was no hope for him to stay. I originally still held out a glimmer of hope and was prepared to continue going smoothly, but now there is no hope of success. I hope we will see each other again someday. The Phoenix Alliance next door is willing to accept us. There is no threshold for joining. In the future, lords of different regions can help each other. The number of places is limited, so I'll go first. Let's go. The leader of the purple-winged brilliant dragon also offered the same conditions, saying that if you are short of resources, you can borrow from him without interest. No matter where we go, it is better than staying in this alliance. The leader of the alliance is always thinking about how to squeeze the oil and water from us, but he doesn't know how to give. Now he can't even see the hope for the future. Inside the demon alliance, with the departure of the lords one by one, the entire alliance suddenly became much quieter. After this day's tossing, there were only less than 100,000 people left out of the 300,000. The remaining people either had ties with other alliances and couldn't go, or they still held on to the last hope. As for the rest, they didn't care about the content of the rankings at all, and had fallen asleep. They dreamed of stepping on the demon lords and punching the blood lords. Jiang Cheng, I will never forgive you. In the demon city, the demon lord who had already withdrawn from the challenge space let out a heart-wrenching cry. Looking at his subordinates with dull eyes and almost useless demons, the demon lord was crying blood in his heart. He opened the chat channel. More than a dozen alliance leaders said goodbye to him. The rest also expressed their disappointment in him and announced that they would retire for a few days and would not participate in the construction of the alliance. His once powerful alliance had also declined beyond recognition and had fallen out of the ranks of the major alliances. The number of people in the alliance was also falling off a cliff. Jiang Cheng, I will definitely trample you under my feet. The demon lord was so angry that his face turned red, veins on his forehead bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He put all the blame on Jiang Cheng. His hatred for Jiang Cheng reached its peak. Next, I will continue to do whatever it takes to become stronger. When I can destroy Jiang Cheng, that will be the moment for me to reappear. Maybe he was extremely angry. His heart suddenly calmed down at this moment. An eternal call sounded in his ears. Lily, do you feel uncomfortable? Jiang Cheng didn't know what happened to the demon lord, and he didn't want to know. No. The little girl patted her chest, showing her cute little tiger teeth, and smiled. My lord, I am in good health, nothing will happen to me. The taste of that demon blood is very good. Let's challenge them again tomorrow. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. The powerful strength of the Blood Clan warriors was exposed. Those super lords avoided him one by one. Seeing him was like seeing a flood and a beast. He invited them to challenge. It was almost instantly rejected by the other party. The soldiers under these super lords are of great benefit to the Blood Clan warriors. But the problem is that they don't want to fight him anymore. There is no way. Jiang Cheng looked at the Void Zerg Lord in the friend list and asked directly. No, can you help me get some purple-winged dragon blood? Luo Qi was scolding the void worms under his command. Seeing Jiang Cheng's message, he quickly kicked the 5 void worms at his feet aside. After a moment of silence, Luo Qi gave a reply. You can, but you have to be able to afford the price. I won't ask for too high a price. 1 energy stone for every liter of purple-winged dragon blood. How about that? Now Jiang Cheng can get 100,000 energy stones for being the first on the list. This huge sum of money made him agree to the deal without hesitation. Yeah, Luo Qi jumped excitedly. Then he looked at the 5 dishonest void bugs beside him with a stern face. You 5 guys, go and bring me all the damaged warships and cannons in the territory, and prepare to fight me. Hearing that they were going to fight, the 5 void worms took a step back at the same time. They almost tore through the space and slipped away directly. However, under the pressure of Luo Qi, they still honestly swallowed the warships piled up at the entrance of the territory, which were like a small mountain, into the space. Then they took dozens of heavy weapons wreckage. 5 idiots, you bring back broken things every day. People who don't know would think that this is a garbage dump. Try to bring me something presentable in the future. His fingers gently tapped the shells of the 5 void bugs. Luo Qi opened the ranking list and challenged the 5th-ranked purple-winged brilliant dragon lord. The purple-winged brilliant dragon lord was confused. He didn't know what the void zerg lord was doing. After seeing how powerful Jiang Cheng was, the ranking list fell into a brief calm. The top lords basically didn't challenge others. But now this void zerg lord came to him. After experiencing 2 rankings, the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord knew that the water on the ranking list was deep. It was almost impossible for the lords below to defeat the lords above. The only successful example was the angel lord. That was only done when the blood lord defeated the demon. Phew, forget it. Let me see what this so-called second place is like. The void worms should not be as perverted as the Blood Clan under Jiang Cheng, who would kill the person and then kill him again. After choosing to agree, the duel between the 2 bosses quickly attracted the attention of a large number of spectators, who all entered the state of watching the battle. Jiang Cheng was also very curious about this battle. Dragon blood was secondary. The key was to see the methods of this second place. There was almost no discussion. The personnel of both sides soon appeared on the field. One side was a huge king among dragons. The other side was 5 void worms about the size of turtles, and behind them stood a girl with a grey face, messy hair, and tattered clothes. The audience, including Jiang Cheng, were all in a messy wind. What's going on? Why are there 5 bugs and a little beggar on the scene? That should be the leader of the Void Zerg, but she is actually a young girl. Unfortunately, her face is covered in dust and her appearance cannot be seen clearly. Is it okay for the Lord to come in person? Is this a mistake? How come the Lords are here? Without the energy stone, our Lords are no different from ordinary people. Let's not talk about the fighting power of these insects. The key is that they have to protect their lords while fighting, and they can't take care of the battle situation at all. Many lords began to suspect that Luo Qi made a mistake and brought himself up. At this time, a line of prompts appeared on the screen. Tip: the Void Zerg Lord took the initiative to apply for the field. It was not an operational error. Crazy? The lords watching the game all thought that Luo Qi had a problem with his brain. The challenge space is the place where the soldiers under his command can perform. With the current strength of their lords, wouldn't it be a drag if they went on the field? Even if there are energy stones to increase the level, it has only been 2 days. How many energy stones can you use to increase it? Even the first place Lord Jiang Cheng does not have many energy stones. The audience was puzzled. I don't know what Luo Qi is doing. Ha 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 ha, this Void Zerg Lord is probably a fool. He came up here on his own initiative. In the current situation, even if the Void Worms under her command have extremely strong combat capabilities, they are unable to split themselves into 2 groups. In order to protect her, their movement space will be limited. This is simply running up and handing over the second place to others. Master, you are so awesome. The second place has a reward of 50,000 energy stones. Maybe if we perform better in the future, we can also get a share of the spoils. The lords of the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance began to get excited. Some lords with advanced arms have even seen themselves holding energy stones. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Why did this woman just run onto the field by herself? Isn't she just giving me a kill? Well, if she really wants to kill me, then I cannot abuse her, and I can let her go immediately when she surrenders. At the same time, pull her into the alliance and give her some compensation. The Purple Wing Alliance was delighted to see this scene. Inside the field, Luo Qi's expression was very calm. She even felt a little bit excited. She had been in the territory for so long and had never gone out. No one talked to her. She was immersed in the work of moving garbage all day. Now she came to this plane. This immersive feeling made her feel very good. The 8 huge dragons in the distance also made her feel different. She looked at the few stupid and cowardly insects hiding behind her and shivering. Luoqi gave them a few chestnuts in frustration. You 5 are too cowardly. Look at how majestic others are. Can you please give me some face? There are so many people laughing at you now. After saying that, Luoqi sighed. After all, they are his own troops, and he has to keep going even with tears in his eyes. Take out all the guys in the space, and leave the rest to me. You just hide in there with me. The largest void worm at the head flapped its wings on its back. A deep void wormhole appeared above it. A giant iron lump slowly landed on the ground from the wormhole. When the giant completely escaped from the black hole, all the lords watching the battle showed a look of astonishment. Even Jiang Cheng was no exception. A black-faced interstellar battleship that occupied half of the challenge space appeared in their eyes. This battleship looked very technological. There were hundreds of large and small gun muzzles on it. People had to guess what would happen to the purple-winged brilliant dragon on the opposite side if these gun muzzles fired missiles together. Luoqi would run into these battleships to take a look when she was bored on weekdays. She was quite familiar with these battleships. At the first time, she took the void worm into the battleship. She came to the cockpit with ease. She turned on the tracking system directly. Hundreds of guns on the battleship all locked onto the purple-winged brilliant dragon. The beast's instinctive sense of crisis made the purple-winged brilliant dragon retreat quickly and scatter. Although I don't know what this black monster is, but they can feel that if they stay where they are, they will face terrible things. What's this? Why can this woman take out a space battleship? How can I fight? Surrender, I surrender. If my Huanglong is hit by a cannon, it will suffer a serious psychological trauma, just like those demons. He witnessed the miserable state of those demons with his own eyes. Although those demons are still alive, their eyes are dull and they are mentally dead to a certain extent. His Huanglong also had this situation on the first day, but they are beasts after all. They have recovered a lot. But if they are made to experience something more horrible than being beaten into jerky by the vampires, the consequences will be unimaginable. The fastest surrender in history was born. Before Luoqi even figured out where the firing button was, the other party had already surrendered and gave up resistance. Oh my, how does this broken battleship fire? Don't crawl around, be careful not to touch any mechanism, or the plane will self-destruct. One of the voidworms seemed to have really pressed something it shouldn't have. A red light flashed in the cockpit. An alarm sounded. Insufficient ammunition, please replenish ammunition and fire again. Loki was angry and amused. He disliked his soldiers very much. There were some things he really wanted to punch them, but he couldn't bear it. After all, these 5 guys were stupid and silly, like children, and very disobedient. Fortunately, no dangerous mechanism was touched. Instead, Loki knew how to fire. The cockpit of a battleship can accommodate hundreds of people. Firing is naturally not something that can be done by one person, and it requires several steps. Several firing buttons in the cockpit must also be pressed at the same time. This is how to do. I received a red envelope from Jiang Cheng. If I don't help him, it will affect my reputation. After a moment's hesitation, Anna turned her gaze towards the few void worms crawling around. She caught them one by one. Can you guys dig a hole above those dragons, throw the things in your space down, and knock them out? The void worms have no fighting power at all. They are timid by nature. They are naturally reluctant to face the huge dragons. Fortunately, Luoqi has a special way to deal with them. She took out 5 chains from the Lord space. These 5 chains directly used up all the Lord coins she got on the first day, in order to tie up these worms and prevent them from going out and bringing back garbage. Are you guys going? I'll tie you up if you come back. The void worms had experienced the power of the iron chain. They couldn't use their abilities after being bound. If they hadn't pretended to be dead, they might still be tied up. After tearing a hole in the space, the void worms got in. The purple-winged dragons were panicking now. Ever since those hundreds of gun barrels were pointed at them, the sense of crisis in their hearts had not dissipated. Instead, it gradually deepened with the passage of time. Just as they were hesitating whether to move forward or continue to hide behind, the space above them squirmed. Dozens of cannons and small spaceships fell rapidly from above. When the purple-winged dragons after the reaction, it was too late. The Lord was challenged to the Demon Lord. Fans asked Jiang Cheng to be a little girl. Nothing like the same kind of weapons. But she took out the interstellar battleship directly. Although this interstellar battleship was not launched in the end. But countless lords speculated that the other party was worried that the challenge space would be destroyed by one shot, so they did not take action. After the ranking was settled, countless lords began to pursue Luoqi and called on her to establish an alliance. Those large alliances also extended olive branches and invited Luoqi to join their alliances, and offered extremely generous conditions. Some alliances even said that only if Luoqi joined, they would hand over the position of leader to her and let her take charge of all affairs in the alliance. These guys are just attracted by the weapons in my hand. If I didn't have so many weapons, they might ignore me and treat me as a thorn in their flesh. Looking at these messages, Luoqi decided to divert the trouble. She didn't have so much time to deal with these people. Just these 5 naughty void worms were enough to make her anxious. After that, Luoqi made her first appearance on the World Channel. Hello everyone, I am the Lord of the Void Zerg, Luoqi. Many people wanted me to form an alliance, or to join their alliance, and they offered generous conditions for this. But I have already reached a cooperation with Lord Jiang Cheng, so I am very sorry. What? Jiang Cheng has already cooperated with her, and he took the initiative? This news shocked many people, especially those super lords. No wonder Jiang Cheng did nothing after seeing them establish an alliance, and had no reaction at all. With such a trump card in hand, he continuously provides him with weapons and equipment. Coupled with the super combat power of his blood clan, he can simply treat them as chickens and dogs. Thinking that their actions were regarded as jumping clowns by Jiang Cheng, these super lords felt uncomfortable. Goddess, Jiang Cheng must have cooperated with you because he was attracted by your beauty. You must not continue to degenerate. Men understand men best. Jiang Cheng, this old pervert, must have contacted you with some unspeakable secrets. Goddess, you should quickly terminate your cooperation with him. As long as the goddess establishes an alliance, we will definitely support you at the first moment. That's right, by then the goddess will be the king among tens of millions of lords. We must take the first place in the alliance, and the first place in the lord must also belong to the goddess. Compared to the super lords, the thoughts of ordinary lords are much simpler. Some of them really want Luoqi to establish an alliance and then support her. Others covet the equipment in Luoqi's hands. They hope to get 1 or 2 pieces after joining the alliance. Oh, I understand everyone's feelings. But after sending 2 more messages, Luoqi turned off the World Channel. She was a little excited. In this way, the lords of the World Channel would imagine a lot of content, which was undoubtedly related to her and Jiang Cheng. She showed the weak side. The voices of the masses would flock to Jiang Cheng, which relieved her of a lot of pressure. Hehehe, I'm so smart. But I look like a green tea, so I should use less of it in the future. Luoqi sent the collected purple-winged dragon blood to Jiang Cheng. At the price of 1 energy stone per liter, she could earn 10,000 energy stones from Jiang Cheng this time. Once I absorb all these energy stones, I wonder how much my strength will increase. Luoqi was happy, but Jiang Cheng was almost pissed off by this woman. After gritting his teeth and sending the energy stone, Jiang Cheng turned off the World Channel. Thanks to Luoqi, he has now become a target of criticism from countless lords. Some guys with bad intentions even suspected that he imprisoned Luoqi and vowed to make her his concubine. There are all kinds of people among the tens of millions of lords. Just take it easy. Allocate 50,000 energy stones to Atuo. Let him distribute it to the people below. The blood of the purple-winged dragon was also put into the blood pool. After a busy day, there are still many things to do tomorrow. Back in the room, Jiang Cheng fell asleep directly. Whether to extract vampire warriors. Extract. The 4th level Blood Clan temple can extract up to 50 Blood Clan warriors every day. This number is quite large. Even if Jiang Cheng does not upgrade the Blood Clan temple anymore, he can still get 1,500 Blood Clan warriors in a month to form a powerful Blood Clan army. 50 white lights appeared in the center of the hall. They lasted for about an incense stick of time. All the white lights had dissipated. Among this batch of Blood Clan warriors, there were 33 black and bronze level warriors, 12 silver level warriors, and 5 gold level warriors. Although it did not meet Jiang Cheng's expectations, it was not unacceptable. No juveniles appeared this time. All 50 Blood Clan warriors were adults. The initial level of silver adult warriors was level 2. The initial level of gold adult warriors was level 3. These 50 people stood in an orderly manner in the center of the hall, making Jiang Cheng feel like a high and mighty king. Below them were his elite guards. Meet the Lord. Okay, everyone, get up. Jiang Cheng stood up from the throne and called over Atuo, who was waiting for his orders. Yachuo, take them to the blood pool first. Then give each of them a piece of fruit. After they have digested it, group them. 3 old members and 5 new members were assigned to sweep around the territory and spread outwards. No wild monsters were allowed to remain. You just push outward. Anna has trained a temporary militia of 200 people. They will cooperate with your actions and help you deal with the follow-up matters. Also, tell them to protect their lives. If they encounter a strong enemy, they should not hold on. They should immediately retreat to the territory. I don't want to see any losses on your part. Yachuo saluted with his fists. My lord, we will never forget your instructions. Well, I'll come back at noon. I will equip each of you with armor and weapons. Jiang Cheng got up in the morning and ordered 80 sets of level 4 armor and various weapons from Luoqi. The other party said that he could get them in one morning. After getting the energy stone reward, he naturally had to make good use of it. If he didn't use it now, he would use it when the enemy reached the gate of the territory and was about to rush in. Everything was based on strong strength. Jiang Cheng would not just keep it there like a treasure, which could be seen from the fact that he directly gave Atuo 50,000 energy stones and let them distribute them by themselves. Yes. Yachuo saluted again. In fact, weapons and equipment are not necessary for Blood Clan warriors. Their claws and blood wings are the best weapons and armor, not to mention their super strong resistance and recovery. I think the Lord is afraid that they will get hurt, so he specially got them. Thinking of this, Yachuo was moved. He was ready to publicize it to the new brothers and let them know the good intentions of the Lord. After Yachuo left, Jiang Cheng immediately sounded the reminder sound that the loyalty of the Blood Clan warriors had reached the die-hard loyal. He had expected this and was not too surprised. Arriving at the residential area, Anna turned her back to Jiang Cheng. In front of her was a militia team of 200 people. They held simple spears. They were wearing the international brand that Jiang Cheng got. Armor. There are all kinds of styles. They were all obtained from the Lord's trading area. This team was formed temporarily, and they were only trained a little bit and explained some survival tips in the jungle. This time, going out with the vampire warriors is a training for them, and also a test. Only the militia teams that have been screened can get Jiang Cheng's attention and resources. The soldiers are not about quantity but quality. Jiang Cheng doesn't want an army with a large number of people but extremely low individual quality. That would be like the goblins. They would collapse at the first touch when encountering a strong enemy. He wants a fearless and brave army. No matter how many and how strong the enemies are, they can charge forward without hesitation. Tear a piece of flesh from the enemy. Master. Anna heard the footsteps behind her. She turned around and nodded slightly. Greetings, Lord. Lily and the militia saluted. No need to be polite, everyone. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. After observing them, he found that these militiamen were okay. They were just a little low in rank. They were now led by Lily. Although the little girl was small, she had already shown the demeanor of a leader, and her every move was full of majesty. After the vampire warriors and the militia team set off, Jiang Cheng and Anna arranged the follow-up work of the territory. In the first 2 days, the territory had not been built. It just expanded outward blindly and hunted wild monsters. Except for those iconic buildings, the rest of the place was a wasteland. The shrunken bodies of wild monsters were transported back to the territory by the militia one after another, and Jiang Cheng decomposed them into various materials. In one morning, Yechuo and his team killed nearly 1,000 wild monsters, 3 beast groups, and a stone man tribe. The wood and ore they harvested were countless. There were as many as 700 first-level beast cores. There were 98 second-level beast cores. There were 4 third-level beast cores. The rest were some insignificant sundries. Jiang Cheng threw them to the female relatives of the Blood Clan. Let them process them a little and sew a few stitches on them, so that he could sell them as fine leather armor, in exchange for more benefits for the people of the territory. The construction in the territory was also proceeding in an orderly manner. The land had been planted, chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep were raised, and a river was opened to introduce water sources. At the same time, a large number of houses were built. Strive to achieve the treatment of everyone having a house. Near noon, Luo Qi brought over 80 sets of equipment and armor. All of them were level 4 equipment. There were a variety of weapons, including swords, knives, and spears. It can meet the individual needs of the vampire warriors very well. Let them choose the weapons that suit them. But after Jiang Cheng took it out and looked at it, there were obvious signs of use and cleaning. It was like it was just picked up from the garbage dump and then washed. The weird feeling made Jiang Cheng feel very bad. He felt like he was cheated. He opened the friend list and found Luo Qi. Fake businessman. How come all the weapons you got are old ones? Some swords have a notch on them, and there are obvious signs of wear and tear. How can I use my troops? Jiang Cheng didn't expect that there would be a day when he would scold others as profiteers. Luo Qi, who was cleaning up the territory, froze. Seeing the message from Jiang Cheng, she felt wronged. She also wanted to get new equipment. But the original 5 void worms and the new 5 void worms were as stupid as pigs. The weapons and armors found were all damaged. She carefully selected 80 sets, cleaned them, and then shipped them to Jiang Cheng, hoping that the other party would not pay attention to these small details. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. How about I charge you 20% less energy stones? Next time I will definitely get you brand new equipment. Jiang Cheng is not an unkind person. After all, the future is a long-term cooperation. He must keep a tight grip on the little girl and not let her run to find someone else. It doesn't matter, these equipments can still be used, but the next equipment must be brand new. As for the energy stones, I will send you the full amount. 8,000 energy stones were sent to Luo Qi's account. It is much cheaper to buy equipment from her than in the mall. Weapons and armor only need 100 energy stones. Since he did not discuss it in depth with Luo Qi, Jiang Cheng did not know where she got so many things. It seemed like she picked them up from the garbage dump. Yechuo brought people back, and each of them selected the equipment they liked. After a short rest, they were ready to set off again. As for Lily and the militia team, they had not returned yet. Jiang Cheng ordered them to build a simple beacon tower 10 kilometers away, and then build another one every 5 kilometers. In this way, if there is a problem in any direction, the rest of the Blood Clan teams and Jiang Cheng's side can see the signal of the beacon tower and rush to support as soon as possible. This is the most effective communication method so far. Just as the Blood Clan warriors were preparing to set off, a Blood Clan dressed as a militia hurried over. It was the militia in charge of the observation tower. Report. Report to the Lord, black smoke is burning in the northeast beacon tower, and the situation is urgent. 3 black smokes are burning in succession. What? Jiang Cheng hurriedly led people to the observation tower. There are indeed 3 thick smokes in the northeast. That direction seems to be the goblin tribe. Could it be that the tribe above the goblins sent people down? But it can't be that fast. It's only been less than a day since yesterday. The situation was urgent, and Jiang Cheng could not care so much. He led his men directly to the northeast. After eating the fruit, his strength was greatly enhanced, comparable to that of an ordinary 4-star wild monster. He already had a certain ability to protect himself. So when he went out this time, Anna did not say anything, but only told Yale to protect him. Lord Lily, who was in charge of the beacon tower construction, also gathered with nearly 100 militiamen. The rest of the militiamen were also rushing here. Jiang Cheng found the militiaman who lit the beacon. What happened? Why did you light 3 beacons? The leading militiaman calmed down when he saw the Lord personally bringing so many elite vampires over. My lord, a large number of goblins have appeared outside the valley in the northeast. There are too many to count. In short, the valley is full of green. Not only that, these goblins are well trained and equipped with sophisticated weapons and armor. If their leader hadn't roared, we might not have found them. The severity of the situation seemed to be beyond Jiang Cheng's imagination. Because there were too many goblins coming, it was inevitable that there would be strong ones among them. Yato Yali, both of you come with me. Come with me to investigate. The rest of you go back to the territory to rest and wait for me to come back to formulate a battle plan. Yes. After knowing the seriousness of the situation, the vampire warriors did not act pretentiously. The strength of Achuo and Yali was at the forefront among them, and they had the absolute ability to protect Jiang Cheng. The action of 3 people could also minimize the risk of exposure. It was not easy to be exposed. Jiang Cheng lay on Yali's back. With Achuo leading the way, the 2 figures disappeared into the forest like ghosts. On the way back, Lily found the militiaman who had a conversation with Jiang Cheng. May I have your name? Captain, my name is Yutos. You performed very well this time. From now on, you will be the captain of your squad and be responsible for the security of this area. I will give you some resources to improve your strength. Lily's reward made the other Blood Clan militia jealous. They secretly vowed to stay in the militia team. Where is that group of people? A fat goblin with a face full of flesh walked out of the mine behind the valley. His face was terribly gloomy. He glared at the goblins kneeling beside him. These goblins were the ones that Jiang Cheng had let go, and they were also members of this abandoned goblin tribe. The goblin who asked them was the leader of a mid-level tribe. After hearing the news of the fall of this tribe, he immediately led his army here. He traveled day and night, and hardly stopped along the way, because the energy stone mine behind this tribe was the birthday gift he was going to give to the king. The gift list had been reported in advance. If the king saw that he did not send enough birthday gifts, his end would be miserable. In his early years, he was just a small soldier under the king. The opponent's brutality was beyond imagination. Reporting to the leader, those people should be nearby. We don't know exactly where. A goblin knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, waste. A bunch of trash. 6 tribes have been destroyed in succession, and you don't even know where the enemy is. What use do I have for you? The goblin leader kicked the goblin who was talking to death, and then looked at the other goblins. Now you follow my scout team to find their location. If you can't find them, you will do the same as him. The goblins in the valley quickly started to work. Scouting teams spread out in all directions. These goblins were not strong. At most, they were 2 stars. The rustling sound rang out in the silent jungle. A team of goblins pushed aside the bushes in front of them and walked out from the shadows. It's strange, how come we haven't heard anything after walking for so long? Yes, shouldn't the forest be full of wild animals? Why is this place so quiet? Don't worry about it, just finish the search and leave. I feel this forest is very eerie and strange, as if something is watching us. I'm timid, don't scare me. The footsteps behind them gradually became lighter. The goblin in front looked back in horror and found that his teammate was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Who is it? As soon as he finished yelling, a tall man appeared in front of him. He grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up. His eyes were red and he looked at him with a teasing smile. Don't be afraid, answer me a few questions honestly. We will absolutely guarantee the safety of you and your teammates. Yale's words seemed full of temptation. The goblin nodded repeatedly, and he threw it to the ground. After a torture, Yale learned the details of the incident. Then he knocked the goblin unconscious and prepared to meet up with Jiang Cheng and the others. Yachuo and Jiang Cheng found another goblin team. These 2 teams were heading in the direction of the territory, so they had to deal with them first. I didn't expect it. This group of goblins traveled day and night without stopping along the way, which means they are very tired now, so we can just catch them off guard. It's just that their leader is a bit troublesome. He has reached level 5. He is not someone you can easily mess with. Jiang Cheng wanted Anna to take action for a moment, but he immediately rejected this idea. Level 5 goblins were not enough to make him too afraid. After all, they were just low-level creatures. They were not high-level creatures like dragons. Sir, can I go back now? A goblin was kneeling in front of Jiang Cheng. He was frightened by Jiang Cheng's tricks and dared not move. His body was shaking. Jiang Cheng showed a sinister smile. I'm sending your companions to a good place to enjoy themselves. Why are you so scared? Don't you want to go? The goblin almost cried. He didn't want to go to the underworld yet, and wanted to live a few more years. Seeing his cowardly look, Jiang Cheng lost interest. Many of the goblins he sold are now living a very comfortable life. They are very comfortable in the hands of those small lords, leading the battles all day long. They have delicious fish and meat for every meal. This is not something that these ordinary goblins can enjoy. Forget it, just go. Say hello to your leader for me. My territory is in that direction. You can see it when you come here. The goblin looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. Then he rolled and crawled away from the area. After a while, Yale flew over with a bunch of goblins. The two exchanged information to confirm the credibility of the information. A goblin army of more than 1,000 people. Among them, there are more than 300 2-star goblins, nearly 83 star goblins, and 12 4-star goblins. They are the backbone of this army and the heart of the army. The leader is even a 5-star level. Facing such an army, it may be a disaster for other lords. But for Jiang Cheng, this is precisely an opportunity. Swallowing this goblin army is enough to raise the overall strength of his territory to a higher level. Let's go and prepare for a big fight. Report. Chief, a major discovery. The reconnaissance team found the golden-winged creature and their human leader in the southwest. A messenger goblin ran in. Upon hearing the news, the goblin leader stood up from his seat and laughed. Ha ha ha, hard work pays off. Bring the scout team member up to me, I want a big reward. Then, the goblin that Jiang Cheng let go stumbled to the leader. Chief, you have to avenge the people in our team. Those two guys started killing us as soon as they saw us. In order to cover my return to report the news, they were sent to hell by the human leader. The scene was extremely bloody, and there was no trace of corpses left. The scout who escaped back did not dare to tell the truth. After all, he survived because he exposed the strength of the army. If the leader knew about it, he would probably end up in a miserable state. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Come, take him down to rest. The rest of the people quickly gathered and marched to the southwest. After knowing the location of Jiang Cheng's territory, the goblin leader immediately ordered the army to gather. He was extremely anxious and wanted to appear in front of Jiang Cheng's territory right now to take back the energy stones. As for the strength of Jiang Cheng and his men, he had already found out from the deserters. 3-star ants are just nothing. Compared with his army, it's like an ant compared to an elephant. If he wasn't afraid of any more accidents, he might have only sent a 100-man army to flatten this area after returning to the territory. Jiang Cheng found that the entire territory was already in operation. All the vampires had joined the ranks of preparing for battle. With the concerted efforts of everyone, huge stones and wooden stakes were carried onto the city wall. Most of them were women. The young and strong male vampires followed the militia and the vampire team to train in the training ground, preparing for the next war. In times of crisis, everyone has the obligation to do their part to defend the territory. Seeing Jiang Cheng and the other two coming back, the people greeted them enthusiastically. The worries on their faces were swept away. Jiang Cheng also responded one by one, smiling and nodding to them. Don't worry, the enemy this time will not threaten the safety of the territory. It won't be long before we can defeat them. This sentence made many people feel relieved. At the same time, it also inspired their enthusiasm, and their hands moved more vigorously. After arriving at the training ground, Jiang Cheng called Jack, Lily, and Anna to a room to prepare a battle plan. Due to time constraints, Jiang Cheng did not say too much nonsense. The number of goblin soldiers exceeded 1,000. 3-star and 2-star goblins were not important. The key was the 12 4-star goblins. Each of these 12 goblins has an army of nearly 100 people. Moreover, the goblins this time are much stronger than those we encountered before. They have rich jungle combat experience and a certain degree of discipline. The good news is that the enemy rushed all the way here, and they didn't get a good rest along the way, which greatly reduced their combat effectiveness. After talking about the situation of the goblin army, Jiang Cheng said his battle plan. My plan is to use the territory's own advantages, relying on the city walls and defense towers, to fight against them. Let the militia stand on the city wall and use the city defense cannon to launch a wave of attacks on the goblin army. After that, Alea, you two will lead the Blood Clan team as the vanguard and charge out, killing goblins above 3 stars first. Jack, Jace, and Jiro, the 3 of you will lead the remaining Blood Clan team as the center and be responsible for clearing out those 1-star and 2-star goblins. As for you, Lily, you can lead the militia team to harvest the injured goblins in the back. In the morning, the militia team followed the Blood Clan warriors and got some soup. Now almost all members of the 200-man militia team have reached 1 star and have a certain combat effectiveness. They are still capable of following the Blood Clan warriors to harvest the remaining blood. With the help of the Big Brothers, the new batch of Blood Clan warriors have all been upgraded to 2 stars. And there are a huge amount of energy stones to absorb. Their levels are all above the middle stage of 2 stars. Coupled with the power of the fruit, it can be said that the 2-star Blood Clan warriors now have the strength to crush the 3-star goblins. It won't be a big problem to let them serve as the central army. As for the Blood Clan team serving as the vanguard, these 10 guys are already old hands, experienced in hundreds of battles, and fully capable of cross-border operations. Unless the goblins take out some big killer. Otherwise, their safety will not be threatened. Just follow the Lord's battle plan. Just lead the team and fight, I will be behind you. Anna released a strong aura. The hearts of Yale and others were shocked. The Blood Clan warriors and militia outside also felt this aura. Suddenly, the morale of the whole school field increased greatly. At this time, the militia from the observation tower ran in. Report. My lord, a large number of goblin cavalry appeared 10 kilometers to the northeast, and they are rushing towards our territory. There is a cavalry unit in this goblin army. The members are basically 2-star goblins, and the rest of the mounts are wild boars, which are a relatively common wild monster. Their combat power is not much inferior to that of goblins. The pair of fangs on their mouths can easily pierce through trees. It seems that the goblin leader can't wait any longer and wants to take over our territory quickly. Pass the message down. After this goblin cavalry hits the territory's protective shield, have the militia on the city wall fire the city cannons. Don't save shells, shoot them to death. Yes. The militia immediately went to pass the order. The enemy had already arrived, and the Blood Clan warriors and the militia team could no longer stay in the training ground. After putting on their equipment, they arrived at the city gate in batches according to the battle plan that Jiang Cheng had just formulated. Although there was a layer of protective shield outside to block the goblins' steps, Jiang Cheng wanted to develop after all. If he was surrounded by this group of goblins and dared not come out of the territory, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in the mouths of other lords? Instead of letting this group of goblins rest slowly outside, it would be better to rush out with the force of thunder and catch them off guard. A 100-man goblin cavalry quickly approached Jiang Cheng's territory. They raised dust wherever they went. All the trees along the way were knocked down by the wild boar's tusks, which facilitated the subsequent army's march. General, there is a tall tower ahead. The goblin cavalry ahead discovered the tallest building in Jiang Cheng's territory, the observation tower. Ha ha ha, it seems our goal is just ahead. Brothers, follow me and charge forward. The chief said that as long as we take over their territory first, we can take the treasures there, and we will be rewarded handsomely afterwards. The 4-star goblin laughed loudly. He whipped the wild boar beast under him, making it reach its maximum speed. Soon, a city wall appeared in their eyes. There were men and women on the city wall, looking at them solemnly. Haha, there are actually women in this place. After we rush in, we must kill all the men inside and take away all the women and treasures. They look like they are afraid of us. Ha ha ha, charge. The goblin cavalry seemed extremely excited at this moment. They increased their strength to whip the wild boar beast. In their eyes, this city wall was not a concern at all. With the fangs of their wild boar beasts, they could easily knock a hole in the city wall. Besides, they would not be stupid enough to knock into the city wall. There is a gate there. The goblin cavalry unanimously believed that the gate of the city wall could not stop the wild boar beast's collision. When they got closer, they saw that the people on the city wall did not launch an attack. The goblin cavalry became more and more proud, thinking that the people on the city wall had been frightened by their momentum. The vanguard of the cavalry, including the 4-star goblin general, had arrived 50 meters outside the city wall. When they were about to hit the city wall at a thunderous speed, an accident happened. The wild boar beast's fangs collided with a transparent wall. The yellow fangs, as thick as an adult's arm, made a harsh breaking sound. Bang, bang, bang. The leading goblin cavalry crashed into the territory's protective shield. The goblins on top were not seriously injured, but the wild boar beasts under them were pitiful. They were so dizzy that they fainted. The following cavalrymen followed closely and crashed into them. They couldn't stop and could only watch themselves crash into the leading cavalryman in front. The leading 4-star goblin hadn't reacted yet. The fangs of a wild boar beast behind him were inserted into a mysterious hole. A chrysanthemum bloomed. The goblin general's pupils were dilated in pain, and he seemed to have lost the motivation to continue living. He had a look of despair. The worst was yet to come. The goblin knights crashed into the troops in front one after another, just like a bicycle rear-end collision. The situation of the goblin general was still good. Some goblins were directly stabbed in the vital parts by the fangs and lost the hope of survival. When the blood dried up, it would be his death. The fierceness of the charge just now determined the miserable end now. This group of goblin cavalry almost collided with each other. Those who didn't collided, they also changed direction in time and crashed into trees or boulders in the forest. In short, they were all injured. The carefully bred wild boars were basically all useless and could never regain their previous majestic posture. Goblin General covered his hip with one hand. Enduring the pain, he pushed away the goblins and wild boars that were pressing on him, and limped out of the crowd. The wild boar's fangs were curved upwards. Coupled with the force of the impact just now, Goblin General had no doubt that his lower body was useless, and some parts of his body might have suffered serious internal injuries. After an unwilling roar, the Goblin General swung the mace in his hand and smashed the protective shield covering the territory. The violent recoil force caused him to tear his wound again. He fell to the ground in a cold sweat due to the pain. This is not over yet. Behind the city wall, two tower-like buildings locked onto him at the first time. A red energy beam had already shot towards him. No matter how he moved, he could not get rid of the two energy attacks. This was not the most desperate thing. The desperate thing was that before the two attacks fell on him, the tower fired two more. What kind of building is this? Just as he asked his question, the tower's attack landed on him. A single attack from the tower could kill a 3-star creature. A 4-star creature could also be seriously injured. The Goblin General's chest was pierced by the tower, leaving two large holes. The intense burning sensation made the flesh around his chest cooked. Not good. On the city wall, Yutos, who was entrusted with an important task by Lily, saw this scene and his eyes turned red. Without time to explain, he took the position of the gunner next to him and fired directly at the Goblin General below. The poor Goblin General just wanted to escape, but was blasted to dust by Yutos. Then the attack of the two defense towers directly took the head. Because Yutos caused damage, the head was counted on his head. The experience of the 4-star creature directly made his level soar from 1 star to the peak of 2 stars. In order to prevent the defense tower from continuing to harvest, Yutos raised the flag in his hand and shouted loudly, "Everyone, fire!" The energy of the city defense cannon has been fully charged. As long as the city defense cannon absorbs sunlight during the day, it can store energy and convert it into shells. However, this also has a limit. It can only store a maximum of 50 shells. If you want more storage capacity, you need to replace it with a more sophisticated city defense cannon. At least this city defense cannon can't do that. Boom. 20 cannons ready to fire roared. Before the goblins below could figure out how they had collided, a shell hit them in the face. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded. 20 city defense cannons fired in one direction, directly blowing the goblins and wild boars below into pieces. Screams and the wails of wild boars rang out. The desperate goblins kept shouting the name of the goblin general, but unfortunately they didn't know that the general who was like a god of war in their minds first blossomed, and then died inexplicably, with an extremely miserable end. The shells only lasted for 5 rounds. Then today, a new batch of 50 Blood Clan warriors rushed out and launched the final harvest of the goblins who had almost lost their combat effectiveness. The battle was over soon, and all the goblins present were wiped out without a single one left. After all, the defense tower has real vision. Even if the goblins hide underground, they can be pulled out and killed. The Blood Clan warriors skillfully searched for items on the goblins and the beast cores in their bodies. Taking these back can get more energy stones. It represents a further improvement in the realm. Therefore, the Blood Clan warriors worked very hard. The movements of their hands gradually became rough. After that, they did not forget to put the hot goblin. The leader of the forest was drove with the mighty troops and saw this scene. The number will not exceed 40. This kind of strength sent his own most elite cavalry forces to clean up. It is more than enough to kill chickens. The other party can't support it for a long time. Especially the cavalry troops in front of them have become a pile of coke, not even a decent shape. Almost let him recognize it? Damn thing. All of them, attack, kill them all without leaving any alive. Avenge our cavalry, the goblin leader roared. He gave the order for the troops to attack. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing their companions lying dead on the ground, all their belongings were looted. What was even more abominable was that the other party had tampered with the corpses, making them look less than heroic. This made the goblin army very angry. Even the lowest level, the cowardly goblins were aroused with fighting spirit. They no longer considered life and death. They just wanted to rush forward with weapons to avenge their compatriots. A thunderous shout of killing rang out. The Blood Clan warriors who were cleaning up the battlefield outside could not care less and quickly retreated into the territory. The artillery on the city wall was no longer retained, and the roar continued to sound, and deep pits were blown out one after another on the ground. The defense towers were also constantly harvesting heads. The goblin who first stepped into the attack range was directly burned to ashes by the attack of the defense tower. The densely packed goblins came to the protective shield, waving the machetes and maces in their hands. But they were horrified to find that the transparent wall in front of them seemed to be impossible to cut through. Shells exploded in the pile of goblins. More than a dozen goblins were directly blown into pieces. Each shell could cause dozens of casualties to the goblins, and they continued to harvest heads. The goblin in front woke up at this time. He looked at the city wall with horror at the city defense cannons that kept firing. The fear of death enveloped his heart. He didn't even encounter the enemy. They had already lost 20% of the vanguard. A huge sense of panic enveloped their hearts. The strong desire to survive made the goblins in the front start to retreat vigorously. Run quickly, there is a transparent wall in front of us and we can't get through it at all. The energy emitted from that tall tower directly penetrated the 3-star warriors of our army. They have powerful firearms on their walls. Everyone, disperse quickly. They are looking for people to fight in groups. The roar of artillery continued. The ground was in ruins, with goblin wreckage and fragments everywhere. The goblins in front wanted to retreat. The goblins behind wanted to rush forward. The entire periphery was in chaos. A bunch of cowardly wimps. No one is allowed to retreat. Charge forward. After killing several retreating goblins, a 4-star goblin reorganized the force of dozens of people and charged forward. But the next moment, 2 energies locked onto him. The cannons on the city wall were also aimed at him. The Blood Clan militia had been bloodthirsty, and 1 shell was a lot of experience. It made their levels rise sharply. Some had even risen to level 2. At this moment, the 4-star goblin led his men to charge forward again, and the Blood Clan militia was delighted. The greedy eyes seemed to see a peerless beauty in revealing clothes. The city defense cannons fired shells crazily as if they didn't need money. The poor goblin general had just stabilized the morale of the army. He was fired at by 20 city defense cannons. In an instant, the goblin general didn't even enjoy the taste of the defense tower, and he disappeared in the eyes of the goblins behind him, and even his ashes were not left. The place where he stood directly turned into a deep pit was dug. Dozens of goblins gathered around were either dead or injured. The goblins were really collapsed now. The general who was like a god in their eyes was evaporated in an instant. How could they continue to fight? A large number of defeated soldiers retreated. A large number of goblins in the rear pushed forward. It was just a small chaos just now. Now the whole place is in chaos. Morale was once extremely low, and there was no fighting spirit at all. The Blood Clan warriors in the city rushed out at this moment. According to the battle plan formulated by Jiang Cheng, the first batch of 10 people from Achuoyeli rushed out first, and no goblin survived wherever they went. They were stuck in there for so long. The Blood Clan team was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The offensive was quite fierce, and they released the energy in their bodies without reservation. A 4-star goblin saw his soldiers falling like straw, and he was furious. He turned back to face Yale, who was red-eyed with killing. "You beast, give me your life." The 4-star goblin swelled up. It was almost as powerful as Yale in combat. He swung the thick mace in his hand and smashed it hard at Yale. "Ha ha ha, you think you can defeat me?" Yale laughed loudly, swung the giant sword in his hand, and rushed forward. Bang! The mace in the goblin's hand flew out directly, knocking down a large number of goblins. "How is it possible that you are stronger than me?" The 4-star goblin was terrified, as if something terrible had happened. "Why not? I will send you to hell first, and then I will send your leader down. If you want to attack our territory, then stay here forever." The goblins who lost their weapons were no match for Yale. He put away the giant's sword in his hand. A pair of rough hands stretched out, and 10 8-foot-long claws popped out from his palms, emitting a cold light. Compared to the giant's sword, Yale still prefers to use his own natural weapons. It is more convenient. The 4-star aura oppressed all the goblins around, including this 4-star goblin. The 4-star goblin felt horrified that the opponent's breath was vast and deep, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his green face turned purple. The surrounding goblins were even worse. Their bodies shattered directly. Dozens of scarlet energy extended from Yale's body, directly sucking these cracked goblins into jerky meat. "Devil! Devil!" the 4-star goblin shouted. His body trembled and he retreated. But the next moment, Yale came in front of him. He lifted him up with one hand and pierced his neck with a sharp claw. The tall and strong goblin shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene also happened in other places. Of the 12 4-star goblins, only the 2 next to the goblin leader remained. The 3-star goblins were almost wiped out. The 1-star and 2-star goblins had already begun to flee to the surroundings of the forest. They were frantically harvested by a new batch of Blood Clan warriors. "Damn it! The rest of you, come with me." The goblin leader's heart was bleeding. Even if he won this battle, it would be a miserable victory. But the winner of this battle must be the goblin. On the goblin's thumb, a ring inlaid with a blue-gold gemstone was shining. A long knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then he took out a dozen pills and distributed them to the 4-star and 3-star goblins beside him. "This is the pill given to me by His Majesty the King. After taking it, the attack power can be increased by 20%. With them, these blood-red monsters are nothing to worry about. Charge, my warriors." The goblin leader waved his long sword and led the 2-star goblins beside him to rush towards Adoyali and others. The 3-star and 4-star goblins hesitated for a moment and swallowed the pill in one gulp. They followed closely behind the goblin leader. They had a question in their minds: why didn't the Lord take such a good pill himself? But thinking of the other party's 5-star strength, this question was quickly suppressed. "Ha ha ha ha, it's finally here. No one wants to snatch this 5-star goblin. Yale's personality is like this. Fighting only makes him more excited." Snort. "You don't know what you are talking about. You think you can compete with me just because you have reached 4 stars. Then I will let you see the real strength of the goblins." The goblin leader roared. He jumped to a height of more than 10 meters, raised the long knife in his hand, and slashed at Yale. The 5-star strength pressed on Yale. He showed a bit of solemnity. Rage. A layer of red light wrapped around his body. Yale felt that his strength and speed had been improved. He drew out the giant's sword on his back again. Yale roared and rushed forward. Both sides were in a pure collision of strength. This sword would determine who would win and who would lose. The Blood Clan warriors and goblins who were fighting in a group looked up at the same time. They naturally hoped that their side would win. Of course, the psychological burden of the Blood Clan warriors was not that heavy. Even if Yale lost, they still had Achuo and Jack brothers. At worst, the Empress would take action. Let these the goblins died without leaving any ashes. The goblins were in a much heavier mood. The leader's victory could only relieve some of the pressure. But if they lost, they would be a group of drowned dogs. With a loud bang, the goblin leader and Yale were separated. Yale was still standing in the air. The goblin leader had fallen to the ground, and his body plowed a deep gully in the ground, which spread for 100 meters before stopping. The goblins who saw this scene turned pale. Their legs were shaking. What kind of monster is this? Just a touch. He hit the leader to the ground. Goblin's leader got up from the ground. It's like that the fleshy body hit a mountain poured from fine iron, and the ordinary forces could not shake the slightest at all. There are not many people on the battlefield. You guys lead a team of soldiers to attack and attract their attention, and I will lead the rest of the people to break out from the side. After we return to the tribe, we will report this matter to the king and ask him to send troops to help and avenge our dead brothers. Yes, brothers, follow me. With the hope of leaving in revenge, this group of goblins went completely crazy. They charged again. But this time, the Blood Clan team found that the opponent was abnormal. Especially those 3-star and 4-star goblins. Their combat effectiveness was almost doubled. They looked fearless. Then a strange scene happened. Even if these 3-star and 4-star goblins were injured and their hands and feet were broken, they would not cry out in pain. Their eyes rolled back and they foamed at the mouth. The expressions on their faces were both hideous and crazy. After seeing the effect of the drug, the goblin leader smiled viciously, revealing cruelty and hatred in his smile. "You are the best fighters I have. When I come back, I will definitely help you get revenge. The goblin leader found the weakest point and chose to break through. The strongest there was only a 4-star bronze bloodline vampire warrior. His combat power was several levels lower than Yali. The key was that the goblin leader only wanted to escape. He didn't care about the lives of his men at all. He let them fight the 4-star vampire warrior desperately. He found a gap and slipped away from the crowd. Stop him. The 3 Jack brothers spread their golden wings, and the wings whistled, and they chased after him at a very fast speed. Damn it. The goblin leader had a hard time dealing with Achuo alone, not to mention facing Jack and the other 2 at the same time. The sharp claws pierced into the goblin leader's body from time to time, cutting off a large piece of flesh and blood. He didn't forget to suck it when he pulled it out. The 3-sided double teaming made the goblin leader have no time to care. He could only wail in pain and powerlessness. The goblins behind him could no longer resist the pursuit of the Blood Clan warriors. More and more Blood Clan warriors surrounded him. In the attacks, the goblin leader, who had reached his physical limit, finally fell to the ground with hatred. Jack grabbed the head. Feeling a lot of experience pouring into his body, he groaned, then raised the corners of his mouth, and looked provocatively at the depressed Achuo Yali and J. Rogers around him. Humph. It's a skill to steal heads. The 4 of them would not tear their faces with Jack because of this, but they would not have a share of the blood flowing in the 5-star goblin. The other Blood Clan warriors were a little envious after seeing this scene, but they had already gained a lot today. There were still many hot goblins on the field waiting for them to clean up. The sharp-eyed Yali took off the storage ring on the thumb of the goblin leader. He did not let go of his clothes, armor, and the long sword in his hand. They were all trophies and could not be let go. He would return to the Lord and get the energy stone reward from Yato. The other Blood Clan warriors did the same. Although they didn't know what the Overlord wanted to do with these dirty things, they naturally didn't care about all the unnecessary things as they had energy stones. Lily, who led the team to chase the goblins, also came back with spoils. The fleeing goblins were basically 1-star and didn't have much combat power left. The militia team in her hands had little difficulty dealing with them. Not long after the battle began, Jiang Cheng climbed onto the city wall accompanied by Anna. Looking at the devastated ground, the remains of a large number of goblins, and the smell of blood, Jiang Cheng felt a little uncomfortable. But on second thought, he felt a lot better because he knew he would see many such scenes in the future. My lord, Captain Yachuo asked me to give this to you. A militiaman came up with 3 seized storage rings and handed them to Jiang Cheng. You've worked hard, go down and have a rest. Seeing his face covered in blood and he was so tired that he could hardly stand, Jiang Cheng patted his shoulder. After the militia left, Lily came up again and handed a list to Jiang Cheng. My lord, this time 42 vampire warriors were injured, 29 militiamen were injured, and there were no deaths. Very good. This is exactly what Jiang Cheng wanted. If he was injured, he could recover with the powerful self-repair ability of the Blood Clan. It can be said that this battle consumed some resources. There was no additional loss. At the cost of 0 casualties, an army of 1,000 people was destroyed, and a level 5 goblin was killed. The level 5 beast core on him was what Jiang Cheng wanted very much. There are 3 storage rings in his hand. The largest one should belong to the goblin leader. The other 2 are smaller and of similar style. They should belong to the 4-star goblins. It's a pity that this kind of thing is extremely precious. The other 4-star goblins are not qualified to own it. This kind of unboxing naturally starts with the worst. Wow, there are actually 3,000 energy stones. It seems that the owner of this ring is quite favored by the goblin leader, and he can get so many. There are only a little over 10,000 energy stones in the mine. It can cause the goblin leader to lead a 1,000-man army to attack. Jiang Cheng wondered if the goblin leader knew that his subordinates had hidden so many energy stones. Apart from the energy stones, there was nothing to see, just some rare treasures, and this guy's clothes, sex toys. Goblins are greedy. With storage rings on their bodies, it is reasonable for them to put all their belongings in them. The contents of the second storage ring are similar to the first one, but there are only a pitiful 500 energy stones. Finally, Jiang Cheng opened the last storage ring. The contents of this ring are larger than the previous 2. It can accommodate about 200 square meters of space. So many energy stones. Most of the storage ring was occupied by energy stones. Jiang Cheng estimated that these energy stones should be no less than 40,000. The rest were various rare fruits, high-quality animal meat, more than a dozen boxes of jewelry, and several sets of festive-looking clothes. This goblin leader will not. Which girl are you thinking of marrying? Are you trying to collect the money for the bride price? Promise to give the girl 50,000 energy stones. Unfortunately, I robbed her of 10,000 yuan on the way, causing the girl to disagree, so he was furious and brought people to find me. Jiang Cheng thought about it and found that he seemed to have ruined a good marriage, separating 2 people who originally loved each other from each other and would never see each other again. It's a sin. Don't you think it would be better for you, a goblin, to get married first before coming here? Now there is not even a seed left. The girl's family is not fair, it's just 10,000 energy stones. Is this money not enough to offset the goblin boy's admiration? He is the leader. He has been plundering the people's wealth for several years. What can't he get back? Jiang Cheng felt that the woman was really unkind. He was ready to find an opportunity to lead his men to kill him and get back his goblin good brother. At this moment, a layer of grey-black fog suddenly rose in the distant forest. It drifted towards this side at a very fast speed. Achuoyeli and others who were the farthest away were the first to bear the brunt. The fog had drifted in front of them unknowingly, and they just reacted. Woo woo woo. Jajaja. Quack quack. A strange cry came from the black fog. A black shadow walked out first. When the grey fog around him dissipated, Achuoyeli and others could see clearly what kind of person this was, a cloak made of torn black cloth. Half of the future man's face and upper body were covered, and only his stiff, shriveled, blue-black chin could be seen. What was chilling was that there seemed to be a brown corpse spot next to the chin. Absorbing blood gave the vampire warriors an inexplicable familiarity with the breath of living things. But on this person, Yatoyeli and others did not feel a trace of life. Instead, they felt a strong aura of death. It should be said. The grey fog behind it was all death. Wrapped in the grey fog, the lush trees shriveled and withered in an instant. The harmless small animals also lay on the ground without life, eaten by the grey fog, leaving only a skeleton. Get ready for battle. Feeling the unfathomable aura of this man, Yachuo's expression was extremely solemn. He did not dare to be careless at all. The 4th level Blood Clan warriors stood in the front. Then they were arranged in order according to their levels. This was also to avoid unnecessary casualties. If injured, they could recover slowly. But once they died, everything would be in vain. The future achievements of Blood Clan warriors would not be low, and every loss would be a huge loss. A gust of cold wind blew. The mysterious man's cloak was blown. Only then did Yachuo and the others see the true face of the person who came. To be precise, this was a dead man, and he had been dead for some time. The skin on his face was shriveled and his eye sockets and cheeks were sunken. His eyes were pure black, deep and dangerous, which could make people fall into it unconsciously. The corners of the mummy's mouth were raised, as if mocking. The surrounding death energy rushed into his palm frantically. Condensed 2 moon blades suddenly shot towards the Blood Clan warriors. The speed of the moon blades was so fast that people were shocked. Almost in an instant, he appeared in front of the Blood Clan warriors. Achuo and others who reacted almost exhausted all means to resist this attack. But this energy was too strong and had reached the level of crushing. Achuoyeli and others who were standing in the front were directly cut by the moon blade on their chests, leaving a deep hole that could be seen to the bone. The 4-star armor they were wearing had shattered. They retreated dozens of meters before barely stopping. The Blood Clan warriors behind were even worse. They were directly overturned by the aftermath and rolled into the air. Fortunately, the blood wings barely stabilized their bodies, otherwise they might have fallen and been seriously injured. The huge gap in strength made Achuo and others' faces more solemn than ever. The strength erupted from this mummy is many times stronger than the previous goblin leader. There is no way to measure the strength between the two. Achuo and others have no doubt that this mummy has the strength of a 6-star strongman. But so what? The Blood Clan warriors will not be afraid of this. Brothers, form a formation. The 10 original Blood Clan warriors formed the Blood Sky formation at the first opportunity. Since there was no time to get used to the new members, they were still the first 10 people. If there was enough time, at least some more members could be added to maximize the combat power. Unfortunately, this is a battle. Things will not go according to your ideas. The other side, who is suspected to be a 6-star strongman, will not wait for them to form a formation. He will definitely launch an attack at the first opportunity. It is still Yachuo as the carrier. The energy of the 9 people was transmitted into his body. His body continued to expand, and in a short while, he had become a giant Blood Clan warrior. The golden wings behind him spread out, covering the sky, and the aura on his body climbed all the way to the peak of level 5. The mummy showed an interested expression. The cloak on his body moved without wind, and the dead air in the sky was sucked into his body, like a whirlpool in the deep sea, endless, as if it could be absorbed all the time. At the same time, the aura on the mummy was also rising steadily, making it difficult for the Blood Clan warriors not far away to breathe. At this moment, Anna on the city wall took action. The sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning flashed. A blood-red hand came down vertically. It pointed directly at the dried corpse on the ground that absorbed the dead air. Anna's initial level was 4 stars. After 3 upgrades of the territory, Anna's current level has reached 7 stars. In addition to her methods that she has never used before, Jiang Cheng felt that even an 8-star strongman would not be able to get an advantage in her hands. Roar. The mummy didn't expect there was such a strong man here. He was just attracted by the smell of blood. He didn't expect to run into such a tough guy. Unfortunately, the current situation doesn't allow him to think too much. The pair of bone-like arms swelled rapidly, and the death energy around him also formed a pair of big hands, leaped up, and rushed towards Anna's bloody hands. Humph, you are just an ant. Anna made a grabbing motion with one hand. With the other hand, she took out the Qingluan sword that Luoqi had given to Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng then gave it to Anna. A crisp bird song resounded through the sky. Countless creatures in the forest were startled by this, especially birds. They were already hovering in the air, looking for the object that made the sound. Anna's skirt was swept by the airwaves around her, revealing her calves as white as jade. A shadow of Qingluan appeared behind her, and as time went by, it became more and more solid, as if a real Qingluan was lying behind Anna. The blood-red energy in her hand was constantly injected into the sword. The cracks on it were also deepening and began to crack. It looked like it was about to collapse at any time. The figure of the mummy paused in the air. It was in a stalemate with the blood-colored hand. He regretted it very much in his heart. He knew he had been fooled. This bloody hand was a bait, fixing him in the air, neither up nor down. If he left at this time, the bloody hand would immediately press him to the ground. If he didn't leave, he would just stay in the air and get hit by the woman's power. The mummy regretted it very much. He even began to doubt whether this was a spiritual attack. The prepared deception made him smell a lot of blood just after he finished his deep sleep. However, these smells are far less tempting than these guys. The mummy glanced at Achuo below greedily. This glance made Achuo's whole body hairy. Now they have withdrawn from the blood sky formation. If the Empress takes action, they will naturally have nothing to do. Their current task is to protect the Blood Clan warriors and the weak militia team in the rear. Jiang Cheng, who was standing not far from Anna, admired the little maid's cool demeanor for a while. His eyes met the mummy in the air. Such a powerful enemy suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the territory. This made him a little uneasy. Especially the mummy's methods were very mysterious and unpredictable. The strength was also extremely strong. Judging from the map intercepted by the goblins, there are no enemies of similar levels nearby. There is no strange secret realm. The other party could not have appeared out of thin air. Jiang Cheng decided to check the information of the mummy to speculate where the other party came from. Search information. Human, Liang Yu. Level, 7 stars. Current status, because of the resentment and unwillingness at the time of death, the soul is unwilling to dissipate between heaven and earth, and then transformed into a corpse state, retaining some of the memories before death. Note, when in corpse transformation state, the corpse cannot restrain the dead energy in its body, and its strength is lower than that in its prime. When the corpse transformation ends, its strength is greatly enhanced. Human race? Jiang Cheng immediately became interested in Liang Yu. This is another human he met in the Lord continent. Of course, those lords in the world channel do not count. They traveled through time with Jiang Cheng. Liang Yu is a native local. He must have a certain understanding of this continent. As if he had sensed the prying eyes, Liang Yu turned his head in midair, and his deep eyes like black holes met Jiang Cheng's gaze. In an instant, his back was like a thorn, and a sense of crisis came over him. It made him dizzy, as if his soul was about to be pulled out, seeking death. Anna's face instantly turned cold when she saw this scene. The eyes were so cold that it was impossible to look directly at them. The giant hand in the air exerted force suddenly. At this moment, no matter how Liang Yu resisted, he could not slow down the speed of the bloody giant hand pressing down. He seemed to know what he had done wrong. That pretty boy must be the woman's lover. Otherwise, how could he be so fierce all of a sudden? If he had known this earlier, Liang Yu regretted it deeply. The bloody giant hand pressed him to the ground, flattened his body, and shattered all his bones. Obviously, the body will become indestructible after the corpse transformation. But under the suppression of the bloody giant hand, Liang Yu's body was as fragile as a piece of paper. This is not over yet. The next moment, a green sword energy whistled through the sky, emitting infinite power. It seemed to cut the world in half. The dazzling green light has overwhelmed the sun's light. Boom! The earth was shaking, and the sky was crying. Liang Yu's body had been completely annihilated. Only a group of black air was left hovering in the air. That was the power of his resentment. Such a strong power of resentment is a great tonic for some creatures in the underworld. If it is not eliminated, it is estimated that it will not be long before skeletons and demons appear from time to time outside Jiang Cheng's territory. Anna will naturally not let such evil things continue to stay here. King Ming's eyes turned blood red, and he spread his 5 fingers, shrinking and purifying the power of resentment through the air. Wisps of white smoke came out. The power of resentment made a series of soul-stirring sounds. It made people sweat and get goosebumps. As time passed, the power of resentment was completely eliminated. Only a pure white bead was left. It was taken into Anna's hand. Jiang Cheng was about to ask what this thing was. A cold mechanical sound came from his mind. Congratulations to the Lord for achieving the achievement, killing the first level 7 boss. Receive rewards of 50,000 energy stones, 1,000 people, 50 residential buildings, and a territory migration card. Note, in order to help thousands of lords in the Lord continent to live a safe life in the early stage, they will choose a safe area when choosing their birthplace. Now that you have reached the requirements to leave this area, you can use the territory migration card to teleport to a random location, or choose a location by yourself. The Lord must arrive at the self-selected location in person and use the migration card at the target location to complete the migration. This is, leaving the novice village. Jiang Cheng was worried about how the territory would develop in the future. After all, there is no one around who can fight, and it is simply a fantasy to want to continue to develop. Now the problem has been solved and things have been sorted out. In order to take care of the early development of the lords, their birthplaces are relatively remote, and the surrounding monsters are generally weak. This arrangement is reasonable. If it is really a random time travel, let the Lord travel directly to the face of the 8th or 9th level monster, then there is no need to play, just wait to die when the protective shield ends, and even development can be saved. This is not reasonable at all. Now that I have left the novice zone, I can go to a more advanced place to develop. So where should we go to develop better? Jiang Cheng thought it would be safer to find a place and use this territory migration card. This way, at least we can ensure that we have a certain understanding of the target location, instead of starting all over again. As for the target location in his mind, he has already thought of it, that is, the intermediate goblin tribe. Conquer that place. Use the territory migration card there. With the foundation laid by the goblins, the subsequent development of the territory can be much easier. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng was horrified to find that he seemed to have discovered a big secret. That is, tens of millions of lords, like him, are in relatively remote areas with weak wild monster levels. As long as he has a specific map of the Vaslo forest, he can infer the approximate location of those lords. In this way, he can sneak over without anyone noticing. Take down the opponent's territory in one pot. The reward for taking them down will not be much. It can only be regarded as extra money. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that this move is correct. Leader the Lord is blessed with unique advantages. With the accumulation of time, the building level is slowly improved, and a large number of arms can be drawn every day. These arms do not need to be deliberately cultivated. They can grow and develop by simply eliminating local forces. This development speed is much stronger than local forces. Therefore, it can be inferred that the future world will definitely be the world of lord forces. These tens of millions of lords who can eventually survive will definitely develop into a giant. So if Jiang Cheng solves these lords now, it is equivalent to strangling them in the cradle. Maybe these people do not need Jiang Cheng to take action. They will be eliminated by unstable factors during the development process. But there is a chance of everything. What if they are the sons of luck? What if they grow and become stronger? What if he encounters the demon lord, the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord, etc. And Jiang Cheng doesn't do them? They will come to the door sooner or later. Instead of waiting to die like this, it is better to take the initiative to attack and kill them. It is better to strike first. The intermediate goblin tribe should have known a lot of news about the great forest of Vaslo. So even if I don't move the territory there, I will take it down and take out the useful things inside. Jiang Cheng made a plan in his mind. But he found that the surroundings were quiet. When he came to his senses, he found that Anna was staring at him. The militia on the wall stood in the back. His face showed an ambiguous expression of watching a good show. Anna, why are you staring at me? And you're so close. Since Anna's level has gradually increased, she has recovered more and more memories, and the majesty of the Empress has become heavier, and her personality has become colder. She is not as cute as she was at the beginning. But now, Jiang Cheng can see the care and worry in her eyes. Anna opened her red lips and asked, Master, do you feel uncomfortable? Jiang Cheng smiled when he heard this. I don't feel any discomfort. Although he said this, he still checked his body. This was a subconscious action. Only then did he realize that his level had reached level 5, surpassing all the vampire warriors. Lord, Jiang Cheng. Strength, 5 stars, barely enough. Arms, undead blood. Weapons, none. Props, 3 storage rings. Skills, defensive formation, iron wall. His strength has been upgraded from 1 star to 5 stars. Jiang Cheng was shocked at first, but soon realized why he had 5 stars. Anna is a companion product of the Blood Clan Temple, and Jiang Cheng is the master of the Blood Clan Temple, so the experience of wild monsters killed by Anna will be counted on him. As for why there is no prompt sound, it may be covered up by the achievement prompt. In fact, he doesn't want these experience points. After all, he has a beautiful woman named Anna to accompany him closely. It can protect his life. So many experience points might as well be given to the Blood Clan warriors. Raise their levels, so that they can do more things. Master, come back to the room with me. Anna held Jiang Cheng's hand, as soft as jade, and walked towards the temple. Anna, why are you going back to the temple? There are still many things to deal with here. The mummy left a mark on your body when it looked at its owner. If you don't know it, you will have nightmares at night and may encounter unclean things when you go out alone, so it must be removed. So, Anna, do you feel any discomfort after the battle? I'm fine. The energy I consumed will be slowly replenished by the temple. Please rest assured, Master. Every time an achievement is achieved, a notice will appear on the World Channel. The original intention was to encourage the lords to work hard, but now it seems to be Jiang Cheng's personal show. Looking at the announcement on the channel that Jiang Cheng killed the level 7 boss, the active lord silently stopped his actions, not knowing whether to continue chatting or work hard to develop the territory. Level 7 boss, how is this possible? When the rankings were released in the early morning, Jiang Cheng's troops were only level 4. How come he had already killed a level 7 creature in just half a day? After reaching level 6, all creatures will undergo a qualitative change. This qualitative change allows them to crush creatures below level 6. It is very difficult for creatures below level 6 to cross the border and kill a true level 6 creature. Not to mention the level 7 creatures above this. Could it be that formation? How is it possible? Using external force to forcibly upgrade a 4-star vampire warrior to the level where he can fight against a 7-star one? Not to mention whether he can kill a 7-star one, the energy in the body alone is enough to burst the carrier. What on earth did Jiang Cheng do to kill Kixing? It's unimaginable. He is the top of the list, we are not the best. Nonsense, Jiang Cheng must have used some unspeakable means to tease the goddess to death, and took advantage of the goddess's confusion to get several powerful weapons, so he was able to kill the 7-star boss. It's not impossible, and both of them are rich, so they might have already opened up a teleportation array for each other and are meeting offline. It's not impossible to say what you said, woo woo, my goddess, my goddess. Now she belongs to Jiang Cheng. If she continues to develop at this speed, it won't be long before Jiang Cheng can establish a dynasty and an empire in the Lord's continent. It just so happens that the goddess's child is born at that time, and she will become a prince or princess directly. I'm so envious. If you are envious, find a wild monster to kill you now. Maybe you can travel through time and become a tadpole of Jiang Cheng and successfully reach the pinnacle of life. The chat in the World channel is getting more and more outrageous. Luoqi, who was secretly observing, got excited and realized the seriousness of the matter. She directly spent the Lord's coins to enable the ban. When the chat area calmed down, her mind also cleared up. Her actions just confirmed the speculation of those guys. Oh, how abominable. I should have continued to move the garbage. As expected, lazy people will not have a good ending. I must find Jiang Cheng and ask him to clarify this matter with me. We can't let these guys continue talking. I am a decent virgin who has never held a boy's hand. How could I possibly get pregnant with Jiang Cheng's child? If this continues, my reputation will be ruined. Luoqi muted the World channel, and a group of lords directly set up a group chat in private, and the topic became more and more outrageous. The alliances also exploded because of this matter. The top lords were busy outside all day. Seeing that the level of their soldiers broke through to 4 stars, they thought that they had finally caught up with Jiang Cheng's pace, but when they returned home and had free time, they learned that Jiang Cheng had killed the 7th level boss. This made it difficult for them to swallow dinner. They immediately lost their appetite. Not only that, but even more outrageous news came. Luoqi, who ranked 2nd, and Jiang Cheng had already married in private, and even had a child. They even named the child, Jiang Jushan, which sounded very majestic and domineering. The two families directly merged into one. From then on, there was no distinction between you and me. Yours is mine, and mine is yours. So Jiang Cheng used the sophisticated weapons in Luoqi's hands. He killed the 7th level boss with invincibility. He beat the 7th level boss without any resistance. Some people even wrote novels about the story between the two and sold them in the Lord trading area, making a lot of resources. Outrageous. These things, who is spreading this? We have only been in the Lord continent for 3 days, and we already have a child. This is too outrageous. The top lord was so angry that he spat out his food all over the floor. Then the lords of several major alliances gathered together and set up a group chat. There was no other way. This matter had a huge impact on them, and they had to discuss it. If Luoqi and Jiang Cheng were just partners, they could still take it lightly. But now that they are about to have a baby, they have become a family, so they have to discuss it. In order to highlight the importance of the matter, they also pulled the angel lord Yunshi, who was a bystander, into the group chat. After all, he was a lord who stood in the top 10 by pure strength. He deserved their attention. Why didn't the demon lord come? I don't know. I haven't seen him today. Maybe he was played too badly by Jiang Cheng, and his mentality exploded. He has fallen into autism. Hehe, that guy is really miserable. Why not challenge anyone else? Challenge the toughest one. Now his teeth are broken. Let's not talk about him anymore, let's talk about Luoqi and Jiang Cheng. Are they really boyfriend and girlfriend? What the hell, didn't they already build a teleportation array and get married? Hehe, I have named their 2 children Zhang Bassian. Okay, let's talk about business. Jiang Cheng is now able to kill a 7-star level being. No matter what means he uses, it represents a strength that we cannot ignore. The most powerful Eastern Dragon Lord interrupted the conversation of these lords. What can I do? I can't just attack and kill him now, right? Regardless of whether we can defeat Jiang Cheng, we will have to pay a huge price just to reach the Vaslo forest. Are you willing to pay this price? The purple-winged brilliant dragon lord who was at odds with him stood up. The demon lord was not there. Among all the lords present, the 2 of them were the strongest and had the most say. Since we can't go, can we ask the alliance members who are in Vasaluo forest to go? Lord Purple-Winged Brilliant Dragon, isn't Xiaoyan under your command in the Vasaluo forest? Let him take his men to serve as cannon fodder and test Jiang Cheng's strength for us. The Soul Clan Lord expressed his thoughts. For some reason, he always felt uncomfortable with Xiaoyan. No way. Lord Purple-Winged Brilliant Dragon refused without a second thought. This was his godson, how could he give him away to be killed? He had invested a lot of resources in him. The atmosphere fell into an awkward situation for a while. No one wanted to sacrifice their own interests. No one wanted to be the first to stand out. After all, if they collided with Jiang Cheng, they would be finished. All their resources would be used up, and soon they would be swarmed by the top lords below and eaten up. The ally who was smiling at you the moment before might turn into a hungry wolf to eat you the next moment. The fight between lords is so cruel. A little carelessness will lead to eternal damnation? Because of the disagreement of the several lords, they finally didn't come up with a name. They only stayed for 7 days before going their separate ways. As for Yunshi, she had just learned about this matter. She was just about to ask Jiang Cheng what happened. Anna, your hands make me feel so comfortable. Just keep this frequency. By the way, wouldn't it be too tiring for me to lie down while you sit? No, as long as the owner likes it. In the room, Jiang Cheng was lying on the soft couch for rest. Anna moved a chair and sat facing his head. She showed a piece of her white wrist, gently placed it on Jiang Cheng's temple, and rubbed it slowly. Waves of warm power were injected into Jiang Cheng's body, expelling the remaining marks on his body. This made Jiang Cheng feel extremely comfortable. It was a little stimulating at first, but then he slowly entered the enjoyment mode, which led to the scene at the beginning. Her facial features are exquisite and beautiful. Her eyes are like autumn water, and her eyebrows are like distant black. Her black hair is soft and her pretty face is delicate and flawless. Every frown and smile can make people fall into it, and they can't bear to break the beauty at this moment. Jiang Cheng stared at Anna infatuatedly. Maybe there was something wrong with his posture, which made him swallow his saliva constantly. But this beauty was soon broken, and the notification sound of a message rang in his mind. Jiang Cheng had to give up admiring Anna's face. Jiang Cheng, you should go to the World Channel and clarify the relationship between you and me, otherwise our innocence will be in jeopardy. Jiang Cheng, what happened between you and Lord Luoqi? Why is there such a big fuss? Are the rumors outside true? The two female lords sent him messages at the same time. Jiang Cheng had a series of question marks flashing through his mind. He just enjoyed Anna's massage for a while. Why did it seem like something big happened? He clicked on the public screen area and saw, good job. They even arranged a wife for me, and also arranged a daughter and a son for me. These guys are so idle. Jiang Cheng couldn't help complaining in his heart. There are a lot of messages in the World Channel. Before Luoqi was banned, they had already chatted for a long time. Jiang Cheng also searched for a long time before he figured out the cause and effect of the matter. The matter was indeed caused by him. The follow-up was all the Lord's imagination. Jiang Cheng was puzzled in his heart. Why did these lords stay on the public screen to chat every day? Don't they need to develop their territories? Their imagination is ridiculous. What's wrong? Is my technique wrong? Seeing Jiang Cheng's expression change, Anna couldn't help but speak out. It's okay, Anna, you can help me before you go to bed tonight. Now, ask Yato to take people out to look for a hole with traces of freshly broken soil, especially one that is full of dead air. Going deeper inside, there might be relics left by the mummy. The place where Liang Yu's corpse turned into a corpse must be a dark and humid place, and at the same time, it is necessary to prevent the leakage of death energy. The underground cave just meets this requirement. Apart from this, there is nothing special nearby. The things left by the 7-star strongman. Jiang Cheng was still very jealous. Even if he couldn't use them, he could sell them to other lords in the future. Make a fortune? Yeah. Anna understood Jiang Cheng's thoughts. After bowing, she left the room. After Anna left, Jiang Cheng was able to calm down and respond to them. He first replied to Yunxi. He told her the whole story. He ignored Yunxi's subsequent questions and directly closed the chat interface. Then he opened the chat interface with Luoqi again. To be honest, Jiang Cheng's mood was a bit complicated at the moment. Thanks to Luoqi's ban, these lords probably chatted privately. After all, this behavior might be regarded as guilty by these lords, which would further confirm the speculation that the two had a close relationship. If he jumped out to clarify at this time, he would definitely be smeared more and more, and in the end he would not be able to explain clearly. You can do some earth-shattering things to suppress the heat of this incident, and that's it. Jiang Cheng thought of the network environment before he traveled through time. Whenever some big news happened and attracted a lot of attention from the masses, a popular star would get into trouble and absorb most of the heat of the previous incident. He didn't expect that he could use it in the Lord continent now. But I can't do it, Luoqi said aggrievedly. Then you should be my wife and give me sons and daughters. Those lords have dozens of good names. Let's work hard and try to use them all. Jiang Cheng is also a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. What the lords discuss has no effect on him at all. He eats and drinks as he should. He doesn't need to look at the faces of these idle people when doing things. As for reputation, it doesn't matter to him. Aren't there enough people who black him in the World Channel every day? Seeing Jiang Cheng's reply, Luoqi stamped her feet in anger. She wished she could treat Jiang Cheng as a bun and swallow him in one bite. Forget it, never mind, let her be my young wife. The body is not afraid of the tilted shadow. It's not true anyway. After a long rest, Jiang Cheng walked out of the temple. The sun had already set. The battlefield outside had been cleaned up almost completely, and the smell of blood was gradually diluted. The shrunken bodies of goblins were piled up in the square outside, and Jiang Cheng transformed them into materials. More than 1,000 goblin corpses, as well as wild boar beasts, allowed Jiang Cheng to obtain a total of 521st level beast cores, 362nd level beast cores, 83rd level beast cores, 12 4th level beast cores, and 1 5th level beast core. In addition, there were 230,000 pieces of wood, ore, and wild boar beasts' fangs and fur. The corpses gradually dissipated. This battle made Jiang Cheng's strength surge. The first batch of Yechuo and others did not change much. They were still at level 4, but they were not far from the threshold of level 5. They would absorb energy stones all night tonight and kill some wild monsters tomorrow to break through. The second batch of Jack and others also gained a lot. Apart from the 3 brothers, Lily has reached 4 stars, and the other 16 Blood Clan warriors have all reached the peak of 3 stars. From tonight to tomorrow morning, the territory will have 16 more 4-star warriors. Today's batch of Blood Clan warriors can be said to have the greatest harvest. The 5 gold level Blood Clan warriors have reached the mid 3-star level. The 12 silver level warriors have all reached 3 stars. The remaining bronze level warriors have also increased by 1 level. They have collectively broken through to 2 stars. This is all thanks to the big brothers in front who deliberately gave heads to them. The number of soldiers has increased. This also led to the slow upgrading of Jiang Cheng's soldiers. While the old members were developing, they also did not forget to give heads to the new members. As a result, the experience they gained was much less. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng is rich and has a large amount of energy stones to support him. My lord, this is bad. Lily ran over from the direction of the training ground. What's wrong? Seeing the anxious expression on her face, Jiang Cheng thought something must have happened, so he hurried over to her. Go and take a look at that big fool Yale. While Yato was taking people out to look for the cave entrance, he secretly sucked a mouthful of the mummy's blood. Now he is lying on the ground twitching. What? How dare this guy? Jiang Cheng was also shocked by Yale's stupid behavior. He even dared to suck Liang Yu's blood. This guy may have been underground for hundreds of years. The blood in his body must have been condensed into extremely poisonous corpse poison, which is all essence. If he sucked a mouthful of this, he would die on the spot. My lord, please go and save him. The big guy fell to the ground and couldn't even speak. He was foaming at the mouth the whole time. We tried everything, but nothing worked. Lily's eyes were red with anxiety. Yale was usually nice to the little girl. He would give in to her and protect her. Okay, I'll be there soon. You go and inform Anna now. After saying that, Jiang Cheng immediately ran to the training ground. At this time, Yale had been carried to the center of the training ground. A group of Blood Clan warriors and militia surrounded him. My lord, please take a look at Ale. Yale has been like this since he sucked the mummy's blood. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming, the vampire warriors automatically made way for him. Passing through the crowd, Jiang Cheng saw Yale lying on the ground. His face was pale, he was foaming at the mouth, his eyes were white, and his limbs were twitching from time to time. These were typical signs of poisoning. Jiang Cheng was about to use the Lord's coin to buy a pill that could cure all poisons from them all. Anna came over from behind. Her eyes, like autumn water, only flashed a seductive red light, scanning the area of Yale's chest. Everyone looked at this scene with worry. No one made a sound to disturb them. After a long time, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. She said softly, everyone disperse. After everyone stepped aside, Anna held Yale's armor. Let him sit. Then she put her hand on his head. It seemed that she had pressed it, but in fact, she hadn't. Anna's hand was still a certain distance away from Yale's head. As an empress, Anna would not easily touch any man except Jiang Cheng. Scarlet energy enveloped Yale. Wisps of dark death energy emerged from his head. At the same time, the burning energy also made Yale howl in pain. Lily and others who saw this scene were overjoyed. From their point of view, Yale's condition was much better than before, and he could even make sounds. As time passed, strands of death energy emerged from Yale's body. Then Anna slapped him on the back through the air. A ball of smelly, constantly wriggling black blood spit out of his mouth. This ball of black blood was mixed with death energy and residual resentment. At the same time, it also has a strong ability to infect. If Anna does not deal with it in time, Yale will probably become Liang Yu's appearance in a short time and become a conscious mummy. Anna then explained all this. A group of Blood Clan warriors instantly lost their desire for mummies. After all, the blood of a level 7 strong man is extremely tempting to them. It's just that Yale was more reckless and secretly took a sip by himself. In the end, he ended up like this. The blood of a level 7 warrior cannot be purified with your current abilities. It's okay if you want to suck it. I'll purify his blood and remove all the dead air and resentment in it. Anna knew the desire of the blood warriors. In fact, she had planned to draw blood from Liang Yu and purify it with special means. However, due to the mark on Jiang Cheng's body, she did not take action. The blood warriors who heard the news were excited. Jiang Cheng also made a suggestion at this time. Anna, can you just expel the dead air and resentment in the blood and retain the infectiousness? If the infectiousness can be retained, then the role that vampire warriors can play in the future will be very important. They can infect the people of the enemy forces without anyone knowing. By that time, once the two sides go to war, all the people under the opponent have been assimilated by the vampire warriors. That will be very interesting. Anna pondered for a while and said, I can only try my best. This is the first time I've done this, so I'm not very sure. It's okay. If it doesn't work, I won't force it. Not long after, Achuo brought people back. They found a cave full of death, which was the place where Liang Yu turned into a corpse. There were not many valuable things in it. There was only a storage ring and the words on the stone wall. There were very few valuable things in the storage ring. A 5-star long sword, broken and rotten. Most of the energy stones were unusable. There were no more than 500 pieces with residual energy. As for the words on the stone wall, Achuo had recorded them on a piece of bark. There were no such things as books in the territory. Bark could only be used as a substitute. The content on it was a touching love story about Liang Yu. After that, he was cheated. He was also abused and humiliated by the adulterer on the spot, and then he was beaten to the point of death. He took advantage of the other party's relaxation and finally escaped. It's so exciting. If I put this story in the Lord's trading area, I can sell 10 level 3 beast cores. Jiang Cheng then put all the unnecessary spoils on the Lord's trading area, including the sex toys in the storage ring. After leaving behind a batch of energy stones, Jiang Cheng came to the residential area. In the vacant area near the residential area, he took out the people and residences obtained from the achievement rewards. The first batch of people had already arrived, so Jiang Cheng didn't need to lead this batch of new people in person. After leaving behind the rare fruits, high-quality animal meat and some exquisite jewelry in the goblin storage ring, Jiang Cheng returned to the temple alone. All units, please note that the goblin profiteers have appeared in the trading area again. Please keep your eyes open and don't buy the wrong items. Damn it, you didn't tell me earlier. I accidentally clicked the wrong button and bought the armor sold by the goblin lord. But the quality of the armor this time seems to be pretty good. It's not sewn with needle and thread. Yes, the quality of the weapons this time is also quite good. Hehe, I spent 5 level 1 beast cores to buy 10 pieces of gold. I'm so happy. I suggest you go to the hospital to check if there is anything wrong with your brain. Haha, he wants to use gold to bribe the monsters so that they won't kill him. Do you understand his strategy? The goblin leader was as cunning as ever. He said that this was the kind of clothes that high-quality human men should wear, but what he bought was a shroud. The size was also ridiculously large, and my 500-pound body would automatically fall off after I put it on. At least this can be used as a blanket. I bought a pair of underwear from him, saying it was exclusively for grown men, but it turned out to be more than enough to be used as a parachute. It was sticky, smelly, and covered with yellow stains. 20 of my soldiers fainted on the spot after smelling it. I suspected that this was a biological weapon carefully arranged by the goblin lord. Ha ha ha, this can't be that he freshly took it off the bodies of his soldiers. You're in for a treat. The protein in it is 10 times that of beef. I suggest you make soup with it. It's very nutritious. I am so envious. Next time the same item appears, I will definitely buy it. The World Channel once again sparked a heated discussion about the Goblin Lord, increasing his popularity. After a series of operations, all the things Jiang Cheng threw out were sold out. Those lords did not want to buy his things. They just wanted to see how novel the things he sold were. After all, no one was as crazy as the Lord. He even took off the underwear of his own soldiers and then took them out to sell. At the same time, it also made those lords who really wanted to buy items more vigilant. They silently warned themselves in their hearts that they must keep their eyes open when buying things in the trading area in the future, and not buy items sent by the Goblin Lord. In the main hall, Jiang Cheng received the supplies he earned in the trading area. He lacked everything now, except for beast cores. He would not refuse even if he was given more of these things. A level 2 beast core can be decomposed into 10 level 1 beast cores. A level 3 beast core can be decomposed into 20 level 2 beast cores. A level 4 beast core can be decomposed into 30 level 3 beast cores. From then on, no matter how high the level is, the maximum number of beast cores that can be decomposed is 30, no more. The level 5 beast core in Jiang Cheng's hand can be decomposed into 30 level 4 beast cores. Together with the 12 level 4 beast cores in his hand, the conditions for upgrading the temple have been met. These level 1, 2, and 3 beast cores in hand can be synthesized into 2 level 4 beast cores. However, after the temple was upgraded, these 2 level 4s didn't seem to be very impressive anymore. There is still a long way to go on the road of growth. Jiang Cheng sighed and walked out of the temple. Do you want to upgrade the Blood Clan temple? Upgrade, he said to himself. He looked back at the Blood Clan temple after the upgrade. After this upgrade, the Blood Clan temple became more majestic and taller. There was even a 100-meter staircase at the entrance. The statue of the blood god ancestor became more and more lifelike, as if a real person was standing here and would walk down from it at any time. Blood Temple, Level 5. 70 vampire warriors can be drawn every day. The probability of drawing a bronze-level vampire warrior is 70%, the probability of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 40%, and the probability of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 20%. The next upgrade requires 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, and 50 level 5 beast cores. Level 5 beast cores are produced by level 5 creatures, with a burst rate of 70%. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of bursting a beast core. As the probability of a single entity increases, the quality of Blood Clan warriors will also increase. Now 70 Blood Clan warriors can be drawn every day. It won't take much, and the number of Blood Clan warriors will skyrocket. The strength of the territory will also increase accordingly. We must let Adoyali and others improve their strength. I can't keep these bloodline enhancement pills in my hand. I can use the Lord coins to buy a few more bloodline enhancement pills when necessary. Jiang Cheng didn't use the Lord coins he got from the 2 rankings, except for buying a set of armor for Lily, because he liked an item in the mall, so he didn't want to spend it. He wanted to continue saving and try to buy the thing he liked. But if the overall strength of the Blood Clan warriors did not meet expectations, Jiang Cheng could only put that thing aside for the time being and use the Lord coins in his hand to strengthen the strength of the team. Territory upgrade successful. The territory coverage area has doubled. Rewards, 20 city defense cannons, 1,000 vampires, 300 houses, the Vampire Heroes Hall, and a magical egg. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows when he saw the reward. The Vampire Heroes Hall sounded like a building. But what the hell was this magical egg? Was it as magical as this one? Magic egg. Every egg can hatch magical items, which will bring unexpected surprises. Incubation time, 3 days. Note, you don't need to move it during the incubation period. Just put it quietly in a corner. You can interact with it when necessary to increase the intimacy between each other. It's mysterious enough. Don't give me any information. You still want me to interact with you? No way. If it hatches out to be something strange, then we'll meet in the Lord's trading area. Jiang Cheng took out the baby-sized egg, held it in his arms and threatened it fiercely. Then he opened the Blood Clan Heroic Hall. Blood Hall of Heroes. Effect 1. Increase the loyalty of your people. Effect 2. Within the territory, the attack power of the vampire warriors will be increased by 10%. Effect 3. Can guide the souls of the vampires who died in battle, and help them to condense their bodies again after 7 days to complete their resurrection. Upgrade conditions: 100,000 wood, 100,000 ore, 1 level 6 beast core, 10,000 energy stones. Hiss. After reading the introduction of the Blood Clan Hall of Heroes, Jiang Cheng was a little excited. If Anna was beside him, he might have gone up to hug her. Unfortunately, there was only an egg in his arms. Now the Blood Clan warriors have not yet reached the stage of rebirth by dripping blood. This Blood Clan Heroic Soul Hall has come at the right time. In this way, you don't have to be so timid when migrating your territory to a new area. This Hall of Heroes may be a bit useless in the later stage, but it is definitely a good thing in the early stage. Jiang Cheng found an open space and silently chanted in his heart to use it. The white light gradually faded. A solemn hall appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. The whole hall was silver, and some decorations were in the style of the Blood Clan. There were 2 stone statues of Blood Clan warriors holding long swords standing at the door. Even if a person with a smile stood in front of this stone statue, the expression on his face would become heavy. This place carries the souls of the Blood Clan warriors who died in battle. They died to protect their homes and defend their territories from invasion. Never tolerate anyone's offense. The Blood Clan among the lords seemed to have sensed something. They came out and looked at the hall. They clasped their hands in front of their chests, as if they were praying for something. If it weren't for the lack of an important condition for upgrading, a level 6 beast core, maybe Jiang Cheng would upgrade this Blood Clan Hall of Heroes now. The growth limit of a Blood Clan is definitely higher than a level 6 beast core. If you can save your life, you can get thousands of level 6 beast cores in the future. This deal is not a loss. Phew, after the territory is relocated, we may have to face a situation where level 4s are everywhere and level 5s are as numerous as dogs. I wonder how the levels of Achuoyeli and others have improved. Jiang Cheng tightened the egg in his arms. He always felt that this guy had moved when he was not paying attention. Every time, he would slide down a little, trying to escape from his loving arms. After arriving at the training ground, many Blood Clan warriors were practicing the Blood Sky formation outside. A few who were in urgent need of breakthrough were already practicing inside, including Achuoyeli. Jiang Cheng gave the 2 an order. They must seize every opportunity to break through to level 5. My lord, what are you holding in your hand? Lily, who had finished training the vampire team, came behind Jiang Cheng. She glanced at the egg in his hand. She looked like she wanted to touch it but didn't dare to. Jiang Cheng saw it and handed the egg to the little girl. He said earnestly, there is a baby in this egg. It will be your brother or sister in the future. Lily, you must protect it well. Now Jiang Cheng has reached level 5. He can sense a strong breath of life in the egg, ready to burst out at any time. Seeing that the little girl seemed to like it very much, Jiang Cheng handed the egg to her. Let her hold it and play with it. He, a grown man, has a lot of things to do all day long. How could he be confined to an egg? At 12 o'clock in the morning, the ranking list came as expected. The ranking list on the 3rd day was much quieter than the previous 2 days. Except for the lords at the bottom of the ranking who were fighting each other, the lords at the top of the ranking list did not make any movement. There was no fierce fighting. It seemed that they were convinced of the ranking on the ranking list. As expected, Jiang Cheng was still ranked 1st. Luo Qi was 2nd. Dongfang Shenlong was 3rd. The other lords took a step forward. Except for the demon lord who was 4th yesterday, he fell from 4th to 10th, and fell to the bottom. He was about to fall from the altar and withdraw from the ranks of super lords. This situation made thousands of lords sigh. After all, he was also glorious for a while. He was a figure that thousands of lords needed to look up to. His subordinates also had extremely powerful demon soldiers. After they developed, they were extremely terrifying. Basically, few people could compete with them. But now he was beaten and destroyed by Jiang Cheng, who was ranked 1st, in the early stage. He was controlled tightly. At least at this stage, he was destroyed. The demons in his hands have lost hope of survival. How can this develop? If this situation continues, it will be difficult for the demon lord to turn over again. Especially the Abyss Mist after 7 days. The Abyss Mist is a devastating disaster for ordinary lords, and they need to deal with it with all their strength. But for the top super lords and top lords, this will be an opportunity. A large amount of Abyss Mist is equivalent to a large amount of experience. At the same time, the rewards for the 7th day rankings are also extremely generous, which may lay the foundation for which lords can sit firmly at the top position in the future. So if the demon lord does not seize this opportunity, it will be difficult for him to turn over. Alas, these guys all rejected my challenge. Vampire Temple. Jiang Cheng sat on the throne and sighed constantly. Because the news of killing the 7th level boss during the day was too shocking, a group of super lords rejected Jiang Cheng's request. At the same time, they also rejected Luo Qi's request. After all, they have already tacitly agreed that the relationship between the two is definitely not shallow, and they may really be in a romantic relationship. It is hard to say whether they have built a legendary formation to meet each other, but the actions of the two made the other lords have to think deeply. Therefore, no matter whether it is Jiang Cheng or Luo Qi's challenge request, they all rejected it. The reason is very simple, that is, they can't beat them. At this point, these super lords don't care about face or not. As long as they are not beaten, they won't say anything. There is a living demon lord there. They don't want to be the second one. The rewards on the leaderboard have not changed. If nothing unexpected happens, the rewards will remain the same before the 7th day, and there will not be much change. After receiving the rewards, the world channel is lively again. The world is in decline, and now tens of millions of lords are probably going to respect Jiang Cheng as their leader. Others dare not compete with him, or even contend with him. That's right. The demon lord was a tough guy, but unfortunately he was crushed by Jiang Cheng. Don't forget that the second place is Jiang Cheng's woman. The couple directly dominates the list. Just imagine, if Luo Qi gave all the resources she obtained to Jiang Cheng, and also gave Jiang Cheng a large number of weapons, who do you think would dare to compete with him? Hiss. If Jiang Cheng consumes 2 portions of resources by himself, how can other lords play? Damn it! Jiang Cheng, this pretty boy, not only cheated the goddess of her body, but now he wants to take away her resources. This is intolerable. Humph, as long as he doesn't form an alliance, he can't really be above us. Hehe, they don't look down on you, a rotten fish and shrimp. Once the abyss fog passes, a large number of weak lords will be screened out. After that, he will establish an alliance. Almost all the lords who join are high-quality lords with strong growth potential. After 3 days, many lords have figured out the thoughts of the great lords. They speculated on the public screen. At the same time, some were also worried about how many lords could survive after 7 days and continue to stand on the continent. The next morning, Jiang Cheng was pulled up by the little girl Lily. The reason was that a large number of Blood Clan warriors in the Lord had broken through their levels. The first were Achuo Yale and the 3 brothers Jack, who successfully broke through to 5 stars. The remaining 8 Blood Clan warriors in the first batch were slightly inferior. It is estimated that they will also be able to break through in the afternoon. Secondly, the Blood Clan warriors in the second and third batches also had large-scale breakthroughs. Such a grand scene made Lily very happy, and she ran directly to Jiang Cheng's room and pulled him up. Fortunately, Anna did not see this scene. Otherwise, she would definitely scold the little girl. Okay, I'll get up right away. By the way, Lily, where did you put the egg I gave you yesterday? The little girl took the egg back to her room last night, and Jiang Cheng was afraid that she would heat the egg and cook it. On my bed, I slept with it last night. It felt smooth and comfortable. The Lord told me not to mess with him, so I put him on the bed. Well, very good. Jiang Cheng rubbed the little girl's head. After washing up, Jiang Cheng came to the parade ground accompanied by the little girl. Anna was also in the parade ground at this time. There was a pile of small porcelain bottles in front of her. Every vampire warrior could get 1 bottle. You don't have to guess that the bottles are filled with purified blood. Anna may have been busy with this matter from yesterday to now. Jiang Cheng walked over quickly and said in surprise, Anna, you succeeded. Yeah. Anna nodded slightly. Drinking this bottle of blood will allow the vampire warrior to have the ability to infect others. This is an unimaginable path. I didn't expect it to be successful. Yale has already tested it in advance. Master, do you want to go and see the result? Jiang Cheng naturally wanted to go. Then Anna handed a porcelain bottle to Lily. Let the little girl stay here to continue to maintain order. On the other side of the training ground, Yale and his group gathered together. It seemed that they were playing with something interesting. My lord. After the vampire warriors made way, Jiang Cheng saw the creature they were watching. A rabbit. The rabbit was fine at first, but after Jiang Cheng approached, its eyes glowed red, and it jumped in front of Jiang Cheng and lay on the ground, as if saluting. Seeing Jiang Cheng's surprised expression, Yale smiled proudly. Hee, Lord, this is my new ability. Any creature that is bitten by me will not feel anything at first, but as time changes, the structure of their internal body will slowly change to that of the vampires, until they truly become vampires. By that time, they will be directly under our control, and we can give them direct orders through the blood mark in our brains. Of course, they can also infect others a second time, but the effect will be much weaker after the second infection. Any living creature should include humans, right? Jiang Cheng suddenly had a good idea. Of course. After learning of Yale's affirmation, Jiang Cheng felt that his future career as a lord would become more and more interesting. Then he left the training ground. Before leaving, he handed all the bloodline enhancement pills in his hand to Yachuo, asking him to distribute them to the first batch of Blood Clan teams to improve their strength as soon as possible. At the same time, he left 100,000 energy stones for them to use. He only had 23 bloodline enhancement pills in his hand, and he was still short of 1 if he wanted to upgrade all 8 members of the first batch of Blood Clan teams to the gold level. But who made him have a little wife yesterday? After a lot of soft and hard work, he successfully got 1. It was enough for all the first batch of Blood Clan teams to reach the gold level. It was also a fulfillment of the promise he had made before. Back to the hall, I simply dealt with breakfast. Do you want to draw today's vampire warrior? Draw. Now the Blood Clan temple has reached level 5. 70 Blood Clan warriors can be drawn every day. This number is quite impressive. 70 white lights appeared in the hall. Fortunately, after several upgrades, the hall has been widened several times, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many people. This is. The Blood Clan warriors below the gold and silver level were the first to remove the white light from their bodies. Jiang Cheng roughly estimated that there were about 35 people, and these 35 people were all of bronze bloodline, and none of them were of black iron. Black iron Blood Clan warriors have always been a headache for Jiang Cheng. In terms of talent, they are much worse than Blood Clan warriors of other bloodlines, and the same is true in terms of strength. It will take a lot of resources to train them. Don't train them. After all, they are the soldiers under your command, and you have to take care of them. You can't bear to see the loneliness in their eyes because they are one step behind others. In short, Jiang Cheng tried his best to allocate the same resources to everyone. This is also the limit of what he can do. But in the long run, this is not a solution after all. The scene that appeared today made Jiang Cheng in a good mood. They were all bronze level, and none of them were of black iron. Few the luck points obtained from the ranking list finally worked, but I don't know how many silver level and gold level ones there will be. Not long after, the remaining white light slowly faded away. Among the remaining 35 Blood Clan warriors, 25 have silver level bloodlines, and the remaining 10 are all golden legends. Jiang Cheng, who was in a good mood, gave them a brief name and asked them to go to the training ground to communicate with other Blood Clan warriors. Now Jiang Cheng has a terrifying 29 gold level Blood Clan warriors. Silver level warriors are not bad either, with a total of 37 people. The largest number of Blood Clan warriors is bronze level, reaching a terrifying 61. The second is the smallest number of black iron level Blood Clan warriors, with only 23 people. Originally, the proportion of black iron in the total number should be the highest, but after Jiang Cheng continuously upgraded the territory, coupled with the generous spending on bloodline enhancement pills, this number has been greatly reduced, allowing them to stay at the lowest level. This is a good sign. We will strive to reduce this number to 0 in the future. After watching the chat on the World channel in the hall for a while, and buying some strange gadgets in the Lord's trading area, Jiang Cheng went to the residential area. He took a look at the construction of the territory. Then he gave the gadgets he had just found to the residents. After looking at this place, Jiang Cheng came to the parade ground. Since the barracks were built, Jiang Cheng has not upgraded. Now the militia squad and the Blood Clan warriors have to train on the parade ground, and this space that can accommodate 500 people does not seem so good. Congestion has already occurred. Do you want to upgrade the vampire barracks? Upgrade. Update successed. Bloodline barracks, level 2. The Blood Clan barracks can be used by Blood Clan warriors to practice, speeding up their practice and helping digest the mottled blood in their bodies. Currently can accommodate 1,000 vampire warriors. Next upgrade conditions, 5,000 wood, 5,000 ore, 10 level 2 beast cores. After the barracks were upgraded, Jiang Cheng brought along the 3 brothers, Achuo, Yali, and Jack, as well as the little girl Lily, to the intermediate goblin tribe. The journey was 300 miles, and it would take about an hour and a half at the full speed of Achuo and the others. During this period, they also had to take into account the wild monsters that might get in the way. They might not arrive at their destination until the evening. Jiang Cheng asked Anna to take charge of the territory, and told the militia and the vampire team not to go out during this time. Otherwise, when he got there, he would use the territory migration card. And someone was not in the territory, so they didn't come over. Wouldn't that just add to the trouble? After explaining everything, Jiang Cheng took the food Anna had prepared for him and set off for the intermediate goblin tribe. Jiang Cheng had the map he had seized before. It wasn't very detailed, but the general direction could be determined. At the same time, the correctness of the route could be judged based on the previous marching traces of the goblin army. After walking about half of the distance, Jace, who had gone out to explore the way, returned to the team. Your Majesty, there is a group of rock cattle ahead, with a number of more than 80, and the strongest one has the strength of 4 stars. On the left, there was a battle. A group of demon bears were besieging a 3-star lion tiger beast. I found a human figure among them. When I went to check, the battle seemed to be coming to an end, so I rushed back to report as soon as possible. Jiang Cheng stood up from the stone suddenly. He was a little excited. You did see someone there? Jace said with certainty. Yes, that human seemed to be the leader of the monsters, hiding behind and commanding the battle the whole time. Jiang Cheng didn't hesitate when he heard that. He led his men to rush over at a very fast speed. He didn't expect to encounter unexpected surprises when he went out for a walk. This place can be considered remote. There are few level 4 monsters. Jiang Cheng was only thinking about getting on the road. He didn't ask anyone to check carefully. It's better if I don't find you. But now that I have found you, you will become my prey obediently. Jiang Cheng's eyes revealed a cold light. Phew, finally killed this lion tiger. It was not easy. 2 of my generals were seriously injured. Fortunately, this beast was injured in a fight with other wild monsters before, otherwise it would take a lot of effort to capture him. The young man who spoke was named He Yuan. He was the demon bear lord of the demon bear cave. He had 40 demon bears, the highest of which reached the early 3-star level, and the lowest was only 1 star. Originally, he should have had more demon bears. Unfortunately, many were killed and injured in the fight with the wild beast. It would be nice if I could have a soldier like Jiang Cheng, who could stay in the territory all day long, eating, drinking and having fun, and I could leave everything to my soldiers. I just need to stay in the territory and wait for the beauties to come to me. Just think about it, Jiang Cheng actually seduced my goddess away, how abominable. Fortunately, with the introduction of a top lord, I joined the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance and became a member of it. It won't be long before Jiang Cheng can no longer be so arrogant. My demon bear cave will become the bridgehead of the war. After attacking Jiang Cheng's territory, I won't have to worry like I do now, and I can get a lot of resources. He Yuan thought secretly in his heart. The expression on his face became more and more excited. Jiang Cheng's location was just a few dozen miles away from him, and he still had to find out where he was exactly. But these are all small things. As long as he stays here now, once the Alliance army arrives, Jiang Cheng will be wiped out in an instant. As a contributor to the war bridgehead, he can naturally get a large sum of money as a reward. Let's go back to the territory. He called the monsters that were cleaning up the battlefield. He Yuan walked in the front and headed towards the territory. At this moment, he found a cute little girl playing in the water by the stream outside the territory. The little girl's laughter was very crisp. The smile on her face was as beautiful as a flower under the sunlight. Her petite and delicate figure made her as cute as a porcelain doll, making people unable to help but hold her in their arms and play with her. He Yuan's heart was burning, and his mind was full of all kinds of unhealthy thoughts. He wanted to go up to the little girl and say hello. Since He Yuan was a mid-level lord, the ranking list had nothing to do with him, and he himself was a lazy man. Every night he went to the lord trading area to buy some fine wine, and after eating and drinking, he lay on the bed and slept soundly. He was indifferent to the content on the ranking list, not to mention watching the immortal fights between the top lords. Watching it would only make him jealous. In that case, why would he go to see it? So even if Lily had fought, He Yuan had no impression of her appearance. Instead, he had thoughts that he shouldn't have. Hey, little sister in front, wait for me. The girl in front ran deep into the forest. He Yuan followed her without thinking. The demon bear behind him followed closely. When they passed a jungle, the girl in front and their lord had disappeared. Roar. Humph, so disgusting. You actually have such thoughts about a little girl. Upstream of the river, Lily drew out her sword and swung it. In the flash of the sword light, she cut off He Yuan's third leg. At this time, He Yuan had been knocked unconscious by Yale's punch. So he didn't scream, but the severe pain still made him twitch continuously. This made Yale and Yale shiver together. Subconsciously adjusted their balls. Uncle Yale, you come and plant the mark on him. Okay. Yale looked at the sword in the little girl's hand with fear. He nodded. He used his claws to cut the skin on the back of He Yuan's neck, then cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the wound. Affected by this drop of blood, the wound on the back of He Yuan's neck was healing rapidly. The bleeding stopped soon. Only a blood-red, fingernail-sized thing similar to a birthmark was left. It's done, let's go, don't let the Lord and the others wait anxiously. Lily said calmly. There was no change in her expression for what she had just cut. Influenced by Anna, her words and deeds have gradually become colder. Unless she is facing Jiang Cheng, she will reveal her innocent and lovely nature. Well, let's go. Yato Yali nodded. Jiang Cheng did not act with them. Accompanied by the three brothers Jack, he put on a mask and prepared to fight the magic bear to experience his 5-star strength. Before leaving, Yali smiled obscenely and picked up the meat on the ground with a branch. After the group reunited, Yali wrapped his face with a cloth and threw the meat in front of a bruised and dying magic bear. Like a warm-hearted big brother next door, he touched the magic bear's head and whispered, "Eat it, it won't hurt after eating it. This is your compensation." This first-level magic bear had low intelligence and didn't understand these things. After smelling the taste on it, it swallowed it in one gulp. After this episode, Jiang Cheng and his team continued to march forward, and finally arrived at the intermediate goblin tribe before the sun set. Now the goblin tribe has not shown any signs of decline. After all, it happened only yesterday, and it would take at least a day for the goblin to run. Moreover, Jiang Cheng did not miss a single goblin. He let them all die at the entrance of the territory. This group of goblins probably didn't know their leader was dead yet, and they were even preparing food for the army's triumphant return, and preparing a celebration banquet. There were very few goblins left to defend. There were only 200 of them, and the strongest was only 4 stars. My lord, shall we attack now? Yale could no longer suppress his desire to fight, and had already taken out his weapon, ready to kill. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Let's first establish a territory nearby. After that, we must gather a large number of troops to surround this area. We must not miss any goblin, otherwise they will go to the kingdom to report the news, and it will be difficult for us to deal with it. Jiang Cheng does not have the strength to fight against a country now. He can't be so arrogant. He came to a good place nearby with mountains and rivers. There are 2 4-star snake monsters entrenched here. However, this level is not enough to face Achuo and others. There was almost no resistance. Jiang Cheng occupied this area without making much noise. Use territory migration card. Use it. After a while, Jiang Cheng and his companions appeared in the territory. The surrounding vampire warriors looked at them in confusion. My lord, aren't you out looking for new territory? Yes, my lord, why are you back so soon? Have you encountered any enemies? Tell me, I, Shinyo, will help you kill all the enemies. The core secret of searching for the territory was known only to the few people who set out with Jiang Cheng, plus Anna. Jiang Cheng told them that there was a way to move the territory here. But the other Blood Clan warriors and Blood Clan people didn't know. When they saw Jiang Cheng and his men appear in the territory, they thought that they had given up the action and came back to rest. After Yale laughed at them, he asked them to leave several iconic buildings and look back. They saw that there was an open space and forest behind the territory. Now it has become a small hill. The artificially introduced river next to it has also become a stream flowing naturally from the mountain. Such a huge change made everyone in the territory exclaim in amazement. To be honest, if it weren't for personal experience, Yechuo and others might have joined the army of amazement. The territory migration card can be said to have moved everything in the territory here without any difference, and the location has not changed. It is still where it should be. Even the fields planted by the Blood Clan people, the wooden bridges and houses built are no exception. The protective cover is also as always, it loomed over the territory, and it did not withdraw because of the move. Coming to the new home, naturally there were a lot of troubles. For example, there were many wild monsters on the hill behind that had not been cleared. These wild monsters were also confused. They were just sleeping, and when they woke up, they found that the outside world had changed. The strange thing was that there was a transparent wall blocking them, preventing them from escaping, and outside creatures could not enter it. Jiang Cheng handed the task of clearing the territory to Lily. Let her lead half of the militia squad and the new batch of Blood Clan warriors today to clear it out. After all, the most powerful two-headed snake monster in the vicinity is already dead, and the meat has been distributed to the residents of the Lord. The remaining wild monsters are just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, not to worry about. Lily and the others are enough to crush them. It is worth mentioning that there is a person who competes with him for business in the Lord's trading area. It is the Magic Bear Lord who was implanted with blood in the afternoon. He actually sold the magic bears under his command publicly, and then asked for various aphrodisiacs and limb regeneration magic drugs in the public screen area. Jiang Cheng was so angry when he saw this. I should have taught this guy a lesson earlier. How dare he steal my business? Did Lily and the others do something? Otherwise, why would this guy beg for medicine like crazy? Could it be that he wants to fight Miss Five Fingers for 900 rounds tonight? Jiang Cheng began to suspect that people who have been implanted with blood species will have increased desires in that area. But since he wants the magic medicine so much, Jiang Cheng will not be stingy to help him. The two snake monsters just now were a male and a female. There were 3 snake eggs left in the cave. Jiang Cheng prepared to make 2 for breakfast for the next 2 days, and the remaining one would be sold to this guy. Then Jiang Cheng, in the name of the Goblin Lord, put the egg up for the price of a 4th level beast core. And it was labeled as a magic egg, which can cure all diseases and eliminate the root of the disease. The egg was soon bought by the leader of the purple-winged brilliant dragon. After all, Yun is the bridgehead for attacking Jiang Cheng's territory. At this stage, the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance will agree to any request he makes. As for the 4th level beast core, the senior leaders of the alliance can donate a little each, and it will come out after squeezing together, right? As for what will happen after Yun eats the egg, they don't know. If something happens, they can go to the Goblin Lord for trouble. Don't bother them. After Jiang Cheng got the beast core with satisfaction, he led the rest of the team to the vicinity of the intermediate goblin tribe under the cover of night. After sneaking away the guards, they successfully occupied the outer wooden wall. As for the remaining goblins inside, they did not pose much resistance to them. Yale used his sandbag-sized fists to kill them all one by one. They came to the residence of the goblin leader. There was a pile of craft paper piled up there. Among them were secret letters sent by the leaders of the tribes below. There were also orders issued by the kingdom above. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also found the map he had always dreamed of. A map covering an area of 500 miles, with very detailed content recorded on it. Almost all the creatures in the area were recorded on this piece of craft paper. There is no doubt that this kind of map was passed down from the Goblin Kingdom above, so it can be so detailed. Hiss. I didn't expect that there were 2 intermediate goblin tribes, 1 advanced goblin tribe, 1 intermediate werewolf tribe, and 1 advanced kobold tribe around here. There are 7 or 8 tribes of different sizes on the map, and the high-level tribes control a huge amount of energy stone mines, which are currently being mined. Not only that, the number of wild monsters around is gradually increasing. Level 5 beasts are as numerous as dogs, and level 6 beasts are everywhere. Jiang Cheng also discovered something interesting. That is, the Werewolf Kingdom and the Doghead Kingdom are in an alliance. The Goblin Kingdom and the Goblin Kingdom are in an alliance. The 2 sides are in a confrontation, and from time to time there will be some friction because of energy stone mines and territories. There are conflicts between the 4 countries. Jiang Cheng will naturally not miss this opportunity, and must make good use of it to stir up trouble. However, this matter needs to be carried out steadily. If it is done all at once, it may lead to the failure of the plan. The most urgent task is to improve the overall strength of the territory. Soon, militiamen ran in. Report to the Lord, all the goblins here have been wiped out by us. And Captain Achuo has already led his men to find the goblins' supply storage location and is currently counting the quantity. Okay, I'll be there right away. Jiang Cheng put away the brown paper on the table. Under the leadership of the militia, he came to the material storage site of the entire goblin tribe. It stores enough food for the entire goblin tribe to consume for more than half a year, as well as weapons and equipment, daily necessities, and various rare treasures. Originally, Jiang Cheng was not very interested in food, but now there are so many more people in the territory. They are not like the vampire warriors who can fill their hunger by just sucking blood. They need to eat. The huge increase in population has put Jiang Cheng's territory in a lot of trouble. He often has to go to the trading area to buy food, and at the same time, he has to allocate some militia to hunt. It has caused a lot of consumption of manpower and material resources. Now the materials in the goblin tribe just solve Jiang Cheng's urgent needs, so that he doesn't have to consider so many factors. Move all these food, supplies, and weapons back. Also, go and rob the goblins' houses. There should be a lot of stuff in there. After giving the order, Jiang Cheng looked at the sundries on the dozen or so shelves at the back. In the novels of his previous life, there were often dusty treasures appearing in such places. He also wanted to try his luck. After looking for a while, Jiang Cheng didn't find any special items. Maybe his vision was not good enough. Forget it, take them all and let Anna see them. Keep the useful ones. Put the useless items in the trading area, raise the price, and sell them to others as fine products. After putting all the items in the Lord's space, Jiang Cheng and his party left here. Before leaving, they cleaned up the surroundings a little. The nearby forces are intertwined. If other forces find out that something is wrong here and spread the news, it will be troublesome. Back to the territory. Lily has cleared all the remaining wild monsters inside. Jiang Cheng found Anna and took her to a secret room in the temple. He took out all the gains he had just obtained. Anna, take a look at these things to see if there are any treasures. Jiang Cheng took out all the things on the shelf. Alas, Anna glared at Jiang Cheng resentfully. It was very hidden, so Jiang Cheng didn't notice it. Then she carefully examined the pile of items. Seeing the gorgeous objects being thrown aside casually by Anna, Jiang Cheng felt a little uncomfortable. This feeling is the same as when you take your treasures to those treasure appraisal experts, but the results are all fakes. However, Jiang Cheng's mentality soon calmed down. After all, the good things must have been in the storage ring, and these were thrown away on the shelf because they were not worthy of being thrown away. At this time, Anna picked up a light blue bead. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she examined it carefully for a while. Master, this bead should have a magical effect. Try injecting energy into it. The reason why Anna didn't inject energy herself was that she was afraid that her energy would burst the bead. The material of the bead was not very good. It couldn't withstand the strong energy from her. Jiang Cheng nodded. After injecting some energy, a magical scene happened. Jiang Cheng found that his body gradually became transparent and merged with the background behind him. If there was no strong light, he couldn't see that there was a person standing there. Baby. Jiang Cheng was ecstatic. A treasure that can make people invisible is definitely something that many people dream of. Seeing Jiang Cheng so happy, Anna pointed out the disadvantages of this treasure. Master, this treasure can only withstand energy below level 6. If it is too high, it may be torn apart. Moreover, as long as the strong men of level 6 and above pay a little attention, they can see through the invisibility brought by this treasure, unless you really don't move. It's impossible to stay still. Even if the corner of your clothes moves, people will notice it. Unless you are a top-level powerful person, you can really control the airflow and static and spatial structure around your body. Fine. I didn't expect it to bring me much effect. Now I am very satisfied with the situation. With this invisible treasure, Jiang Cheng is more and more satisfied with his plan. After that, Anna picked and chose. But she didn't find any treasures that were of much use. They were all junk. It was late at night. Anna went to prepare dinner. Jiang Cheng opened the Lord's trading area and prepared to sell these junk. With my current reputation, if I don't sell something new and novel, the final sales may be very bleak. Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of someone in his mind. Wifey, are you there? Luoqi, are you there? Not here. After changing the name, Luoqi replied to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng planned to give these scraps to Luoqi to sell. Through her reputation, these items could be sold. The fact that the little girl had a lot of treasures in her hands was known to all tens of millions of lords. But the little girl despised these lords for being poor. She looked down on their things, so she never sold any treasures. Think about it, they only had level 6 treasures. Level 5 and 4 treasures were thrown out as garbage and were not looked down upon at all. And except for Jiang Cheng, what did those super lords have? They had no lord coins, and they could not compare with Jiang Cheng in terms of energy stones. Luoqi looked down on beast cores. Under such circumstances, she would naturally not sell things to them. The two sides could not reach the conditions of equal exchange. Selling now would be a loss-making business. I want to discuss something with you. I'll give you a batch of garbage, and you can help me sell it under your name. After the deal is done, we'll split the profits 50-50. Luoqi quickly replied to Jiang Cheng. No, isn't this overdrawing my credit? If you want to sell it, you can find the Goblin Lord and ask him to help you. Luoqi didn't want to help Jiang Cheng. It's just that this guy kept calling her little wife. She was in a very bad mood. What's more terrible is that she actually dreamed of Jiang Cheng last night. He was very handsome, a perfect beauty, and his voice was so sweet. Luoqi only remembered that she was laughing foolishly in the dream, and was teased to death by the hateful Jiang Cheng who kept calling her little wife. When she woke up in the morning, Her pillow was covered with saliva, Luoqi's face was filled with grief and anger, and her fair face turned red. She had been brooding over this matter for a whole day. She didn't know why she was so unpromising. Not to mention that she had no resistance to Jiang Cheng in her dreams. The fact that her saliva was all over her pillow was enough for her to dig a hole and bury herself in it. So annoying. Luoqi held her chin with one hand. She thought about it carefully. Under the current circumstances, the other lords have already regarded her and Jiang Cheng as being in the same camp, and labeled them as hostile forces. So it seems that there is nothing wrong with selling these garbage to those lords and making a lot of money from them. As for the credibility issue, it almost does not exist for her. After all, she is the only lord among tens of millions of lords who is able to provide a large number of high-level equipment. And the price is several times cheaper than that in the mall. It must be the first choice for buying weapons. No one will go against interests. Unless they are really unhappy with her and spend a lot of money to buy weapons and equipment in the mall. Forget it, just sell it. But I must make Jiang Cheng sign an unequal treaty with me. It would be best if he were my little brother. From now on, you will follow my lead. Soon, Luoqi replied to Jiang Cheng, saying that after careful consideration, she decided to help him. Before she could tell him a series of unequal treaties, Jiang Cheng sent the things he wanted to sell, and then sent 200 energy stones, saying it was a tip for her. Luoqi was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. After gritted her teeth and accepted the pile of things, she found that the other party had no response, and it was obvious that he had gone offline to do other things. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If I have the chance to meet this guy, I will definitely make him take a punch and let him see how powerful I am. After dinner, Jiang Cheng and Anna sat down and chatted for half an hour. She told him a lot of new things. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was attracted by her story, Anna was also very involved. The two seemed to have returned to the past. Good times are always short. Jiang Cheng was still thinking about the development of the territory. After listening to the story for a while, he came to the training ground and gathered all the Blood Clan warriors, including Lily. There were 150 Blood Clan warriors on the field. After averaging their strength, they were divided into 5 groups, with 30 people in each group. The leaders of these 5 groups were Yato Yali and Jack Jesjiro. The 5 of them were the most experienced and their strength was also at the ceiling level. They were enough to take on the role of team leader. Moreover, while they were the team leaders, they also had to become the carriers of the energy of the Blood Sky Array, so these 5 people were the most suitable. Originally, Jiang Cheng wanted Lily to replace Yali as the team leader. After all, Yali was a fool and sometimes acted rashly, which might cause trouble. At that time, it would not only be him who would suffer. Instead, the whole group would suffer together. But considering that the little girl is still a juvenile, her body is far less tough than Yali's, and letting her serve as a carrier may leave difficult to heal wounds in her body. So Jiang Cheng made a compromise. Incorporate the little girl into Yali's team and let her serve as deputy team leader, with the same power as Yali, and sometimes even higher than Yali. Only in this way can Jiang Cheng feel at ease. After that, Jiang Cheng asked the 5 groups to stand at the 4 corners and the center of the training ground. Let them practice the revised Blood Sky formation. The first generation of the Blood Sky formation is an inverted triangle on a 2-dimensional plane. This has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot carry too many people in. It's not that if there are too many people, the carrier at the bottom can't bear it. But once there are more people, the Blood Sky formation will appear very cumbersome. This inverted triangle will become larger and larger. It is also easy for the enemy to hit this formation, causing the formation to collapse. Not only that, with more people, they can only pile up on top. For the Blood Clan warriors in the central ring area, the pressure they have to bear will become very great. They are not like Achuo Yali. They have both strength and physical strength. If there are too many people, they will definitely not last long and will easily fail to withstand the pressure from above. Therefore, Jiang Cheng made some improvements to the Blood Sky Array. It changed it from a 2-dimensional inverted triangle to a 3-dimensional inverted triangle. The first echelon is still 1 person. The second echelon gradually becomes 4 people, the third echelon 9 people, 16 people. This will just solve the first 2 problems. The personnel issue can also be perfectly allocated. After some debugging, 5 groups of Blood Clan warriors all moved. Soon, 5 inverted triangles appeared above the parade ground. 150 Blood Clan warriors flapped the blood wings on their backs together. The sound of them swishing made Jiang Cheng feel very comfortable and proud. The battlefield on the parade ground rolled. The atmosphere on the field immediately became solemn. It seemed that 5 troops from different regions were fighting on the battlefield. The 16 Blood Clan warriors at the top raised their hands in tacit understanding, and scarlet and dazzling energy emerged from their hands. At the same time, they transferred the energy to the brothers below. It was passed down layer by layer, until the person at the bottom is also the strongest person in the whole team. Roar. The bodies of Achuo, Yali, and others continued to swell. In just a few seconds, they had transformed into huge blood-colored monsters. The skin on their chests became crystal clear, as if only a thin film covered it. Red light flickered under the skin, which was the energy surging in their bodies. Not only did their bodies undergo huge changes, their levels also soared from 5 stars to the early 6 stars. The aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying, making the Blood Clan warriors above feel a little suffocated. Achuo and Yali looked at each other. It seemed that they saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The two roared and punched each other. When the fists collided, the airwaves alone rolled up the dust on the training ground and scattered around. These two guys, Jiang Cheng muttered. He held up an energy shield and wrapped himself in it to prevent the sand and dust from getting on him. The strength of Achuo and Yali is naturally not limited to this. If they open fire at full power, the entire parade ground may be broken in half by them, and it will be a mess. By then, it will not be Jiang Cheng who will teach them a lesson. Anna will definitely run out first, beat them half to death, and then punish them severely, and then let them repair the parade ground. Feeling the momentum of the two, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Prepare to tell them his plan. Let them execute it steadily. The 5 large formations dispersed. The Blood Clan warriors on the parade ground were panting. After all, today was the first time, and they had not trained much, so they were naturally a little uncomfortable. Achuo Yali, Jack Jiro and Lily, the rest of you follow me. Luo Qi's face was filled with grief and anger, and her fair face turned red. She had been brooding over this matter for a whole day. She didn't know why she was so unpromising. Not to mention that she had no resistance to Jiang Cheng in her dreams. The fact that her saliva was all over her pillow was enough for her to dig a hole and bury herself in it. So annoying. Luo Qi held her chin with one hand. She thought about it carefully. Under the current circumstances, the other lords have already regarded her and Jiang Cheng as being in the same camp, and labeled them as hostile forces. So it seems that there is nothing wrong with selling these garbage to those lords and making a lot of money from them. As for the credibility issue, it almost does not exist for her. After all, she is the only lord among tens of millions of lords who is able to provide a large number of high-level equipment. And the price is several times cheaper than that in the mall. It must be the first choice for buying weapons. No one will go against interests. Unless they are really unhappy with her and spend a lot of money to buy weapons and equipment in the mall. Forget it, just sell it. But I must make Jiang Cheng sign an unequal treaty with me. It would be best if he were my little brother. From now on, you will follow my lead. Soon, Luo Qi replied to Jiang Cheng, saying that after careful consideration, she decided to help him. Before she could tell him a series of unequal treaties, Jiang Cheng sent the things he wanted to sell, and then sent 200 energy stones, saying it was a tip for her. Luo Qi was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. After gritted her teeth and accepted the pile of things, she found that the other party had no response, and it was obvious that he had gone offline to do other things. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If I have the chance to meet this guy, I will definitely make him take a punch and let him see how powerful I am. After dinner, Jiang Cheng and Anna sat down and chatted for half an hour. She told him a lot of new things. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was attracted by her story, Anna was also very involved. The two seemed to have returned to the past. Good times are always short. Jiang Cheng was still thinking about the development of the territory. After listening to the story for a while, he came to the training ground and gathered all the Blood Clan warriors, including Lily. There were 150 Blood Clan warriors on the field. After averaging their strength, they were divided into 5 groups, with 30 people in each group. The leaders of these 5 groups were Yedo Yali and Jack Jiro. The 5 of them were the most experienced and their strength was also at the ceiling level. They were enough to take on the role of team leader. Moreover, while they were the team leaders, they also had to become the carriers of the energy of the Blood Sky Array, so these 5 people were the most suitable. Originally, Jiang Cheng wanted Lily to replace Yali as the team leader. After all, Yali was a fool and sometimes acted rashly, which might cause trouble. At that time, it would not only be him who would suffer. Instead, the whole group would suffer together. But considering that the little girl is still a juvenile, her body is far less tough than Yali's, and letting her serve as a carrier may leave difficult to heal wounds in her body. So Jiang Cheng made a compromise. Incorporate the little girl into Yali's team and let her serve as deputy team leader, with the same power as Yali, and sometimes even higher than Yali. Only in this way can Jiang Cheng feel at ease. After that, Jiang Cheng asked the 5 groups to stand at the 4 corners and the center of the training ground. Let them practice the revised Blood Sky formation. The first generation of the Blood Sky formation is an inverted triangle on a 2-dimensional plane. This has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot carry too many people in. It's not that if there are too many people, the carrier at the bottom can't bear it. But once there are more people, the Blood Sky formation will appear very cumbersome. This inverted triangle will become larger and larger. It is also easy for the enemy to hit this formation, causing the formation to collapse. Not only that, with more people, they can only pile up on top. For the Blood Clan warriors in the central ring area, the pressure they have to bear will become very great. They are not like Achuo Yali. They have both strength and physical strength. If there are too many people, they will definitely not last long and will easily fail to withstand the pressure from above. Therefore, Jiang Cheng made some improvements to the Blood Sky Array. It changed it from a 2-dimensional inverted triangle to a 3-dimensional inverted triangle. The first echelon is still 1 person. The second echelon gradually becomes 4 people, the third echelon 9 people, 16 people. This will just solve the first 2 problems. The personnel issue can also be perfectly allocated. After some debugging, 5 groups of Blood Clan warriors all moved. Soon, 5 inverted triangles appeared above the parade ground. 150 Blood Clan warriors flapped the blood wings on their backs together. The sound of them swishing made Jiang Cheng feel very comfortable and proud. The battlefield on the parade ground rolled. The atmosphere on the field immediately became solemn. It seemed that 5 troops from different regions were fighting on the battlefield. The 16 Blood Clan warriors at the top raised their hands in tacit understanding, and scarlet and dazzling energy emerged from their hands. At the same time, they transferred the energy to the brothers below. It was passed down layer by layer, until the person at the bottom is also the strongest person in the whole team. Roar. The bodies of Achuo, Yali, and others continued to swell. In just a few seconds, they had transformed into huge blood-colored monsters. The skin on their chests became crystal clear, as if only a thin film covered it. Red light flickered under the skin, which was the energy surging in their bodies. Not only did their bodies undergo huge changes, their levels also soared from 5 stars to the early 6 stars. The aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying, making the Blood Clan warriors above feel a little suffocated. Achuo and Yali looked at each other. It seemed that they saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The two roared and punched each other. When the fists collided, the airwaves alone rolled up the dust on the training ground and scattered around. These two guys, Jiang Cheng muttered. He held up an energy shield and wrapped himself in it to prevent the sand and dust from getting on him. The strength of Achuo and Yali is naturally not limited to this. If they open fire at full power, the entire parade ground may be broken in half by them, and it will be a mess. By then, it will not be Jiang Cheng who will teach them a lesson. Anna will definitely run out first, beat them half to death, and then punish them severely, and then let them repair the parade ground. Feeling the momentum of the two, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Prepare to tell them his plan. Let them execute it steadily. The 5 large formations dispersed. The Blood Clan warriors on the parade ground were panting. After all, today was the first time, and they had not trained much, so they were naturally a little uncomfortable. Achuo Yali, Jack Jiro and Lily, the rest of you follow me. Luo Qi's face was filled with grief and anger, and her fair face turned red. She had been brooding over this matter for a whole day. She didn't know why she was so unpromising. Not to mention that she had no resistance to Jiang Cheng in her dreams. The fact that her saliva was all over her pillow was enough for her to dig a hole and bury herself in it. So annoying. Luo Qi held her chin with one hand. She thought about it carefully. Under the current circumstances, the other lords have already regarded her and Jiang Cheng as being in the same camp, and labeled them as hostile forces. So it seems that there is nothing wrong with selling these garbage to those lords and making a lot of money from them. As for the credibility issue, it almost does not exist for her. After all, she is the only lord among tens of millions of lords who is able to provide a large number of high-level equipment. And the price is several times cheaper than that in the mall. It must be the first choice for buying weapons. No one will go against interests. Unless they are really unhappy with her and spend a lot of money to buy weapons and equipment in the mall. Forget it, just sell it. But I must make Jiang Cheng sign an unequal treaty with me. It would be best if he were my little brother. From now on, you will follow my lead. Soon, Luo Qi replied to Jiang Cheng, saying that after careful consideration, she decided to help him. Before she could tell him a series of unequal treaties, Jiang Cheng sent the things he wanted to sell, and then sent 200 energy stones, saying it was a tip for her. Luo Qi was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. After gritted her teeth and accepted the pile of things, she found that the other party had no response, and it was obvious that he had gone offline to do other things. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If I have the chance to meet this guy, I will definitely make him take a punch and let him see how powerful I am. After dinner, Jiang Cheng and Anna sat down and chatted for half an hour. She told him a lot of new things. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was attracted by her story, Anna was also very involved. The two seemed to have returned to the past. Good times are always short. Jiang Cheng was still thinking about the development of the territory. After listening to the story for a while, he came to the training ground and gathered all the Blood Clan warriors, including Lily. There were 150 Blood Clan warriors on the field. After averaging their strength, they were divided into 5 groups, with 30 people in each group. The leaders of these 5 groups were Yedo Yali and Jack Jiro. The 5 of them were the most experienced and their strength was also at the ceiling level. They were enough to take on the role of team leader. Moreover, while they were the team leaders, they also had to become the carriers of the energy of the Blood Sky Array, so these 5 people were the most suitable. Originally, Jiang Cheng wanted Lily to replace Yali as the team leader. After all, Yali was a fool and sometimes acted rashly, which might cause trouble. At that time, it would not only be him who would suffer. Instead, the whole group would suffer together. But considering that the little girl is still a juvenile, her body is far less tough than Yali's, and letting her serve as a carrier may leave difficult to heal wounds in her body. So Jiang Cheng made a compromise. Incorporate the little girl into Yali's team and let her serve as deputy team leader, with the same power as Yali, and sometimes even higher than Yali. Only in this way can Jiang Cheng feel at ease. After that, Jiang Cheng asked the 5 groups to stand at the 4 corners and the center of the training ground. Let them practice the revised Blood Sky formation. The first generation of the Blood Sky formation is an inverted triangle on a 2-dimensional plane. This has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot carry too many people in. It's not that if there are too many people, the carrier at the bottom can't bear it. But once there are more people, the blood sky formation will appear very cumbersome. This inverted triangle will become larger and larger. It is also easy for the enemy to hit this formation, causing the formation to collapse. Not only that, with more people, they can only pile up on top. For the Blood Clan warriors in the central ring area, the pressure they have to bear will become very great. They are not like Achuo Yali. They have both strength and physical strength. If there are too many people, they will definitely not last long and will easily fail to withstand the pressure from above. Therefore, Jiang Cheng made some improvements to the blood sky array. It changed it from a two-dimensional inverted triangle to a three-dimensional inverted triangle. The first echelon is still 1 person. The second echelon gradually becomes 4 people, the third echelon 9 people, 16 people. This will just solve the first 2 problems. The personnel issue can also be perfectly allocated. After some debugging, 5 groups of Blood Clan warriors all moved. Soon, 5 inverted triangles appeared above the parade ground. 150 Blood Clan warriors flapped the blood wings on their backs together. The sound of them swishing made Jiang Cheng feel very comfortable and proud. The battlefield on the parade ground rolled. The atmosphere on the field immediately became solemn. It seemed that 5 troops from different regions were fighting on the battlefield. The 16 Blood Clan warriors at the top raised their hands in tacit understanding, and scarlet and dazzling energy emerged from their hands. At the same time, they transferred the energy to the brothers below. It was passed down layer by layer, until the person at the bottom is also the strongest person in the whole team. Roar. The bodies of Achuo, Yali, and others continued to swell. In just a few seconds, they had transformed into huge blood-colored monsters. The skin on their chests became crystal clear, as if only a thin film covered it. Red light flickered under the skin, which was the energy surging in their bodies. Not only did their bodies undergo huge changes, their levels also soared from 5 stars to the early 6 stars. The aura on their bodies was extremely terrifying, making the Blood Clan warriors above feel a little suffocated. Achuo and Yali looked at each other. It seemed that they saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The two roared and punched each other. When the fists collided, the airwaves alone rolled up the dust on the training ground and scattered around. These 2 guys, Jiang Cheng muttered. He held up an energy shield and wrapped himself in it to prevent the sand and dust from getting on him. The strength of Achuo and Yali is naturally not limited to this. If they open fire at full power, the entire parade ground may be broken in half by them, and it will be a mess. By then, it will not be Jiang Cheng who will teach them a lesson. Anna will definitely run out first, beat them half to death, and then punish them severely, and then let them repair the parade ground. Feeling the momentum of the two, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Prepare to tell them his plan. Let them execute it steadily. The 5 large formations dispersed. The Blood Clan warriors on the parade ground were panting. After all, today was the first time, and they had not trained much, so they were naturally a little uncomfortable. Achuo Yali, Jack Jiro and Lily, the rest of you follow me. The group arrived at the meeting room. Jiang Cheng spread out the brown paper map on the table. Hiss. Looking at the places marked on it, everyone felt their scalps tingling. Especially those herds of beasts, which were almost everywhere. Each herd of beasts occupied a certain place. The next were those tribes, with a powerful tribe every 100 miles. On a map, there were densely packed dots. However, after sighing, they also aroused a lot of fighting spirit in their hearts, and a desire to fight surged in their hearts. Lord, do you want us to attack these tribes? You can leave it to me. I will lead my men to kill them tomorrow and chop off the head of the leader of the dog-headed tribe. Several people looked at Yale who was talking. His eyes seemed to be looking at a fool. Sure enough, the Lord was right to let Lily join his group. Say less. Yechuo poked Yale on the back. If it was really that easy, would they still need to discuss it like this? They could just rush over at night and destroy these tribes in one fell swoop. But what happens after they destroy them? The superiors will react immediately and the army will approach. By then, the territory will inevitably fall into a bitter battle. Yechuo remembered that a short goblin envoy had said that the ruler of the Goblin Kingdom was a level 7 warrior. He paid special attention to this information. Today, he conquered that intermediate tribe and tortured several goblins, only to find out that it was news from 8 years ago. And that goblin envoy was just a piece of shit, full of nonsense, thinking that he was superior because he came from an intermediate tribe, and he acted like a millionaire. Lord. Yechuo told Jiang Cheng this important information. Jiang Cheng was not surprised at all. How could a low-level goblin know so much? Moreover, he is the ruler of a country. If his realm is exposed, what is the point? It is not a single dominant company. There are so many competitors eyeing him. Things like one's own realm are naturally kept secret, not even to his wife who sleeps with him. To avoid an ending like Liang Yu, Jiang Cheng made a rough estimate. The level of the goblin ruler should be above level 8, and the rulers of the other countries will not be too far behind. After all, the gap is too big, and it will not lead to the current situation of confrontation. The kingdom is still some distance away from us. Don't plot against them for now. Our target is the several tribes within 100 kilometers, especially this high-level goblin tribe. There is a huge energy mine within the sphere of influence of this high-level tribe, which can mine nearly 1 million units of energy stones every year. If we can take it down, we won't have to worry about energy stones for a while in the future. Jiang Cheng stared at the high-level goblin tribe 60 miles away on the map with burning eyes. Yechuo looked at the map and said in a deep voice, "But the Lord. The location of this high-level goblin tribe is easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are 2 mid-level tribes outside that form a triangle. It is difficult for us to break through in one go, and even if we defeat the 3 tribes, we don't have enough troops to annihilate those scattered goblins. If we let them escape back to the kingdom, their king will definitely go crazy and retaliate. The triangle is the most solid. They can rely on each other and reinforce each other. Unless there are sufficient troops or absolute strength, it will be difficult to conquer it all at once. And if it cannot be conquered in a short time, the Blood Clan warriors will inevitably fall into a fierce battle, and casualties are inevitable. Even if they win in the end, the loss of a mine that can mine millions of energy stones every year is enough to drive the king of the goblins crazy. Maybe other forces will smell the smell. Pounce like a vicious dog." Jiang Cheng laughed dumbly. "You won't plot against such a large mine now. Now our main goal is to quickly improve our strength." At this stage, the surrounding forces do not know that this intermediate goblin tribe has been breached, so the surrounding forces have relaxed their vigilance a little, especially the goblin tribe. Without orders from above, the tribes below will not rashly go to war with the surrounding tribes, because the leaders of the tribes below cannot afford the consequences of going to war. Therefore, the tribes will be a little cautious and will not pay too much attention to each other's actions, especially the goblin tribe. Goblins and goblins are allies. The relationship between the tribes below is naturally not bad. The defense is basically just for show. The real defense is still against werewolves and kobolds. In the next few days, you will clean up the monsters in the area between us and the goblins, slowly advancing towards the goblin tribe. Remember, when killing wild monsters, be sure to have people standing guard around. When the goblins who hear the noise come to inspect, we must knock them out without them noticing, and then plant the blood seed mark on them so that we can use them in the future. After infecting these goblins, things will be much easier. No matter how strong the defense is, it can't resist the enemy from within. Jiang Cheng will naturally not infect only a few goblins, but with this small number of goblins, they can do a lot of things conveniently. Eat one bite at a time, and do things step by step. With a good start, the process will be much smoother. Of course, Jiang Cheng will not give these goblins any preferential treatment in the end. They are just a group of chess pieces. They will be thrown away after they are used up. Anyone who needs to be controlled by the blood seed mark is destined to be just a chess piece. It is impossible to get the same treatment as the master. Achuo Yeli and others who received the order nodded in unison. Then they left the meeting room and prepared to arrange tomorrow's tasks. Jiang Cheng also left the school scene. He consoled the residents in the residential area. Then he returned to the main hall. Luoqi had sold his things to a group of top lords and super lords at a unit price of 100 energy stones for each item. These guys are all in the same group and have very close contacts. It is not uncommon to have 100 or 200 energy stones in their hands. Moreover, after these few days, several of them have discovered energy stone mines. But the number is very small. In order to fight for a ring that looks gorgeous and simple, but is actually useless. The White Tiger Lord and the Kirin Lord almost tore their faces and cursed on the spot, angrily accusing the other party of deliberately wanting to cut off their opportunities and wanting to snatch away their grandfather. After a bidding between the two, the Kirin Lord finally took out 1,201 energy stones to buy it. "I sold all the scraps and got a total of 5,001 energy stones. Here are your 2,500 energy stones. The extra one will be mine. I really hope this number has one less zero." Luoqi gave the energy stone to Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng ignored her after receiving the energy stone. The little girl was furious again. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the ranking list came as expected. The rewards for this ranking list have been greatly increased. Lord coins and energy stones have been added to the rewards for the 11th to 100th place. Although the number is not large, it is enough to make these top lords ecstatic. As for the lords above, there is not much change. It is still the same as before. This made many top lords instantly feel proud. Of course, they dare not be too blatant. They can only be proud of themselves in private. After all, there are still 10 big mountains above them. If these 10 mountains do not collapse, it will be difficult for them to get ahead. It is worth mentioning that the demon lord who had been silent for a day finally showed signs of improvement, jumping from the 10th place to the 8th place, but still did not interact with anyone, including the remaining members of his alliance who sent him messages. He did not reply a single word. Demon City. In a dark secret room filled with the breath of corruption, the demon lord was sitting cross-legged on the altar with his upper body naked. His handsome face was covered with strange black lines at some point, and the same was true for his arms and shoulders. Behind him was a demon's head. Lucifer, the arrogant demon who is one of the 7 demons? The expression on the demon lord's face was very hideous. The veins on his forehead bulged, as if he was suppressing some pain and suffering unbearably. For a long time, the demon lord was panting. As his chest rose and fell, the lines on his body seemed to come alive, emitting a dark light. The corrupt breath in the secret room was also absorbed into his body. At this moment, 2 demons knocked on the door of the secret room. "Lord, we are back from our outing. Come in." The door of the secret room opened. 2 demons walked in one after the other. The 2 demons looked very unfamiliar. They were obviously new demons that had been born in the past 2 days. Lord. A demon handed over the storage ring in his hand. It contained their harvest for the day. After a day of fighting, both demons were injured, their fighting power was only 1/10 of what it was, and their energy was almost exhausted. Well done. You two should have broken through to level 4 today, right? These two demons are special demons. They have innate advantages. So it is not surprising that they reached level 4 in one day. Yes, Lord. Okay, I'm a little tired, you two help me back to the room to rest. The two demons nodded. They were not prepared at all. Just as they came within one step of their lord, a pair of hands pierced through their abdomens at an extremely fast speed, and a suction force was generated from the hands. It seemed to devour their bodies. Lord. The two demons stared with eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. They didn't expect that their respected lord would kill them. At this moment, the loyalty of the two demons plummeted and soon fell to the bottom. But it was of no avail. An extremely powerful force covered them, so that they could only stand there obediently and be devoured by the other party. After a while, the pupils of the two demons were dilated, they lost their breath, and their bodies fell straight to the ground. Even after death, their eyes were still full of unwillingness, confusion, and deep resentment. Since you are loyal to me, you must demonstrate your loyalty. For my cause, you must sacrifice your life. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Jiang Cheng. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have died. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Although he was laughing, the expression on the demon lord's face was extremely ferocious, as if he was possessed by a demon. A faint light shone on his body. The demon lord's aura reached its peak. Soon he touched the threshold of level 6. With only one step, he could successfully break through level 6 and reach a new level of strength. A ball of black flame condensed in his hand. The two demon corpses on the ground gradually dissipated under the devouring of the flames, becoming another breath of decadence in the secret room. How about it? You should like this feeling of enhanced strength, right? You humans are like this, you say no at first, but after you experience what it feels like, you act even more cruelly than me, hehe. This is extremely hypocritical. A vague and extremely disgusting voice appeared in the demon lord's mind, and the portrait of the demon behind him seemed to move. Humph. Even though the other party helped him improve his strength, the demon lord still couldn't help but feel disgusted with him. It was you who forced me to kill Louis, Yasser, and others in the beginning. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen to this point today. The next two groups of demons will also work well under my command. How could they end up in this situation today? The voice sounded again. The minds of Yasser and his men you mentioned have been shattered. Even if they recover later, it will leave a shadow and their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. A demon with flaws is not perfect and should be abandoned. In that case, killing them and integrating them into your body so that they become a part of you, isn't that just a way to make good use of waste? This way, they are also serving you as a lord in disguise. I believe they are very happy in their hearts. Although he said so, his tone contained a hint of irony. The demon lord snorted coldly and said nothing. The voice continued. And don't forget your number one enemy. As long as he can be destroyed, what's wrong with sacrificing a few low-level demons? In the future, with my help, you will reach the top of the continent, and by then, tens of millions of demons will be born. These demons are just the cornerstones of your success. There is no need to take them to heart. Hearing about his number one enemy, the demon lord's eyes immediately became bloodshot. His face was filled with anger. He wished he could eat the other person alive. That's right, as long as Jiang Cheng is killed and the vampires under his control, it will be worth it even if more demons are sacrificed. This is just the investment you must make on the road to success. He. That's right, this is just a small investment on your road to success. As long as you listen to me obediently, that so-called Jiang Cheng will be trampled under your feet. After all, I am the arrogant devil Lucifer, the leader of the 7 devils. With my help, how can that mere human being possibly compete with you? Go ahead. There are still a few demons outside. Devour them and you will be able to enter level 6. I think the gap between you and Jiang Cheng is not far away. After hearing this, the demon lord smiled grimly. The screams of demons immediately rang out in the castle. Today is the 5th day. Jiang Cheng opened his eyes. The rankings have been quite quiet in the past 2 days. It is rare for him to have a good sleep. If he doesn't sleep in the next 2 days, he doesn't know when he will be able to sleep comfortably next time. The day after tomorrow will be the 7th day. The abyss fog will appear on the 7th day. By then, Jiang Cheng estimates that millions of lords will be eliminated and withdraw from the stage of Lord Hegemony. He dressed and washed in one go. Anna had prepared breakfast on the table. The Blood Clan warriors have a heavy task today. They need to clean up the wild monsters in the surrounding area and strengthen their strength in order to deal with various subsequent problems. After breakfast, Jiang Cheng came to the hall. Do you want to draw today's vampire warrior? Jiang Cheng did not choose yes as usual. Instead, he silently said in his heart, what if I choose no? If the Lord chooses no, then the Lord will not be able to draw vampire warriors within 5 days, and the energy stored in the temple will breed more powerful vampire warriors. Current temple level, level 5. After 5 days, an awakened blood warrior will be randomly bred, initial level, level 7. Jiang Cheng was very excited. Awakened blood warrior? Now Jiang Cheng is suffering from not having the primer to awaken the blood. He has been unable to awaken the blood of Achuo, Yali, and others. His strength has been stuck in a bottleneck period. But he didn't expect that he would accidentally discover this secret today. How could he not be excited? In 5 days, I will obtain a 7th level vampire warrior with great combat power. Achuo Yali and the others will also be able to catch up in level. By then, the combat power I have will be extremely powerful. The 3 goblin tribes were as vulnerable as waste baskets in front of me. Moreover, these few days are just right for Achuo Yali and the others to lead the team to improve their strength. If we continue to summon new vampire warriors, the gap will be widened, resulting in a situation of lack of successors. Jiang Cheng quickly had an idea in his mind. I choose no. The cold mechanical voice in my mind disappeared. Everything returned to calm. Walking out of the temple, the Blood Clan warriors were packing their bags, preparing to go out to kill wild monsters, and at the same time welcoming a group of new members, getting to know each other, and then going out together. My lord, where are the new batch of vampire warriors today? Did you ask them to prepare some new mission, so they are still inside? The little girl Lily came over. She was puzzled when she found that there was no new batch of Blood Clan warriors following Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng smiled and rubbed her head. Then he turned to the other Blood Clan warriors who were also puzzled. In the next 5 days, no new vampire warriors will arrive, and after 5 days, a vampire warrior who has awakened his bloodline will appear in our territory. If we are lucky, the blood of this vampire warrior may reach the purple gold level. By then, I will summon the Blood Clan altar and let all members who have reached the gold level awaken their blood. The purple gold level blood is very close to the ancestor's blood. Only a drop of his blood can be used as a trigger to awaken the blood. Let other vampire warriors awaken their blood. Jiang Cheng's goal is to make all the vampire warriors in the territory reach the gold level and awaken. This goal may have been difficult to achieve before, but now it seems to be a lot easier. I hope my luck will be stronger. Jiang Cheng thought to himself. The Blood Clan warriors who heard the news were ecstatic, especially the gold level Blood Clan warriors. As long as they awaken their blood, their strength level will be greatly improved. After cheering for a while, Jiang Cheng began to assign them today's tasks. Achuo, Jack, you two are usually more stable and your team is the strongest, so the monsters from the territory to the goblin tribe will be handled by you. Try to go deeper into the direction of the goblin tribe, lure some of the patrolling goblins over, and then plant blood seeds in them to make them our hidden pieces. After saying that, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining 3 Yali. The remaining 3 directions are up to you to choose. Try not to go too far from the territory, otherwise we won't be able to provide support if something goes wrong. Yes. After the mission was issued, the entire territory immediately started to move. All the Blood Clan warriors were dispatched for this operation, and the militia squads would also be dispatched to assist the main force. Soon, the birds and beasts in the forest scattered. The wailing of wild beasts continued to sound. The corpses of large wild monsters were dragged back to the territory. Yedo kills a level 4 monster and gains plus 1000 experience. Yali kills a level 5 monster, experience plus 5000. Aubin killed a level 3 wild monster, experience plus 500. Zhongniu kills a level 2 wild monster, experience plus 200. The continuous notification sounds let Jiang Cheng know that the progress of the vampire warriors is very smooth. Did you hear any noise? Outside the goblin tribe, a group of goblins fishing by the river stood up. This patrol team had about 20 people. They were fully equipped, and all of them were 2-star. The knife marks on their armor seemed to show their rich combat experience. There is sound. The appearance of a goblin is similar to that of a goblin. They are both green, short, with pointed noses and ears. That direction is the goblin tribe. It is estimated that a 4-star warrior from the goblin tribe encountered some trouble outside. So should we go and help? Why are you going? A goblin who seemed to be the captain stood up and said, haven't you heard the saying, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Once the werewolf kingdom and the gnoll kingdom are destroyed, we will attack the goblin kingdom and dominate the mountains and rivers within hundreds of miles. Moreover, with our weak strength, are we going to add food to those ferocious wild monsters? Captain, great idea. The other goblins exclaimed, great guy. But one of the goblins stood up. Captain, this is not good. After all, we are in an alliance. What should we do if that powerful goblin escapes and comes to bite us back? Given the leader's temper, he will definitely push them out as scapegoats. Hearing this, the goblin captain's face turned pale. Then he cursed and led his men to check. There was no other way. If we didn't go, the consequences would be very serious. They would definitely push their minions out to keep things quiet. For the sake of safety, we should go and take a look. If the situation is not right, we should retreat quickly. On the other side, Yechuo and Jack jointly killed a 5-star rock-horned rhino. The huge beast fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake like an earthquake. The noise was felt by the wild monsters within a radius of 10 miles. How about it? Have the goblins been attracted here? Yedo looked at a vampire warrior behind him. The warrior was about to shake his head. A militiaman came running over from a distance. Team leader Yeto, a group of goblins came from a distance. There were not many of them, about 20 people. They seemed to be responsible for patrolling. Perhaps because they were afraid of the wild monsters in the forest, this group of goblins walked very slowly, giving us enough time to sneak up behind them and knock them out. Okay, all of you go help. We must get behind them and knock them out. The action must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. If they see our appearance, we will kill them directly. Yato waved his hand, and the vampire warriors present immediately took action. He and Jack continued to make noise. Hunting wild monsters is one of the tasks today. Fishing law enforcement is another task. In the jungle, rustling sounds kept approaching the goblin team. When they were 1 kilometer away from the goblin team, the sound suddenly disappeared. The whole forest became extremely silent, without even the sound of birds, which made people feel cold. The goblin team leaned down and heard the sound of fighting again in the distance. In their hearts, they couldn't help but greet the goblins who made the noise. Why is this guy fighting again? And the noise is getting louder and louder. Just let him be swallowed by the wild monster in one gulp. The goblin captain who was walking at the end of the team couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, a Blood Clan warrior hanging upside down on a tree appeared behind him. One hand was pressed on his head, and the other hand turned into a hand knife, slashing at the aorta on the side of the goblin captain's neck quickly and accurately, knocking him out in an instant. Then the hand on his head pinched the goblin captain's neck and lifted him up the tree. The whole action was smooth and without any delay. There was no sound either. It was obviously a habitual offender. The other Blood Clan warriors hanging on the tree were not bad either, and they knocked out the goblin at the end one after another. Captain, are we going to leave or not? The fighting in front had stopped. The goblin who was walking in the front turned back and asked in fear. There was no other way. If something happened, he would be the first to be affected. But when he looked back, he was stunned. The brothers behind him, including the captain, had all disappeared. Just as he was wondering if the captain had led his men to escape in advance, a knife came at him. The goblin rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. Then, the blood warrior cut several holes in the hidden parts of the goblin's body, dripped a drop of blood into it, and merged with it. According to their experiments, large-scale implant the blood species. It will infect faster than implanting the blood species in only one place. Yuan's chess piece will not work for the time being. Let him transform slowly. But these goblins are different. They are the top strategic target, and the dosage must be increased. After doing this, the Blood Clan warriors scattered them everywhere. Achuo came over at this time. He took out more than 20 zongzi from the storage ring. He took apart these zongzi and poured the contents around the goblins. There are feces of various level 4 and level 5 monsters in it. Pouring these next to the goblins can prevent them from being targeted by passing monsters and losing their lives. Humph, you are really lucky. This is excellent fertilizer. If you could not become the pawns of the Lord, I would not be willing to give it up to save your lives. After doing all this, Yechuo led his men to another area. There was a group of beasts over there. The Beast King was a level 6 wild monster. The two of them wanted to find a chance to bite it down. On the other side, Yale also set his sights on a group of beasts with a level 6 Beast King, and was ready to take it down. How about we go and take down this herd of beasts? Yale smiled and looked at Lily next to him. The little girl had privileges. Yale had to ask for her consent for such a risky move. No, it's too risky. You are only in the late 5-star stage now. I don't think you have much chance of winning against a level 6 wild monster. Lily felt that it was inappropriate. She was entrusted with an important task by Jiang Cheng, so she had to play a role and could not disappoint the Lord's expectations of her. How can you say that I have a low chance of winning? You have just seen my strength. Killing a 5-star monster is as easy as killing a chicken. Then a level 6 monster should be easy to kill as well. Then Yale continued to persuade him, and if Yechuo and Jack lead a team to do the mission together, they might kill a 6-star monster on the way. After all, they are stronger than us. Then, the credit will definitely go to them. After all, they took a level 6 beast core, and the Lord will definitely praise them, but we may not get such praise. Hearing Jiang Cheng's praise, Lily's heart was moved. Jiang Cheng had always treated her like a child, giving in to her in many things. He would not let her take risks in many things. Although the little girl said cheerfully, she always wanted to prove herself in her heart. Moreover, not long ago, after killing a 5-star wild monster, she was promoted to 5-star and possessed impressive strength. After staring at Yechuo for a while, Lily found that this guy's mind had not changed. She could only deliberately sigh, okay, then let's try it. If we can't defeat it, we must retreat as soon as possible. And you must be the last one to come. Yali smiled and patted his chest. Don't worry, if you can't win, I am willing to be your backup and cover your collective evacuation. After killing the wild monsters for half a day, and deliberately killing people, the weakest member of Yale's team has the strength of 3 stars. In addition to him and Lily, there is also a Blood Clan warrior from the first batch. Under the effect of the blood enhancement pill, his blood level has reached the gold level, and his strength level has also broken through to 5 stars. He has a good strength. After some discussion, the 3 of them ordered the accompanying militia team to withdraw to the safe area that had been cleared. After that, Lily was responsible for leading the Blood Clan warriors to resist those small wild monsters, and Yechuo and the Blood Clan warrior were responsible for killing the 6th level Beast King. If you two can't do it, you can call me. I am not weak either. Lily clenched her fist. Yale and the members smiled but said nothing. The order was passed on. Yechuo walked at the front of the team, quietly groped over, and observed the situation of the herd. The herd in front was the swift tigers. There were not many, about 100. The Tiger King was high up, lazily lying on the highest stone, his strong muscles highlighting his kingly aura. The stones below were basically all female tigers. There were about 9, and their strength was about 5 stars. On the grass at the bottom were male and female, most of whom were the offspring of the Tiger King, or the swift tigers who came to seek refuge with him because of their humble status. How is it? Are you confident? Lily looked at Yale. The swift tigers were strong in strength and speed, comparable to some high-level soldiers. Once they were angered and targeted, it would be difficult to escape. Unless they were beaten to fear, they would be afraid to chase. Don't worry, I'll lead the charge. After saying that, Yale roared and rushed to the grass. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, he knocked away several swift tigers, causing them to collapse on the ground, dying. Roar. The Tiger King at the top roared angrily when he saw this. Although it was its lackeys who were beaten away, beating a dog also depends on the master. Its black eyes were filled with anger. It flashed with a humane cold light. Any creature will undergo a qualitative change after reaching 6 stars. This qualitative change is not only in strength, but also in intelligence. Thinking back to when this swift tiger was still 5 stars, it had not yet opened its mind. It only knew how to sleep in all day and hunt prey to fill its stomach when it was hungry. But after it reached 6 stars, it immediately realized the truth of tiger life. It found 9 tigresses in various parts of the forest, 6 of which were snatched from other tigers. After it opened its mind, it became the Tiger King in just a few years, with a lot of tiger sons and grandsons under its command, and it can be said that it has reached the peak of tiger life. Just when it was in high spirits, Yale came to kill him. In this case, how could the Tiger King bear it? The two of them had a disagreement and immediately fought fiercely in the open space next to them. The limbs of the tiger are very developed. Yale, who only has 5 stars, did not get much advantage. Kill. Lily condensed a blood-red energy sword in her hand. She spread out her golden blood wings and led her Blood Clan warriors to kill the tigers. Half of the 30 Blood Clan warriors had taken the strengthening fruit. They all rushed to the front to relieve the pressure on the brothers behind. When facing the swift tiger, they showed their strong strength. With their fists and feet, a swift tiger was knocked into the forest. Roar. Above, 9 tigresses roared together. The roar resounded through the sky, making people's ears hurt. With the 9 tigresses joining the battlefield, the one-sided situation ended. Next, it was up to the top forces of both sides to compete. Blood and 7 kills. Lily's petite figure rushed towards a tigress at a high speed. Wherever she passed, the swift tigers broke into 2 without even a scream. One sword pierced the head of a 3-star swift tiger. Another sword cut a 4-star swift tiger in half. As Anna's carefully trained disciple, Lily has many means that vampire warriors don't have, and her current strength has reached 5 stars. If she attacks with all her strength, I'm afraid that Ajuo, Yale, and others will not get much advantage from the little girl. Blood and 7 kills has reached the 6th sword. After killing another swift tiger, Lily jumped up, and the sword force on her body has gathered to a terrifying degree. The sword force is directed at a 5-star swift tiger. Roar. A trace of fear flashed in the tigress's eyes, but seeing the swift tigers beside her falling to the ground one after another, she chose to face the challenge. Boom. The moment the sword touched the swift tiger, it turned into a sky full of sword energy and scattered around, like a killing machine, madly harvesting the lives of the surrounding swift tigers. And the tigress had been cut into pieces. This attack killed at least more than a dozen swift tigers. More than 30 swift tigers were injured, resulting in a decrease in combat effectiveness. Fortunately, Lily had already gone deep into the tiger group at this time. Otherwise, the Blood Clan warriors would also suffer. Seeing so many casualties of the swift tigers, the 2 5-star swift tigers gave up the enemy in front of them and turned to pounce on Lily. Humph, just in time. The little girl was not afraid either. This kind of battle was just right for her to hone her newly learned swordsmanship. On the other side, Yale and the swift tiger king were fighting each other. Both of them used very ordinary moves. It was basically a pure strength duel. The swift tiger king glanced at the battlefield in the center. He found that Lily had killed another 5-star tigress. He could no longer bear it. The angry roar made Yale's head buzz. The terrifying power of the 6 stars was displayed again. A tremendous amount of energy surged from his body, soaring into the sky, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. The muscles on his body swelled up and became extremely hard, as indestructible as steel. His entire body was twice as large, and his hair was surging, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Roar. The swift tiger king roared. His black eyes stared at Yale, which made people feel cold. Affected by the swift tiger king's momentum, the morale of the swift tigers on the field was greatly boosted. They rushed towards the Blood Clan warriors like crazy. The expressions on the faces of the Blood Clan warriors also became solemn, and a layer of red light surged on their bodies, turning into a violent state. Yale was no exception. He knew that the swift tiger king was serious. If he continued to do what he did just now, he might lose his life. Roar. The tiger king took advantage of its speed. It moved 5 times in an instant, so fast that it left several afterimages. It took advantage of the moment when Yale didn't react and pounced on him. The impact of the speed and the Tiger King's own strength made Yale, who was eager to defend himself, unable to withstand the blow and was knocked directly into the forest. It broke 3 trees in a row before it stopped. He grimaced in pain. Damn it, they only know how to launch sneak attacks, they are as annoying as the devil. Yale cursed inwardly, and simply stopped playing with it. He flew into the air and came to the center of the battlefield. At this time, the little girl Lily had killed many wind tigers. Countless wind tigers fell on her energy sword. It seemed that this scarlet energy sword was made of the blood of wind tigers. Yale looked at the good brother who was in the same batch with him. He said resentfully, "Didn't you agree to be with me? Why are you all gone?" The Blood Clan warrior had an innocent look on his face. He was targeted by 4 tigresses at the beginning of the battle. He was so busy that he couldn't spare any time to fight Yale with the Swift Tiger King. The Swift Tiger also ran over at this time. The personnel of both sides quickly pulled apart, and the waging was clearly separated. Looking at the corpses of swift tigers on the ground, the Swift Tiger King was so angry that his head began to feel dizzy, especially his beautiful wives and concubines, more than half of whom were dead or injured. And what about the other party? Although he had injuries on his body, he was healing at a very outrageous speed at this time, and he would be alive and kicking in no time. The angry Swift Tiger King glared at Lily. He wanted to swallow her alive. He saw clearly just now that this little girl had killed several of his wives, and she must be torn into pieces. Humph! Yale snorted coldly, and his tall body blocked Lily's way. He put one hand behind his back and quietly gestured to the members behind him. This gesture was very familiar to the vampire warriors. They slightly adjusted their positions, seemingly retreating in fear, but in fact they had already returned to their own positions, ensuring that they could use the Blood Sky Array in a very short time. Roar! The Swift Tiger King didn't want to continue fighting. It just wanted to tear the enemy in front of it to pieces. With a roar, the Swift Tiger King pounced forward. The explosive force when it jumped caused an astonishing hole to appear under its feet, and cracks spread like a spider web. Yale gritted his teeth. The formation, start. Then he rushed towards the Tiger King. He punched out. This was a punch close to his limit. The Qi Jin vibrated. The terrifying energy around him almost formed a substance. There was a kind of invincible momentum. Even a small mountain could be knocked down. It takes a few seconds for the formation to start. Yale rushed up alone to buy these few seconds for the rear. Otherwise, the Tiger King took advantage of the Blood Clan warriors to organize the formation and rushed in, which would surely cause them to fall into a passive situation. Boom! This punch hit the Tiger King's tiger palm. The two forces collided, and there was even a bang in the air. The strong fist force penetrated into the body of the Tiger King, entering the internal organs, vibrating thousands of times. It hurt its limbs and softened, and it was knocked away at once, smashing into the mountain wall behind. Yale was not much better. The blood in his mouth was like free money, spitting all over the ground, and his body happened to fall just below the Blood Sky formation. At this time, the formation of the formation had been set. Only the carrier at the bottom was in place. It hurt so much. "You stinky tiger, let's see how you can fight me now." Yale wiped the blood from his mouth and flew into the air. As the energy was transmitted downwards, it finally reached Yale's body. His tall body swelled, his aura rose steadily, and the surging energy around him made people palpitate. The Swift Tiger King quickly broke away from the mountain wall. After all, it was a level 6 Beast King, and it was impossible to be defeated so easily, but the previous blow caused it to suffer a lot of damage. Seeing Yale constantly strengthening in the distance, it secretly said, "Oh no!" Roar! The Swift Tiger King jumped up into the air, energy surging around him, and a green light appeared in his mouth. In an instant, the light expanded dozens of times. A thick green energy wave as thick as a pillar burst out from the mouth of the Swift Tiger King. The target was directly aimed at Yale, wanting to take this opportunity to kill him with one blow. Powerful energy poured out and burst onto Yale's body. The overflowing energy rolled up the dust on the ground, and turned the surrounding trees into powder. It lasted for about a minute. The Swift Tiger King fell from the air, its body constantly rising and falling. It had exhausted all its means, but it didn't know whether Yale and his group were dead. The dust was everywhere. A huge figure walked out of the dust. His chest, arms, and the blood wings behind him were all burned with charred holes. The expression on his face was extremely hideous and full of anger. Seeing this scene, the expression on the face of the Swift Tiger King became extremely stiff, and his limbs began to tremble. He quietly retreated. He didn't know where the monster in front of him came from. There was obviously no such creature nearby. The Swift Tiger King was about to turn around and slip away, and Yale appeared in front of him. The left knee pressed on the body of the Swift Tiger King. Two big hands forcibly pried open its mouth. Yale was looking down, spewing a huge amount of energy from his mouth, shooting into the mouth of the Swift Tiger King. The scarlet energy directly penetrated the body of the Swift Tiger King, splitting it into two, and it died. The surrounding Swift Tigers saw the Tiger King die. They let out a mournful wail. One after another rushed up to take revenge. Yale, who had already killed them, naturally would not let them go. After an incense stick, the fight was declared over. The last Swift Tiger that escaped was picked out and killed. "Yale, how do you feel?" Lily brought the Blood Clan team to Yale's side. At this time, Yale's face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and there were dozens of wounds on his body, each of which was hideous and horrible, deep enough to see the bones. "Feel good. But I may not be able to continue killing monsters with you today. I have to become a patient in the territory to recover. The Lord may scold me later," Yale said with a smile. In order to ensure that the formation was not interrupted, he took all the energy waves of the Gale Tiger King. Fortunately, he had thick skin and used his arms and blood wings to block part of it, otherwise his chest would have been pierced. "You can still laugh." Lily poked Yale's arm. He grimaced in pain. With so many wounds on his body, he couldn't recover all at once, so his arm was still a bloody mess. Although Yale looked very painful now, but he was very happy in his heart. Killing a 6-star monster and so many small monsters made his level reach the peak of 5 stars, and he was only one step away from breaking through. Yale felt that as long as his wounds were healed, his realm would come naturally and he would break through. Even energy stones were not needed. The militia team in the distance received the order. Together with the Blood Clan warriors, they cleaned up the battlefield. Such a strong smell of blood would definitely attract many ferocious beasts, so Yale and others had to speed up their actions. With their current in this state, it may be difficult to deal with a few 5-star monsters. After returning to the Lord, the Blood Clan warrior lay directly under the unknown tree. After the tree took root in the territory, it became more and more luxuriant day by day, and the trunk was also tall and strong, full of vitality. On weekdays, the Blood Clan warriors and the women in the residential area like to chat and enjoy the cool here. It can make people feel happier. But this tree has not bloomed for a long time, and it is unknown when the next batch of fruits will be produced. Yale was placed in the camp to recuperate. Lily sent the beast core of the Swift Tiger over, and reported on today's battle situation. Yale was injured, and without this core main force, their team may only be able to find some trouble with small monsters nearby. My lord, this is our harvest today. Level 6 beast core, you killed a level 6 wild monster. Were there any casualties? No warriors died, but Yale was seriously injured. Nearly 20 vampire warriors were slightly injured and have almost recovered. Jiang Cheng sighed slightly while sitting on the throne. However, seeing the little girl's expression, he didn't say much, so as not to undermine her confidence. Please say thank you to my brothers for their hard work. I will allocate an additional 20,000 energy stones as your reward. As for Ale, I will go to see him in person later. After being busy in the temple for a while, Jiang Cheng visited Yale. This guy is just shameless and playful, which makes Jiang Cheng helpless. He doesn't know whether to beat him or scold him. He has a feeling of love and hate. He exchanged a bottle of high-quality healing medicine for him from the mall so that he can recover from his injuries. Near dusk, Yale, Jack, and the other 2 teams also returned to the territory. Yale and Jack killed a 6-star poisonous anaconda and took off its poison sac and beast core. Although the other 2 teams did not take down the 6-star wild monsters, but they also harvested a lot of spoils. Jiang Cheng counted the data of each team. Jiang Cheng did not click on the beast cores below level 3, because there are not many. After all, the combat power of the wild monsters here has increased by who knows how many times, and wild monsters below level 3 like this are only worthy of being food in other people's mouths. Moreover, the level 3 beast core is not very useful for Jiang Cheng now, and it is too troublesome to sell it. The 5 teams received a total of 1,560 level 3 beast cores, 392 level 4 beast cores, 51 level 5 beast cores, and 2 level 6 beast cores. In addition, there were all kinds of miscellaneous items. Jiang Cheng sent people to deliver the things that could be used to the residential area. The things that were not used were naturally thrown to the Lord's trading area. The poison sacs on these anacondas are a good thing. Jiang Cheng kept the poison sac of the anaconda. This can be thrown into the water source of the goblin tribe. After being diluted by the water flow, the toxicity may be weakened, but it is enough for the goblins to drink a pot. Now Jiang Cheng has so many level 5 beast cores. The conditions for upgrading the temple have been met. Naturally, he will not wait any longer. When he came to the outside of the territory, Jiang Cheng called Anna. Since the last time the temple was upgraded, Anna asked Jiang Cheng to call her the next time he upgraded. After Anna came, Jiang Cheng said to himself, upgrading the temple, Blood Temple, level 5. Should I spend 200,000 pieces of wood, 200,000 pieces of ore, and 50 level 5 beast cores to upgrade the temple? Yes. The red light shone. The Blood Clan temple rose again, like a glowing ruby in the dark forest, attracting attention. The upgrade was completed. The appearance of the Blood Clan temple had changed a lot, and there were many more decorations on the surrounding walls, which was more luxurious than the castle where human nobles lived. However, Jiang Cheng's room was still on the first floor. There were only him and Anna living in the huge temple, so there was no need to be too particular, just find a room nearby to live in. This would also make it easier for him to get to the barracks quickly. Jiang Cheng had asked the Blood Clan warriors to move into the temple before. Unfortunately, they were unwilling. After all, practicing in the barracks would increase speed. And there was no Blood Clan Temple, level 6. 100 vampire warriors can be drawn every day. The probability of drawing a bronze-level vampire warrior is 100%, the probability of drawing a silver-level vampire warrior is 50%, and the probability of drawing a gold-level vampire warrior is 30%. Tip 1. When the Blood Clan Temple reaches level 6, Blood Clan warriors will be drawn in the order of gold, silver, and bronze. Tip 2. Since the Blood Clan Temple is in the process of gestation, the gestation period will be shortened by 2 days. After 3 days, a Blood Clan warrior with awakened blood will be bred, and the initial level of this Blood Clan warrior will be raised to level 8. The next upgrade requires 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, 10,000 energy stones, 50 level 6 beast cores. Level 6 beast cores are produced by level 6 creatures, with an explosion rate of 80%. The stronger the creature, the higher the probability of exploding beast cores. The order of the draw has changed. This means that the priority will be gold level bloodline warriors, followed by silver level. Finally, it will be the turn of bronze level warriors. And the probability of bronze level warriors has soared to a terrifying 100%. That means there will be no more black iron in the future. At worst, there will be a bloodline of the first tier of bronze. But Jiang Cheng doesn't care about this now. In the future, unless a purple gold level bloodline warrior is bred, he will not draw new bloodline warriors. The gestation time has been shortened, so will the upgrade time be shortened again, to once a day. If that's the case, it would be great. Continue to look down. Energy stones have been added to the upgrade conditions. Jiang Cheng had expected this. However, as a dog owner, he didn't need these 10,000 energy stones. Territory upgrade successful. The territory coverage area has doubled. Rewards: 300 residential buildings, 1,000 vampires, 4 advanced defense towers, 50,000 energy stones, innate skills, dusk, fire of heaven and earth, netherworld blood flame. Tip: if your territory is too large, it may attract the attention of local forces. It will also attract the attention of the abyss forces. This is a problem. At first, he thought it was nothing to double the size. But after continuous expansion, the area of the territory has become extremely terrifying. It has covered some roads in the forest. If any force wants to pass through those roads and hit the protective shield, the location of the territory may be exposed. But it doesn't matter, the shield will disappear soon, but the abyss fog is a headache. When facing some unknown things, people will feel nervous and panic. Jiang Cheng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He felt that level 6 was a threshold. Creatures can become stronger when they reach this threshold. And the temple will give him a richer reward when it reaches this threshold. First, click on the introduction of the Advanced Defense Tower. He was very curious about the power of the Advanced Defense Tower. Advanced Defense Tower. Function 1, provides real vision for the territory. All creatures within a 3-kilometer radius of the defense tower will be exposed. Function 2, launch an attack on all creatures except the creatures in the territory. The attack range is 1 kilometer. Each damage caused can severely damage 5-star creatures. Construction conditions, none. Upgrade conditions, 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, 10 level 5 beast cores, 5,000 energy stones. Power is okay. Being able to severely damage 5-star creatures naturally means being able to wipe out creatures below 5 stars. Jiang Cheng was already very satisfied with being able to do this. After all, 5-star creatures are not chickens and dogs. It is still difficult to kill them. It's just that the upgrade conditions are a bit expensive. Jiang Cheng didn't think about upgrading. Just make do with it for now. Maybe the next time the temple is upgraded, it will reward him with something better. Then he checked his talent skill, Twilight. Talent skill, Dusk. Definition, passive skill. After using it, the vampire warriors will automatically obtain this skill, including the vampire warriors who have not been extracted. Skill effect: when killing other creatures, you will enter a state of complete invisibility for 1 second, increasing your movement speed by 200%. Cooling time, 3 seconds. So powerful. Seeing the skill effect, Jiang Cheng was excited. Killing an enemy will turn him invisible. In addition, the movement speed is increased by 200%, so he can quickly move away after killing the enemy, and then find another target to kill again. After all, the cooldown time is so short. By the time the enemy catches up, the skill has already cooled down, and the vampire warriors have the ability to fly, which makes them more flexible. This skill is simply the enemy's nightmare. In this way, the enemy can't touch the vampire warrior at all, and the vampire warrior can calmly choose the next opponent to kill. After calming down, Jiang Cheng looked at the last reward. Fire of Heaven and Earth, Netherworld Blood Flame. A fire-attributed spiritual object born between heaven and earth. It took 1,000 years to form and 10,000 years to gather spirit. It is a spiritual object coveted by countless top powers and is extremely precious. Because of its dark red color, it is called Blood Flame. Effect: unable to physically attack the enemy, but can cause trauma to the enemy's soul, devouring the soul of others to strengthen oneself. Tips: after receiving the reward, the Nether Blood Flame will automatically recognize you as its master. You can summon it at will and separate out the subfire for others to refine. Once you refine the subfire, you can control the life and death of the person who refines it at will. As long as you think about it, the subfire can devour their souls. Every time the fire devours a soul, it will automatically give back half of the soul to the Netherworld Blood Flame. Currently, 20 strands of fire can be differentiated. After reading the introduction of the Nether Blood Flame, Jiang Cheng smiled. A Dusk and a Nether Blood Flame can raise the combat effectiveness of the Blood Clan warriors by several levels. In addition, it will not be long before awakened Blood Clan warriors are born. Jiang Cheng no longer knows how to describe his excitement. After receiving the reward, Jiang Cheng raised his right hand, and a ball of dark red flame suddenly appeared in his hand, illuminating the surroundings. Now the Nether Blood Flame has not devoured the soul. It looks like only a small ball, slightly larger than Jiang Cheng's palm, and the appearance is not as cool as imagined. The sound of retreating footsteps was heard. Jiang Cheng then realized that Anna was still beside him, and quickly retracted the flame in his hand. Anna has not yet gotten rid of the residual soul state, and the Nether Blood Flame should be extremely harmful to her. Owner, what was that fire you just saw? Why did I feel a sense of danger? This is the Netherworld Blood Flame. Jiang Cheng explained the function of the Netherworld Blood Flame. Anna smiled when she heard it. I didn't expect the master could get such a spiritual object. In this way, the future vampire warriors will have the means to deal with the top powers. After the bodies of those old monsters were destroyed, their souls still existed. Only when their souls were wiped out could they be considered dead in the true sense. Then Anna looked at the statue of the blood god ancestor. Jiang Cheng followed her gaze and looked over. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked. This statue of the blood god ancestor is like alive, and there seems to be blood flowing in its body. Just now, Jiang Cheng turned his head and thought it was a living person standing here. Seeing this scene in the middle of the night, it is inevitable to be a little scared. Anna has been paying attention to the statue during this period. This is also the main purpose of her coming here. After staring at the statue quietly for a while, Anna stood beside Jiang Cheng and said softly, Master, I will accompany you when you sleep at night. You sleep in bed, I sit beside you to protect you. I feel that this statue is a bit strange. It seems that there is a breath of life reviving on it, accompanied by a weak soul power. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's heart tightened. Anna's words confirmed his guess. As the Blood Clan temple continues to upgrade, this inexplicably appearing statue will eventually come alive. Could this statue be the blood god himself? Anna couldn't tell. She was just a remnant soul, and her many abilities were limited. Using them forcefully would only backfire. If it wasn't the blood god ancestor, it would be fine, but if it was really the blood god ancestor himself, then there is a high probability that he would be our enemy. After all, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. The blood god ancestor is unruly by nature and it's impossible for him to be inferior to others so easily. I'm worried that the soul has become conscious and has begun to observe the external environment. It might use the power of the soul to attack you, my master. In this case, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to agree to Anna's suggestion to sleep with him, and asked tentatively if this statue is moved or destroyed, will there be any problem? Anna shook her head, it's too late. Then she condensed a sword energy in her hand and threw it towards the statue of the blood god ancestor. The airwave generated by the sword energy explosion made Jiang Cheng retreat several feet before he barely stopped. But the statue still stood there intact. This made Jiang Cheng fall into deep thought. It cannot be destroyed, and the powerful sword energy cannot shake it at all. But it is impossible for such a useless thing to appear in the territory for no reason. Jiang Cheng plans to ask other lords to see if they have similar statues. If they all have, it may indicate a test. But if not, then he can only wish for the best. Now that I have Anna by my side, the temple has just been upgraded, and the next upgrade will not be so fast, so there is no need to rush this matter for the time being. Jiang Cheng quickly calmed down and came to the barracks. This place has been in a carnival because of the talent skills. Jiang Cheng found 20 of the most outstanding vampire warriors and distributed the subfire of the Netherworld Blood Flame to them. After the division, the Netherworld Blood Flame was pitifully small, like a small flame that was about to go out. Hey, Lord. Can you see any changes in me? Yali, whose wounds were almost healed, smiled at Jiang Cheng with great joy. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. Level 6, pretty good. Just don't be so reckless next time. I don't have that many healing pills for you. After sitting down and chatting for a while, Jiang Cheng called Yejuo and Yale. The mysterious expressions on their faces naturally gave them a very important task to do. They came to a separate room. Jiang Cheng took out the invisible bead and the poison sacs from the poisonous anacondas. He placed these two items in front of Yejuo. Ado. Once this bead is charged with energy, it will turn you invisible. With this bead and these poison sacs, you can sneak into the goblin tribe when they are changing shifts. Draw the topographic maps of the two intermediate tribes, and put the poison sacs into their water sources to leave them some souvenirs. Yale next to him was a little impatient. He was good at doing bad things, so why let the honest Yejuo go? Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng smiled and patted Yale on the shoulder. Your wounds are not healed yet, so let Yejuo handle this matter. You can meet him outside anytime. Yale's expression immediately became sluggish. Yejuo next to him laughed and scolded, who made you so weak that you have become the only one in the territory who needs to lie in bed for half a day? Ha ha ha. Yale gnashed his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the Lord's rule that warriors were not allowed to fight each other privately, he would definitely hang Yejuo up and beat him. Okay, stop messing around. Both of you should leave quickly. Achuo, if there is a chance, plant more blood species on some goblins and let them become our hidden pawns. I'll give you these 3 storage rings as well, just in case. Losing some blood won't have any effect on Achuo. He can make another one soon. And giving the storage rings is to see if Achuo can take the opportunity to bring back some good stuff. Yes, Lord. The two did not linger for long. They quietly left the territory under the cover of night. Change of shifts. It's time to go back to bed. On the wall, a group of goblins walked down in a scattered manner. Another group of energetic goblins walked up. The lazy goblins yawned and said, "We are obviously the strongest force in the surrounding area. No one dares to offend us. Why do we need to strengthen our defense?" Originally, the guards only had to stand there for an hour and chat, but now they have to stare outside for 2 hours. It makes my eyes sore. It was all done by those 2 patrol teams this afternoon. It is sheer nonsense to say that some unknown creatures attacked them and left feces on them in order to humiliate us goblins. These guys are usually good at taking advantage of the situation and slacking off during patrols. I think they were eyeing the eggs laid by wild animals in the forest and wanted to steal a few to eat, but they were caught and beaten. In order to avoid punishment from the leader, they made up this excuse. A goblin was so angry that he was half dead. That is, the area they are patrolling is between us and the goblins. There are no unknown enemies there. They are just making up excuses to be lazy. We will beat them up when we get back. That's right, tie them up and whip them. The goblins were filled with righteous indignation and had already thought of ways to punish the patrol troops outside during the day. They walked deeper into the village while discussing. They came to a giant iron gate. The goblin team showed their identities. Then 2,000-pound gates opened. Behind the gate was a staircase leading down to an unknown end. That was the real core of the goblin tribe. The village outside was only for deterrence and defense, and the real place to live was underground. At this time, the goblins were still talking and laughing. But they didn't know that an invisible man had mixed in with the team, and this invisible man had already entered the underground before them. So big. When he got down there, Achuo couldn't help but exclaimed. The space down there was more than twice as big as the goblin tribe before, enough for 2,000 goblins to survive in it. Achuo couldn't help but admire the fact that they could open up such a large underground world. Achuo flew into the air and kept himself in the air. Then he began to observe the entire goblin tribe. He drew a map of the terrain on brown paper. He understood the terrain and buildings here so that he could take over this place as quickly as possible in the future. At the same time, he was also observing the approximate strength of the goblins in this tribe. Strange, why is it only rated 4 stars? There is not a single 5-star one. Yale soon felt something was wrong. At this moment, he found that many goblins gathered at a cave entrance, seemingly waiting for something. The strength of this group of goblins is above 3 stars. There are no 1-star or 2-star ones. It is estimated that their status is not enough and they are not qualified to come to this place. Boom boom boom, a metal car appeared at the entrance of the cave. There are 2 rows of rollers under the metal car, embedded on the rails below. Yale didn't recognize this thing. He quietly wrote it down on the craft paper. Then a goblin's head popped out of the metal car and shouted loudly, only 20 people can get on at a time. If you want to get more, you must pay. The number of places is limited, first come first served. After a shove and squeeze, all the goblins got on the car. From their words, Yato knew that this thing could send the goblins directly to the high-level tribes, which was very convenient. Most of the high-level people in the territory are in the high-level tribes, eating, drinking and having fun, enjoying their lives. He, since everyone has left, I won't be polite. After some searching, Achuo came to the hiding place of the tribal supplies. This place is near the residence of the mid-level tribal leader, but there is almost no guard. There is only a sleepy goblin at the door. Come to think of it, there is a big camp outside, and there is a 1,000-jin gate, and outsiders can't get in at all. And if the people inside steal, it is tantamount to seeking death, which is like an old man eating arsenic and thinking that his life is too long. After knocking out the guard, Achuo picked up the key from the guard's waist and gently pushed open the door. There are basically no valuable items inside. Most of them are food, weapons. It seems that these guys have hidden all the good stuff in the advanced tribes, leaving only these basic supplies here. Yato sighed regretfully. But, it would be a waste not to take it. Anyway, it's not from my own territory, just take it away. Yato put piles of supplies into storage rings. 3 storage rings were full, and Yato still had one in his hand. Oh no, I was busy joking with Yale on the way back, and the fertilizer in the ring hasn't been put into the ground yet. After hesitating for a while, Yato gritted his teeth and put the bags of rice dumplings in the storage ring on the ground. Then he put all the remaining weapons in it. It's done. The full warehouse only left some rotten food and nearly 100 bags of bulging leaves. What a pity to waste so much fertilizer. Forget it, I will infect more goblins later, otherwise I will not be willing to let these goblins get so much good fertilizer. After rustling inside for a while, Achuo patted the dust off his body, locked the door, hung the key on the guard's waist again, and left in style. After losing so many things, the guard should be dead, and there is no point in planting blood in him. After that, Achuo shuttled back and forth between the residences of some 4-star and 3-star goblins, knocked them out and implanted blood in them. These goblin leaders are too unprofessional. They have been playing in the high-level tribe for so long and haven't come back yet. Yato cursed inwardly. Arriving at the underground river of the goblin tribe, he threw poison sacks into the river one by one. Fearing that unknown forces would enter the tribe through the underground river, the goblin leader ordered to set up gates at the river outlet, and open the gates to release water at regular intervals. So now the water is still. The poison sacks can slowly spread the toxins inside. There are still several hours before the goblin tribe changes shifts. Yachuo was really bored, so he simply walked into the cave leading to the advanced tribe. As long as he is careful, he should not be discovered. In the territory, Jiang Cheng sent the nether blood flame subfire down. He brought the members who had the subfire to the statue. He summoned the nether blood flame with his right hand, and Jiang Cheng brought the flame to the statue. He was surprised to find that the flame seemed to be absorbing something, and it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a raging fire meeting dry wood. This was what Anna asked him to do. The two of them just discussed it privately. they made such a decision. While the soul is temporarily weak, use the nether blood flame to devour him. Although the nether blood flame at this time cannot completely devour it, it can wear down the soul and make it weaker, thus reducing his threat to himself. As time goes by, the nether blood flame becomes stronger and stronger, and the soul power in the statue becomes weaker and weaker. One day, the soul inside will be completely devoured. Even if the statue comes back to life, but without the soul, what threat is he? Anna can directly make him a puppet and make him a war machine for the territory. And after absorbing so many nutrients, how powerful will the nether blood flame become? What is the Lord doing? It seems like he is roasting the statue with the blood flame of the netherworld. The Blood Clan warriors standing in the back were puzzled. At this time, Anna explained this is a unique way of commemorating the dead in the Lord's hometown. It is to express respect for the ancestor of the blood god, so they do this. You guys should do the same. Yes. The Blood Clan warriors still have great respect for the ancestor who created them. After listening to Anna's words, they followed her example and surrounded the statue. They summoned the fire in their bodies and roasted the statue. Hey, my fire seems to be absorbing something. It seems like the subfire is getting stronger. Isn't it true that only by absorbing soul power can one become stronger? How come roasting a statue of a god can make one stronger? Jiang Cheng smiled and explained, this way of offering sacrifices is very effective. The blood god must have felt our respect and rewarded us in the dark. Not long after he finished speaking, the statue of the blood god's ancestor began to tremble slightly. Anna behind him snorted. A stronger force of the soul suppressed the statue and stopped the statue from trembling. While Jiang Cheng was roasting the statue, he contacted the top lords in his friend list. He received a consistent reply. That is, outside the main building of the top lord, there is a building representing the military branch and symbolizing the identity. The other super lords are no exception. For example, outside the building of the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord, there is a statue of the purple-winged brilliant dragon king. The angel city of Angel Lord Yunshi is even more outrageous. There are angel statues in 7 places in the city. They are Archangel Gabriel, Raphael, Michael, and she has dreamed of these angels in her dreams. With each upgrade, these statues become more and more realistic. These top lords and super lords soon realized that something was wrong. Jiang Cheng, who doesn't chat online often, actually asked them this question. Something is wrong? There must be some major discovery? So, a group chat with hundreds of people was born. Most of the lords on the list were gathered here. Some top lords below the list also joined. Jiang Cheng could only be vague. He said that he was just on impulse. I'm just asking casually, don't take it too seriously, just eat and drink. I'm walking in front of you anyway, so if anything goes wrong, I'll be the first to suffer. That's what he said, but the lords in the group chat felt very uncomfortable after hearing it. Damn Jiang Cheng, don't be so proud, my city has reached level 5, you didn't expect that, did you? Ha 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 ha, after so many days of hard work, my city has reached 5 stars, and now I can summon 20 types of soldiers a day. Our troops are the most advanced ones. In the early stage, we lagged behind you because of our small number. But now our numbers are gradually increasing, and we will soon surpass you, pull you off the altar, and seize the throne of first place. Hehe, everyone continue to stay here, and don't accept his challenge request at night. We can't let his vampires get the blood of our soldiers. The day after tomorrow, we will face the fog of the abyss and expose Jiang Cheng's true colors. Let other players see who is qualified to occupy the top of the leaderboard. A group of super lords explained what it means to go to the roof and tear down the tiles if you don't fight for 3 days. When they thought Jiang Cheng was afraid and didn't dare to respond, they found that he had already left the group chat. They were having fun here for a long time. Others simply chose to ignore. It's simply too much bullying and arrogant. Somehow, the content of the group chat infiltrated the outside world. A group of melon-eating lords began to discuss it. Why are there statues outside the main buildings of top lords and super lords? It is so unfair that the low-level lords are so angry. Isn't this a good thing? Haven't you heard that those statues seem to come alive? Who knows, maybe one day they will really come alive and kill them. Ha ha ha, God has eyes, those statues should come back to life soon, kill all these lucky guys, and leave a way out for us lower-level lords. How do you know that the statues will be enemies when they come to life? Maybe they will become powerful subordinates of these level lords. I think it's impossible. Those statues are usually the original rulers of the army. I believe everyone knows that there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. Even if those statues come to life, their loyalty will not be too high, and they may betray at any time. Let's not talk about this for now. The abyss fog will arrive in 2 days. Are you guys ready? I have been praying for a day, I believe I should be able to succeed. Oh, it seems like there is some good idea upstairs. Could it be that we have found a way to fight against the fog of the abyss? Please be sure to let me know that if I can successfully overcome the difficulties, I will prepare a generous gift for you. Alas, what can I do? I am ready to be reborn. I have been praying that I can be reborn as Jiang Cheng's tadpole. Cut. Roll. Zappa. After walking for about an incense stick of time, a bright light appeared in front of him. Achuo accelerated and flew over. The scene suddenly became clear. Flying out of the cave, iron carts were arranged in an orderly manner. 4 3-star goblins were drinking wine around a small table and bragging about which goblin wife was more beautiful. At this time, Achuo noticed that the high-level goblin tribe was like a small society, several times more advanced than the tribes of the 2 levels below. The entire high-level goblin tribe was brightly lit. The area was more than 5 times that of the middle-level tribe. The level of ordinary goblin soldiers here is generally 2 stars, and 1 star is only suitable for a miner, who takes an iron cart to the back mountain to mine every day. Achuo sighed that today was really an eye-opener. On the left is the barracks, on the right is the residential area, and in the middle is an orderly and prosperous street. The owners of the street shops all have good strength. Most of them are above 3 stars. And the end of the street is probably where the goblin leaders stay. There are several auras that are not weaker than his, and there are several auras that are higher than his. The most terrifying aura was in the center of the building, and it felt unfathomable. If he guessed correctly, this aura might be from the leader of this high-ranking tribe. It was probably a 7-star expert. It seems our guess was correct. Even the leader of the high-ranking tribe is a 7-star, so how powerful will the ruler of the Goblin Kingdom be? Draw a map of the terrain here. Achuo luckily found the entrance and exit of the senior tribe. Since people from the other 2 tribes often come in and out of here, the iron gate of the senior tribe is almost never closed. After all, the defenses of the 2 tribes outside are so tight, it is almost impossible for something to happen here, and there is no need to be so nervous. Leave here. Achuo met up with Yaeli outside. Yaeli was not stupid enough to just sit here and feed mosquitoes. He surveyed the surrounding terrain. There is also a large defensive camp in the back mountain. The defense is extremely tight, and there is even a 6-star goblin guarding it. Behind this big village, there might be the energy stone mine cave that produces millions of dollars a year. Yato's eyes were shining, and he was obviously very excited. Yaeli snorted disdainfully. Don't be tempted, improve your strength quickly. It's wishful thinking for a 5-star weakling like you to attack that mine. Damn it, if Jack hadn't snatched the 6-star wild monster that was right next to me today, I would have pinned you to the ground and beat you. Ha ha ha, but you are just a weakling now. What happened? Were you bitten by a mosquito or beaten by someone? Jiang Cheng looked at Achuo, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and was confused, not knowing what had happened. It was obviously just a simple swelling, which would recover in no time, but the swelling on Achuo's face remained, which gave people an inexplicable sense of humor. Achuo was overjoyed, and his expression was full of grievance. My lord, Yaeli bullied others by taking advantage of his power. He relied on the fact that he had reached 6 stars and pinned me to the ground and beat me up. You must punish him. Jiang Cheng felt a headache for some reason. Then go and beat him up, and tell him not to resist and tell him that it was me who said it. Hey, this is good. After delivering the 4 storage rings, Yachuo rubbed his hands. He took out a bundle of hemp rope as thick as his arm and a shiny whip from somewhere and went to trouble Yale. He roughly browsed the information of the goblin tribe. Jiang Cheng picked up the storage ring again and checked the harvest this time. Damn, why do these weapons smell so bad? Put them in the trading area and sell them to those lords. The quality of the weapons I sold is relatively reliable, and they should have good sales. After finishing all this, it was 12 o'clock. The opening time of the ranking list was slightly delayed because a notice appeared on the World Channel. It is 12 o'clock. This is the 6th day for everyone to come to the Lord Continent. There are still 23 hours and 59 minutes to the 7th day. At this evening, the Abyss Mist will appear outside the territory. The monsters outside the territory will be in a state of panic. Lords can hurry up to improve their strength. At 12 o'clock tomorrow night, the protective shield will be closed on time, and the Abyss Mist will also launch an attack on the territory at that time, which will last for 8 hours. The ranking list for the 7th day will be opened at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. The rules of this ranking list are different from the previous 6 days. The ranking is based on the total score of the lords who killed the Abyss Mist. The score will be settled after the Abyss Mist ends. The rewards will be unprecedentedly generous. The first place will receive the Supreme Artifact. Kill a 1-star Abyss Monster to get 1 point. Kill a 2-star Abyss Monster to get 5 points. Kill a 3-star Abyss Monster to get 20 points. Kill a 4-star Abyss Monster to get 50 points. Kill an 8-star Abyss Monster and earn 3,000 points. Kill a 9-star Abyss Monster and get 10,000 points. Special tips: killing Abyss Monsters only gives you experience, but no beast cores are dropped. The larger the Lord's sphere of influence, the more favor he will receive from the Abyss Mist, and the more powerful the Abyss Monsters that appear will be. The local forces of the Lord's continent will also be attacked by the Abyss Mist, but the attack will not be too fierce. It will only prevent them from coming out to investigate the outside world. Once the territory is breached, if the Lord abandons the territory and flees for his life, he will lose his status as a Lord forever and will no longer enjoy all the benefits that a Lord should enjoy. He will be stranded on the continent and become an ordinary human. In order to help everyone get through this difficult time, here is a gift package for all lords. After reading the announcement, Jiang Cheng received the gift package. It must be a big gift package. It's just a small amount of money for him. It is estimated that by tomorrow evening, the Abyss Mist will appear outside the territory, paving the way for the subsequent attack of the Abyss Monsters. By then, except for the protective shield, the outside world may be shrouded in the fog of the Abyss. The beasts will sense the danger and rush towards the territory like crazy. It's a good opportunity. Continue reading. The first place winner can get the Supreme Artifact, which aroused Jiang Cheng's interest. He learned from Anna that after reaching the 9th star, he will be promoted to the holy level, and there are several stages in the holy level. Only after completing these stages can he break the mirror and become a god, standing between heaven and earth, worshipped by billions of creatures. And the artifact is the weapon made by God. How terrifying is its power? I dare not imagine it. I am afraid that all the treasures on Luoqi's side are not as good as a corner of the artifact. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's heart was burning, and he was full of desire for the artifact. The larger the sphere of influence, the more abyss monsters will be attracted. It's a nightmare for other lords, but to me, it's just a group of experienced babies. Jiang Qinba wanted more abyss monsters. Anna's level has now reached level 9. How terrifying is her combat power? Even the 9-star abyss monsters are not enough for her to fight. Just don't let too many come at once. After a while, the announcement became minimized and shrunk to the top of the world channel, leaving only a small arrow. The ranking list is open. The rewards above remain unchanged. It is estimated that the highlights will be left for tomorrow. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look forward to it. One by one, the top lords appeared on the ranking list. Angel Lord Yunxi came to the 5th place. In the past few days, she has worked harder than Jiang Cheng, and even followed her angels to kill the enemy. A real strong woman. But the 4th place surprised many people. The Demon Lord regained his strength, showed his outstanding strength, and returned to everyone's sight. As for the remaining 3, everyone knows what they are. After many years, the Demon Lord has returned to everyone's attention. After all, he is still strong. After being beaten down twice in a row, I was able to stand up again. Tears welled up in my eyes. I wonder if he will challenge Jiang Cheng again this time. I don't think so. If he challenges Jiang Cheng again and is defeated again, then tomorrow night's ranking will definitely be a mess. It will be a question whether the territory can be defended. Speaking of whether the territory can be defended, the lords at the bottom were filled with emotion. After so many days of being free and easy, they still have to face. I was slacking off in the first few days. Now my territory is only level 3, and my troops are not very strong, but there are more than 400 of them, so I should be able to hold out. You must give your all to everything you do. Unfortunately, I realized it too late. When I finally realized it, I was filled with regret. There is still a chance. Tomorrow, all the wild beasts outside will gather outside our territory. We may be able to take this opportunity to gain experience and improve our strength. That's right, our territory is of low level and won't attract too many abyss monsters, so it should be fine. I don't know if the alliances that promised to help their members can keep their promises. I'm a Jill, they ask you to pay the membership fee, and you don't get any other benefits. I joined an alliance before, and asked the top leaders for thousands of ores, but they refused to give it to me. That's right, we, the little lords, were also fooled by them and got ripped off for nothing. Didn't the announcement say that the larger the territory's sphere of influence, the more attacks they will receive from abyss monsters, and they will probably not be able to protect themselves by then? It would be better to bite them to death. We are just a little slow in the early stage. After a few years of slow development, we may be able to stand at the top of the continent. That's right, bite them to death. Countless lords on the world channel were filled with indignation. They wished they could transform into abyss monsters to attack the territories of those top lords and super lords. Your Majesty, the human I infected that day has successfully turned into a vampire and is under our control. Yale ran to Jiang Cheng. His body was covered with marks of ropes and whips. He looked quite embarrassed, and it was obvious that he had just escaped from Yato. Oh, Jiang Cheng was immediately interested. He asked Yato to wait aside. He applied to add He Yuan as a friend. He Yuan was still immersed in the carnival of regaining his second brother. Although the reborn second brother was only as big as a bean sprout, he was already too excited to extricate himself. At this moment, he felt his body begin to lose control. A voice came into his mind, asking him to obey Jiang Cheng's orders. What the hell? Why do you want me to obey Jiang Cheng's orders? What kind of person is he? He will be wiped out by our leader sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, He Yuan felt a sharp pain in his body. The blood vessels in his body seemed to swell, making him feel so painful that he wanted to die immediately. It hurts so much. Help, is there anyone who can save me? Just when he was lying on the ground in pain and unable to move, and could only wail helplessly, the voice sounded again, repeating the previous words, and threatened him that if he had any more thoughts that he shouldn't have, he would suffer such pain for the next few days. Unless he died directly, it would be over. The timid He Yuan trembled after hearing this. He nodded quickly. Then he found that Jiang Cheng took the initiative to add him as a friend. He Yuan didn't dare to have any other thoughts in his heart, so he chose to agree. Hello, Lord Bear. Your body has been implanted with blood by my vampires. Now your body has slowly transformed into a vampire and is under my control at any time. What? He Yuan's eyes widened, and then he was furious. It turned out that his Jill was cut off by Jiang Cheng? This is unbearable. How can I just bear it? Thinking of the feeling of blood vessels swelling all over my body just now, He Yuan felt a little scared. Then he thought of the vampire's super self-recovery ability, and his second brother's rebirth. It seems that being a vampire is more nourishing. If you get hurt, you can repair yourself. And it seems not bad to follow Jiang Qinjun. After all, he is the #1 lord in the world and he is so close to me. He can support me at any time. And since Jiang Cheng didn't kill me, but used special means to infect me and turn me into a vampire, I think he has something for me to do. Maybe I can take advantage of it. Before he could think about it, his body started to ache again, and some tiny blood vessels burst directly, causing him to almost faint from the pain. Now He Yuan was completely obedient, and didn't dare to have any other ideas. Humph, this guy is full of bad ideas. He won't obey unless he is taught a lesson. Yale could tell what was going on in He Yuan's mind. He knew that the other party wanted to cheat his lord, so he was so angry that he made He Yuan's blood vessels burst. Now He Yuan's blood was basically infected. Yale could control. Well, it's nothing but a small profit, just give it to him, we are not stingy people. Jiang Cheng directly sent 2 level 4 beast cores. This was a godsend for He Yuan, whose castle level was only level 3. There were not many wild monsters around, and he didn't dare to go too far, so the territory building upgrade was in a bottleneck period. Now Jiang Cheng gave him 2 directly, which made him very excited. This treatment was better than being under the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord. Jiang Cheng kindly reminded, don't upgrade now, I don't want you to die so easily, I still want you to do big things for me. He Yuan on the opposite side burst into tears, and quickly swore to the sky to express his loyalty. After that, Jiang Cheng gave him some things that he couldn't use. This guy will be very useful in the future. If he dies so easily, wouldn't it be a waste of time? When the time comes, those lords who want to attack him will have to find another way. I don't know when that will happen. He can't wait to crush those lords who come to attack him into pieces. After receiving the ranking rewards, Jiang Cheng handed all the blood enhancement pills in his hand to the silver-level Blood Clan warriors in the territory. We must seize the time to improve their strength. In preparation for the upcoming war, Jiang Cheng came to the city wall. The city wall building card used for this city wall is the most common, not even low level. It cannot be upgraded, and the range cannot be expanded. It has become a shackle that binds the territory. After upgrading the temple, Jiang Cheng once again obtained residential houses and people, but because there was not much remaining space, he did not use it. This city wall must be demolished and replaced with a more advanced one. And the scale of tomorrow's battle will not be small. If the abyss monsters accidentally break through the city wall, the people behind will suffer. This is what Jiang Cheng least wants to see. After accumulating so many resources, it's time to use them now. Inviting the Blood Clan warriors to dismantle the city defense cannons above, Jiang Cheng spent 10,000 lord coins from the mall to buy advanced city wall building cards. After using the advanced city wall, it can be expanded at will. The defense is still strong and can withstand the attack of the 7th level strongman. Of course, it also has durability. When its durability is exhausted, the city wall will collapse and turn into a pile of ruins. Whether to use advanced wall building card. If an existing city wall is detected, if an advanced building card is used, the original city wall will be replaced and will no longer exist. Use. The dust was swept away. A brand new tall city wall appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. With a thought, the coverage of the city wall doubled, covering some mountains and forests that were originally on the periphery. This area was enough. Jiang Cheng found a piece of open space and settled the houses and people. As the city defense cannons were placed around the city wall, Jiang Cheng purchased some more powerful city defense cannons. There are a total of 8 city defense cannons, each costing 10,000 lord coins. Energy stones are required to fire cannons. Basically, one energy stone can only sustain the appearance of one cannonball. Although the price is a bit expensive, the damage is very considerable. 5-star wild monsters can't last more than 1 round in its hands. After finishing the city wall, Jiang Cheng turned his attention to the defense towers. The 4 intermediate defense towers can be demolished, and then turned into building cards, and then built in a suitable location. In this way, Jiang Cheng naturally chose to demolish them, then build at the 4 corners of the expanded city wall. Should I spend 200,000 wood, 200,000 ore, and 10 level 4 beast cores to upgrade the intermediate defense tower to an advanced defense tower? Jiang Cheng wanted to make do with it before, see if he could get it for free, but for the sake of the territory's safety, he finally chose to upgrade. The defense tower upgrade was completed. He built the 4 advanced defense towers rewarded by the upgraded temple at the center of the 4 city walls. In this way, 8 defense towers, 8 super powerful city defense cannons and the previous city defense cannons. The firepower added together is enough to ensure the safety of the city wall. After all, there is another circle of defense outside. That is the Blood Clan warriors. They will fight on the front line and keep most of the abyss monsters outside the city wall. The announcement showed the points that could be obtained by killing a 9-star abyss monster, indicating that 9-star monsters were possible. Since 9-star monsters will appear, 7-star and 8-star monsters will also appear, and their number will definitely not be small. Anna mainly deals with 8-star and 9-star abyss monsters. As for 7-star and below, the Blood Clan warriors need to grit their teeth to deal with them, no matter how difficult it is. It is impossible to have no casualties in an 8-hour battle. If you want to minimize casualties, you must improve your strength. Then Jiang Cheng came to the camp and allocated them 200,000 energy stones in one breath. 40,000 pieces per group, distributed to each member, enough for them to improve their strength a lot. Jiang Cheng did not fall behind in the training of the militia team and the expansion of its members. The militia team that originally had only 200 people has now expanded to 500 people, and the extra 300 people have also undergone some simple training. Their main task is not to fight, but to be responsible for the city defense cannons on the city wall. If a Blood Clan warrior is seriously injured, they need to carry him down from the battlefield. The message prompt sound rang in his mind. Jiang Cheng clicked on the friend interface. Do you want equipment? This time it is guaranteed to be brand new, and there are both level 5 and level 6. Great price, no cheating. It was sent by Luoqi. Jiang Cheng asked, you sold me a bunch of second-hand goods last time, how about giving me a 30% discount this time? Do you think my equipment was blown by the wind? Look, where can you find such cheap and high-quality weapons and equipment now? If I wasn't afraid that you couldn't get through this hard time, I wouldn't sell them to you, humph. Luoqi said so, but she still couldn't resist Jiang Cheng's bargaining. In the end, she gave him a 25% discount. Jiang Cheng happily paid the money and got the equipment. Then he asked with concern, how is it over there? If you can't hold on, you can buy a teleportation array and take your bugs to escape to my side. It's nothing more than losing the qualification to be a lord, it's nothing serious. If you miss the days of being a lord, I can set aside a remote area from my territory for you to use as a territory. If you are not used to it, you can live with me in a big house with hundreds of rooms for you to choose from. There are thousands of young women in my territory. You can make friends with them, wash clothes and cook with them, and learn how to live. Thousands of young women. Luoqi was dumbfounded. Could it be that Jiang Cheng had already opened a harem in the territory? How could he find so many women? Could it be that there was a human city nearby and he robbed all the young women in that city? Jiang Cheng quickly gave an explanation. Yes, the rewards for upgrading buildings are all young and strong men and women, and the ratio is about 1 to 1. Seeing this, Luoqi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then she explained her situation. I'm still optimistic. Although my bugs have no fighting power, their treasure hunting ability is still first-rate. This morning they brought back a battleship, which seems to be a saint-level battleship, the kind that can kill a lot of 9 stars with one shot. However, each time a cannonball is fired, it requires 1,000 energy stones, which is a bit unaffordable. That's why I came to you to trade in the middle of the night. Where are the people? Damn it, he disappears every time we're chatting. Can we still be friends? The next morning, Jiang Cheng came to the hall. This time, there was no reminder of the soldiers being drawn, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. When he came to the barracks, all the Blood Clan warriors were assigned brand new armor. They could use it when their levels were upgraded. The discarded equipment could be distributed to the militia. After all, that kind of equipment and armor had not reached level 5, so the militia could use it. After a night of training, almost all the Blood Clan warriors reached 4 stars, and only a few were still stuck at the peak of 3 stars. It is expected that they will be able to break through this afternoon. Only Yale and Jack reached 6 stars. The two of them killed 6-star monsters and gained a lot of experience. They were promoted to 6 stars as early as yesterday. It is considered the ceiling level of combat power in the territory. However, Yechuo and his team are not much behind. They killed so many monsters yesterday, and the blood from the monsters was stored in the blood pool. Such a huge amount of blood plus the continuous supply of energy stones makes Yechuo and his team not far from level 6. If you are lucky in the morning and meet some experienced babies, it is a sure thing to break through to 6 stars. At midnight yesterday, the goblins that had been implanted with the blood species had been successfully infected, and after some torture, these goblins were successfully made obedient. As for the wailing when they were tortured, it did not attract the attention of other goblins at all, because it was not just them who were wailing. It was also the entire goblin tribe. The poison sac of the anaconda had taken effect. Since midnight yesterday, about half of the goblins drank the water in the underground river and were accidentally poisoned. Since the leading high-level people went to the senior tribes to have fun, the lower-level goblins did not find out what caused the poisoning for a while. It was not until more and more goblins were poisoned that they discovered that the source of the poison was actually the underground river. For a time, the entire goblin tribe was in chaos, and had to ask for support from the 2 neighboring tribes. All this information was learned from the brains of the infected goblins. What's going on? A 5-star goblin angrily got off the iron car, followed by a group of goblin leaders. They hadn't enjoyed their life of luxury yet, but were called back by urgent messages. The 3 tribes rely on each other and can provide support to any tribe in a short time. They didn't know what was going on and they were so anxious. It was really a bummer. Soon, a 4-star goblin told the whole story. He looked very self-blaming. If he hadn't fainted last night, things wouldn't have fermented into what they are now. To be honest, he was also confused. He was sure that he was knocked unconscious, but there was no one around at the time. This made him suspect that he had a wet dream the night before and was retaliated by God. Poisoned. The impatient expression on the goblin leader's face instantly calmed down. He waved his hand and said calmly, "Don't worry, I have planned this matter in advance. I have prepared a large amount of herbs in the warehouse of our territory. You don't need to cook them, you can take them directly." "That's a good idea, Chief." The 4-star goblin who was reporting the situation had his eyes light up and immediately flattered him. The leader is wise and has profound insights. The chief is so good at foreseeing things that even this kind of thing can be predicted. We are ashamed of ourselves. The goblin leaders in the rear also flattered him. Since the matter has been resolved, it means that they can return to the high-level tribe and enjoy themselves for a while. After receiving the order, a team of goblins immediately came to the treasury. The garrison of the treasury has been replaced. The goblin last night had gone home from work and went to sleep. We have come to the treasury on the orders of our lord leader to get medicinal herbs for treatment. Everyone, please come in. The guard took out the key and pushed open the heavy door of the treasure house. Before he could see clearly what was inside, an extremely sour and refreshing fermentation smell rushed into his head, causing him to faint on the ground. His eyes rolled back, and white foam came out of his mouth like it was free. Damn, what a smell. So disgusting. Ugh. Damn it, this smell has become a substance and turned the air green, so scary. Could it be a newly developed weapon by the leader? Its power is so terrifying that even a 6-star warrior can't last more than 3 rounds. The goblins who came to get the herbs retreated one after another. The weak goblin had already fallen to the ground and began to twitch, his limbs becoming stiff. What's going on? The goblin leader standing outside couldn't help but yelled at the fleeing goblins. My lord leader, it seems that the weapon you developed has been leaked. It is extremely powerful and we can't get in at all. The guards and several brothers who were guarding the treasury fell to the ground on the spot. What? The goblin leader had no idea what they were talking about. He simply led his men in. As soon as he smelled the pungent smell, he almost couldn't breathe and died on the spot. Shit, what happened in the treasury? The goblin leader waved his hand, and the wind blew away most of the green smoke. A small part of the green smoke was still lingering at the entrance of the treasury. As time passed, the green smoke became thicker, and there was a danger of it coming out again. Several goblins who died heroically covered their faces with a piece of rag, roared, and rushed into the treasury without hesitation. The overwhelming smell made them feel like they were living in hell, extremely tormented. Even if they breathed through their mouths, they could feel as if their throats were cut, and they felt a sharp pain. There was nothing in the huge warehouse. There were only nearly 100 withered green balls that exuded a dangerous aura. Several goblins looked at each other. Their eyes were full of solemnity of facing death. Chief, the second batch of warriors also died in the warehouse, along with a 4-star general. Damn it! My warriors have fallen down in the warehouse one after another. What kind of poison appeared in there? How could such a thing happen to our tribe? Finally, the third batch of goblin warriors came out alive. Of course, there was only one person. His eyes rolled back and he foamed at the mouth while running. When he put the object on the ground outside, the task assigned to him by his teammates was finally completed. He could vaguely see his teammates standing in the blue sky, smiling at him and waving. A goblin who was good at throwing knives cut a gap in the green ball. The object inside rolled out. The faces of all the goblins present changed drastically. Could this be the herb the leader mentioned? No wonder he said before that it didn't need to be cooked. It was impossible to eat it after cooking. But will it really be okay to eat this thing? The goblins present looked at the goblin leader, and some even showed hostility. They began to suspect whether the leader had colluded with foreign enemies and wanted to destroy their tribe in one fell swoop. It was afternoon. The outgoing Blood Clan warriors and militia teams returned to the territory one after another. After half a day's hard work, they had gained a lot, and many of them had broken through to a higher level. Achuo, Jiro, and Jace had successfully broken through to 6 stars. They were among the top of the territory. At this time, the sky was gray. The sun had been covered by dark clouds, and from time to time there was a strong wind blowing leaves through the sky, a doomsday scene of impending disaster. The Blood Clan warriors and militia teams returned to the camp to rest, recover the energy consumed in their bodies, and prepare for the next battle. Roar. A roar like a bell rang out in the forest. There were also groups of monsters flying in the sky. They had no clear goal, but they felt that if they stayed there, something might happen. The air outside also became gray. It seemed to be the prelude to the coming storm. Jiang Cheng opened the World Channel. At this time, the World Channel seemed to have returned to the time when he just crossed over. Countless lords were sending messages. Dazzling. I can't see. How is everyone doing? There are monsters running outside my territory, ready to crash into my shield. It looks like a torrential rain is about to fall outside, and the wild animals and birds are all rioting. 2 level 4 monsters are fighting outside my territory. I will take the opportunity to pick up their bodies later. Hundreds of wild monsters have gathered outside my territory, and now I am killing them through the protective shield. I have to say that this feeling is really great, and my experience points have skyrocketed. My territory is on an island. It's so scary outside right now. The sea is full of sea beasts. One of them is bigger than my island. I suspect that if the abyss monsters don't come after 12 o'clock, I will die in the mouth of the sea beasts first. This is just the beginning. After the wild monsters, there are abyss monsters. I don't know if I can hold on until then. If it really doesn't work, just abandon the territory and escape. I have already dug a tunnel in advance. If I can't defend it, I will run away. Being alive is better than dying. I was ready to run away. This morning, outside the territory, I met a few human fellows from the Lord's continent. After some discussion, they agreed to let me join them. Shit, doesn't this mean that you will lose your status as a lord, and won't be able to summon troops or chat and brag with us anymore? Yes, but so what? I just want to live well. See you later. Envious. Everyone, I am also running away. It is better to find a cave and hide there than to wait for death in the territory. When the crisis was approaching, many lords chose to run away, even if they would lose their status as lords. This made many lords who were still holding on sight. In the Vaslo forest, somewhere in the mountains, red fire dragons were spewing flames at the wild monsters outside the protective shield. These dragons seemed to be deliberately killing people. After burning the wild monsters to death, a dragon with the largest body standing in the center finished off the battlefield. This dragon was different from the other fire dragons. The dragon horns on its head were golden, and there was a diamond-shaped purple chip between its eyebrows. It looked like it had the aura of an emperor, and other dragons had no right to bow down in front of it. As this dragon harvested the battlefield, its aura rose steadily and soon reached 6 stars. Standing on the dragon was an ordinary-looking young man. Seeing that his dragon had broken through to 6 stars, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, my little baby finally broke through to 6 stars. With the blood of the purple-winged brilliant dragon, your level is improving by leaps and bounds. Now I guess Jiang Cheng has to respect me. The young man was Xiao Yan, who had been silent for a long time. He and Jiang Cheng randomly arrived in the same area. He was terrified all day because of this. He was eager to improve his strength. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng enjoyed the bonus of being the first on the list and was always far ahead of them. Even though their troops were extremely strong, they could not match him. In this environment, Xiao Yan was so scared that he was afraid that he would be ambushed by Jiang Cheng when he went out one day, resulting in the annihilation of the whole army. Fortunately, he recognized the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord as his godfather. He asked him for 20 drops of purple-winged brilliant dragon's blood. All of this blood was used on the flame dragon that he was most satisfied with, causing it to undergo a transformation. Ha ha ha, Jiang Cheng got the upper hand at the beginning, and since then, he has been riding on my head. Unfortunately, the abyss is approaching and Jiang Cheng is unable to resist at all. As the one who owns the largest territory, he will inevitably receive the most attacks, and it is very likely that abyss monsters above level 7 will appear. By then, Jiang Cheng will definitely die. The vampires, a military unit that should be ranked outside the top 50, but has been occupying a position that does not belong to it. It's time for him to spit out what he has eaten. This continent will eventually become my stage. Xiao Yan showed an evil smile. His ordinary face was full of ferocity and pride. In his warehouse, 2 teleportation arrays have been prepared and can be used at any time. And his goal is to rush to Jiang Cheng's territory as soon as the abyss fog recedes at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and seize Jiang Cheng's relics. The relics left by the first place on the list are enough for him to eat his fill and improve his combat power by a large margin. When I seize Jiang Cheng's relics, even that purple-winged brilliant dragon will have to crawl at my feet. You arrogant fool, I called you godfather so many times before you gave me 20 drops of blood essence. Xiao Yan felt sick when he thought of the scene at that time. But it doesn't matter. If you want to achieve great things, you must endure humiliation. The unwillingness in his heart will only make him stronger and urge him to improve at all times. Don't look down on the young people because they are poor. You lords who have laughed at me, I will make you pay back 100-fold. In the valley outside the demon city, a naked boy with magic patterns all over his body walked out from the sea of blood and corpses. Hundreds of wild monsters had just attacked him in the valley, but now they were all turned into minced meat. I'm already at 7 stars. Now Jiang Cheng is just like me. In a moment, I can kill all his vampires and take his head. The power of the devil is so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. It's just that I'm alone. Would it be too simple to kill those abyss monsters? Even if I kill them non-stop for a moment, I can't beat others. A thin black mist appeared around the demon lord. It seemed to contain a sea of blood and corpses, and there were faint screams that made people's backs chill. Hehe, don't you still have me? Countless lords have begun to clear out the wild monsters outside, hoping to eradicate them as soon as possible and improve their strength. Jiang Cheng is no exception. Now his territory has a sphere of influence of 30 miles. The number of wild monsters surrounding outside can be described as terrifying. I am afraid that the wild monsters in the surrounding areas have come to his territory. It will take a long time for the Blood Clan warriors to kill them, and it consumes energy and physical strength. After killing all these monsters, they will probably collapse on the ground exhausted. What else can we use to fight against the monsters in the abyss? Therefore, Jiang Cheng came up with an idea. Dismantle the city defense cannons that were newly purchased yesterday. Divide the Blood Clan warriors into 8 teams, let them take the city defense cannons to 8 directions, bombard the wild monsters outside the territory, and let the militia team watch from behind. Jiang Cheng came to the north with a team of Blood Clan warriors. Each person fires 10 shots, and then the next person takes over. How much experience you can gain depends entirely on your own ability. Yes. Since the Blood Clan warriors have developed the habit of being humble, the first one to fire the city defense cannon was a 4-star Blood Clan warrior. Jiang Cheng said to the militiamen who were watching on the side, watch carefully. When the abyss fog comes, this cannon will be in your hands, and you can't be careless. After everything was ready, a pale blue light spot condensed at the muzzle of the city defense cannon. A blue beam of light shot out. Boom! Flames burst out from outside the protective shield, and a thick black mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Nearly 100 wild monsters were still tearing and fighting each other. They were blown into pieces by the sudden attack. A huge amount of experience poured into the body. The 4-star Blood Clan warrior who fired the shells broke through to 5 stars directly. After that, he fired 2 more shots at other places in succession, both of which achieved good results. At this moment, a change occurred. The surrounding sky became dark. The rolling black fog approached the territory with a deafening trampling sound. Countless wild monsters screamed in fear. Then it slowly turned into creepy screams and wails. My lord, something seems to be wrong. Those wild monsters are biting each other. Some wild monsters rolled on the ground after being touched by the black air. Their bodies were swelling and the color of their eyes was gradually turning dark green. Along with the black fog came countless monsters with dark green eyes. They were extremely aggressive and would pounce on other monsters and tear them apart when they saw them. Some monsters were herbivorous and docile, but they became the same after being affected by the black fog. What are you still standing there for? Fire now. If we don't fire, the monsters outside will die soon. Jiang Cheng raised his voice to the maximum. There was no other way. The territory was full of monsters. If he didn't speak like this, no one would be able to hear what he was saying. Yes. The Blood Clan warrior also roared in response. Boom, boom. The sound of gunfire was heard in other places. At this time, the sky was completely covered by black fog, and the environment in the territory was even darker than at night. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng and his people were not weak rookies. Their eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people, and they could still see things around them clearly. Every time a shell was fired, it represented the dissipation of an energy stone. It might be a bit difficult for other lords, but for Jiang Cheng, he didn't even need to blink. I just don't know if this city defense can withstand it. After all, such high-intensity continuous firing will cause certain damage to its gun hull. There are still a steady stream of wild monsters coming in from outside the protective shield, and 6-star wild monsters have appeared. Their status is the same as the previous wild monsters. They have become extremely brutal monsters that only know how to bite, and even swallow their own kind in one bite, without any drag. After a round, each Blood Clan warrior has finished firing his own 10 shots. 4-star Blood Clan warriors have generally upgraded to the mid-5-star level. The 5-star vampire warriors were only 1 step away from the 6-star level. In this case, Jiang Cheng naturally asked them to continue fighting until they broke through the 6-star level. The world channel was already in an uproar because of the sudden riot of wild monsters. Some lords were self-confident and felt that the wild monsters outside were vulnerable to them, so they chased them out. But they didn't expect the black fog to come. The wild monsters that were corroded by the black fog directly killed most of the lord's troops, including the lords themselves whose legs or arms were bitten off. Now they are crying about their experiences on the world channel. Fortunately, no one has been bitten to death, only broken arms and legs. Jiang Cheng felt that the situation was still optimistic. He watched the world channel only incidentally. The most important thing was that Yuan was sending him messages crazily. Lord Jiang Cheng, I just received a message from the Fire Dragon Lord Xiaoyan. He asked me to build a teleportation array for him and promised to give me a lot of benefits. He didn't say anything else. It seems that he wants to take action against you. Do you think I should help him? Xiaoyan. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised, and at the same time curious about where this guy got his confidence from. Who gave him the courage to do this? Or did he want to take advantage of his weakness to catch him off guard? You just tell him you're fighting monsters outside and don't have time for the moment. Well, ask him for some benefits, saying that you can't stand it anymore, and it's better to make him lose everything. Jiang Cheng didn't want to care about Xiaoyan for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was to eliminate those violent wild monsters. If they were not eliminated, they would sooner or later attack the territory with the abyss monsters. Instead of adding pressure, it would be better to solve more problems now and increase strength at the same time. Yes, sir. After sending Yuan away, a vampire woman from the territory ran over. Jiang recognized her. She was currently in charge of the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the residents in the territory, and distributed supplies. She was considered a Cotter-level figure. Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to comfort the women and tell them to stay in the house and not panic? We are the men outside, so go back quickly. The woman waved her hand when she heard this. She ran all the way from the city to the edge of the territory, which made her a little breathless. No, Lord. Your eggs are broken. Jiang Cheng subconsciously glanced down. Then he frowned and said, what the hell, explain it clearly. At noon, Lily came to the residential area and handed me one of your giant eggs, asking me to put it on the bed and inform you and Her Majesty the Empress if anything happened. I did as I was told and put the egg on the bed. When I came back from work, I found that the egg had cracked and there was a hissing sound coming from inside. So I quickly sent someone to inform Her Majesty the Empress, and then came back to inform you. After learning about the situation, Jiang Cheng quickly called 2 Blood Clan warriors and asked them to fly him and the woman back to the city. In a short while, Jiang Cheng arrived at the residential area. At this time, many Blood Clan women had gathered outside. Their eyes were full of curiosity. Get out of the way. The Lord is here. Someone shouted. The women around reacted and saluted. Meet the Lord. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then walked quickly into the house. He really wanted to know what kind of creature was inside the egg. Inside the house, Anna was holding a cute little girl in her arms. The smile on her face was very gentle, and her eyes even revealed the radiance of maternal love. But the style of the painting below was a little different. Anna was holding a thin eggshell in her hand and was patiently putting it into her mouth. and this little girl seemed to be intoxicated by it, chewing the eggshell with her enviable teeth. Master. Anna stood up and bowed to Jiang Cheng. The little girl looked at Jiang Cheng and snorted, as if she hated him very much. Then she turned her back and continued to eat her eggshells. This little guy. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. The little girl was dressed very uniquely. She had a golden crown on her head, inlaid with hundreds of gems of different sizes, a golden robe on her body, and a pair of golden boots on her feet. Next to her was a scepter that was as luxurious as the crown. She looked very rich. I wonder how much this outfit could be sold for. Golden Slime. The King of Slime. Strength level, 1 star. Loyalty, 99. Note, due to the indifference during the incubation period, she may have some resentment towards you. Coupled with her arrogant personality, it may be difficult to change her attitude towards you for a while. Golden Slime can be transformed into any form. It can be a weapon, armor, bracelet, and other decorations. As the level increases, the items she changes will also improve. She has strong growth potential and is a pet that many people dream of. Currently, the only way to improve her strength is to feed her rare metals or special crystals, such as energy stones. After reading the introduction, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. This little loli is great. As her level increases, her transformed weapons will also improve. Isn't that equivalent to having a weapon with growth attributes? Maybe it's useless now, but what if she is upgraded to saint or god level in the future? And it's easy to feed her. There are so many rare metals in the Lord's trading area. A few thousand ores and woods can bring back a lot. After all, everyone is now pursuing to improve the level of the territory and the strength of the troops, so who has so much energy to pay attention to rare metals? If you pay less attention, the price will naturally not go up. If it doesn't work, give her some energy stones. She is so small now, almost up to his knees. How many energy stones can she eat? At most, there are only 10 pieces. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng found her cuter. He pinched her chubby little face. Snort. How dare you offend me? The little girl slapped Jiang Cheng's hand away in dissatisfaction. She picked up the scepter beside her and pointed at Jiang Cheng Xiao and scolded her. Jiang Cheng didn't tolerate her and took away her scepter and the half-eaten eggshell in her hand, then snatched her crown and put it on his head. Anna, what do you think? Am I very majestic like this? The little loli was dumbfounded. Tears immediately filled her eyes. She hid in the quilt and sobbed, her body trembling, looking extremely pitiful. As a result, the little loli's loyalty dropped by 2 points. Jiang Cheng didn't care about it at all. He even called himself the king in his territory. He was giving her face by not spanking her in public. Seeing Jiang Cheng competing with a little girl who was only a few years old, Anna could only smile helplessly. She gave the little girl a name, Mengli. Without allowing her to protest, Jiang Cheng returned the eggshell and scepter to her, and then returned to the front line with the crown on his head. Mengli was obviously closer to Anna, and Anna liked her very much, so let the two of them continue to get along. The sound of artillery fire in front continued. The barrels of the city defense guns began to turn red, and they had to stop for a while to let it cool down, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. What's the situation? There are basically not many wild monsters left outside, and they pose little threat to the territory, but no trace of abyss monsters has been found so far. The Blood Clan warrior reported the situation. Then the news came from the other 7 places. The results were similar. Jiang Cheng then ordered all the Blood Clan warriors and militia teams to return to the city. Relying on the city walls, city defense cannons, and defense towers, a strong defense line was built. Back in the city, Jiang Cheng called the leaders of the 5 teams together with Lily. After some statistics, there are now 27 Blood Clan warriors who have been promoted to level 6, and the rest of the Blood Clan warriors have also broken through to 5 stars. Among them, the team led by Achuo and Jack is the strongest, and they will also undertake the most difficult defense tasks. The biggest defense pressure is not in any direction of the east, south, west, or north, but in the air. Jiang Cheng didn't know if there would be abyss monsters attacking in the air, but the wild monsters in the air seemed to be endless. If one was killed, a large group would continue to pounce. The attack power of the city defense cannon against mid-air targets was not too strong, so the air defense problem became a problem. Jiang Cheng decided to send the most elite Achuo team to defend. The other 4 teams defended 4 directions respectively. This battle was extremely difficult and lasted for 8 hours. The enemies we face will be terrible. The number is beyond your imagination. But you don't have to be so pessimistic. You only need to deal with creatures of 7 stars and below. Anna above 7 stars will handle it. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity. Whether you can grasp it depends on you. I will fight on the front line with you. I am willing to live and die with the territory. Yechuo and others shouted in unison. Their faces were full of fighting spirit, without any cowardice. Jiang Cheng nodded and said nothing more encouraging words. I will prepare some pills for you to speed up energy recovery and injury recovery, and there will also be enough energy stones for you to replenish. Even so, Jiang Cheng still felt the pressure. It was not just Jiang Cheng who felt the pressure. The other top lords and super lords also felt the pressure. Their territory was not small, and the enemies they faced were not weak. What's more, they did not have a plug-in player like Anna. If they wanted to survive the Abyss Mist this time, they would have to pay a big price. There are still 5 hours until midnight. During this time, the militia team made sufficient preparations for the war. The energy stones needed to fire the city defense cannon were moved to the city wall. The Blood Clan warriors also took advantage of this time to come to the air and launched a certain scale of attack on the flying monsters hovering above the protective shield. After a simple dinner, Jiang Cheng bought a large number of pills from the mall. Some increase attack power and movement speed, some speed up injury recovery, and some replenish energy. Basically, each Blood Clan warrior can be equipped with 2 bottles of. I lost 150,000 Lord coins all at once. I don't know if it's enough. I'll have to wait and see what happens next. It's impossible for Jiang Cheng to spend all the Lord coins. If something happens that's hard for them to deal with, maybe he can use the Lord coins to buy props in the mall and revitalize the battlefield. My lord. A militiaman ran over. Lord, a little girl holding a golden scepter just ran over from the north wall, claiming to be the most distinguished guest in the territory. She asked us to hand over the energy stones and the city defense cannons on the wall to her, saying that you agreed. We didn't dare to agree, so we temporarily put her under house arrest in a thatched cottage under the city wall. When Jiang Cheng heard the words holding a scepter, he guessed who the little girl was. The veins on his forehead bulged. You did a good job. If the little girl had touched the city defense cannon, it would have been useless. Then Jiang Cheng came to the thatched cottage under the north city wall. He could hear Meng Li's delicate voice from a distance. I tell you, if you don't let me out, you will be punished by the Lord. If you are smart, you will dismantle the city defense cannon and present it to me, along with a few thousand energy stones as compensation. Otherwise, I will report you when I get back. Let the Lord expel you. The wooden door of the hut shook. It was already shaky and it was estimated that it would not be long before the door was demolished by Meng Li. Jiang Cheng walked over and opened the door. Humph, you guys are smart. Meng Li's arrogant expression froze immediately. She quickly hid in the corner of the hut, as if Jiang Cheng was a ferocious beast that was going to swallow her up. Jiang Cheng closed the door, walked up to Meng Li, returned the crown on her head to her, and then took out an energy stone and handed it to her. The cannons and energy stones on the city wall are very useful, so you can't just eat them. Jiang Cheng's tone was very gentle. Meng Li also put down her guard, took the energy stone from his hand, and swallowed it into her stomach in 2 bites. Is something big going to happen outside? There are monster noises everywhere, which woke me up. When I wake up, I feel hungry, and there is no one around to watch, so I ran to the city wall to find food. Now everyone in the territory has been mobilized. Anna also has to make preparations for the war. I let the little girl sleep alone and left her side. Something big is going to happen. There is a species called the abyss monster lurking outside the territory. At 12 o'clock in the morning, they will attack the territory. By then, everyone in the territory who has the ability to fight will join the battle, including me. Jiang Cheng will not stay out of it. He will also fight side by side with the vampire warriors. The expression on Meng Li's face froze for a moment. Then her eyes turned red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Even the Lord wanted to join the battle. That meant the situation was really serious. In Meng Li's opinion, leaders should hide behind the scenes and let their subordinates fight on the front line. Unless it was a matter of life and death. Thinking that she was just born today, and would die soon, Meng Li felt sad in her heart, as if God had played a joke on her. Why are you crying? I won't let you go, just stay with the big sister in the territory, and leave the fighting outside to me. Don't be afraid of monsters coming to kill you. As long as we don't die, the monsters won't be able to step into the city wall. Jiang Cheng was so passionate that Meng Li's favorability towards him increased a lot. Meng Li's loyalty +1. Jiang Cheng saw this and struck while the iron was hot. He took out 10 energy stones and placed them on the table beside him. He deliberately lowered her favorability towards him during the day. Now he is caring for her again. I believe that it won't be long before the little girl's loyalty will reach 100, and she will obey his orders obediently. You are such a good person. I won't lose my temper with you anymore. If you don't need me later, you can call me. I can turn into a weapon, and the sharpness is definitely stronger than the general level 2 weapon. After eating the eggshell, Meng Li's level successfully broke through to level 2. The weapon she transformed into was also level 2. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng immediately became interested. Transform yourself and show me. Wait a moment. After eating the energy stone in her hand, a dazzling golden light burst out from Meng Li's body, like a small golden sun. Ordinary people can't open their eyes under such golden light. But this is nothing to Jiang Cheng. In his eyes, Meng Li, who was wrapped in golden light, was constantly shrinking, and her limbs were also shrinking, and finally turned into a round golden ball. The whole body was in a gelatinous state, with a pair of big watery eyes. She looked so cute that people couldn't help but hold it in their hands and knead it into various shapes. This is Meng Li's original state. In this state, she can change into any state at will, and it is more convenient to eat. The energy stone on the table was wrapped by her elastic body and soon merged with her. What do you want me to become? The golden slime transformed into a mouth, and Meng Li's childish voice came out from it. Can I pinch you? Jiang Cheng wanted to play with her hands, and he was itching to do it. No, that would make me feel very uncomfortable. I'll turn into a sword, and you can try my power. Special reminder, I can't speak in the transformed state. Meng Li's body squirmed. After a while, a golden sword appeared on the table. The sword body revealed a cold light and looked extremely sharp. It seemed that it could easily cut the skin with just a slight touch. On the hilt, there was a slime holding a scepter and wearing a crown. It was exactly the appearance of Meng Li's original body. Jiang Cheng picked up the sword, and a kingly aura arose spontaneously, making him feel like a high king, holding supreme power. No one dared to disobey his orders. After a brief experience, Jiang Cheng asked Meng Li to transform back into human form. Now she was only 2 stars, and the weapon she transformed was also of this level. It would not be very effective in a short period of time, and she needed to be trained for a while. Okay, go back to the temple and play by yourself. Don't run out again, or I'll spank you. But I'm still hungry. 10 energy stones were just appetizers for Meng Li. They couldn't fill her stomach at all. Jiang Cheng glanced at her stomach and took out 5 more energy stones from the Lord's warehouse. Here you go, it's not good for children to eat too much. You will get a stomachache and turn into a fat girl. Meng Li took the energy stone and swallowed it in a moment, then explained seriously. Although I look small, I need to eat a lot. These energy stones can't satisfy my appetite at all. At least 500 energy stones are needed to make me half full. If you don't have that many energy stones, you can give me rare metals. For example, the 2 largest cannons on the city wall would be good. After eating those 2 cannons, I shouldn't be hungry anymore. Compared to energy stones, I actually prefer rare metals. Because I have eaten rare metals, the hardness of the weapon I transformed will be greatly improved, which can provide you with a lot of help. After Meng Li finished speaking, she looked up at Jiang Cheng. Seeing the expression on his face change, she quickly said, "If you feel bad about the 2 cannons, you can give me the weapons and armors of those soldiers. They are also rare metals. Although they are not as good as the city defense cannons, I will not despise them." Jiang Cheng was roaring in his heart. What he feared most was to create a gold-eating beast, constantly consuming his financial resources. At first, when he saw Meng Li's small one, he thought it would not consume too much, but now, it eats as much as his 2 city defense cannons in one meal. You know, the city defense cannon weighs several tons. It takes 4 Blood Clan warriors to carry it together. Even if there are more rare metals for sale in the Lord's trading area, it can't be consumed. Just when he was distressed, the figure of the woman appeared in his mind again. "Luoqi, don't you have a lot of garbage in your territory? How about leaving it with me from now on? My territory is too big, and there are large open areas with nothing to put. You can just put your garbage here and use it as a garbage dump." In the Saint-class battleship, Loki stayed in the lounge, feeling extremely relaxed. Among the tens of millions of lords, except for those who abandoned their territories, Loki was the most comfortable. Her Saint-class battleship can withstand all attacks below the Saint class, and those so-called abyss monsters are no threat to her at all. On the contrary, she can also use the artillery on the Saint-class battleship to kill those abyss monsters. Just casually killing a few 9-star monsters is enough to ensure that she stands at the top of the rankings. Jiang Cheng heard this news yesterday, and he was so angry that he directly closed the friend page and didn't want to continue chatting, for fear of hearing any news that would affect his physical and mental health. What the hell is Jiang Cheng doing? There is such a kind side. Humph, no matter what his purpose is, he can't achieve it so easily. Who made him so stingy, like a miser? Luoqi was resentful of Jiang Cheng's bargaining with her yesterday. She replied, "It's okay, but you have to give him energy stones. If you had been more generous yesterday and didn't bargain with me, I could have given you some for free. But who told you to be so stingy that you had to bargain with me for a long time for just over 1,000 energy stones? No partner attitude at all. You are the #1 lord, but you have no generosity at all and you cheat me, a little woman, every day." Jiang Cheng felt a headache. He felt that this woman was his nemesis. If you want energy stones, then take energy stones. You won't lose much if you convert them this way. Soon, the two reached a deal. Jiang Cheng bought an interstellar battleship for a huge sum of 500 energy stones. It was the largest one in Luki's territory, about 200 meters long, and the interior was scrapped and could not be started. It was really garbage. He led Meng Li to an open space. Jiang Cheng summoned the interstellar battleship that had just arrived. I don't know if it was because of the huge amount of money, but the friend page for red envelope transactions even had a short freeze. Wow, is this for me? Meng Li's face was full of disbelief. Just now Jiang Cheng was reluctant to give her even a broken cannon, but now he took out such a high-end interstellar battleship? The metal on it is much more advanced than those city defense cannons. After all, it is a battleship that can roam in the universe, and its metal structure is naturally not comparable to ordinary metal. Seeing the little girl's eyes full of fascinating brilliance, Jiang Cheng felt that the 500 energy stones were worth spending. This is also thanks to Luoqi not asking too high a price. For this reason, it will not be a problem for the little girl to recognize her as her godmother in the future. Nature is for you. If you like, stay here and eat slowly. I will find 2 people to watch over you. When you are full, go back to the temple. Meng Li nodded heavily. You are such a good person. Just for this battleship, the conflicts between us are resolved. Not only that, I will also make you the regent of the Slime Kingdom, with the power to recruit private soldiers. Jiang Chengxiang resisted the urge to beat her and gave her a few instructions. Then he found 2 militiamen to protect her and told her not to run around. Countless wild monsters in the sky were killed. The Blood Clan warrior seemed to have taken a bath in blood. His whole body was blood red. Ha! A powerful aura burst out in the air, dispersing the black fog in the air and a large number of wild monsters. Ha ha ha. I finally broke through to the 7 stars. You guys, prepare to die. Yale's voice floated in the air. At this time, scarlet energy surged around him, like a bright red star, dazzling and dazzling. The aura of a 7-star strongman caused the surrounding space to fluctuate. It seemed that he wanted to vent his inner emotions. The next moment, he soared into the sky and directly left the defense range of the protective shield, and went to the outside world to fight with wild monsters. At the same time, another roar sounded. It was Jack's voice. He also rose to the 7 stars. The aura that burst out of his body was no weaker than Yale's just now. Ha ha ha. Yale, don't think about eating alone. Leave the rest of the monsters to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack followed Yale's trail and rushed out of the protective shield. The two of them didn't stay in the protective cover for long before they hurried back. They didn't stay in the air, but flew straight towards Jiang Cheng, with a serious expression on their faces. My lord, we just found a strange creature outside. It was gray and black in color, covered with tentacles. It was very aggressive towards us and pounced on us as soon as it saw us. Moreover, this creature can use the black fog to hide its body, and its speed is extremely fast. It is like a fish in water in the black fog, and can shuttle back and forth repeatedly. After Yale finished speaking, Jack next to him continued. These creatures seem to have a special skill. As long as they suck their tentacles onto other creatures, they can affect their minds and make them extremely brutal. I think the docile monsters suddenly became brutal because of their work. The two were talking about the abyss monsters. Not long after they went out, the abyss monsters found them. Using the surrounding black fog, they almost succeeded in a sneak attack. Fortunately, their levels have been upgraded to 7 stars, so they can react to this level of sneak attack in an instant and fight back. Share this information with others. Let them be more prepared when fighting. In addition, these pills are already labeled when you distribute them. Tell the soldiers not to be reluctant to use it. If it is not enough, I still have it here. Jiang Cheng took out a storage ring and handed it over. Now Jack has been promoted to 7 stars. Therefore, his team has become the most powerful one. Jiang Cheng also adjusted the defense task accordingly. Jack's team will defend the air. Yechuo's team will take over the position that Jack previously defended. The two sides exchanged. It was less than 2 hours before 12 o'clock in the morning. The Blood Clan warriors stopped slaughtering wild monsters in the air. Prepare to take a breath and face more powerful enemies later. Jiang Cheng looked up at the black fog that covered the sky and murmured. After the protective shield disappears, the black fog will surely spread in. The abyss monsters will hide in the black fog and become as flexible as loaches, which will cause considerable confusion to the vampire warriors. Fortunately, the defense tower can provide real vision, and these abyss monsters have nowhere to hide, but their speed is slightly faster. Jiang Cheng did not intend to tell other lords about this information. Their lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. This was originally a test. Those who failed would be eliminated, and those who passed would continue to stay on this stage and compete for hegemony. They were all competitors. Time passed little by little. There were only 10 minutes left before the protective shield disappeared. The announcement on the World Channel had begun the countdown. There are only 9 minutes and 56 seconds left before the shield disappears. The protective shield is gone soon. This countdown is so annoying, it makes me feel panicky. It feels like this countdown is recording the last moments of our lives. Damn it! The abyss monsters outside are far more powerful than my soldiers. It looks like I will have no choice but to abandon my territory and flee. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. I have packed my territory into an iron wall. Even if thousands of abyss monsters come, I can deal with them calmly. Only those who survive are qualified to continue to fight for supremacy in the territory continent. That's right, the weak will eventually be eliminated. I am now very curious about the situation of those top lords and super lords. There are probably tens of thousands of abyss monsters lurking outside their territories. Once the countdown is over, those monsters will swarm in. Come on, abyss monsters, crush all these top lords and super lords. I've been annoyed with them for a long time. They just relied on their good luck to expand the territory to such a large size in the early days. Now the retribution has come. It would be best if all the abyss monsters above 7 stars go to their side, crush all the lords on the leaderboard, and reshuffle the cards. Countless small lords shouted in the comment area. This made the top lords angry. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng was even more glad for his decision. Seeing these small lords gloating, he decided to have a taste of the abyss monsters. At 12 o'clock, the protective shield is closed. Dear lords, the abyss mist is coming. I wish you all can get through this difficult time smoothly. The abyss mist has ended, and there will be rich rewards waiting for you. The protective shield covering the territory gradually dimmed. Then it disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the abyss monsters roared excitedly. The harsh sound made people dizzy. The Blood Clan warriors and the militia team were already guarding on the city wall. The abyss monsters that were everywhere twisted their bodies and approached the city wall. All team members obey orders, use the city wall as the defense baseline, and eliminate all monsters approaching the city wall. The militia squad listened to the order, aimed at the most densely populated enemy and fired, and cooperated with the Blood Clan warriors when necessary. Boom boom. The abyss monsters, together with the remaining wild monsters, rushed from a distance under the cover of black fog. The noise caused the ground to tremble. Countless women in the territory hurriedly hid in the house. The young and strong Blood Clan men stood outside with simple weapons, ready to fight the monsters that rushed into the city at any time. Even if they were weak, they all had an expression of seeing death as home, and no one was afraid. Mengli, who was eating, stopped chewing in her mouth. Looking at the abyss monsters falling vertically from the sky, the timidity on the little girl's face was gone, but a resolute look. She may be the worst king of slime, but she will die gloriously. At this moment, a bright and dazzling red light broke out above the temple. Anna floated above the temple, and the blood-red field spread from her feet to a radius of 10 miles. The sky, the ground, and all the abyss monsters covered by the field were invincible. All of them were crushed into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. The abyss mist could not enter the domain. They were blocked outside the territory. The wild monsters hovering in the air fell to the ground one after another. Blood-red thin tubes were inserted into their bodies, sucking their blood to provide nutrients for the maintenance of the domain. The ground turned into a sea of blood and corpses, with countless floating corpses floating on it. They screamed shrilly, and their bone-like hands pierced into the bodies of the wild monsters, greedily dividing the flesh and blood on them. The murderous aura around Anna seemed to condense into substance. I don't know how many people she had to kill to form such a murderous aura. Countless abyss monsters launched attacks one after another. But they could not escape the same fate as before. Only a few higher-level abyss monsters survived, but before they approached the city wall, the 3 defense towers locked on the target in the first time and launched a fatal attack on him. A huge amount of experience poured into Jiang Cheng's body. It allowed him to break through to the 7th star directly. There were at least 3,000 abyss monsters and wild monsters densely packed in all directions just now. Maybe their levels were not too high, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and it cannot withstand the huge number. Jiang Cheng felt that if Anna continued to kill like this, it would not be impossible for him to break through to level 9 today, or even higher. On the World Channel, while some lords were resisting the abyss monsters, they were also paying attention to the rankings of the 7th day. At the beginning, it was the lords with smaller territories that made the list, because the abyss monsters could come to them in an instant and fight with them. Later, the top lords and super lords came up one by one, squeezing the small lords who had previously occupied the top of the list to the bottom. He actually gained hundreds of points in one go. Is this the strength of a top lord? Too powerful? Unless the abyss monsters kill these top lords, we have no chance of defeating them. The shield had only been closed for a few seconds, and these top lords and super lords had already scored hundreds of points. If the number continued to grow at this rate, by 8 o'clock in the morning, how terrifying would it be? Hey, why isn't Jiang Cheng on the list? Isn't he the number 1 lord? Logically, he should be on the list. A member of the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance jumped out. Jiang Cheng is just a man of empty reputation. His vampire warriors need to kill wild monsters one by one, and they must always be vigilant against sneak attacks from abyss monsters. But our leader is different. The purple-winged brilliant dragon under his command can shatter dozens of abyss monsters with just a roar, just like crushing a bunch of ants. After hearing what he said, everyone felt that there was some truth in it. The situation on the leaderboard was very tense. A top lord who was just ranked 5th was squeezed out of the top 20 in the next second. Then in the next 3 seconds, he climbed up and returned to 5th again. There are countless lords who jump up and down like this. They were at the top of the leaderboard in the last second, and they might disappear from the leaderboard in the next second. The lords who observed the leaderboard suddenly found that all the lords moved down one place at this moment. The purple-winged brilliant dragon, which was ranked 1st just now, has come to the 2nd place, and the 1st place is the Blood Clan Lord Jiang Cheng, who is very familiar to everyone and makes a group of top lords and super lords hate him. Inside the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance, seeing Jiang Cheng's name appear on the leaderboard, they all showed incredible expressions. They were not surprised that Jiang Cheng came to the 1st place. They were surprised by the score displayed behind Jiang Cheng. Damn, what on earth did this guy do? How did he suddenly get 50,000 extra points? 50,000. Looking at the pitiful 2,000 points left behind by their lord, he didn't even get a fraction of that. Could it be that he killed thousands of abyss monsters at once? Some people were stunned. How can it be? Abyss monsters are so flexible, just like loaches. Just now, an abyss monster got into my hall. Fortunately, it was killed in time by my soldiers. Otherwise, you would never see me again. In this case, how could thousands of abyss monsters be wiped out in an instant? Even if there were thousands of pigs, Jiang Cheng's troops would have to chop them down for a while, and it was impossible to kill them instantly. Another person stood up to refute. How is that impossible? Don't forget that Jiang Cheng and Luoqi are wearing the same pants. Luoqi certainly doesn't want her child to lose his father when he is born, so she will naturally support Jiang Cheng with all her strength and send him all the high-end weapons in the territory. I think Jiang Cheng was able to kill thousands of abyss monsters at once just now, all thanks to Luoqi's weapons. Someone jumped out and expressed his opinion. After listening to it, everyone was silent. They became extremely jealous. They wanted to replace him and cling to the rich woman's thigh, but this idea was unrealistic. Luoqi was deeply attracted to Jiang Cheng, the pretty boy, and they even had a child. If they approached him, they would be humiliated by Luoqi. Thinking of this, the people of the Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance sighed. On the leaderboard, Jiang Cheng's points kept jumping, and the score has reached 60,000. It's only been 5 minutes since the battle started. With a large number of abyss monsters being crushed into powder, the number of subsequent abyss monsters has obviously decreased a lot. In fact, Anna didn't attack on purpose. But there is no way. There are too many abyss monsters, more than 3,000. But how many Blood Clan warriors are there? 150 people. It means that each Blood Clan warrior has to face at least 20 abyss monsters at the same time. Otherwise, the front line will be broken, and the abyss monsters will directly cross the Blood Clan warriors and kill the unarmed Blood Clan people in the city. Anna naturally didn't want to see this scene. She no longer stood idly by and unfolded her own domain, turning the 10-mile radius into a sea of blood and corpses. Countless abyss monsters were wiped out under the cover of the domain, and only abyss monsters above level 5 could survive in the domain. But this does not mean that they are fine. The pressure of the domain covered them, making their movements slow. In addition, they were isolated from the outside by the black fog, so their combat power could only be exerted to a quarter of the original. Maintaining such a huge domain was a great drain on Anna. But now she was not under any pressure at all. Because the domain can be maintained by sucking blood, the wild monsters on the ground are the best nutrients. The 2 blood pools in the barracks can also provide blood for the domain. Moreover, there are still a large number of wild monsters rushing in from outside the domain. Red thin tubes are inserted into their bodies and sucking blood. With the help provided by the domain, it becomes extremely easy for the Blood Clan warriors to deal with the monsters of the abyss. No, this is not satisfying at all. The queen should let more monsters in so that we can kill them happily and crush these ugly guys to pieces. Jiang Cheng came to the direction defended by Jace. The strength of their group is slightly weaker than the other 4 groups, so Jiang Cheng came to help. Listening to what they said, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Why are you in a hurry? It's better to let you relax a little. The highlight is coming soon." Jiang Cheng's strength is no longer what it used to be. He can clearly feel that the breath condensed by the black fog outside is getting stronger and stronger, and at the same time, it sends out terrible murderous intent and malice to the territory. The abyss monsters before may be the first batch to arrive, and their strength is not too strong. This batch is the real highlight. Everyone, prepare for battle. Jiang Cheng had just finished speaking when densely packed abyss monsters attacked again. The aura of these abyss monsters was several times more terrifying than before. The abyss monsters were attacking again. This wave of abyss monsters was much smaller in number. But in terms of strength, none of them was lower than 4 stars, and most of them were around 5 stars. Jiang Cheng stood on the city wall, wearing a 6-star battle armor and holding a 7-star longsword. There were a lot of equipment taken from Luoqi. It was enough for 200 people to be fully armed. The abyss monsters were extremely fast and even more violent. In a moment, they were 1 kilometer away from the city wall. The defense tower instantly locked the target. The city defense cannon followed closely and fired shells at the area where the monsters were densely packed. Boom, boom, boom. The roars rang out one after another, and nearly 30 abyss monsters died tragically under the first round of artillery fire. Then another 20 died under the second round of artillery fire. The abyss monsters also reacted and swooped down from the air, like a small fighter plane, and pounced on the militia behind the city defense cannon. Swish! Jiang Cheng swung his long sword and cut down 3 5-star abyss monsters that were about to pounce on the militia. Then, under the cover of other Blood Clan warriors, he killed 5 more 5-star wild monsters. The reminder sounds of experience kept ringing in his mind. Some of them were Jiang Cheng's own, and some were from other Blood Clan warriors. I think the situation in other directions is similar. Puff puff puff. 3 more abyss monsters swooped down. This time, before Jiang Cheng could make a move, a sword light flashed in front of him, and the bodies of the 3 abyss monsters instantly dissipated, deader than dead. The sword light came from the city. Jiang Cheng turned around and saw Lily flying over from a distance. "My lord." Lily flew in front of Jiang Cheng, with an extremely resentful expression on her face. "That guy Yato thought I was stealing his head, so he sent me away, saying that he could handle it alone over there, and asked me to come here to protect you." Lily's level has reached 6 stars. There are more and more means that can be used. Yali, who has a 7-star level, couldn't snatch her for a while, which made him who wanted to be the only one very uncomfortable, so he thought of this way to send the little girl away. This guy, seeing that the little girl had come, Jiang Cheng would not chase her away. "My current strength has reached 7 stars. You don't need to protect me. Go and fight with them. Try to raise your level to 7 stars. After the battle, beat Yali for me." After that, Jiang Cheng transferred a gold-level Blood Clan warrior to Yali to fill the vacancy of the little girl. In the subsequent battle, Jiang Cheng was in a mess. He felt like he was redundant. "My lord, I am short of 2 monsters to upgrade to 6 stars. Can you give these 2 monsters to me?" "My lord, I am only 3 7 stars away. After the upgrade, I can exert even greater strength." "My lord, leave this to me. I will kill all these monsters outside the city wall." Even Jess interjected. The implication of his words was that Jiang Chengui, as a lord, should command the battle from behind and did not need to participate in the battle personally. But the smile on his face was obscene. He was so quick and ruthless in grabbing the heads. Seeing that 3 wild monsters were about to pounce in front of Jiang Cheng, he didn't even blink and decisively killed them all with 1 knife. This made Jiang Cheng very uncomfortable. His purpose of coming to the city wall was to experience the thrill of fighting, but what was the result? These guys were so agile. He had just seen the shadows of 2 abyss monsters, and he didn't know who had snatched the heads. In just a few minutes, the group of abyss monsters just now had been completely wiped out. More abyss monsters attacked from behind, including some 6-star abyss monsters. Abyss monsters. But the Blood Clan warriors can deal with this frequency perfectly. After killing an abyss monster, you can take a few breaths on the spot, and then continue to kill. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as relaxed. The situation in the other 3 directions is similar. The battle is unusually smooth. There is even a situation where there are not enough wild monsters. Only the battle in the air is still fierce. Large groups of abyss monsters hovered in the air and dived towards Jack's team. Their number is terrifying. About 3 times that of other directions. After all, the abyss monsters are not fools. There are defense towers and city defense cannons on the ground, plus a group of wolf-like Blood Clan warriors, which have caused great losses to them. So compared to the ground, the defense in the air is relatively weak. Humph. Anna looked at the black fog in the sky and snorted coldly. Totems appeared on the ground around the temple, engraved with various strange patterns, flashing blood-red light, and exuding a magnificent and mysterious powerful aura. As time passed, several shadows appeared above the totems, the void trembled, and even the surrounding space was distorted by the energy generated by the shadows. Blood-colored light beams shot straight upward at a 45-degree angle. That direction happened to be where Anna was. The blood-colored light beams poured into her body, and the huge energy spread all around. The momentum of the vampires continued to rise, reaching a terrifying point, like a god, and it seemed that the world had become much smaller. A blood-red long sword appeared in her hand. The sword was blood-red all over, and it was a long sword condensed by energy. Anna's movements were gentle and slow, but with a sword intent that was difficult to ignore. A faint divine power emanated from her body. Feeling this breath, all the vampires in the city knelt on the ground and worshipped. The gods looked down on all living beings from above. They were the most powerful existence between heaven and earth. No one was allowed to blaspheme, otherwise they would be punished by heaven. Condemned. The gods appeared, and all living beings worshipped them. Even a shadow, a breath, could make ordinary people unable to control their bodies and bow down. Anna held a long sword, and the sword body made a buzzing vibration, as if it could penetrate everything. Finally, she moved. An extremely bright blood-red sword light cut through the sky, and the terrifying sword energy made people shudder, just like Pangu opening the sky, as if it was going to split the entire sky in 2. The black fog in the sky was torn in half. Countless abyss monsters were still hundreds of meters away from the sword light, and they were cut by the sword energy in the sky and dissipated between heaven and earth. Starlight the bright moon also shone on the earth at this moment. With the help of the bright sword light, everyone finally saw Anna's target. 3 extremely large abyss monsters hovered in the air, with countless tentacles twisting on their bodies, and holes all over their hill-like bodies. Hundreds of abyss monsters crawled out of these holes, twisting their gray-black bodies, and drilled into the black fog next to them. Feeling the terrifying sword light coming, the 3 huge abyss monsters let out a scream like a ghost crying and a wolf howling, and the tentacles on their bodies kept moving forward, as if they wanted to use this to block the sword light. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Anna stood in midair, looking down on the world, her eyes calm and peaceful. The nearly 1,000-meter-long sword light cut through the 3 abyss monsters, as if it was cutting tofu, without any resistance, and crushed them to death. After the 3 abyss monsters died, the sword light did not dissipate, but instead turned into tiny sword chi, densely packed, forming a sky-covering sword net. Countless abyss monsters in the black fog fled frantically, but they still could not escape the coverage of the sword net, and were killed and injured. The level of these 3 abyss monsters reached 9 stars. They hid behind the black fog, ready to charge the territory from a distance. If they succeeded, half of the city would be reduced to ruins. Anna felt the fluctuation of the 9-star energy and made a decisive move. And the first move was a fatal killing move. Make sure to kill the opponent with 1 move, and don't allow the opponent any room for reversal. The formation around the temple was arranged by her personally. This formation can make her attack infinitely close to the saint level, and at the same time contains a trace of divinity. Ordinary 9-star creatures can't bear it at all. 3 9-star abyss monsters, plus the scattered abyss monsters around. A huge amount of experience poured into Jiang Cheng's body, making his level soar again, reaching the peak of 8 stars, just a little bit away from reaching 9 stars. Feeling the vast energy in his body surging wildly in the meridians and acupoints, like the roar of a dragon, like the flow of magma, and the eruption of a volcano. Jiang Cheng's eyes revealed a terrifying brilliance, and he felt that the energy he sent out casually could smash a mountain in the air. Not only that, his strength was also much stronger, and he felt that his body was full of explosive muscles. Every move he made was like a giant beast, invincible. With the death of the 3 9-star abyss monsters, the rest of the abyss monsters fell into madness. The black fog outside the field continued to surge. The malice and murderous intent coming from it became more and more intense, as if it had condensed into substance. Countless abyss monsters ignored the suppression caused by the domain and rushed frantically towards the city wall, including a large number of 7-star monsters. There were also 8-star abyss monsters, but the moment they stepped into the domain, a bloody hand emerged from the ground and held them tightly. The bloody hand's strength continued to increase, and no matter how the 8-star abyss monsters twisted their bodies, they could not break free. Instead, the hand increased its strength and squeezed them to death. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the worst abyss monsters today, as they have just appeared. However, the appearance of the bloody hand also caused the domain to reduce the suppression of the remaining abyss monsters, allowing them to exert more than half of their combat effectiveness. A 7-star abyss monster set its sights on Jiang Cheng. It seemed to regard him as a powerless pretty boy. It was ready to start with him. You're looking for death. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and without even mobilizing any energy, he punched the abyss monster with his physical strength alone. I am one step closer to the 9 stars. If I kill some more abyss monsters, I will be able to successfully break through. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng became more and more excited. At this time, the world channel had exploded. Because Jiang Cheng's score was too terrifying. It had reached 300,000. And this number was still growing rapidly. The scores of the following super lords were only 40,000 or 50,000. They were still entangled with each other, and they were evenly matched. It looked extremely anxious. You surpass me, I surpass you. Compared with Jiang Cheng, it was like a child playing house. Such a high score, if converted into 1-star wild monsters, would mean more than 300,000 monsters have been killed. I'm afraid he's cheating. How is it possible to get 300,000 so quickly? Is this cheating? Did I become stupid by inhaling the black mist? According to reliable sources, it seems that Luoqi couldn't bear to see her child lose his father before he was born, so she gave all the weapons and equipment in the territory to Jiang Cheng, and she only left a small number of warships to hold on. Goddess, why are you doing this? Why don't you just come to me? Brothers, I am dead, my territory has been breached. I'm almost dead too. If I had known I wouldn't have upgraded the territory level so high. I really regret it. I am even worse off. The loyalty of my soldiers has dropped significantly. 2 of them just deserted the battlefield. I guess it won't be long before I am left alone. There were many people speaking just now, but now there are fewer and fewer. Could something have happened to them? Suddenly I felt the benefits of being a small lord. Although my territory was surrounded by black fog, there were not many abyss monsters. The best level was only 2 3-star abyss monsters. Mine is the same. The troops under my command can easily deal with enemies of this level, leaving me with plenty of time to chat. It's just that inhaling too much of this black fog makes me irritated. I just don't know what the situation is like over there. Looking at the people on the list, there are at least tens of thousands of wild monsters over there, so the battle is probably going to be very intense. Angel, purify. The holy light shines upon me. Evil heretic, die. Above the angel city, nearly 100 angels were waving their angel swords, their bodies wrapped in bright holy light, and the surrounding black fog would dissipate and evaporate the moment it touched the holy light. As a lord, Yunshi also joined the battle. However, her combat pressure was relatively small. She was surrounded by little angels protecting her, and occasionally a few low-level abyss monsters were left for Yunshi to practice. While the abyss monster's offensive power was slightly reduced, she opened the world channel to see where she was on the leaderboard. Phew. 4th place, not bad. The angels under my command have their own holy light, which has a certain purifying effect on the black fog. I think my ranking can be stabilized at this position, and it is not a problem to even go further. Yunshi smiled and was quite satisfied with her ranking. She looked up. There were several familiar faces. When she saw Jiang Cheng, she was a little surprised, and then she saw the score behind her, which was close to 350,000. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. How can this be? How many abyss monsters would it take to kill 350,000? This is simply impossible. If all 5-star monsters were replaced with this number, there would be nearly 1,800. 1,800 abyss monsters attacked at the same time. With such a terrifying attack density, Yunshi felt that she was suffering from intensive phobia. She thought that her angels would not be able to hold out for long in the face of such an attack. Even with the current attack frequency, 3 angels that were born yesterday morning were seriously injured and could not fight again. Before she could continue thinking, the abyss monsters increased their attack rhythm, and more powerful abyss monsters attacked. What? Jiang Cheng has already scored 350,000 points. How is this possible? I can't accept it. Why is he number 1 again? The Demon Lord also saw the ranking list. When he saw Jiang Cheng's name written on the first place, he almost fainted. At this time, the expression on his face was extremely hideous. He was like a demon that had just crawled out of hell, with an evil and corrupt aura all over his body, and he had a similar smell to the black fog outside. Hateful. Damn it. The Demon Lord was like a madman, tearing the abyss monsters into pieces with his bare hands, squandering his energy as if it were free. He couldn't remember how many abyss monsters he had killed, but the physical and mental fatigue made him feel a little powerless, and he wished he could fall on the bed and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. You want to back down now? Look at how miserable you are now, like a stray dog. How can you continue to fight with Jiang Cheng like this? In the future, he will stand at the top of the continent, and you can only kneel on the ground and worship him, not daring to make a sound, for fear of angering him and killing you with a wave of his hand. Lucifer's voice sounded in my mind. Shut up, shut up. Imagining that scene in my mind, the Demon Lord roared. He. Don't worry, I'm on the same side as you, I won't let you be inferior to others. But in your current state, you may not even be able to overcome the difficulties ahead, let alone deal with Jiang Cheng. If you are willing to sacrifice a little soul to me, I can help you improve your strength to 8 stars, and then you will be able to deal with these monsters calmly." Hearing this, the demon lord remained silent. His eyes drooped slightly, as if he was thinking about something. At the same time, the other top lords and super lords saw Jiang Cheng's score and almost had a collective heart attack. This included Xiao Yan, who was planning to attack Jiang Cheng. How is this possible? Xiao Yan's blood surged, and it seemed as if something was blocking his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe, and he felt dizzy. 350,000. How could Jiang Cheng possibly get such a high score? He must have used some special means, and it was not his real strength. Yes, that must be the case. I still have a chance. Xiao Yan's expression was a little crazy. The gambler's mentality was constantly at work. Before the abyss fog came, he gave most of his belongings to He Yuan, asking him to survive and not make any mistakes. Then Xiao Yan gave one of the teleportation arrays to He Yuan, asking him to build it as soon as possible. In this way, even if He Yuan died, he would have the opportunity to take over Jiang Cheng's territory and take away his relics. Compared with Jiang Cheng's relics, what he gave He Yuan was just a drop in the bucket. What is this small investment compared to the greater benefits later? But what Xiao Yan didn't expect was that Jiang Cheng directly won 350,000 points, occupying the top position on the leaderboard with an unrivaled king's attitude, suppressing countless top lords and super lords below, leaving them no chance of surpassing. This made Xiao Yan feel extremely desperate. He gave everything to He Yuan, but Jiang Cheng performed so vigorously, so could he come back after he went there? I will definitely come back. Perhaps more than half of Jiang Cheng's soldiers have been killed or wounded by now, and their top combat power has been completely lost. Now it is just a paper tiger with a declining sun and a hollow appearance. Xiao Yan kept confusing himself. Even if the probability of this happening is not high, Xiao Yan claims to be the son of luck and has supreme luck, so the situation must be the same as he thinks. The gambler's mentality is constantly at work. Just like the lottery in the game, even if the probability of such props is extremely low and it is almost impossible to draw them, there are countless people who think that they are the lucky ones who can hit the target with one shot, and Jiang Cheng is like that game prop. Xiao Yan is the one who draws the lottery, not to mention that he has already recharged the money, and it would be a loss if he doesn't try it. Fight. Assuming Jiang Cheng still has enough fighting power, I can also choose to escape. His vampires should not be able to outrun my fire dragon. If all else fails, find a few more lords and ask them to go with me. If Jiang Cheng still has the ability to fight, then leave them as cannon fodder, but once Jiang Cheng loses his ability to fight, then I will rob the lords and kill Jiang Cheng together, and enjoy the wealth of their territories alone. Xiao Yan showed a sinister smile on his face. Then he sent a message to the purple-winged brilliant dragon, the Waslow Forest Alliance, asking the lords closer to him to come quickly after the abyss fog dissipated. Looking at the constantly jumping score at the top of the leaderboard, Xiao Yan rubbed his chin, thinking happily, Jiang Cheng, I hope you can fight to the last drop of blood, and it would be best if you die on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so that I can get the generous reward for ranking first. Supreme artifact? Xiao Yan was full of yearning for this. As time went by, more and more abyss monsters joined the battlefield. With one swing of the sword, 5 abyss monsters died tragically under Jiang Chengjian. It was unknown how many abyss monsters he had killed, and the expression on his face began to become numb. Just a little bit more. I will be able to break through to 9 stars soon. Jiang Cheng's experience value is close to full. He is on the verge of a breakthrough. It is estimated that if he kills a few more 7-star abyss monsters, he will be able to break through to 9 stars in one fell swoop. Lily and Jace also made considerable gains. The levels of the two have advanced by leaps and bounds, and have reached the peak of 7 stars, and will soon break through to 8 stars. The other Blood Clan warriors are also not bad. The levels have been greatly improved, and the worst is in the middle stage of 6 stars. However, they have experienced such a high-intensity battle. It has caused them a lot of damage, both physically and mentally. Some Blood Clan warriors have already taken the pills given by Jiang Cheng to ensure their combat status, and Jiang Cheng used the pills that he had not used before. Skills used: Iron Wall. A protective shield was attached to all people, including the people in the territory, Mengli, and others. It gave them 20% damage reduction. This skill is very effective, but it has never been used. Because it only works on people in the territory. It has no effect on people outside the territory. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. A 7-star abyss monster came behind a Blood Clan warrior, and its tentacles were about to cover the Blood Clan warrior's head in a spiral shape. Once the tentacles covered his head, the abyss monster only needed to twist off the Blood Clan warrior's head like twisting a bottle cap. Having the head twisted off meant death. No matter how tough and strong the Blood Clan warriors are, they can't withstand such an attack. Just when the abyss monster was about to succeed, his spiral tentacles that were about to cover the Blood Clan warrior's head moved back for some reason. Jiang Cheng looked closely and saw that the abyss monster was forcibly lifted up, and a strong arm was pressed on its body, making it unable to move. The Blood Clan warrior who was almost attacked also hurriedly dealt with the monster in front of him, and his figure flashed and left the place. A Blood Clan warrior with strong bones and a strange face flapped the blood wings on his back, and the blood wings flashed with a red gold luster and shone brightly. His body size is more than twice that of an ordinary Blood Clan warrior. The red gold blood wings on his back are also extremely large, covering the sky and the sun. Just floating in the air gives people a strong sense of oppression. The strange Blood Clan warrior had murderous intent in his calm eyes. He grabbed the abyss monster that wanted to resist with one hand, and the other hand turned into a fist and swung it directly, beating it alive. Meet the Lord. I am late, please punish me, Lord. The strange vampire warrior came to Jiang Cheng. Just as he was about to kneel down to salute, he was pulled up by Jiang Cheng. Get up quickly. Let me take a good look at you. Jiang Cheng repeatedly looked at this Blood Clan warrior, and he liked him more and more, especially the pair of red gold blood wings behind him, and the aura of an 8-star strong man. This is the first awakened warrior under his command. How could Jiang Cheng not like him? It's just that the expression on this guy's face is a little cold, far less than Yali and the others, and not lively enough. Okay, I'll name you Ale. You should smile more in the future so that you can integrate into our big family as soon as possible. Besides, I am not such a serious person, so you don't have to be so restrained when you get along with me. Yes. Ali nodded, his expression slightly moved. After that, Jiang Cheng asked him to go to support other directions. He was enough here alone. If Ali stayed, his head would definitely be snatched away again. The battle became more and more intense. The abyss monsters that came later were basically 6 stars. However, the number was relatively much less. As for the 8-star and 9-star abyss monsters, they also appeared, but they were discovered by Anna not long after, and then the killing move was activated and instantly killed. This also made Jiang Cheng's experience skyrocket. The level is approaching the 9th level, the Saint level. Jiang Cheng didn't expect that the first one who was about to break through it was not someone in the territory who broke the Saint level, but himself. But it seems that this is not bad. He can play the pig and eat the tiger. On the surface, he is a weak human being, but in fact he is a supreme Saint level strongman with supreme power. I don't know how long it has been. When even Jiang Cheng himself was about to collapse on the ground due to exhaustion, the abyss monsters retreated like a tide, and the black fog outside the domain was also constantly dissipating. The sun shone on the earth. Like the dawn of victory, it shone in the hearts of all the lords. After much anticipation, they finally made it to this moment. Finally survived? We are the champions. Ha 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 ha, we won. Alas, victory. This battle was so exciting that I will lie down in the camp for half a day to sleep after I go back. My level has increased so much in one go, I must give myself a break. Why don't you ask the Lord to let you sleep in a more comfortable house in the residential area? Our camp has been transformed into a mess by us. There are no beds. How can we sleep? The Blood Clan warriors were more excited than each other, but under the smiles were bodies that were almost hollowed out. Their limbs were all weak. They were close to the limit of their bodies and it was difficult for them to stand still. Finally, a warrior couldn't help but lie down on the ground. The other Blood Clan warriors didn't pretend anymore. Anyway, they were not the first to lie down. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng laughed dumbly. He called on the militia on the city wall to call some young and strong men to carry these Blood Clan warriors who fell asleep directly to the residential area and arrange rooms for them to sleep. The Blood Clan warriors all have their own houses in the residential area, so there is no need to worry about whether there are enough beds. The purpose of Jiang Cheng doing this is also to accelerate the development of the territory. After all, there are so many young and beautiful women living in the territory. Maybe they can create sparks by rubbing against each other. Give him a new generation of vampire warriors. In this way, the temple will breed awakened vampire warriors in the future, and no new vampire warriors will be drawn. After all, it takes a lot of time and resources to train a new vampire warrior. At the same time, his bloodline level must be considered. Those who have awakened don't need it. They are 100% gold level, all high-quality vampire warriors. It's just that these guys are thinking about improving their strength. They stay in that broken camp all day. For this reason, he deliberately said that there was not enough space in the camp, and asked them to dismantle the beds to free up more area. The purpose is to let them go back to the residential area to sleep, and maybe they will encounter a young and beautiful vampire woman when they wake up in the morning. The two of them will feel attracted to each other at the first sight and fall in love from then on. These guys are really stupid. They really cost me a lot of effort. After a while, Lily ran back from a distance. As soon as the battle ended, she went to several other areas to count the casualties of the battle. My lord, a total of 23 vampire warriors were injured in this battle, 18 of whom have recovered, and the rest are in a coma due to serious injuries. However, the speed of wound healing is normal, and the reason why they haven't woken up yet may be that they are too tired. As for the militia, 74 people were injured and 19 died. The injured have been taken away to rest and given pills to speed up the healing process. It is sometimes really hard to defend against the dense attacks of the abyss monsters. Casualties are inevitable. But fortunately, there is the Vampire Hall of Heroes in the territory. All the vampires who died for the territory are eligible to be resurrected there, but they only need to wait for 20 days. I understand. Lily, you should go down and have a rest first. Just let me handle this. We will hold a grand celebration banquet when you wake up. There are still many things waiting for Jiang Cheng to deal with. Among them are the countless corpses of wild monsters inside and outside the territory. Rewards on the world rankings. At the same time, we must guard against enemies that may attack at any time. The fight here has made such a big noise that the local forces nearby cannot fail to notice it. Especially the goblin tribe. Anna's initial sword energy illuminated half of the sky, and the movement could be felt within 100 miles. Got it, Lord. If you are tired, you should rest early. Jiang Cheng nodded. Then he thought of something. Lily, have you seen where Mengli went? If you see her, take her back with you. Lily said, I just saw her sleeping on a warship, drooling all over, so I had someone send her back to the temple. All right. Jiang Cheng was speechless. He didn't expect that this little guy could still fall asleep. He underestimated her. After Lily left, Jiang Cheng checked his body. There was a holy light on his body, and the air was surging around him. Wisps of holy light fell from the sky, forming a powerful holy power, rushing around and spreading over dozens of miles. After 8 hours of crazy fighting, Jiang Cheng became a saint and successfully broke through to the holy realm. A large part of the reason was attributed to Anna. If it weren't for her, Jiang Cheng alone would have to wait for a long time to break through to this realm. Jiang Cheng is now a world-shaking change compared to before. His body has been transformed into a holy body. The energy in his body has also transformed into a more terrifying holy energy. Every move he makes can attract the energy of heaven and earth. It is extremely powerful, and ordinary energy cannot compete with it at all. Another change is his soul, which can also be said to be mental power. It has reached a state beyond the mundane. The essence of many objects can be seen with the naked eye. I wonder if I can use my mental power to see through other people's clothes. If I can, wouldn't that mean I have acquired a skill that thousands of old perverts dream of? However, Jiang Cheng didn't have time to try. Hearing the prompt in his mind, he quickly opened the world channel. The mist of the abyss has officially ended. Congratulations to all the surviving lords. You have successfully passed the 7-day test and officially embarked on the road to dominate the continent. After experiencing the baptism of the abyss fog, you have the qualifications to gain a foothold on the continent. A Lord gift pack will be distributed to you later. The road ahead may be more difficult than you think. The abyss fog may come again and launch a more violent attack. Without the outer protective shield, I hope all lords cherish their lives and do not commit suicide. The ranking data has been counted. The Blood Clan Lord Jiang Cheng won the first place in the ranking with a high score of 1.74 million. A total of 8 9-star abyss monsters and 46 8-star abyss monsters were killed. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Cheng for ranking first among tens of millions of lords. A separate reward for the first place will be issued later. The other lords who enter the ranking list can also get rich rewards. All rewards are issued separately, and the most suitable props will be matched as rewards. The level of reward is determined by the ranking. In addition, all lords who participated in killing abyss monsters can also get rewards, and the richness of the rewards is determined by the points obtained. There are a total of 10,000 people who can be on the list of the 7th day. All rewards are issued separately. Only the parties involved know what rewards they can get. While increasing the sense of mystery, it also makes many lords alert. After all, no one knows what the other party has obtained. What if it is the ultimate killer? After all, the announcement said that the most suitable props will be matched for distribution. It may be a killer, or it may be a building or equipment, which is impossible to guess. And the happiest people are the low-level lords who can get rewards. They didn't expect that they would also have a reward. It was obtained through their own efforts? Ha ha ha, to be honest with you, from 12 o'clock last night to 5 in the morning, only 17 abyss monsters appeared inside and outside my territory, and the highest one was only 3 stars. After that, no abyss monsters appeared again. I didn't expect that I could get rewards even so. My situation is similar to mine, haha. Maybe they saw that we had contributed, so they just gave us a little reward. This reward is definitely not comparable to that of the top bosses. So what? It's better to have something than nothing, right? Some cowards packed up their things and fled the territory before midnight, giving up their status as lords. If they knew this news, they would probably regret it to death. That's right. Their territory is about the same size as ours, so the attacks they receive won't be too severe. We will definitely survive. Why are you saying so much? Now that they have lost their status as lords, they can no longer see the news. Maybe they have already become one with the local natives. I am now somewhat curious about what reward Jiang Cheng will get. You can be curious as you like. Telling your reward also means telling your trump card. The boss will not reply to you. Oh my goodness, 8 9-star abyss monsters, 46 8-star monsters, and hundreds of 7-star and 6-star monsters. What kind of strength does it take to destroy so many abyss monsters? Could it be that there is a saint-level powerful person in Jiang Cheng's territory? It's not impossible, and even if it didn't exist before, after experiencing such a great war, maybe it will exist. After all, with so many abyss monsters experience, it's more than enough to create a saint-level one. With a saint-level powerhouse and the supreme artifact as the first-place reward, Jiang Cheng will definitely take off, and even the local forces may not be his match. It's more than just taking off, it's already in the sky. From now on, no one can compete with Boss Jiang Cheng. You're licking it now? Take me with you. When will Boss Jiang Cheng establish an alliance? We are high-quality lords who have experienced the test of the abyss fog. We want to be your lackeys and do things for you. What a lackey? I will just follow Xiao Yan's example and acknowledge him as my dad right now. Sorry, I didn't tighten my belt enough and let him out. The whole house was in a state of great revelry. After the war, the lords were in a short-lived revelry. The frequency of messages in the public screen area was so fast that it was dazzling. Most of them are to let Jiang Cheng establish an alliance, achieve supreme feats, and establish his dominance. Another part is to guess the rewards of the lords on the leaderboard, especially the supreme artifact in Jiang Cheng's hand. Are you willing to come with me? Xiao Yan stood in the main seat, staring at the four lords below. Before the black fog dissipated, Xiao Yan asked the four lords to rush to his territory, saying that there was something important to discuss, and threatened that if they did not come, their territories would be razed to ruins. The areas where the territories of these four lords were located happened to be near Xiao Yan, and the journey between them was only half an hour. After hearing what Xiao Yan said, they were directly scared. After leaving some soldiers to guard the territory, they hurried here with the remaining soldiers, not daring to stop for a moment. Xiao Yan saw the sincere attitude of these people. He did not hide it at the moment. He told the four people the castrated version of his plan. The specific details were not mentioned. For example, they would kill them all after the fact. Lord Xiao Yan, with our strength, how can we possibly defeat Jiang Cheng? Someone just revealed that there is a saint-level expert in Jiang Cheng's territory. Yes, even a single breath from a saint-level strongman is enough to make us suffer. In addition, Jiang Cheng just won a reward on the leaderboard, which is like adding wings to a tiger. We have no chance of winning at all, we are just going to die. Xiao Yan looked at them with disdain. Oh, a saint-level warrior. It has only been 7 days and there are already saint-level strongmen in his territory. So in a few days, will there be a god? It is so stupid that you all believe this kind of news. He was able to get such a high score entirely thanks to the equipment Loki gave him. Now the soldiers in Jiang Cheng's territory may have all died, and the equipment given by Luoqi has been almost consumed. It is a good time for us to attack. After saying that, Xiao Yan paused for a while. Let the four lords slow down a bit. Then he continued, suppose we don't kill Jiang Cheng now, think about what he will do after he recovers. He will sweep away all forces in the Vaslo forest, including me and you four. In that case, why don't we take the initiative? Seeing the expressions on the four people's faces changed, Xiao Yan continued, don't worry, if Jiang Cheng still has the ability to fight, I will sacrifice a few of my fire dragons to cover the rear, so that we have enough time to leave. At that time, we only need to pass through the teleportation array to escape safely, and then destroy the teleportation array, and Jiang Cheng will not be able to do anything to us for a while. Dear Lord Jiang Cheng, in the 8-hour battle to defend your territory on the 7th day, you and your soldiers performed extremely bravely and won first place. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. Reward 1, 3 million energy stones. Reward 2, 1 million lord coins. Reward 3, a set of random holy level weapons and equipment. Reward 4, 1 chance to upgrade the Bloodline Temple for free, only for Bloodline Temples before level 10, if it exceeds level 10, it will be automatically considered as abandoned. Reward 5, 100 Bloodline Enhancement Pills. Reward 6, Supreme Artifact, Sky God Island. Note, if Lord Jiang Cheng feels that Sky God Island is not suitable for you, you can have a chance to change it and randomly draw a magic weapon. This draw is entirely up to fate, and the luck value cannot interfere. The above are all the rewards for the first place. I hope Lord Jiang Cheng will achieve great things on the mainland soon and establish his own dynasty. So luxurious. This time it's really generous. With these rewards, there are few local forces in this area of thousands of miles that can compete with me. After the past few days, Jiang Cheng's heart has calmed down a lot. He can be calm and at ease. 3 million energy stones, to be honest, is a little too little. The output of the Goblin high-level tribe alone is enough to make up 1/3 of it. Fortunately, there are so many rewards below, so it's barely acceptable. Lord coins are a bit scarce, but 1 million is enough to buy the item I have always wanted to buy, which is great. Jiang Cheng took a fancy to an item in the mall. Unfortunately, it takes 1 million lord coins to buy it. He originally planned to save it slowly and buy it when he had enough. Now he was directly rewarded with 1 million, which made him a little excited. Jiang Cheng silently said in his heart to receive the reward. The 6 rewards have arrived in his warehouse. He only needs to take them out and use them. He first checked the Sky God Island. He wanted to see what this thing does. If it is not of much use, he will choose to replace it. Sky God Island. It is a supreme artifact that can make the Lord's power transcend the rest of the continent. It has absolute defensive power, and even the advent of a true god would be difficult to break through in an instant. Light of the God Island. The Sky God Island can absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars into energy and launch an attack comparable to that of a god. Cooling time, 1 month. Space jump. Can move from one place to another instantly, with a maximum distance of 10,000 miles. Cooling time, 1 month. Land of Blessings. A special kind of air will be produced on the Sky God Island. Living on the Sky God Island will greatly improve your physical fitness, and the cultivation speed on the island will be twice as fast as usual, can be combined with territory enhancement buildings. Note, the Sky God Island is suspended in the air and has a hidden function. After entering the hidden state, people outside cannot detect it. This function is automatically adjusted by the Lord. Tip, From the outside, the Sky God Island looks like a small floating island in the air, but it has a hidden space folding array inside, which is 200 square kilometers in size. There is a special teleportation array on it, which can instantly teleport to the outside of the God Island. Phew. This is simply a paradise on Earth, and it has both defense and attack capabilities, can also perform space jumps, and double the training speed. Any one of these functions can make countless lords jealous, and maybe even some powerful local forces will be tempted. Jiang Cheng felt that he had such a divine island. The future development would be quite smooth. Then he clicked on the saint level suit. He felt that this reward was quite humane. It happened that he had reached the saint level and lacked weapons and equipment in this area. Random success. Please check the information. Seeing the random items, Jiang Cheng's face darkened instantly. Not to mention this beautiful looking saint level sword, this saint level skirt armor alone made him speechless. This was obviously a women's suit. Did they want him to wear women's clothes? Forget it. Lily is already level 8 now, and it won't be long before she reaches the saint level. I'll leave this women's suit to her. I can't wear women's clothes, it will damage the dignity of the Lord. The young and strong blood clans in the city dragged the bodies of the wild monsters outside back one after another, peeled out the beast cores from their bodies, and extracted blood. The remaining bodies were separated by Jiang Cheng. From yesterday evening to 8 o'clock this morning. I don't know how many wild monsters died tragically. In short, the outside area has become a real sea of blood and corpses. The ground has been soaked by the blood of the wild monsters. If the bloody smell is not dealt with in time, it may attract surrounding forces to come and check the situation. Jiang Cheng plans to wait for the Blood Clan warriors to wake up, then let them go to eliminate the surrounding local forces. With the current strength of the Blood Clan warriors, eliminating these local forces is as easy as crushing an ant. After such a long battle, the lowest level of the 150 Blood Clan warriors is at the early stage of 7 stars. Yali and Jack have even reached 8 stars. The friend message notification sounded. Jiang Cheng opened the friend panel. He first deleted nearly 10 million friend requests. Then he opened the chat panel with Luoqi. Congratulations, you won first place. Jiang Cheng silently looked at Luoqi's words of congratulation, and felt that this woman had been possessed. She was in love and hatred with him just now, and now she congratulated him. Something was wrong. At the same time, he also felt that Luoqi's ranking was not right. She only got 9th place and almost fell out of the top 10. Rumors spread in the public screen area. They all said that he took Luoqi's weapons and equipment. Then Luoqi's ranking plummeted. Jiang Cheng felt so wronged. If you have anything to say, just tell me. There is no need for us to beat around the bush. Anyway, I don't believe you are just here to congratulate me. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Luoqi on the other side stopped pretending. I want to stay in your territory for a while, and I'll leave when I find a suitable place. Of course, I am not the kind of bad woman who eats and lives for free. I will give you a certain amount of energy stones as expenses every month, but the premise is that you have to guarantee my basic living and my personal safety. You can't have dirty thoughts about me, you can't do anything improper to me, and you can't do anything to me. After Luoqi proudly said a lot of things that Jiang Cheng couldn't do, she said proudly, actually, you can't do anything to me. I am now a 9-star expert, with extremely strong strength. If you want to attack me, you must be prepared to be slapped to death by me. Luoqi ranked 9th in the ranking. She got all those points by herself. Thousands of abyss monsters died tragically at her hands. The experience she gained also greatly increased her strength, reaching 9 stars, which gave her excellent strength. Jiang Cheng didn't know why this woman was so confident. 9 stars dared to go deep into his wolf's den and tiger's den, and there was no need to force her to attack her. First, serve her well and relax her vigilance, and then add some love-inducing drugs to the food. Wouldn't it be done? It can only be said that the girl is still too young. Fortunately, she met a gentleman like him, Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, she would be eaten alive without knowing it. Jiang Cheng had already agreed to Luoqi's request to come to board, but he was very curious why this woman didn't stay in her own territory, but had to come to him. She didn't really want to have a face-to-face encounter with netizens, right? Why don't you stay in your own territory? Why are you coming to my territory? Luoqi did not hide the fact. It was that broken warship. It was too powerful. It turned my territory into ruins. There was turbulence everywhere. If you were not careful and got caught in it, you would die without a burial. How could I live in this situation? My bugs are being repaired now, but the efficiency is very slow. It is expected that the situation will improve in half a month. Hearing her say this, Jiang Cheng immediately laughed as if he was gloating. Then the two ended their chat. Luoqi was also a smart person. He directly bought 2 teleportation arrays and sent one of them to Jiang Cheng, without letting him pay for it himself. After getting the teleportation array, Jiang Cheng installed it on a nearby open space. There is a function to input coordinates on the teleportation array. As long as you enter the coordinates of the other party's teleportation array on it, plus a certain amount of energy stones, you can complete the teleportation. After the teleportation array is ready, Jiang Cheng opened the Lord's gift package that everyone has. The so-called gift package is actually just like that. 500 energy stones, 500 Lord coins, 10,000 each of wood and ore, and a territory migration card. These items are dispensable to Jiang Cheng. Not to mention resources. Compared to the resources he has source, the gift pack can only be said to be a drop in the ocean. And now that he has the Sky God Island, the territory migration card has become extremely useless and dispensable. It will take some time to clean up Luoqi's side. Jiang Cheng first separated the piled-up monster corpses and obtained hundreds of millions of wood and ores, as well as various materials, which almost filled his lord warehouse. It is obviously unwise to sell these materials during this period of time. After all, every lord has obtained a lot of good things and thrown them into the trading area. The price was lowered all at once. So Jiang Cheng does not plan to sell it at this time, and wait until the price in the trading area picks up before selling it. After that, there are tens of thousands of beast cores. Not to mention those below level 5. It seems like a lot, but in the end, not even a level 7 beast core can be synthesized, and only a few level 6 beast cores can be synthesized. 6 level 7 beast cores, 32 level 6 beast cores, and 362 level 5 beast cores. After Jiang Cheng cleared the surrounding monsters, only a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps were left. There were not many monsters with real strength. Most of these beast cores came from monsters in the air. They flew from afar, and there were many level 6 and 7 monsters. It was a pity that there were no level 8 monsters. Otherwise, it would be very prosperous. The temple can be upgraded several times in a row. The Blood Clan temple is now at level 6, and the upgrade requires 200,000 wood ores, 10,000 energy stones, and 50 level 6 beast cores. Jiang Cheng synthesized all the energy stones below level 6. Just enough 50 were gathered. The conditions for upgrading the temple were met. Today, ale was successfully bred, which means that the Blood Clan temple can start the next bred. The red gold level Blood Clan warriors belong to the most common level 1. But Jiang Cheng did not sigh for this. After all, he just got 100 bloodline enhancement pills, which can completely smash ale into the purple gold level with bloodline close to the ancestor's bloodline. After that, he summoned the altar, and with Ale's blood as the primer, he could let Yale and others awaken their bloodline and improve their own strength. After dealing with things outside the city, Jiang Cheng came to the Blood Clan temple, first supervised the statue of the blood god ancestor, and then looked at the temple. Should I spend 200,000 pieces of wood, 200,000 pieces of ore, 10,000 energy stones, and 50 level 6 beast cores to upgrade the Blood Clan temple? Upgrade. The red light enveloped it. After the upgrade, the Blood Clan temple was raised again, with the top reaching the sky. There were 4 additional castles around it, which looked more luxurious and extravagant. The statues also became lifelike again. However, the sense of reality on the statues was not as obvious as before. Jiang Cheng mobilized the holy energy to wrap around the statues and carefully checked the situation inside. He didn't know if his means were not enough, but he couldn't see anything. Forget it, no matter what, just burn it every night. After the war, the nether blood flame has grown a lot, so I think I can burn it to my heart's content tonight. Jiang Cheng decided to plan an extra period of time every night to let the Blood Clan warriors with the nether blood flame express their respect for their ancestors' Blood Clan temple. Level 7. 150 vampire warriors can be drawn every day. The probability of drawing a bronze level vampire warrior is 100%, the probability of drawing a silver level vampire warrior is 65%, and the probability of drawing a gold level vampire warrior is 40%. Tip 1. When the Blood Clan temple reaches level 7, Blood Clan warriors will be drawn in the order of gold, silver, and bronze. Tip 2. If you choose to breed an awakened vampire warrior, then 3 awakened vampire warriors will be born in 3 days, and the initial level of these 3 vampire warriors is level 8. The next upgrade requires 300,000 wood, 300,000 ore, 50,000 energy stones, and 50 level 7 beast cores. Level 7 beast cores are produced by level 7 creatures, with an explosion rate of 90%. The stronger the creature, the higher the probability of exploding a beast core. Will it still take 3 days? Jiang Cheng felt that this was a little unfair. He had thought that the time would be reduced as the level increased. But he didn't expect that the time would remain the same, but the number would change. Territory upgrade successful. The territory coverage area has doubled. Rewards, 500 residential buildings, 3,000 vampires, a renewable energy stone mine, and a heart of the dynasty. Tip, your territory is too large and has entered the jurisdiction of the goblin tribe. The other party may be sensitive to it. I hope the Lord will respond in time. Jiang Cheng's territory used to have a radius of more than 30 miles. After doubling, it has reached more than 60 miles. It can be said that part of the area has entered the jurisdiction of the goblin tribe. Just go in. Anyway, this goblin tribe will cease to exist after today, so it doesn't matter if they sense it. The temple has reached level 7, and Anna's level has also reached the saint level. There are 2 saint level masters in the territory. If these goblins come to cause trouble, I'm afraid they will die without knowing how. Renewable mine. Check out the info. Renewable energy stone mine. A certain amount of energy stones can be mined from the mine every day, and new energy stones will be generated in the mined area the next day. The current daily mining limit, 50,000 energy stones. Note, the renewable energy stone mine is linked to the level of the Blood Clan temple. The higher the level of the temple, the more energy the mine can mine. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. 50,000 energy stones may not seem like much, but accumulated over time, it is also a huge fortune. This renewable energy stone mine is many times stronger than ordinary energy stone mines. After that, Jiang Cheng checked the dynasty heart again. This thing was the first time he heard of it, and he was a little curious. Dynasty heart. Disposable consumables. Purpose: establishing a dynasty. Establishing a dynasty in the Lord's continent requires a special sacrificial ceremony. After receiving feedback from the heavenly Deo of the Lord's continent, the dynasty can be established. However, most of the lords are from other worlds and are not native to the Lord continent. If they want to establish a dynasty, they must have the heart of a king. Otherwise, the dynasty they establish will not be recognized by the way of heaven and will not be blessed. And blessings. If I attack a country with local power, will heaven wipe me out in order to protect them? 1t. Heaven's blessing refers to protection from natural disasters, national luck, and the like, which are actually not very useful. The things involved here are complicated. When the Lord reaches a higher level, he will be able to understand it himself. It is not convenient to explain too much for the time being. Since it is not convenient to explain, he will not go into it. After upgrading the temple, Jiang Cheng came to the main hall. Do you want to draw today's vampire warrior? No. The prompt sound disappeared. 3 days later, the temple will breed 3 awakened blood warriors. Arrived at the restaurant. Anna had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast here. With Jiang Cheng's current saint-level body, even if he didn't eat, drink or sleep for half a month, it wouldn't cause much damage to his body. However, the food Anna cooked was never tiring, and had a special flavor that left a lasting aftertaste. Jiang Cheng gave Anna the saint-level suit. He wanted her to wear that saint-level skirt armor, which would definitely make her look beautiful and cool, and perfectly highlight her exquisite figure. Anna was embarrassed to refuse Jiang Cheng's kindness. She accepted the saint-level suit. Anna had said before that as long as the temple reached level 9, she could pass the saint level. The power of the soul reshapes the body, reach half of the strength in its heyday. Jiang Cheng has not forgotten this. As long as the temple is upgraded to level 8, he will use the opportunity of a free upgrade to upgrade the temple to level 9. Anna reshapes her body, plus the rewards obtained from the 2 temple upgrades. Jiang Cheng's strength will definitely increase greatly. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng was excited. Perhaps smelling the scent of holy level equipment, Mengli pushed open the door and walked in quietly. Seeing that there were ordinary meals on the table, she immediately lost interest. Prepare to eat her own battleship. And Jiang Cheng was ready to go to the teleportation array after breakfast. I think Luoqi has packed up everything she needs to pack. Several layers of blue light lit up around the teleportation array. A young girl appeared in the center of the teleportation array. She had a slender figure, a beautiful face, and delicate and flawless facial features. Perhaps because she was too nervous, a shy blush appeared on her face, and her hands and feet moved restlessly. In her hands were 5 thick chains, at the end of which were 5 void bugs that jumped and struggled constantly, trying to break free from their restraints. Luoqi glanced around the unfamiliar environment in panic. Seeing the smiling man in front of the teleportation array, her pretty face turned red and she turned away shyly. Because Jiang Cheng looked very similar to the handsome man in her dream, even better. Just standing there, there was a sense of transcendence, as if a banished immortal had come down to earth. Damn it! How could this be? If I had known, I would have. Luoqi was so nervous that she didn't know how to speak. Recalling her bold actions in the dream, her face became extremely hot. Are you okay? Jiang Cheng looked at Luoqi and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He was curious whether there was any risk in this teleportation array. Why was Luoqi's face so red? It was as if she had a cerebral hemorrhage. At the same time, he also felt that it was a bit awkward for him to pick her up alone. He should have brought Mengli along. After all, with a child, there would be more topics to talk about. Before he could continue asking, the friend notification sound rang again. It was an urgent message from He Yuan. Lord Jiang Cheng, Xiaoyan has brought 4 lords to our territory, along with their troops, and is ready to attack your territory. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows. Xiaoyan is so anxious to die? In that case, then let him do it. Follow the original plan, lead them to the valley I mentioned before, lie to them that my territory is over there, and then we'll close the door and beat the dog. He closed the chat with He Yuan. Jiang Cheng looked at Luoqi who was stunned on the teleportation array. Come with me, I'll find someone to help you arrange accommodation. I have something very urgent to do now, so I may not be back until noon. Hearing Jiang Cheng's voice, Luoqi's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and she followed with small steps. As soon as she walked out of the temple, a strong smell of blood hit her face, almost making her vomit. It seemed that he noticed her discomfort. Jiang Cheng explained from last night to this morning, thousands of wild monsters died outside the city wall. It is normal to have a little smell. You have to be patient for a while. My territory will be moved to a clean environment in the afternoon. It doesn't matter. I'm not that squeamish, I can still stand this little smell. Ugh. Luoqi followed behind Jiang Cheng. Feeling that he had lost all face, he secretly said in his heart, Luoqi, you are a 9-star strong man. How can you be so embarrassed? It's just a little smell. You can't let the guy in front laugh at you. The 2 of them came to the vampire temple one after the other. Along the way, Luoqi saw many vampires greeting Jiang Cheng and looking at her with curiosity. At the same time, she also found that the buildings here were very beautiful. Magnificent and spectacular, many times stronger than her territory, it was simply a world of difference. The planning and layout of the territory was also extremely detailed. She liked this place a little. When they arrived at the temple, Jiang Cheng called Lily. Let the little girl entertain Luo Qi, try to give her a better treatment, and record the specific process, so that he can make a lot of money by charging later. After staying in the temple for a while, Jiang Cheng emptied the items in the Lord's warehouse and piled them in several utility rooms in the temple. Then he called Ale and Yali over. The two of them did not rest. Instead, they practiced in the barracks to relieve the mental fatigue caused by long-term fighting. Come on, come with me to do something. Yes. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng gave Yato instructions again. After the vampire warriors had rested enough, they would uproot the local forces nearby. Now the overall strength of the territory has been improved by several levels. There is no need to be secretive like before. You can do it openly. Jiang Cheng has been jealous of the energy stone mines controlled by those high-level tribes for a long time, and today he will definitely bring them under his control. Half a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Cheng brought Yale and Ale to the valley agreed with He Yuan. Yale stood aside and closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Sensing that He Yuan was still 20 kilometers away, it would take some time to arrive. Jiang Cheng handed the storage ring in his hand to Yale. You two go outside the valley and create some traces of battle, preferably leaving no grass at all, then throw the beast blood and the monster's severed limbs in the storage ring onto the ground to create a tragic scene. Yes. The Blood Clan Temple. Lily took Luo Qi to choose a room in the temple. Originally, she wanted to take Luo Qi to live in a residential area. After all, the Blood Clan Temple was a very sacred building in her eyes. How could she let an outsider live in it, and bring 5 pet insects with him? She didn't know if he would urinate and defecate in the temple at will. Moreover, Luo Qi's identity as a woman also attracted Lily's attention. Although she was still young, she had been with the women in the residential area for a long time and understood some things about men and women. In her opinion, the Lord and the Queen were a perfect match made in heaven, but thinking of the words Jiang Cheng left before he left, Lily could only sigh silently. How about this room? If you live here, you will be charged 1,000 energy stones per day, and you will also need to pay for food yourself. If you don't have money, you can use items of equal value to offset it. So expensive. Luo Qi was dumbfounded. 1,000 energy stones. The cost for one day was enough for her Saint-class battleship to come here. They were simply treating her like a fat sheep. This was intolerable. I'll stay here for a day and give you the energy stone later. Luo Qi decided to experience it first. After all, it was her first time to live in such a luxurious palace. It was magnificent and luxurious, and it was many times better than her shabby territory. Okay, I'll write it down first, and you can give the energy stone to the Lord or the Empress later. Lily took out the craft paper and began to record. When Luo Kaiman heard the word Empress, her heart was shocked, as if she was thinking of something bad, and her expression was slightly moved. Lily saw this scene from the corner of her eye, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She smiled and introduced herself. Our Empress is peerless and powerful. She can wipe out all the enemies in the world with a wave of her hand. She had been with the Lord since the establishment of the territory, and a deep relationship had developed between the two. Anyway, they stayed in the same room every night, and I don't know the details. When she said this, Lily wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. However, in order to show her power to Luo Qi and support Her Majesty the Queen, she suppressed her inner shyness. She acted as if she was just saying it casually. Luo Qi felt that she had heard something very bad, and her chest was blocked. Lily felt that it seemed a bit too much to tell her directly, and she should let her find out by herself. She hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Do you want me to get you some food so you can take a rest after eating?" "No, I'll go out for a walk." Luo Qi waved her hand, found a place to tie up the 5 void bugs, and then walked out of the temple. The space of these 5 guys is full of treasures, and they can't be allowed to run around. They are unfamiliar with this place. If they get lost, wouldn't it be a big loss? Jiang Cheng is such a stinky scumbag. You've already slept with someone else, yet you're still teasing me, calling me your little wife. Luo Qi rubbed her face twice to wake herself up. Jiang Cheng had nothing to do with her, so why was she always thinking about what he was doing? Anyway, she would go home after the territory was repaired in a while. As she walked, Luo Qi found the battleship she had sold to Jiang Cheng yesterday. Curious, she strode over. When she got closer, she found a little Lolita, only 6 years old, lying on the battleship. She was dressed like a nouveau riche, with a crown on her head, and a priceless scepter was casually thrown on the ground. How could there be a child in Jiang Qingling's land? Besides, isn't it dangerous to lie on the battleship alone? There is no adult watching around. Luo Qi was muttering to herself. Suddenly, she found that the little girl had bitten off a piece of metal from the battleship's hull with her tender teeth, and then puffed up her cheeks and chewed continuously. She stared at this scene with wide eyes, incredulous. Meng Li looked up and found that it was a strange young lady. She asked, "Who are you? Are you the maid assigned to me by the regent?" He Yuan, is Jiang Cheng's camp in the valley ahead. Xiao Yan stood on the giant flaming dragon, looking at the messy valley entrance in the distance. The ground was littered with broken limbs, and blood soaked the entire land. The strong smell of blood filled the entire forest. This shows how fierce the battle was. At the same time, no one cleaned up the battlefield outside. It seems that Jiang Cheng's soldiers must have suffered heavy losses, and they can't even spare the manpower to clean up the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan was overjoyed. He was so excited that his body was shaking. Replying to Alliance leader Xiao Yan, I have already inquired several times and confirmed that Jiang Cheng's territory is in the valley. Since recognizing the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord as his godfather, Xiao Yan's position in the alliance has risen rapidly. He has the power to manage the branch alliance in the Vaslo Great Forest. Originally, He Yuan should have called him the branch leader, but in order to make him take the bait, he naturally flattered him in various ways, calling him alliance leader Xiao Yan all the time, and saying good things to him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yan laughed and said, He Yuan, you did a good job this time. If you want any reward in the future, just ask for it. I promise to satisfy you. It is my honor to serve the leader Xiao Yan, and I dare not expect anything more. I only hope that the leader Xiao Yan will achieve great things in the future and leave me a job as a tea servant. Seeing that his performance was good, He Yuan showed a gloating smile. However, in the eyes of others, his smile completely turned into flattery, flattering Xiao Yan. Humph, Alliance leader Xiao Yan, let's quickly enter the valley and annihilate Jiang Cheng as soon as possible. Yes, half an hour has passed since the end of the battle, and no one has come to clean up the battlefield outside. It seems that Jiang Cheng can no longer mobilize so many people. It is estimated that he and his vampires are recuperating in the valley now, and they are very weak. They may have collapsed on the ground from exhaustion and can't even get up. As long as we enter the valley, we can take Jiang Cheng's head in an instant. The four lords accompanying him saw that the credit was about to be taken away by He Yuan, so they quickly spoke up. Good. Everybody, charge into the valley, kill all the vampires inside, and capture Jiang Cheng alive. I'm going to trample the so-called number 1 on the list under my feet and trample on him. Maybe I can get the coordinates of Luoqi's teleportation array from him and destroy the territories of the two lords in one fell swoop. Xiao Yan, who hadn't slept all night, shook his dizzy head and excitedly patted the fire dragon under him, signaling it to follow the lords below. Assuming that Jiang Cheng still has combat power, the 5 unlucky guys below will bear the brunt, and he can choose to fight Jiang Cheng or escape after observing the situation. Because the valley is long and narrow, the fire dragon had to fall from the air and walk instead. Not long after entering the valley, they found something wrong. It was too quiet in here, and the surrounding mountain walls and ground were intact, which was completely different from the outside. He Yuan, what on earth is going on? Xiao Yan's heart tightened, and he glared at He Yuan. The other 4 lords also cast sharp eyes at He Yuan, and the anger in their eyes seemed to want to kill him. This. Under such circumstances, He Yuan was trembling with fear and didn't know how to explain. He could only pray that Jiang Cheng would show up soon and save him from the dire situation. At this moment, he saw a vampire warrior coming out from the depths of the valley, and a vampire warrior also appeared at the entrance of the valley. He was overjoyed and said quickly, the soldiers under Jiang Cheng have appeared. Humph. Xiao Yan snorted coldly. He noticed the moment the 2 Blood Clan warriors appeared. The 2 Blood Clan warriors exuded a terrifying aura that was extremely dangerous. The murderous aura around them could almost condense into substance. Just looking at the sharp eyes could make people feel cold in their hearts. Xiao Yan's face was solemn. He used the Lord's privilege to check the personal information of the 2 Blood Clan warriors. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. 8-star Blood Clan warriors. All in their prime. One of them has even awakened? Xiao Yan didn't know how strong the Blood Clan warriors would be after awakening, but they would definitely not be weaker than those who had not awakened. 2 8-star Blood Clan warriors in their prime. And he had only nearly 100 fire dragons under his command, 8 of which were 7 stars. It seemed that he could fight 1 or 2, but in fact, these fire dragons had fought all night and had hardly rested. They were extremely tired mentally and could not exert much combat power at all. The combat power gap between the 2 sides was like a natural moat. He estimated that his 8 7-star fire dragons would not last more than 20 rounds in the hands of these 2 Blood Clan warriors. Puff. There was a noise behind him. Xiao Yan turned around and saw He Yuan with a sly smile on his face. He had already pierced a lord's chest with a long sword in his hand. His method was precise and ruthless, and his action was not slow at all. It was obviously premeditated. The magic bear soldiers behind him also immediately controlled the soldiers under the dead lord and pressed them to the ground. He Yuan, what are you doing? You have a brain cramp. You don't think that if you kill us and show your loyalty to Jiang Cheng, he will let you go, right? The 3 lords accompanying him angrily scolded He Yuan. They couldn't believe that He Yuan was not trying to deal with the 2 vampire warriors at this time, but was pointing the knife at their own people. Why should I show my loyalty to Lord Jiang Cheng? He Yuan smiled triumphantly, and then used a knife to cut a hole on the back of his hand. In the shocked eyes of Xiao Yan and others, the flesh on the back of He Yuan's hand squirmed, and the bleeding quickly stopped. The wound was healing rapidly. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect that. There is no need for me to show loyalty to Lord Jiang Cheng because I have become a member of the vampire clan. In fact, Lord Jiang Cheng got hold of your plan at the first opportunity. It's a pity that you guys were played around by Lord Jiang Cheng and me without knowing it. Looking at He Yuan's arrogant face, Xiao Yan was so angry that his eyes turned black and he almost fainted. At the same time, he was shocked. The soldiers under Jiang Cheng actually have the ability to infect. What a terrible ability. If he is infected and controlled today, then Jiang Cheng may be able to use him to destroy the entire Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan regretted it. Unlike Xiaoyan, the other three lords seemed to see the hope of survival. He hurriedly shouted in the valley, Lord Jiang Cheng, no, Lord Jiang Cheng, I am willing to surrender, please infect me into a vampire. I am also willing to surrender, as long as you don't kill me, I will work like a slave for you. I can help you deal with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan is a very bad guy. He actually dared to target you, Lord Jiang Cheng. He deserves to die. In order to survive, the three surviving lords expressed their opinions. One of them was even willing to turn the spearhead and point the weapon at Xiaoyan. Ha! Above the valley, Jiang Cheng couldn't help laughing when he heard the three lords' statements. Just now outside the valley, these three people, including the one who died on the ground, were very impressive. He thought they were very powerful. Unexpectedly, they gave up resistance without even taking action. He didn't want to take in these three useless people, but he could use them a little. I can accept your surrender, but you and Xiaoyan are trying to cause trouble for me together, and you have to pay a price. How about this? If you can kill the 30 fire dragons under Xiaoyan, I will spare your lives and infect you to become Blood Clan, so that you can gain extraordinary self-repair ability. Yale and Ale stood at the two narrow passes, watching the scenes inside with interest. They felt that the Lord was very bad, but it was really fun to do this. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the three lords were startled and felt that this was almost impossible to do. Xiaoyan is a top lord with 8 7-star fire dragons in his hands. What's the difference between asking them to fight him and seeking death? But if they don't do this, there are 2 Blood Clan warriors in front and behind, staring at them covetously. This is an 8-star Blood Clan warrior, and all of them combined may not be enough for one of them to fight. Even as strong as Xiaoyan is, there is no guarantee that he can escape from them unscathed. Just as they were wavering, Jiang Cheng's sigh came from the valley. Alas! Then let me help you. A vast holy power like the sea pressed down to the bottom of the valley. The mountain walls on both sides were shaking, and the rocks on the ground were shattered into powder. Xiaoyan and his fire dragons were all crushed to the ground by this terrible holy power, unable to move. They could only stare anxiously. Yale walked over with a smile. He punched the head of the fire dragon that Xiaoyan had cultivated with all his resources, dug out the beast core from it, and put its body into the storage ring. Then he did this 7 times in a row. All the 7-star fire dragons under Xiaoyan fell. Before leaving, Yale accidentally tripped over a stone and kicked a 6-star fire dragon at his feet, seriously injuring it and fainting on the spot. Jiang Cheng, you insult me too much. I will fight you till death. Xiaoyan was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. You are so stubborn. Upon hearing this, Yale came back and poked Xiaoyan's forehead 3 times, humiliating him to the extreme. When Yale returned to the entrance of the valley, Jiang Cheng withdrew his saint-level pressure, and Xiaoyan was able to get up from the ground. Looking at Jiang Cheng's position, he began to greet him in various ways and said some indescribable dirty words. Jiang Cheng didn't bother with the dying man. He said to the 3 lords, now I have changed my mind. You need to twist off Xiaoyan's head to survive. I have helped you so much. Whether you can survive depends on your own performance. The 3 people in the valley looked at each other. They had made up their minds. That was to kill Xiaoyan for Jiang Cheng. After all, the strength that Jiang Cheng had just shown was shocking. They didn't even dare to breathe. It felt that the other party wanted to kill them as easily as crushing an ant. This made them dare not resist from the bottom of their hearts. As for whether Jiang Cheng would keep his promise afterwards, he should. They believed that as the number 1 on the list, Jiang Cheng should still have the temperament he should have, and he would definitely not care about their mistakes. Thinking of this, the 3 people were greatly encouraged. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan, we want to survive, so, you know, who told you to seek death for no reason? You even dared to cause trouble for Lord Jiang Cheng. You are simply courting death. One person is not enough, and you force several of us to come together. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan was very angry. But now he had no choice. He could only kill the 3 people in front of him, and then show his usefulness and beg Jiang Cheng not to kill him. Thinking of the hot-headed insult to Jiang Cheng just now, Xiaoyan's body trembled. The 2 sides fought in a group. The soldiers under his command fought each other. Due to the narrow and long terrain of the valley, the fire dragon could not take off and could not play the innate advantages it should have, and it also limited the space for activities. Various factors led to the situation at a disadvantage at the beginning, and the 3 4-star fire dragons were directly besieged and killed. But the fire dragon is a top-level soldier after all. Relying on its own advantages and constantly spewing flames, it stabilized the situation. Time passed. The 3 lords were still no match for Xiaoyan. They died tragically under the dragon claws one after another. But Xiaoyan's victory was not very easy. After the death of the 8 7-star fire dragons, he only had 5 6-star fire dragons. One of them was kicked unconscious by Yelai and died on the spot not long after the battle began. Xiaoyan was a lord who liked to give away experience, and most of the experience was allocated to the 8 fire dragons, resulting in a lack of levels for the remaining fire dragons. Once the 8 fire dragons at the head died, Xiaoyan was basically useless, so he was so angry. The battle was over. Xiaoyan stood on the ground panting. He could hardly open his eyelids after not sleeping all night. His own strength level was only level 3, so he still needed to rest. Jiang Cheng jumped down from the valley. Yali and Ale stood behind him. He Yuan also came over with a smile, and his flattering eyes made him look like a cunning and treacherous person. Jiang Cheng gestured to the back. Ale and Yali understood and began to clean up the remaining fire dragons. These fire dragons collapsed on the ground one by one. Due to the terrain, they only needed to exert 1/10 of their strength to kill the enemy, but now they had to spend 3/10 of their strength. After destroying the 3 lords and their troops, the fire dragons almost lost the ability to continue fighting. They became lambs to be slaughtered. Lord Jiang Cheng, give me a chance. Hearing the wailing of the giant fire dragon behind him, Xiaoyan was refreshed and ran to Jiang Cheng, kneeling down and begging for surrender. I am the godson of Lord Purple-Winged Brilliant Dragon. I am deeply trusted by him and he will listen to me on many things. Please give me a chance. I can help you destroy the Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance in one fell swoop. After saying that, Xiaoyan showed a ferocious expression, took out a long knife from the storage ring in his hand, and stabbed it into Jiang Cheng's abdomen. Bold. He Yuan behind Jiang Cheng shouted, as if on guard, and pulled out a musket-like object from his back, firing a shot at Xiaoyan's forehead. Bang! In the air, a headless body fell to the ground. Xiaoyan, a top lord of a generation, fell. He died at the hands of a nobody, He Yuan. Hey, Master Jiang Cheng. I have long seen that this guy has bad intentions and wants to attack you, so I made some preparations in advance. He Yuan explained with a smile, fearing that Jiang Cheng would misunderstand. Well done. Jiang Cheng nodded as a compliment. Then he took the musket from his hand. This musket was exquisitely crafted and inlaid with an energy stone. Its power was slightly weaker, but it was more than enough for a headshot. It seemed that he could see that Jiang Cheng was interested in it. He Yuan explained this was bought from the Lord's trading area. There are countless talents among the tens of millions of lords. It is not surprising that they can make this object. If you like it, Lord Jiang Cheng, I will give it to you as a gift. Jiang Cheng shook his head. I don't need you to send. I prefer to rob. In He Yuan's astonished eyes, Jiang Cheng pointed the musket at his head and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Once Xiaoyan died, the Purple-Winged Brilliant Dragon Alliance would definitely know about it first and would link it to him. Therefore, He Yuan would have no value. After all, Xiaoyan was dead, so why didn't you, He Yuan, get into trouble? If you think about it this way, He Yuan's traitorous behavior would be exposed sooner or later. In this case, it would be better to kill He Yuan and let the Purple-Winged Brilliant Dragon Alliance think that he died gloriously. I gave you the title of Glorious Sacrifice, and it is worth it that you have done so much for me. As for why Jiang Cheng did not use Xiaoyan to destroy the Purple-Winged Huanglong Alliance, it was purely because of the lack of timing. When the Abyss Mist came, the local saint-level forces and god-level forces of the Lord Continent would definitely notice it and investigate the current situation of the continent. They will soon be discovered, or it is hard to say whether some of them have already been discovered. For these outsiders, the local forces of the Lord Continent will definitely remain vigilant. Maybe they will mobilize the forces at hand to eliminate them. In this case, Jiang Cheng naturally hopes that these so-called alliances will quickly unite and attract all the attention of the local forces on the continent. And he can use the Sky God Island to develop steadily. When he is able to fight against the local forces and make the local forces wary, he can start with those so-called alliances and destroy them. Keep these alliances. The first point is to let them attract the attention of the local forces. The second point is very simple, that is, these alliances are too thin, and there is not much meat on their bodies. Maybe the benefits of destroying an alliance are not as much as what he brings from destroying a kingdom of the local forces. I hope you guys can fatten yourself up quickly so I can eat meat soon. Don't let me down. After killing He Yuan, his soldiers naturally could not escape the bad luck and followed their master. It was better when I killed a lord for the first time, because I got achievement rewards at that time. I wonder if there will be any rewards after killing 100 or 1000 lords. The bodies of 6 lords are detected nearby. Do you want to reclaim their warehouses? Recycle. Successful recycling. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Cheng for obtaining 117,500 energy stones, 50,000 lord coins, 7.8 million wood, 6.9 million ore, 6 territory migration cards, heaven and earth spirit fire, fallen heart flame, a set of level 8 dragon exclusive armor, and 2,700 luck points. Behind them were some unimportant items. Most of them were animal cores and various materials. Jiang Cheng looked down on them. Fortunately, I cleared the lord's space before leaving, otherwise it would be full and I would have to abandon some supplies. Seeing the reward, Jiang Cheng couldn't help laughing. He even began to suspect that Xiaoyan was in a hurry to kill him and didn't care about the rewards on the leaderboard. But this flame seemed familiar. It seemed like I had seen it somewhere. Without caring about these, Jiang Cheng's first priority now was to reach Xiaoyan's territory through the teleportation array in He Yuan's territory and reclaim his territory. That was also a fortune that should not be underestimated. At the same time, the Purple-Winged Brilliant Dragon Alliance was very lively at this time. Everyone was discussing the gains they had made after the war. This time my troops have greatly increased their strength, with each type of troops upgraded twice on average. When I have rested enough, you can take your troops to find a feng shui treasure land. We low-level lords must find our own places, and we must not randomly find a place. If we accidentally find ourselves in the face of a level 9 wild monster, we won't know how we died. If the leader of the branch alliance has the conditions, he can build a teleportation array that leads directly to the headquarters. In this way, the people in our alliance will stick together and be as strong as a rock. Even the big local forces will be wary of us. No, if we get together, how do we allocate resources? With so many lords crowded together, even a fairyland can't withstand our consumption. The lords were chatting enthusiastically. Some top lords and the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord also joined the chat, and they would speak a few words from time to time, always receiving a large number of replies and praises from the alliance members. These were the big guys who were usually busy and invisible. The opportunity to chat together was naturally not to be missed. Suddenly, the people of the purple-winged brilliant dragon alliance remembered that there seemed to be a chatterbox who didn't show up today. The flame dragon lord, Xiao Yan? Just when everyone wanted to pull him out to brag together, they found that he was not in the alliance, and his friend list was no longer there. Oh my god, I just applied to add Xiao Yan as a friend. It may show that there is no such person, and give a hint that either this person has never appeared, or he has already died. What? How could this happen? Xiao Yan died. How is this possible? He was considered a top member in our alliance. Xiao Yan is in the Vasiluo forest, and the only person who can kill Xiao Yan there is that man. At this moment, a member of the Vasiluo branch said hurriedly. Not only Xiao Yan is gone, but also the 4 lords around him and the demon bear lord closest to Xiao Yan. In this way, the result is self-evident. That is, Xiao Yan led people to find trouble with Jiang Cheng, and the 6 of them were killed together, and died without a burial place. This is the only explanation. What did Xiao Yan do? He actually dared to set his sights on Jiang Cheng. He is so bold. Maybe he thought Jiang Cheng would suffer heavy losses in the Battle of the Abyss Mist and lose his main combat power, so he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Humph, you didn't even discuss this matter with us. It's obvious that you just want to have the whole thing to yourself. You deserve to die. Forget it, the dead are the greatest, so let's not discuss it. Let's discuss whether Jiang Cheng will take revenge later. After all, it was our people who provoked him first. At this time, the purple-winged brilliant dragon lord was in a very bad mood. He had really invested in Xiao Yan and loved him like his son. But he didn't expect that he would die in such an unclear way. Don't worry, son, your godfather will avenge you. It's time to change shifts, go back and rest. A group of goblins came out of the Iron Gate. Most of these goblins were familiar faces. They were the goblin patrol team infected by the vampire warriors. There were also several 3-star and 4-star goblins infected by Achuo. The goblins on duty were confused. They had only been on duty for a short time. Why did they change shifts so soon? This shouldn't be the case. This is the leader's order. The leader was worried that the black fog from last night would come again, so he specifically ordered us to stay in the stronghold to prevent any accidents. The abyss fog will have a certain impact on local forces, but it has little impact on the goblins. From last night to 8 o'clock this morning, the iron gates of the 3 goblin tribes were all closed, keeping the abyss monsters out, and almost no casualties were caused. But the goblin leader was afraid that the iron gates would be breached, so he ordered his soldiers to be on high alert and ready to defend against the enemy at any time. Therefore, all members of the 3 goblin tribes were nervous all night, and they didn't relax their vigilance and go back to sleep until the black fog receded in the morning. I guess they are all sleeping as soundly as dead pigs now. The guards on duty outside were also dazed. Ha ha ha, you guys have worked so hard. The goblins on duty were overjoyed when they heard that they could go back and rest. They quickly took off their heavy leather armor and walked towards the iron gate. The 2 teams crossed each other. The infected goblins took the lead and quickly eliminated the goblins on duty. Well done. We should have done this a long time ago. We have suffered so much in vain. Yale's figure appeared on the village wall. Behind him were his team members. After the baptism of the Abyss Mist, the level of the Blood Clan warriors has advanced by leaps and bounds. All members have reached 7 stars, and some Blood Clan warriors have even broken through to 8 stars, with extremely terrifying strength. Feeling the terrible breath of Achuo and others, the infected goblins were trembling with fear. The leading 4-star goblin squeezed out a stiff smile and said flatteringly, "Gentlemen, please come in." These goblins were depressed. Betraying the tribe made their consciences greatly condemned. After all, they also knew that those who are not of our race must have different hearts. But compared to psychological condemnation, they are more afraid of enduring the pain of torn blood vessels. That feeling is simply unbearable. Yale sneered, "You guys watch outside. If a goblin runs out, you must kill it as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable to you. Dear adults, please rest assured. If there are any fish that slip through the net, we will not show mercy." The 4-star goblin promised hurriedly. Then Achuo led his men to kill in. The other 2 tribes and the village on the back mountain were also attacked by the Blood Clan warriors, but they attacked by force and used more violent means. 4 groups of members attacked, and the remaining group, together with the militia squad, guarded the surroundings, not letting any fish that slipped through the net go. The overwhelming shouts and wails of killing rang out underground. The Blood Clan warriors were unstoppable. With their powerful strength, they could deal with this goblin as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. In less than half an hour, the 3 goblin tribes were wiped out, and only a few goblins in the mines were still resisting stubbornly. This mine is so big. The smell of energy stones alone makes people feel comfortable. After killing the last goblin, Lily looked around. She was now in the deepest part of the mine, surrounded by crystal-clear energy stones, as if she was in a palace built with energy stones. Goblins are the same as goblins. They use ordinary iron pickaxes to mine energy stones, and the manpower used is also the lowest level 1-star goblins. No higher level goblins are used, so the efficiency is very low. But if you think about it, you can understand the reason. One of the purposes of this high-level tribe is to serve as a barrier for the Goblin Kingdom to prevent surrounding forces from launching surprise attacks on the kingdom. It can be said that as long as the Goblin Kingdom is not destroyed, the senior tribes will always stand here. So the work of mining energy stones has become less urgent. And the leaders of the senior tribes are also selfish. If all the mining is completed at once, most of them will have to be handed over to the king, and the energy stones that can be kept are pitifully few. But if it is mined slowly, he can enjoy the energy stones in the meantime. It is only necessary to hand over a certain amount every month. After taking down the 3 goblin tribes, the spoils are unimaginable. If there is no external help, the militia team alone will need to carry it back and forth 3 times. Fortunately, some senior members of the goblin tribe have storage rings. Achuo found Lily. Lily, take your men to escort the spoils back first. I am here with the rest of the people to mine energy stones. Okay, Uncle Yali. Lily nodded and led the team members to leave the goblin tribe. As for the infected goblins, they had already died of ruptured blood vessels. Ironically, before they died, they had not yet pulled the knives out of their companions. Should we reclaim the fire dragon's territory? Recycle. Recycling was successful, and 2 million ores, 2 million wood, and 100,000 energy stones were obtained. As the prompt sound fell, the buildings in Xiaoyan's territory gradually faded, and finally dissipated, turning into a barren open space. Before recycling, Jiang Cheng took out some useful things from Xiaoyan's buildings. For example, this list in his hand. It records the information of all the members of the Purple-Winged Dragon Alliance in the Vaslo Forest. For example, the types of troops they have, the number of buildings, and the location of their territories are all recorded clearly. This list is still very useful. Most of the people recorded were low-level lords, with only a few high-level lords. I don't think they would be so stupid as to use the random function of the territory migration card, but would look for a piece of feng shui treasure land nearby that is suitable for their continued development. It's actually pretty easy to find them. Jiang Cheng decided to stimulate the Purple-Winged Brilliant Dragon Alliance. Let them work hard to develop their power. After that, Jiang Cheng found the territories of the other 4 lords through the list and recovered them one by one. In total, he obtained 400,000 wood ore and 20,000 energy stones. Their building levels and number of buildings were several levels lower than Jiang Cheng's. So the benefits of recycling were not that high. It's a pity that this teleportation array. Fortunately, Yun told me the coordinates. Next time, I can come here directly through the teleportation array in the territory and strike against the local forces here. This is how we make the best use of it. Through the teleportation array, Jiang Cheng returned to Yun's territory. The same operation was used to take away valuable items in his territory, such as the teleportation array on the ground, and then recycle them. Did the Goblin Kingdom send people down? When they were about to reach the territory, Jiang Cheng found a team of goblins riding wild boar beasts, heading towards the previously captured intermediate goblin tribe. There were not many of them. There were only a few of them, but their strength was quite impressive. All of them were 5-star. You should know that 5-star goblins can serve as the leader of an intermediate tribe. Being able to send out such a team means that this group of goblins is likely to be sent by a high-level tribe or their kingdom, and Jiang Cheng couldn't help but become interested. Ale. You two go and take down the goblins below, and then torture them severely to force them to tell you the purpose of their trip. Yes. Yale and Ale behind him turned into 2 after-images. Suddenly, the screams of goblins and the dying cries of wild boars were heard from below. After a severe torture, the 2 returned to Jiang Cheng's back. My lord, this team of goblins came from their kingdom, and their purpose is to receive gifts from the mid-level goblin leaders, because their king's birthday will be in 10 days. Except for the low-level leaders, every leader must offer gifts. The more generous the gifts, the more you will be valued by the Goblin King. Birthday? He must participate in such a good thing? After all, he is an old rival with the goblins, and it would be unkind of him not to give some big gifts. After getting rid of these goblins, Jiang Cheng returned to the territory. He happened to meet Lily, who brought back the spoils. My lord, this is the spoils we got, please count them. In addition, can you give me more storage rings to transport the energy stones in the mine of the goblin tribe? Jiang Cheng checked the storage ring in his hand. There are a lot of miscellaneous things in it, and the only valuable ones are the energy stones. There are about 1 million energy stones. Obviously, they are all corrupt officials who have made a lot of money in that mine. After piling up the storage rings and the items in the Lord's warehouse in the temple, Jiang Cheng handed all the storage rings on hand to Lily. After the energy stones in that mine are mined, each group will distribute them by themselves, which will also reduce some of my work. In addition, let them return to the territory immediately after the mining is completed. There are new combat missions for you. Jiang Cheng is preparing to attack a high-level goblin tribe. It is nearly 200 miles away. The geographical location of the high-level goblin tribe is special, because 30 miles away is the high-level dog-headed tribe and the high-level werewolf tribe. It is considered a border fortress between several major kingdoms. And behind the high-level goblin tribe is an open plain that can directly reach the capital of the Goblin Kingdom. There are only a dozen low-level goblin tribes along the way. There is not much defense at all. It can be said that once the high-level goblin tribe falls, the entire Goblin Kingdom will be in crisis, and the rest of the forces can attack directly. The birthday gift prepared by Jiang Cheng is to destroy the high-level goblin tribe and strip off the coat of the Goblin Kingdom. At that time, Jiang Cheng does not need to do anything. The four kingdoms will be affected by a single move and fall into a protracted war, pouring all their national strength on the battlefield. In this way, Jiang Cheng has an opportunity. He can defeat them one by one and easily take down the four kingdoms without having to fight tedious battles. From the previous map, the number of high-level tribes there is more than 3 times that of ordinary high-level tribes, and the level of the tribe leader has reached 8 stars. It is not realistic to want to wipe them out completely. Jiang Cheng thought silently in his heart. He planned to eliminate the top goblins at that time, and let the small fish and shrimps escape and let them spread the news. After Lily left, Jiang Cheng found an interesting scene. Anna and Luoqi sat in the secondary castle of the temple, seemingly talking about something, with smiles on their faces, and they looked very harmonious. Meng Li sat opposite them, holding a broken 7-star warhammer in her hand. She had already gnawed away only the handle of the hammer. She had eaten so much. The little girl's level had reached 5 stars. Her height had increased by 2 centimeters. One step closer to adulthood. Sister Anna, I didn't expect you to be so easy to get along with. I originally thought you were an iceberg goddess, but I didn't expect you to be a caring big sister. Luoqi took Anna's arm, and was very happy in her heart. It had been 7 days since she became a lord, and no one was talking to her or chatting with her. On weekdays, she only chatted with the female lords in her friend list, but they were all busy people. In order to survive, she could only say a few words to her at night. In addition to chatting with them, she would quarrel with Jiang Cheng, but every time she was mad at her. Now she finally met a caring big sister who was willing to chat with her and share some things with her. Let Luoqi feel that the future life is full of fun. It won't be too boring. Sister Anna, why don't you come back to the territory with me? There are good things in my territory. We can chat, sleep, and cook together in the lounge of the Saint-class battleship. You can get my voidworms back for anything you want. They are still very obedient to me. What do you think? After spending some time together, Anna already knew Luoqi's character, knew that she had no ill will towards the territory, and had no so-called ambitions. She was just an innocent girl, nothing more. And talking about Jiang Cheng, Luoqi would dodge her eyes, her pretty face would blush, her hands and feet would be placed restlessly, and she would become extremely nervous when speaking. Anna had guessed something. I don't know what the future results will be like, but she is still willing to make this friend. She confessed at the moment, I can't leave the territory, otherwise I will die. I will die if I leave the territory. How is this possible? Luoqi widened her eyes, and then seemed to associate something with her. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the expression on her face became gnashing. She understood Anna's words as, I will die if I leave Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, this scumbag, must have used some unspeakable means to make Sister Anna love him so much that she can't leave his side. If this goes on for a long time, he will expose his unknown evil habits and make Sister Anna voluntarily pose in various shameful actions to satisfy her inner desires. It must be like this. I will settle accounts with Jiang Cheng later and save Sister Anna from the dire straits. Luoqi thought to herself, her stomach full of anger. Jiang Cheng did not go in there. The 2 girls and a little kid were sitting together talking about something. Why did he, a big man, force himself in? His main goal now was to achieve hegemony, rather than thinking about those things. That would only make him fall into the gentle land and be unable to extricate himself, thus slacking off the development of the territory. The following time, Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged in front of the statue of the blood god ancestor, and used all his strength to activate the 9 nether flame, absorbing the endless souls from it, as if he could never absorb them all. Now the 9 nether flame has grown a lot. It can be divided into another 30 strands of subfire. It can be distributed to the rest of the Blood Clan warriors. He wanted to give those super lords and top lords subfire, so as to control the life and death of the other party. But those guys were not fools. If you are not nice to someone, you are either a traitor or a thief. They will definitely not absorb the subfire he gave them. Maybe they will use special means to annihilate the subfire, causing some damage to the 9 nether flame itself. This is not worth the loss. Next, Jiang Cheng stayed in front of the statue. As for the Sky God Island, he planned to take it out after the Blood Clan warriors came back from outside. As for the thing worth 1 million lord coins, there is no rush to buy it now. Such items are prepared for Anna. It's a pity that it's too early now, and it won't be used even if you buy it, and the value of such items will be consumed in vain. Everything should be done slowly, don't be too impatient, and rushing for success will not work. Night fell. The Blood Clan warriors returned to the city from outside. They had fatigue on their faces that could not be concealed, but their eyes were full of excitement. After their full mining for most of the day, the entire energy stone mine was dug out by them, and the number was about 1.5 million. The specific number cannot be counted, because the energy stones they dug out were irregular in shape, some large and some small. After all, they were not used as trading currency, but simply absorbed the energy inside. There was no need to be so particular, as long as it could be used. After seeing that everyone was there, Jiang Cheng took out the Sky God Island. Suddenly, the territory was shrouded in darkness. The vampires who didn't know the situation ran out to check the situation, holding various weapons in their hands, thinking that the black fog from last night had come again, and they were ready to fight. Jiang Cheng comforted everyone. He looked up at the sky. Seeing this, everyone looked up. I saw a not-so-big floating island floating just above the territory, and it was its shadow that plunged the territory into darkness. The floating island exudes a sacred and mysterious atmosphere. From below, you can only see the bare bottom, which makes people yearn for it and want to go up to see it carefully. Jiang Cheng, Yali, and Ale soared into the sky. The rest received Jiang Cheng's order to stay in the territory and don't run around. They rose to a height of nearly 1,000 meters. Jiang Cheng came to the top of the Island of Gods. Looking from the outside, the Island of Gods was full of clouds and mist, and there were palaces and pavilions in the center, magnificent and ancient, as if the ancient fairy palace was located in the world. The sacred mountain and ancient peak were shrouded in white fog, and their entire appearance could not be seen from the outside world. Moreover, a mysterious force bound the white fog inside the Island of Gods, preventing it from drifting to the outside world. What a beautiful view! Oh my god, this is simply a sacred island! Ale and Yale exclaimed in admiration. Jiang Cheng smiled without much explanation. The three of them came to the sacred island. Yale was at the front because he was afraid that there were some strange creatures on the island that would launch a sudden attack on them. It didn't matter if he and Ale were injured. But the Lord couldn't make any mistakes. Damn it! Just by inhaling a breath of white fog, my level has increased a lot. Yale, who was walking in front, exclaimed, puffing out fog with a big mouthful, looking full of enjoyment. Jiang Cheng and Ale behind him also noticed this. Big guy, you are not allowed to inhale the sacred fog. These belong to the master. If you inhale it again, I will throw you off. At this moment, a little girl in green clothes and green skirt walked out of the white mist, with an angry look on her face, and pressed Yale to the ground with one hand. A mysterious force enveloped him from all sides. He was pressed to the ground and could not move. After teaching Yale a lesson, the little girl in green clothes came to Jiang Cheng and saluted respectfully. Meet the master. I am the companion spirit of the Sky God Island, named Luluo. Before the master came, I was always in charge of the affairs of the island. Now that the master is here, you can tell me if you need anything, and I will help the master solve it. Arrived on the God Island, Jiang Cheng had a faint connection with it. But I didn't expect that there was also a companion spirit attached. Is this considered free? Luluo, take the three of us to the central area of the God Island. Jiang Cheng was not polite and ordered directly. From the outside, the edge is only a short distance away from the God Island, but after landing on the God Island, it is nearly 100 miles from the edge to the central area. Yes. Green light flashed around Luluo. The surrounding space fluctuated violently, becoming extremely distorted and blurred. When the space was restored, Jiang Cheng and the other two had already arrived at the central area of the God Island, where palaces and pavilions stood in rows. There was a huge teleportation array here. This teleportation array could reach the outside world directly, and could teleport hundreds of people at the same time. Jiang Cheng did not use the territory migration card immediately. Instead, he asked about the situation around him. Luluo, what is the white mist around here? Master, this divine mist is a special kind of air produced by the God Island, which can improve physical fitness and increase the level of cultivation. Originally, this air was colorless and odorless, but due to the accumulation of many years, it has condensed into substance and turned into the white mist today. Jiang Cheng then asked a few more questions. After confirming that the island was suitable as a territory, he found a vacant lot and used the territory migration card. Like the first time, all the items in the territory, including the buildings, were teleported over without exception. The first to feel the change in the environment were not the Blood Clan warriors or the people in the city, but the mysterious tree in the center of the territory. After absorbing a wisp of white mist, the tree continued to grow taller, the trunk and branches grew rapidly, and the pale pink flowers bloomed, delicate and beautiful. Fortunately, green ivy reacted quickly. With a finger in the air, it seemed that a transparent barrier was erected around the tree, preventing it from continuing to absorb the white mist around it. What kind of monster is this tree? How can it absorb so much? Green ivy looked distressed. If she had been slower just now, she didn't know how much white mist would have been sucked away. This was something that had accumulated over hundreds of years. Why did this tree grow so much all of a sudden? It's not going to bloom and bear fruit. The surrounding environment seems to have changed. There is white mist and clouds in the sky, and palaces, pavilions, and ancient sacred mountains have appeared outside the city wall. Could it be that the Lord used other means to relocate the territory? Have you ever felt that your cultivation level will increase if you breathe in the air? It's so amazing. The vampire warriors and people in the territory felt the changes in the surrounding environment and reacted. Anna and Luoqi walked out of the auxiliary castle with Mengli, holding 5 void bugs that seemed to be rabid and kept jumping and struggling. You 5 guys, please calm down. If you continue to be dishonest, I will throw you back. Luoqi threatened fiercely. She and Anna were chatting happily inside just now. These 5 guys kept struggling with the chain like crazy, making a lot of noise. In his own territory, Luoqi could bear it. But this is someone else's territory. Jiang Cheng walked in from outside. He introduced Luluo to everyone, and then asked her to explain the situation of Sky God Island. The process did not elude Rocky. Instead, Luluo spoke openly and listened to her, making her attracted to everything on the island. Because Jiang Cheng took a fancy to the ability of her unit, the void insects. After all, the ability to travel through the void and make it undetectable to the enemy was very terrifying. Used properly, it will cause a fatal blow to the enemy. Therefore Jiang Cheng wanted her to stay in his territory. It would be best if she stayed longer so that she could not afford the final payment, so that she could offer to pay off the debt with void worms. If everything goes well, we can successfully get a few. Of course, if Luoqi is not willing, Jiang Cheng will not force it, but it should be no problem to borrow it for a period of time. After all, the two of them are partners. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng came to the outer city wall. Now the territory has been moved to Sky God Island. With the island of God's defense capable of resisting the attack of the true God, this city wall would be of no use and would instead become an obstacle. This city wall should be retired. Dozens of places on it have been made holes by abyss monsters. A large part of the west wall has collapsed and has become a battle-damaged version of the city wall. The cannons above are no longer useful. The muzzles are showing some wear and tear, and there is a risk of exploding the barrels. I'll go to the World Channel later and ask if anyone needs them. He used the city cannon and city wall that he had promised, and there should be many lords rushing to buy them. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng called in the militia team. Let them start dismantling the cannon above. Whether to demolish the high-end city wall. Note, after the advanced city wall is demolished, it will become an advanced city wall building card, and the wear and tear of the city wall will be displayed below. Tear down. The outer city wall disappeared, and Jiang Cheng had an advanced city wall construction card in his hand. Later, Jiang Cheng sold it publicly on the World Channel. The price doesn't matter. He just wants to find someone to be the receiver, and he doesn't expect to make a lot of money from these things. Finished sending the message. Jiang Cheng called over some vampire warriors. The subfires of Juyuninjian were assigned to them. After the distribution was completed, he took out the day's spoils, fallen heart flame. As soon as it was taken out, the scorching temperature evaporated most of the surrounding air. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng wrapped it with holy energy in time to stop the loss. Spiritual fire of heaven and earth, fallen heart flame. A fire-attributed spiritual object born between heaven and earth, taking shape for thousands of years, and gathering spirits for thousands of years. It is a spiritual object that countless top powers dream of, and is extremely precious. Effect: once the fallen heart flame is successfully refined, a heart fire will be continuously generated in the body, keeping the body in a state of cultivation at all times, and the effect is far beyond ordinary cultivation. Currently the number of subfires that can be divided into 20. Tip 1. It is detected that the Lord already has a heaven and earth spirit fire in his body, so it cannot absorb it. Unless you possess a special skill, the two heaven and earth spiritual fires fused together will cause an explosion, leaving you dead without a place to bury. Tip 2. If the Lord wants to be absorbed by another person, that person must withstand the test of the fallen heart inflammation before he can recover it. He cannot recognize the master as easily as the Lord. Does it still take a test to attract others? Then I received it directly before. Is this the exclusive privilege of being a Lord? Then let Lily absorb this fallen heart flame. Anna seems to be interested in cultivating the little girl as her successor. Many things have been left to her to handle, resulting in very limited time for practice. In that case, I'll help her too. Jiang Cheng is also optimistic about Lily's potential. Be willing to invest in her. Jiang Cheng found Lily and Anna, and it happened that Luoqi, Mengli, and Luluo were all nearby. Lord, Owner, Regent. Jiang Cheng automatically blocked Mengli's name. Take Lily and Anna to the temple. Luoqi stood there blankly. The expression on his face was one of shock. What did she just hear? The aloof Empress actually calls Jiang Cheng a scumbag and an old pervert, her master. What on earth is going on? Could it be that Sister Anna has been manipulated by this guy Jiang Cheng and fallen into it? Temple training room. Lily, this spiritual fire of heaven and earth is called the fallen heart flame. It can help you practice at any time, and the efficiency of practice is higher than usual. You absorb it. Jiang Cheng took out the fallen heart flame and wrapped it with holy energy to prevent the heat from escaping. Lily was flattered. It felt like a waste of heaven's gift to let such a spiritual fire of heaven and earth be absorbed by a little girl like her. It seemed to be expected. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, I already have a spiritual fire of heaven and earth in my body, and I can't absorb a second one, and Anna doesn't need this thing. Compared to those big guys like Achuo and Yeli, I am more willing to invest in you. Anna on the side said. The Lord gives it to you, just take it. Improve your strength as soon as possible, and share more worries for the Lord in the future. Anna's words are still very useful. In Lily's heart, Jiang Cheng and Anna are like a kind father and a strict mother, taking great care of her. After a burst of touching in her heart, the little girl did not refuse and took the fallen heart flame wrapped in holy energy and prepared to absorb it. The fallen heart flame has physical damage. It is very easy to burn through the clothes and armor on the body, so Jiang Cheng is not convenient to protect it. After explaining the matter, Jiang Cheng took the account book handed over by the little girl and left the room. You remember it very carefully. He roughly browsed the records in the account book. All of them were Luoqi's consumption in the territory today. It was estimated that there were about 5 or 6,000 energy stones. Walked to a corner. Luoqi leaned against the wall and stared at Jiang Cheng with a bad face. Smelly scum, did you do something unspeakable to Sister Enna? Jiang Cheng glanced at her inexplicably. Then he left the temple directly. The moon is dark tonight and the wind is high, which is a good day to do bad things. Jiang Cheng gathered together the most elite members of the territory, the 3 brothers Ale, Jack, and the original 10 vampire warriors. Their levels have all reached 8 stars. The rest of the members are a little less impressive. Jiang Cheng asked the remaining members to stay in the camp to practice hard and strive to break through the 8 stars as soon as possible. When passing the battleship, Mengli was pulling Luluo to ask where there were more rare metals on the island. The little girl was still chewing the metal pieces broken off from the battleship, as if she couldn't get enough. Jiang Cheng didn't know why her little belly could be so fake. He placed the renewable energy stone mine near the battleship and took out the 8-star dragon-specific armor. Wow, the 8-star armor is so big. Prince Regent, you are so awesome. I will give you a title and incorporate it into the genealogy of our Golden Slime family, so that you will have the same noble status as the Golden Slime. Mengli has hugged a corner of the 8-star dragon armor and is ready to eat. Jiang Cheng's face darkened, and without any nonsense, he directly lifted her up by the golden robe she was wearing. When he came to the entrance of the mine, he threw the little girl in and set up a holy barrier at the entrance. Make it impossible for people inside to get out and people outside unable to get in. Dig out the energy stones inside for me. When I come back, I will see a total of 50,000 energy stones. If you are lazy, you can come out tomorrow morning. Jiang Cheng felt that he could not allow the little girl to eat like this. Sooner or later you will become a fat girl. Combining work and rest is the right way. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng told Luluo to keep an eye on the little girl and help her secretly if she really couldn't dig it out. Don't worry, master. I will keep an eye on her for you. In addition, when the master comes back, I will appear on the edge of the island of God as soon as possible and send you back. That's very good. Jiang Cheng nodded, then took the people on the teleportation array and left the Sky God Island. Rushed to the high-level goblin tribe on the border of the 4 kingdoms. Not long after Jiang Cheng left, the sound of Mengli's strike came from the mine, followed by a burst of gnawing and chewing sounds. Several slight muffled sounds sounded. The goblin patrolling the mountain fell to the ground. Yale and others looked at the camps stretching for miles in the distance, their eyes filled with the desire to fight. The largest camp in the center is probably where the goblin leader is. Your goal is to behead him, and try to deal with those 7-star goblins as well. Jiang Cheng issued the combat order. After saying that, he mobilized the vast holy energy in his body and sent out a full blow of a saint-level powerhouse. The target is directly at the city wall outside Dazai. This city wall was very tall and strong, stretching across the plain like an ancient behemoth. It gave the kobolds and werewolves on the opposite side a headache and racked their brains to destroy it. This is also the biggest support for this high-level goblin tribe to stay here. Ordinary 5-star creatures have no way to deal with this city wall. Only 6-star creatures can pose a certain threat. But now it is facing the most powerful blow from a saint-level powerhouse. The terrifying power caused the goblin army several miles away to crawl to the ground collectively. The 8-star goblin leader who was practicing hard in the camp opened his eyes in horror. The next moment, a huge roar echoed throughout the plain. Rumble. The mountains shook, the earth collapsed, and Jiang Cheng's most powerful blow was like divine punishment, causing the entire plain to tremble. The airwaves generated overturned all the goblin camps that stretched for several miles. The entire high-level goblin tribe seemed to have been plowed from beginning to end by a pair of big hands. The ground was crisscrossed with ravines and devastated. There are ruins as far as the eye can see. Jiang Cheng killed at least nearly 1,000 goblins with this blow, and injured countless goblins. After all, his goal was not to kill many goblins. Instead, destroy the wall that stretches across the plain, so that the army of kobolds and werewolves can pass here and attack the goblin kingdom in the distance. The kobolds and werewolves should have sent people to check, and then the 2 kingdoms seized the opportunity to join forces, and their troops were directed towards the goblin kingdom not far away. Our allies are suffering, and the goblin kingdom cannot survive alone. They must have sent a large army to reinforce them. When the goblin kingdom is empty, I can rush into their royal capital, take off the head of the goblin king, and take out the beast core from it. When the time comes, the beast cores in Jiang Cheng's hand can meet the requirements for the temple's upgrade. Coupled with the opportunity for a free upgrade at hand, upgrading to level 9 is just around the corner. Anna will also get rid of the remnant state at that time. More than a dozen sounds broke through the air. Yechuo, Yale, and others turned into afterimages, rushed towards the goblin tribe, and launched a beheading operation. Who? A goblin screamed in fear, and before he could clearly see the black shadow in front of him, his head disappeared. The moment he killed the goblin, the black shadow disappeared instantly without a trace. The next second, the black shadow appeared in front of the 3 goblin soldiers and killed them in the same way. This time the shadow paused for 2 seconds. It was just that the strong wind wave that had just generated overturned all the fire pots around, and the goblin still couldn't see the true face of the black shadow. He only knew that the black shadow was slaughtering his companions like a ghost, and he would enter the invisible state from time to time. The goblins around him cried out in fear. They fled in panic. There's no need to care about these small fish and shrimps, let's go kill those 7-star goblins. A black shadow laughed. 7 stars and 8 stars are contracted by Yato and the others, and they said they would have a speed race. A black shadow next to him said helplessly, then let's go kill 6 stars. It can only be this way. Fear spreads very quickly. The escape of 1 goblin can lead 10, and 10 can lead 100. Suddenly, the entire high-level goblin tribe fell into endless chaos. The central area was not much better. It should be said that the situation was even more serious. Almost not many goblins could escape from the central area. They are all small fish and shrimps. Who are you? The leader, who was originally high and mighty and feared by countless goblins, collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, and his breath was extremely weak. Like a candle in the wind, dying. Yale's figure appeared in front of him. Of course we are bad guys, you can't even see this, ha ha ha. After saying that, Yale solved the goblin leader with one blow, dug out the beast core, and absorbed the blood in his body. The rest of the goblin leaders were also solved one by Yachuo, Ale, and others. Looking at the messy environment around, there were still shouts of goblins fleeing in the distance. Yale and others smiled, and then simply cleaned up the battlefield, took away the storage rings from the goblin leader and a group of high-level people, and the bodies were shaken into powder. Now even if the fathers of these goblins came, they couldn't recognize which one was his son. I don't know how he died. Mission accomplished, let's go. Okay. With a flash of their figures, Yachuo and the others left the goblin tribe. Werewolf high-level tribe. A 6-star werewolf came running from the direction of the goblin tribe on all fours, reporting to the werewolf leader on the city wall. Report to the leader. The goblin tribe is suspected to have been attacked by a mysterious strongman. The entire tribe and the city wall outside have all been reduced to ruins, with countless casualties and a complete defeat. I caught a few stray goblins. After torturing them, I learned that there are dozens of black shadows constantly shuttling through their territory, and each attack will take a life. The goblins don't know what it is. They probably guess that it is a ghost or vengeful spirit that ran out from the depths of the Vaslo forest. The werewolf leader on the city wall frowned. He is 7 meters tall, with muscular muscles, strong limbs, and a body full of explosive power. He looks very scary. Ghosts, ghosts. Don't those things live in the darkest place in the Vaslo forest? How come they run to our peripheral areas? This shouldn't happen. Could it be that some guy who gave birth to cubs without anus led them out? After saying that, the werewolf leader fell into deep thought. What happened to the goblin tribe was too unexpected. It was impossible to imagine that the goblin tribe, which was as solid as a rock the moment before, turned into ruins the next moment. The giant beast that gave the wolves a headache was beaten to limp in an instant, lost its fighting power, and became a lamb to be slaughtered. Just as the werewolf leader was pondering, a dog-headed messenger came running from a distance. I have met the werewolf leader. Werewolf leader, I believe you have also learned about the situation of the high-level goblin tribe on the opposite side. My leader has assembled a large army and is on the way to march, and invites you to jointly send troops to the high-level goblin tribe and take it down in one fell swoop. After taking it down, both sides can establish a simple defense line, wait for the arrival of a large number of reinforcements from the kingdom, and then launch a general attack on the goblin kingdom. If you miss such a godsend opportunity, there will be no next time. The werewolf leader was moved. Now the goblin tribe is in chaos. The army has almost lost its combat effectiveness. As long as he sends troops, he can sweep all the way, and it is not a problem to hit their kingdom capital. And this time the kobold leader is also sending troops. The other side has even set off, and it seems that they are determined to win. If he retreats in this situation, wouldn't it prove that he is not even as good as a dog? As for the so-called ghosts and evil spirits, they have not been confirmed yet. It may just be the nonsense of those goblins. And even if it is a real ghost or evil spirit, when the sun rises in the morning, won't it roll back to the depths of the forest? The opportunity for war cannot be delayed. If it is too late, the reinforcements from the Goblin Kingdom will arrive, and the Gnoll leader will be in crisis. If something unexpected happens to the other side, then he must have a great responsibility. It is not impossible that the relationship between the two countries will break down at that time. Thinking of this, the werewolf leader made a decision in his heart and said to his subordinates beside him, "You should inform His Majesty the King of the country about the situation here as soon as possible, and ask him to mobilize the army to reinforce. I will join hands with the Gnoll leader next to me to take down the high-level goblin tribe and defend it desperately until the army arrives. When the general is away, he is not subject to the king's orders. Say sorry to His Majesty the King of the country for me." The incident happened suddenly. In order not to delay the opportunity for war, I can only act on my own initiative to send troops without authorization. As the most important high-level tribe on the border, without the king's handwritten order, troops cannot be sent without authorization. After all, if something goes wrong here, the whole kingdom will be in danger, like a sharp blade, suspended above the kingdom. Yes. The 7-star werewolf on the side saluted. Then it flew towards the capital at a very fast speed. The dog-headed man below was overjoyed and quickly replied. After Jiang Cheng's strongest blow fell, the werewolf tribe has been alarmed, and the soldiers under his command are fully armed and ready to fight at any time. In this way, the werewolf leader mobilized troops very quickly. The 10,000 werewolf army marched towards the high-level goblin tribe, and the remaining thousands of old and weak werewolves guarded the tribe. When they arrived, The high-level goblin tribe was ablaze. Countless dog-headed men shuttled through it, chasing the fleeing goblins, and blood was spilled all over the land. The werewolf leader shouted when he saw this. Then he took the lead and led the third-party forces to join the battlefield to annihilate the goblins together. The response from the Goblin Kingdom was very quick. As the battle was about to end, a well-equipped goblin army of 50,000 people arrived at the high-level tribe. The three parties continued to fight, and the battlefield could be described as a meat grinder. Pass my order. Mobilize the troops of all the middle-level and low-level tribes in the surrounding areas, let them go to support, and make sure to take back the high-level tribe. Even if we use human sea tactics and fill them with lives, we must stop the enemy there and not let them get close to the capital. At the same time, send someone to ask the Goblin King to send troops, and tell him that if something happens to us, they can't stay out of it, and at worst we will die together. Under the throne, a goblin who looked like a general spoke loudly to the ministers below. The Goblin King, who was supposed to be on the throne, disappeared. The general was in charge of all the affairs of the country. At this moment, a terrifying holy pressure came from the depths of the palace, and instantly spread throughout the goblin capital. Countless goblins prostrate themselves on the ground. The goblin ministers in the hall also knelt down and saluted. Welcome the king out of seclusion. Amidst the waves of greetings, the fat goblin king appeared in the hall, and his body directly filled the entire throne, making people wonder whether the throne could withstand this heavyweight player. Your Majesty. The goblin general saluted respectfully, and then told what happened in the outside world and the decision he made. Well, you did a good job, but I want to make some changes. Let the frontline troops withdraw and use the city walls as a barrier to block the attacks of werewolves and dog-headed men, and order all the goblin tribes outside to rush back to the capital. Hearing this, the collective goblin ministers below were dumbfounded. They wondered if their king had consumed his IQ to improve his strength. After all, the king has been stuck at level 9 for 3 years. His cultivation has not improved at all in 3 years. It is obvious that his talent has reached the limit and cannot go further. But since the beginning of the year, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and has climbed to the current saint-level strongman. This surprised many goblin ministers, especially the speed at which the king improved his cultivation. I am afraid that the speed of top creatures is no faster than this. Looking at the minister's scrutinizing eyes, the Goblin King was furious. I have my own plans. Don't speculate. Do you think the dog-headed people and werewolves can still resist me? Just a bunch of ants. When the armies of the two countries arrive outside the city, I only need to release my holy power and they will be wiped out. Looking at the extremely confident expression on the face of their own king, the goblin ministers had no choice but to obey the other party's decision. After all, the king must be thinking about the country. It's impossible to push the country into the fire pit, right? The Goblin King and the general were the only ones left in the empty hall. After dismissing the servants around, the Goblin General frowned and said, "Brother, have you damaged your brain by practicing in seclusion? How can you bring the battle line to the capital? That's fine, but you have to recall all the tribal members outside. Isn't that handing over the control of the periphery? Even if it's for the war, once the war is over, the capital can't afford so many soldiers." The Goblin King looked at his brother with contempt, clapped his hands. As the clapping sounded, 2 young and beautiful female elves came out from the back, sat directly on the Goblin King's lap, picked up the fruit on the table, and served him to eat. The 2 female elves had empty eyes, numb hands, and feet, as if they had lost their souls. "Brother, how could there be elves here?" The Goblin General subconsciously drew his weapon. Elves are one of the most powerful races in the Vaslo forest, and can be called a hegemon. There used to be many people who coveted the beauty of elves and wanted to catch one as a forbidden delicacy. But the matter was only halfway through when it was discovered by the elves, resulting in the uprooting of the forces behind it. It is said that the heads were piled up into a mountain. Now the eldest brother will not go astray, right? They can't bear the anger of the elves. What are you thinking? How could I catch an elf? This was given to me by the elves' high-level people. At the same time, my realm was also improved by him. Otherwise, how could I break through the saint level with my talent? It's just wishful thinking. But I'm not a real saint level. I'm still far from the real saint level. I can only be called a half-saint. After saying that, the Goblin King released his true breath, which was not even 1/10 of Jiang Cheng's. Ignoring his brother's stunned expression, the Goblin King continued, "Although I'm not a real saint-level powerhouse yet, I only need a little bit of price to get the opportunity to break through the saint-level powerhouse. When the time comes, I will protect you. No one will dare to bully us brothers anymore. You can do whatever you want. Only a little price?" The Goblin General didn't know that the little bit in his brother's mouth was different from what he understood. If he knew the price, the brothers might immediately turn against each other. In that case, brother, you can do it yourself. I'll go down and prepare for the follow-up matters. The Goblin Kingdom received the war report from the front. Worried about the fall of the Goblin Kingdom, he immediately sent 50,000 reinforcements to reinforce and cooperate with his allies to repel the invading werewolves and dog-headed men. At the same time, he ordered the surrounding goblin tribes to cooperate with the army's actions and provide all the conveniences they could. But he might not have expected it. Shortly after the army set out, more than a dozen black shadows appeared above the goblin capital. Perhaps in order to comply with the other 3 kingdoms, the Goblin Kingdom was not built underground, but on the surface. However, most of the goblins in the capital have cellars at home, and they still sleep underground at night. Lord, isn't it a bit hasty for us to do this? Just a dozen people can't eliminate so many goblins. I'm afraid that their army will turn back before they kill half of them. Yale felt the breath below. There are probably hundreds of thousands of them, with varying strengths. There are only 30,000 goblins with levels here, most of which are small shrimps. There are only 2 8-star goblins and their king who can rank high. This time we are still carrying out a decapitation operation. The goal is to kill their king, take the beast core from him, and all the treasures in the treasury. Let the rest of the small shrimps fend for themselves. Jiang Cheng's holy energy enveloped Atuo and others. In an instant, he appeared in the palace of the Goblin Kingdom, releasing the pressure of a saint-level strongman, covering the palace. All the goblins in the palace could not move, and even had difficulty breathing. The Goblin King, who was exercising with his beloved concubine, was also affected. He was interrupted while casting a spell. It is estimated that he will not be able to recover without 810 bowls of tonic. Damn it. The Goblin King got up from the bed with an angry face. After all, he also has the strength of 9 stars. The saint-level pressure is certainly useful to him, but Jiang Cheng did not focus on him alone, but covered the entire palace. So the action can still be done. It was just very strenuous. This is the pressure from a saint-level powerhouse. How is this possible? I am timid by nature and have never provoked an existence of this level. Maybe he is just passing by and wants to ask for a drink of water. After putting on his clothes with difficulty, the Goblin King came outside. Looking at Jiang Cheng and others who looked unfriendly in the distance, the corners of his mouth began to twitch constantly. He originally wanted to say hello politely, ask the other party if they were passing by him and wanted to stay here for a midnight snack or something. The leading human was okay, with a calm expression. But the big guys behind him looked at him with eyes that wanted to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons, and then dip him in a special sauce and swallow him alive. Dear heroes, do you have any needs when you come here? If you have any, I can satisfy you. Even so, the Goblin King was still polite. There is no way, they are so strong. There are so many people, and he is now alone. How can he fight? It is the best choice to be able to spend money to avoid disasters. If the other party's request is really excessive, then he will not be so easy to talk to. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this guy to be so friendly. He pointed at the king of the empire and said, I came here not for others, but for you. If you are honest, I can avoid harming innocent people and ensure the safety of your kingdom. But if you are not honest, your entire kingdom will suffer when the fight breaks out. The Goblin King's face was pale. I didn't expect that these guys really came to eat him. He was full of fat, and sometimes even he himself disliked it, but these guys actually wanted to eat him? Even a saint-level strongman led the way. The Goblin King's fat body trembled. Just when he was desperate, shouts of killing rang out outside the palace. The palace guards had already discovered the abnormality. They had already poured into the palace. But before they could cross the palace gate, they were pressed to the ground by Jiang Cheng's pressure. The palace entrance was soon blocked by a group of goblins lying on the ground, but except for the gate, the rest of the goblins chose to climb over the wall. In short, they wanted to rush in to save their own king, and mobilize the energy in their bodies to resist the pressure released by Jiang Cheng to achieve a slowing effect. As more and more goblins did this, Jiang Cheng's pressure was further weakened. Go and kill those annoying bugs outside. Leave this fat guy to me. Jiang Cheng withdrew his pressure and asked Atuo and others to deal with the goblins outside. Are you really unwilling to let me go? The Goblin King gnashed his teeth. Originally, he hoped that his soldiers would rush in so that he could escape in the chaos. But now the other party has directly forced him into a dead end. Letting him fight against a saint-level strongman alone, isn't this asking for his own death? Jiang Cheng nodded. Why should you let go of the fat meat that is in your mouth? If you are honest, I can save you from the pain of flesh and blood and give you a quick death. Hearing this, the Goblin King showed a painful expression on his face. I didn't expect that the other party likes to eat fat meat. No wonder he came to him, but the Goblin King next door is fatter than him. Why did he only come to him? After a moment of unwillingness in his heart, the Goblin King was extremely determined. Took out a transparent energy bead from the storage ring in his hand. Humph, don't think you can take me down so easily. I also have certain means to build a kingdom in this area. The energy bead stores the energy that the previous generation of Goblin King injected into it before his death. As long as the energy inside is absorbed, the Goblin King can raise his strength to the peak of 9 stars in a short time, and it is not impossible to even touch the threshold of the saint level. Stupid. Just after the Goblin King finished speaking harshly and had not yet absorbed the energy beads, Jiang Cheng appeared in front of him. The overwhelming saint-level pressure pressed on the Goblin King, causing him to collapse directly to the ground. The ground was pressed down and collapsed, forming a spiderweb-like crack. Only then did the Goblin King know the gap between the two. It was like a natural moat that could not be crossed. Even if he was given 10 energy beads, it would not be enough for the other party to fight with one hand. Who taught you to speak harshly before a fight? Jiang Cheng squatted down and patted his fat face. He took off the 10 storage rings on his hand one by one and put them on his own hand, looking like a nouveau riche who had just made a fortune last night. So considerate, you actually hid all the good things in it, which saved me a lot of trouble, so I'll give you a quick death. In the ferocious eyes of the Goblin King, Jiang Cheng put his hand on his chest, shattered all the heart meridians with one palm, and then took out the 9th level beast core in his body. The goal has been achieved. There is no need for Jiang Cheng and others to stay any longer. They left the Goblin Kingdom at a very fast speed, leaving the goblins helpless and furious below. Ale did not act with Jiang Cheng and others. Instead, he stayed on the goblin battlefield, reported the results of the war to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng originally thought that Ale would stay outside for a while, but he didn't expect that before they returned to the Sky God Island, Ale was already waiting for their return outside. Report to the Lord. The war on the goblin side has ended. For some unknown reason, the goblins chose to retreat and were chased for dozens of miles by the werewolves and dog-headed men who had almost lost all their lives. And the surrounding goblin tribes seemed to have received orders from their kingdom and led all the goblins under their command to rush non-stop towards the direction of the capital. Their morale was once extremely low, and they almost lost the will to continue fighting. Some goblin tribes even mutinied. After listening to Ale's report, Jiang Cheng couldn't figure out what the Goblin King was thinking. Wouldn't this operation put the kingdom on a dead end? Why did he do this? What benefits could he get from doing this? These two questions immediately appeared in Jiang Cheng's mind. In short, it is certain that the Goblin King did this for some purpose. It is necessary to gather so many goblins. A guess emerged in Jiang Cheng's mind. Over there, the Goblin King was preparing to perform an evil sacrifice, which required sacrificing tens or even millions of lives in order to achieve his inner ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng frowned. If that was really the case, then he had to get involved. After all, sacrificing so many lives would definitely produce something incredible. It would be a waste of resources for such a treasure to fall into the hands of the goblins. He had to play a role in stealing someone's love. Of course, this was just Jiang Cheng's guess. We'll have to wait and see for the details later. Back on the island, Luluo appeared in front of them, took them to teleport and returned to the territory. Luluo, the Sky God Island has entered a hidden state and is moving towards the Goblin Kingdom. The Sky God Island can move. It's just that the speed is a bit touching, but at least it can move a considerable distance. Okay, Master. Luluo sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes and controlled the God Island. After Yechuo, Yale, and others went back, Jiang Cheng came to the renewable energy stone mine. He did not forget what he said to Mengli before leaving. I want to see if the little girl has dug out all the energy stones. If not, it is not impossible to forgive, but at least more than half should be there. Well, Regent, you came at the right time. Help me up quickly, I can continue to eat. Hearing the movement, Mengli opened her eyes a little and said in a daze. Jiang Cheng looked around. Where is there any energy stone in this mine? Looking at the little girl's swollen belly again, Jiang Cheng could already guess where the energy stones went. After 24 hours of non-stop eating, Mengli's level has reached level 6. Her height has increased by another centimeter. After all, as her level increases, the little girl's eating speed has also improved by leaps and bounds. Still eating, Jiang Cheng was like an old father who was worried about her. He was going to take the little girl to Anna for a checkup. If there was no problem, he would let her continue, so that she could improve her strength as soon as possible and exert the ability of the golden slime as soon as possible. If there was a problem, she had to stop. Mengli gained a lot of weight. Jiang Cheng carried her all the way to the temple auxiliary fort. The lights are still on here. Anna is instructing Lily on her cultivation matters, and is waiting here for Jiang Cheng to return. Owner. Lord. Jiang Cheng nodded slightly, and then looked at Lily. The energy in Lily's body is flowing rapidly and endlessly, and there is a blazing energy inside her body, like a small human-shaped sun. Apparently she had successfully recovered the fallen heart flame. Let Anna check Mengli's body. Maybe Jiang Cheng's embrace was too comfortable, so Mengli fell asleep again. Mengli is fine. Her physique is extraordinary. She can't cure anything just by eating. It's just that she doesn't need to eat anymore for the next 2 days, so she can digest the remaining energy in her body. Anna withdrew her hand from Mengli's belly. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, threw Mengli to Lily, and asked her to take Mengli back to the room to rest. He did the same and took Anna back to his room. After washing up, Jiang Cheng took out tonight's spoils. When I was in the Goblin Kingdom, Yechuo, Yale, and others relied on their strong strength and numerical advantage to easily take the lives of 2 powerful 8-star goblins. At lightning speed, take away the storage rings from their bodies and dig out the 8th level beast cores in their bodies. Therefore, Jiang Cheng has a total of 3 level 8 beast cores in his hand. Only 2 of them need to be broken down. This will satisfy the requirements for upgrading the vampire temple. There is no need to use the 9-star beast core at all. Anna, the temple will be upgraded to level 9 soon. Why don't you reward me well? An intriguing smile appeared on Jiang Cheng's lips. Then Master, what reward do you want? I want you to tell the story you haven't finished before. Is it just this? What do you think it is? 3 hours passed. Anna finally finished her story. It's just that there are obvious traces of changes in the ending. Maybe she didn't want Jiang Cheng to know what the real ending of the story was. Jiang Cheng had already noticed this, but he didn't say much. He enjoys listening to Anna's stories and mainly enjoys the quiet atmosphere of the night. Listen to her cool and beautiful voice as she tells the lifelike characters in the story. There is no noise interference from the outside world. There are not so many tedious things to consider. Let go of the fatigue accumulated during this period. It's bright outside. Jiang Cheng decomposed 2 8th level beast cores. Came outside the temple. Do you want to spend 57th level beast cores, 300,000 wood, 300,000 ores, and 50,000 energy stones to upgrade the vampire temple? Upgrade. As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the sanguine temple began to change. Don't wait for the chime in your head to sound. Jiang Cheng took advantage of the opportunity to upgrade the temple for free. Upgraded twice in a row. The bee paused for a while before sounding. Used successfully. Sanguine temple, level 9. 300 blood warriors can be drawn every day. The probability of drawing a bronze level blood warrior is 100%. The probability of drawing a silver level blood warrior is 85%, and the probability of drawing a gold level blood warrior is 50%. Tip 1. The vampire temple has reached level 9, and the vampire warriors will be drawn in the order of gold, silver, and bronze. Tip 2. If you choose to breed an awakened vampire warrior, 10 awakened vampire warriors will be born in one day, and the initial level of these 10 vampire warriors is level 9. Tip 3. Since the vampire temple is currently in a state of gestation, the gestation time has been shortened to 20 hours. 10 vampire warriors who have awakened their bloodline will be conceived in the early hours of tonight, and the initial level of this vampire warrior will be changed. Upgraded to level 9. Required for the next upgrade, 1 million wood, 1 million ore, 300,000 energy stones, a heart of dynasty, level 9 beast core *50. Level 9 beast core is produced by level 9 creatures, explosion rate is 100%. The stronger the creature, the higher the chance of exploding the beast core. Note, since the Lord has upgraded the territory level to level 9, the next temple upgrade will be out of the scope of the ordinary level, ushering in major changes, and the rewards will be very generous. Finally level 9. After 2 consecutive upgrades, Anna's remnant soul is estimated to have been completed. She can use the power of the soul to reshape her physical body and restore half of her strength in her heyday. Jiang Cheng thought about it day and night, looking forward to it from the moment he heard the news to now, and now he finally got what he wanted. He didn't know why he was so excited, but he was just happy from the bottom of his heart. The time to conceive an awakened vampire warrior has been shortened to 1 day, and the number has been increased from 3 to 10, and the initial level is 9. The sanguine temple has reached the 9th level. The next upgrade requires 50 level 9 beast cores. This is obviously not so easy to do. Currently, it is very difficult to find all 50 9-star creatures. Therefore, Jiang Cheng's next upgrade may take a while, unless he is lucky and allows him to encounter 2 saint-level powerhouses, kill them to obtain the holy source, and then decompose them into 9th-level beast cores to upgrade the temple. Of course, the probability of this happening is extremely low. The saint-level strongmen are beyond the ordinary, just like a young lady who never leaves her house. She is focused on breaking through a higher realm and leaves everything to the people below. They almost never stay outside for no reason. Saint-level strongmen are collectively called saints. Above this, there are 2 realms, Saint King and Great Saint. Then there are the gods who are revered and worshipped by all living beings. Nowadays, 10 awakened Blood Clan warriors can be bred every day. Even if the upgrade speed of the temple enters a slow period, it doesn't put too much pressure on me. Jiang Cheng sighed in his heart. Then he cast his eyes on the Blood Clan temple. The temple has once again undergone earth-shaking changes. It is magnificent and seems to be a place specially for gods to live. The surroundings are emitting brilliant divine light, and with the white mist floating around, it is like a paradise on earth. But this divine light does not seem to be emitted by the temple, but from his inside. Before Jiang Cheng could think about it, an extremely strong pressure was overwhelming and swept around the territory. Even if Jiang Cheng used all his strength to resist, he could not stop it for a moment, and the whole person kept retreating. The terrifying pressure swept across the entire Sky God Island. The surrounding buildings kept shaking, and ordinary houses were full of cracks. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the air around formed a huge tornado, covering the temple, and countless white mists were involved. The entire Sky God Island seemed to have fallen into the end of the world. Thousands of Blood Clan members fainted when they felt the pressure. Achuoyeli and others who were practicing were not much better, spitting blood and having disordered breath. Green Rose, who noticed the situation from a distance, rushed over as soon as possible. She almost mobilized all her strength to seal the terrifying pressure around the temple and prevent it from spreading outward. This pressure lasted for a long time. Colorful auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. Brilliant rays of colorful divine light penetrated the clouds and illuminated the Blood Clan temple. As the divine clouds gathered more and more, the divine light also increased, and in a moment, the entire Sky God Island was enveloped in it. The divine light illuminated the world. An extremely huge, thousands of feet high divine shadow appeared above the Blood Clan temple, like a pagoda that reached the sky, emitting a terrible might. At this moment, all the creatures in the entire Vaslo forest felt this vision and were extremely shocked. Especially for ancient forces as strong as elves, because such visions are only recorded in ancient books, and only occur when the strong break the mirror and become gods. And when most gods are born, the sky should be condensed with dark and dense calamity clouds, and immediately flashing with world-destroying calamity thunder, ready to strike the new gods below at any time. Only after surviving this calamity can they be called true gods. But what is the situation now? There is no calamity cloud in the sky, but auspicious clouds appear instead, as if the heavens are celebrating the birth of this new god, and through this method, the new god can quickly condense the body and soul of the god, transform the divine power, and help her adapt to the new power in a short time. Everyone stared at the area illuminated by the auspicious clouds and divine light. Even the goblins and dog-headed men who were engaged in a great war pulled away and stopped the ongoing battle. Not only the local forces, but also the lords in the Vaslo Great Forest have been swiping the screen frantically on the World Channel. Like war correspondents, they are swiping the screen frantically about the strange phenomenon here. There is no way, it is too shocking, directly covering the entire Vaslo Great Forest, and some forces outside the Great Forest have noticed it. Some powerful and ancient beings have even speculated on the secrets of heaven, wanting to see who caused this strange phenomenon. Some actionists have sent their subordinates to the Vaslo Great Forest to investigate the news. The shadow above the Blood Clan temple became more and more solid. It was Anna, who was extremely beautiful and charming, showing the majesty of the Empress. A Buddhist sound rang out between heaven and earth. The colorful clouds dissipated and turned into invisible breaths that flowed towards the direction of the Sky God Island, along with the white mist in the air, and flowed into the temple together. It may be that the amount of breath was too large. It overflowed a little in the process. Jiang Cheng stood in the front. He mobilized the holy energy to wrap the breath around him and absorbed it into his body. In an instant, his cultivation, body, soul, and all aspects have been significantly improved. The fatigue on his body also dissipated at this moment. The Blood Clan warriors and the people in the territory also enjoyed this benefit. Their injuries were healed, and their cultivation and physical fitness were slowly improving. Yale and Jack, who were slightly ahead in cultivation, broke through the 9-star at this moment, and Yechuo and others reached the peak of 8 stars, and becoming 9-star strongman was just around the corner. The rest of the Blood Clan warriors also broke through 1 star more or less. It felt like one person's success brought prosperity to the whole family. As the last breath entered the temple, Anna's shadow in the sky gradually shrank and quickly shrank towards the temple. The terrible pressure it exuded caused the blockade of green rose to collapse quickly. This time the pressure was different from the previous one. Although it was terrible, it would not cause substantial damage. Because this was no longer an ordinary pressure, but a vast divine power. Gods are revered by all and worshipped by all living beings. Except for Jiang Cheng and Green Rose, all the Blood Clan people and Blood Clan warriors in the entire territory bowed respectfully to the ground in the direction of the temple, with extremely pious expressions on their faces. Is this the power of God? Jiang Cheng's face showed a look of yearning. Hehe, with Master's talent, the divine realm is just around the corner. Leluo laughed playfully, and then bowed in the direction of the temple. As the companion spirit of Sky God Island, she can also be regarded as a half-god. There is no need to bow down like ordinary creatures, but only a slight greeting, showing respect to the new god and acknowledging the other's status. The vast divine power spread rapidly and soon spread throughout the Vasluo forest and the surrounding areas of Vasluo, covering a small half of the Lord's continent. The creatures in these areas all ran out. Show respect to the new gods. Kneel down in the direction of the Sky Island. Divine thoughts intertwined in the void. These divine thoughts are so powerful that the void cannot stop trembling, and is on the verge of collapse at any time. A god was born in the outer area of the Vasluo forest. Who would become a god in such an inhospitable area? It doesn't look like this power can be caused by the new god. Which of the gods on the continent doesn't have a name and a surname? It's an existence that dominates one place. What is it if a god suddenly appears and isn't a new god? Could it be the work of those small forces that suddenly appeared on the mainland? As far as I know, the places where they first appeared were small and remote places, and the outskirts of the Vaslo forest fit this point. How is it possible? They have only been around for 8 or 9 days, how can they have such a great power? They are just a bunch of little shrimps. Let the younger members of the clan go and eliminate them. Within 3 months, they will be wiped out. When the time comes, we will hold a competition to see which clan's juniors kill the most, and we will reward them with some rewards. That's very good. By the way, let the juniors go to the Vasluo forest to find out what happened. If the other party is a new god, let the junior draw her over and become our thug, but we can't let her continue to grow. Otherwise, sooner or later, this new god will grow into a behemoth and affect our interests. You are cautious by nature. If you are just a new god, I can destroy it with just a wave of my hand and seize the divine source from her. Maybe our clan will gain another god because of this, ha ha ha. Okay, let's all disperse. Just when these divine thoughts are about to dissipate, a blood-red attack penetrated the void and struck these divine thoughts from a distance of tens of millions of miles, causing their spirits to shatter. Puff. These are exactly the thoughts of the native gods of the Lord's continent. Their spiritual thoughts had no time to withdraw, so they withstood the blow and suffered heavy losses. Hundreds of years of cultivation were destroyed at this moment, and their bodies were not much better either. They spat out the divine blood as if they were free of charge, and their auras directly fell into a state of malaise. I don't know how many people in many places were stunned by the roar of the gods. I am not the new god you are talking about. Since you want to deal with me, then come on. It just so happens that I also want to kill the gods and establish my prestige. After killing you, the master can also break through the divine realm. In the Blood Clan temple, Anna's beautiful eyes opened and closed, golden light shone, her breath was like the abyss and the sea, and she was breathtaking. The divine light flowed on her body, emitting a terrifying divine power. The divine power just now was emitted by Anna. As early as when those divine thoughts were discussing her, Anna had sensed it, and did not consider giving them face. She penetrated the void in front of her with one move and bombarded their divine thoughts tens of millions of miles away. It's a pity that her current strength is only half of her heyday, and she has just broken through the divine level, and the power she can mobilize is less than 1/10, otherwise those divine thoughts can't bear it at all. Divine light flowed on Anna's body, the holy energy in her body was constantly transformed into divine power, and the holy body was also transformed into a divine body. The breath transformed by the 7-colored auspicious cloud can only help her complete 70%, and the remaining 30% needs to be done by herself, unless there is help from external objects. Otherwise, it would take at least 7 days and 7 nights for her to do it alone. Anna walked out of the temple, and Jiang Cheng outside immediately came to meet her. Anna, how do you feel? Jiang Cheng looked Anna up and down. Although Anna was visible and tangible before, she always gave him a sense of emptiness and emptiness. But now it is different. Her hair is smooth, her face is white and crystal clear, and she is shining with moving luster. Her transcendent temperament is like a fairy in the sky who accidentally fell into the mortal world. Everything is so real. Not only that, the breath revealed by Anna made Jiang Cheng feel very comfortable. He felt that his body and mind had evolved, and he couldn't help but get closer to her. Master, I have broken the mirror and become a god. The breath emanating from my body is of great benefit to you. If you stay with me for many years, you will also be contaminated with divinity, and people below the realm of gods will bow their heads in front of you without feeling. Anna opened her red lips and explained. No wonder I feel that there is always something about you that attracts me. Jiang Cheng suddenly realized. Looking at Anna's flawless white skin, he wanted to touch it and feel the smooth texture. However, this idea was quickly suppressed in his heart. The other party has become a god now. What he did was blasphemy. Even if Anna was not angry, God would make him unlucky and his future fortune would get worse and worse. Thanks to Anna's deification, the Sky God Island has seen the scene of all things reviving, and a large area of spiritual medicine and holy medicine has grown, exuding vitality. As she stays in the Sky God Island for many years, the God Island will become a blessed land. Lily and Loki walked out of the temple. They also gained certain benefits. The former's level reached the peak of 8 stars. The latter's level did not change, but his height increased by 3 centimeters, comparable to the efforts of the whole day yesterday, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he has gained a lot. After a round of greetings, Anna asked for closed-door cultivation. Anna, wait a minute, I have a gift for you. Jiang Cheng held an item in his hand. The outside was wrapped in grey fog, making it impossible to see what was inside, as if the fog completely isolated the objects inside. From the establishment of the territory to now, you have been silently helping me, supporting me, and protecting me. It can be said that without you, there would be no me today, so I have always wanted to give you a gift. I originally picked a lot, but I feel that those are not real gifts, and I feel that you can't use them at all, but such items will definitely be of great help to you. Take the item handed over by Jiang Cheng. Anna held it in her hand. After feeling it for a while, she found that there was actually a divine source inside, and it was not an ordinary divine source. At least it was stronger than the divine sources of the gods who had communicated with the divine thoughts in the void before. Master. Anna was moved. She was in a high position and basically had everything she needed. If she needed something, she would kill the person who had such an item and take it back. This behavior was very frequent. Basically, she would go out to kill every once in a while. She could be called the most frequently going out god. This caused the outside world to have a bad view of her. Not many people dared to approach her, so naturally no one dared to give her a gift, for fear that Anna would intercept them on the way to deliver the gift, and their bodies would be destroyed, adding another record to the Empress's robbery record. Therefore, this was the first time Anna received such a precious gift, and it was also a very helpful gift for her. As long as she absorbed the divine power from the divine source, then she only needed 3 days to completely transform the divine power, divine body, and divine soul. Seeing Anna's touched expression, Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly and sighed that his million lord coins were not wasted. That was 1,000,000. Among the tens of millions of lords, only he and Luo Qi could come up with this number. After buying this divine source, Jiang Cheng was considered to be bankrupt. He only had more than 300,000 lord coins left in his hand, and he returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Jiang Cheng stepped forward and hugged Anna, hugging her slender waist. Then he quickly broke away and smiled. Okay, you go to retreat and practice, leave the things in the territory to me, I can handle it alone. Anna was stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Cheng to do this suddenly. He opened his mouth to say something, but Jiang Cheng had already dragged Yechuo, Yale, and other vampire warriors outside. Lord, did you hug the Empress just now? It's just that the hug lasted too short, so I didn't even see it clearly. Let's hug the Empress again when she comes out of seclusion. I happen to have learned painting skills recently and can paint that scene for you. Yale asked with a smile. His eyes were full of evil intentions, and he looked very vulgar. Jiang Cheng's face turned red and his heart stopped beating. Which of your eyes saw me hugging you? Did something go wrong in your practice this morning, which caused you to feel dizzy? This is not okay. You are my right-hand man, so nothing can happen to you. Jiang Cheng held down Ariel's shoulders so that he could not escape. It just so happened that I recently acquired a set of magical boxing techniques. The combination of fists and kicks can drain toxins from other people's bodies. It is very effective. Everyone who has tried it said it is good. Let's go, I'll take you to a nearby remote valley to detoxify. Lord, please let me go, I won't do it again next time. Yale's face turned pale, he was probably going to be beaten out. Then I'll let you go next time. After beating up Yale, Jiang Cheng returned to the territory. To be honest, he was very nervous when he hugged Anna. After all, he had never touched a girl's hand before crossing over. He was an absolutely pure boy. Fortunately, Anna is not angry. It means I still have a chance next time. Recalling the feeling just now, Jiang Cheng's thoughts suddenly drifted to the sky. Territory upgraded successfully. The coverage of the territory has doubled. First upgrade reward, 1,000 residential houses, 5,000 vampires, 2 renewable energy stone mines, and 1 faith steel. Second upgrade reward, 2,000 residential houses, 10,000 vampires, 3 renewable energy stone mines, 500 communication runes. Skill, Vampire Domain. Tip, due to 2 upgrades, the mining volume of renewable energy stone mines has reached 200,000 per day. 200,000. Jiang Cheng was delighted. As the level of vampire warriors increased, their demand for energy stones was also increasing. If they did not go out to fight, they would consume at least 1 million energy stones every day. Fortunately, there are 6 energy stone mines now. They can be supplied continuously. Unless the number of Blood Clan warriors increases in the future, there is no need to worry about energy stones. After all, Jiang Cheng still has nearly 10 million energy stones as a guarantee. The 10 storage rings in the hands of the Goblin King alone store nearly 6 million energy stones. It can be said that the entire treasury is in his hands. This is why Jiang Cheng took his storage ring and left without going to the treasury to check. Then Jiang Cheng clicked on the information of the Faith Steel. Faith Steel. Lord's exclusive building. Each race has its own faith. The function of the Faith Steel is to collect the faith of all species in the territory and condense the power of faith. Through the accumulation of day-to-day condensation, the Faith Steel can burst out unparalleled power, comparable to the God level. Current faith power condensation, 0. Note, the faith power in the Faith Steel can only be used by the Lord himself. Jiang Cheng took out the Faith Steel, put it on the ground aside. Then he found another empty space and settled the people and houses he had obtained there. When passing by the warship, he also arranged the renewable energy stone mine cave, intending to transform it into a mine and let Meng Li come here to work every day. After finishing all this, Jiang Cheng returned to the vicinity of the stone tablet. He silently chanted in his heart to check. Current faith power condensation, 306. The faith power condensed by the stone tablet can be used to send out 3 attacks to wipe out 1-star creatures. It really takes time to accumulate. Slowly save it, it will come in handy one day. Jiang Cheng sat on the stone tablet, looking at the communication rune in the second upgrade reward. Jiang Cheng likes this reward very much. Each communication rune has a string of numbers on it. As long as you inject energy into the rune and silently chant the number on the other party's rune, you can talk to the other party in real time, and there is no distance limit. It's more convenient than a phone. Of course, the 2 communicating parties must be in the same space. If one party is in the outside world and the other party is in a space opened up by a mysterious great power or a special secret realm, communication is impossible. This reward is good. In the future, you don't have to run back and forth to report information. You only need to communicate. I shouldn't be able to encounter such a secret realm or a space opened up by a great power in the short term. Skill, Bloodline Domain. Definition, Attack Skill. After using it, a bloodline warrior will form a unique domain around him, which can absorb the blood of enemies in the domain without knowing it. The bloodline domain is flexible and changeable, and requires the bloodline warriors to comprehend it themselves. Receiving rewards will only give them a prototype. The specific size and changes need to depend on themselves. This reminds Jiang Cheng of the domain used by Anna. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with red thin tubes and huge bloody palms. These are all acquired and need to rely on one's own awareness and understanding of the domain. Jiang Cheng received both rewards. Not long after, cheers came from the camp. Influenced by them, the power of faith in the faith steel under his buttocks has exceeded 2,000. Can wipe out 2 3-star wild monsters. The higher the level, the more faith power they contribute. It seems that we need to make them happy a few more times to speed up the gathering of faith power. The supplies in the temple are already piled up like a mountain. Distribute some items to the residential area to make the people happy. A little bit adds up to a lot, and it should be able to provide tens of thousands of faith power. It's okay not to give supplies, but the people in the territory and the Blood Clan warriors are immersed in their own affairs and can't extricate themselves. They don't have so much time to believe, so the speed of collection will be very slow. After all, the territory is not a church concentration camp. How can we develop quickly if we believe in this and that all day long? Jiang Cheng found a young man in the residential area. Let them move all the supplies that can be used. As for those that can't be used, wait for a while to put them in the trading area for disposal. After finishing these, Jiang Cheng came to the barracks, upgraded the level of the barracks, then distributed the communication runes. Teach them how to use them. Hey, can you hear me? The vampire warriors are full of interest in this novelty. He has started to play like a child. After figuring out how to use the communication runes, Yetuo ran up to Jiang Cheng with an embarrassed look on his face. Lord, can you lend me another communication rune? I may find it useful. Yetuo scratched his head, as if he had thought of something, and said with a serious face, don't worry, I won't lose it. If I lose it, I will deal with it according to military law. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the big guy Yetuo. Jack on the side knew the inside story. He walked over with a smile and joked, Lord, you don't know something. This guy is in love with the female cotter in the residential area. He feels itchy after not seeing each other for half an hour, and he can't calm down while practicing in the camp. I guess I borrowed this communication rune to give it to the female cotter. When I'm tired from practicing, I just listen to her sweet voice. After saying that, Jack looked full of yearning. I really want to have such a love. I will definitely be full of motivation when the time comes to practice. I will be able to surpass that idiot Yelai just around the corner. Jiang Cheng was speechless for a while. It would be difficult to find the girl you like just for your purpose. Which man is in love and pretends to be a rough guy at heart? Seeing that everything had been revealed by Jack, Yedo was so angry that his teeth itched. However, Jiang Cheng did not refuse and took out another communication rune. The female cotter often reported to him or Lily and Anna on the development of the residential area, so it was no problem to give her one, so she would not have to run around all day.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.